A Journey Through the Stars, the live broadcast adventure. Chapter 1. Entering the Stars. How is the patient? Still not awake? The treatment pod has been utilized, and there are no visible injuries. The examination results indicate the patient is in good health. However, we are located in a remote area, and the treatment pod model is rather outdated. If she does not awaken soon, we may have to apply for a transfer. Surrounded by an expanse of white, Yi-Jean found herself floating in a strange void, gazing at the golden words that materialized before her. The Tower of Eternity. These words appeared in a bold, undeniable manner, occasionally flickering to remind observers of their presence. Yi-Jean was bewildered by her surroundings. In her recollection, she had simply gone to bed after her usual nighttime routine. Had she crossed over? Was this a dream? She had not experienced any electric shocks nor near drowning, and her regular lifestyle precluded the possibility of overwork leading to death. So what extraordinary event had transpired? She looked down at her pink, bear-patterned pajamas and the familiar, delicate hand she owned. Thankfully, she was still in her own body. She had half expected to wake up in a taller, more sophisticated form, considering her long-standing dissatisfaction with her height of 156 centimeters. Pushing aside her lingering regrets, her gaze returned to the persistent golden letters before her. The Tower of Eternity? What could it mean? After confirming that there was nothing else in this space apart from those 4 words, Yi-Jean slowly raised her hand, tentatively reaching towards the letters. As her hand drew nearer, the golden light of the Tower of Eternity grew increasingly bright, almost urging her to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, Yi-Jean steeled her resolve and pressed her hand against the golden letters. Due to her petite frame, her hand barely covered the character for eternity. The letters appeared semi-transparent, almost ethereal, yet upon touching them, it felt as though she had pressed her hand against an exquisite piece of jade. Startled by the inexplicable sensation, she was suddenly greeted by a flat, mechanical voice. Welcome to the Tower of Eternity. Customer service 9527 is at your service. Applause. The mechanical voice lacked any inflection, yet it endeavored to convey excitement, resulting in an oddly disconcerting tone. Yi-Jean suppressed the urge to cover her ears and furrowed her brow as the letters slowly faded into transparency, revealing a life-sized 3D holographic figure of her own face. Not striking, but strikingly pure and clean. She silently awaited the next development, contemplating her familiar, yet somewhat alien visage. How long had it been since she had truly paid attention to her own appearance? After all, she had lived a solitary existence, striving to remain inconspicuous in a world where her gentle features made her seem easily bullied. A sudden ding jolted Yi-Jean from her reverie, followed by a wave of anxiety. At such a moment, who knew what could happen if one lost focus? Next to her holographic image appeared a transparent display screen, though she barely had time to discern its contents before the mechanical voice interrupted again. Dear host, the Great Tower of Eternity is about to present you with a complimentary beginner's gift package. A beginner's gift package? Yes, host. As a newcomer, the beginner's gift package marks the beginning of your journey. It represents the greatest benefit during your novice period. Do you accept the beginner's gift package? You are customer service, and I did not voice my thoughts aloud. How did you know what I was considering? Yi-Jean was taken aback, as she was accustomed to keeping her thoughts to herself after all. No one had ever been there to listen. She had merely wondered internally, yet this so-called customer service was able to respond. There is no need for concern, host. Within the confines of the Tower of Eternity, your thoughts can be discerned by me. However, access to this internal space is limited to first-time logins. After exiting, I will only hear what you allow me to. Uncertain of the truth, she felt she had no choice but to believe. There is no need for doubt, host. Customer service exists solely as a temporary assistant, here to answer your questions within the scope of my capabilities. Everything else is at your discretion. Very well, 9527. Please answer one vital question. What is the Tower of Eternity? The Tower of Eternity is a dimensional connector developed by an unknown organization and its anonymous scholars. During internal testing, a live broadcast system was installed to facilitate intuitive data collection across different dimensions. A malfunction occurred during testing, transporting the tower to an untested dimension while the personnel remained. Thus, 9527 had been commanded to seek a host in the current dimension to continue the unfinished testing. However, during the host binding process, you were caught in a temporal rift and transported to another dimension. Do not worry, for 9527 utilized the remaining energy to protect your physical form. So, I have truly crossed over. Yi-Jean sighed, feeling a mix of surprise and resignation. Although she had encountered this unforeseen predicament, she was unencumbered by attachments and could adapt to any environment. Nevertheless, she intended to uphold her rights. I sincerely apologize, 9,527 interjected before she could speak. To express my regret, your beginner's gift package will be exceptionally generous, exceeding your expectations. Yi Jin felt empowered to assert her rights, recognizing that the organization seemed to be quite reasonable. After all, in a world as vast as this, life held the utmost value, and she had always adhered to the survival principles of an orphan. Unknown organization? Anonymous? Yi Jin was intrigued by the peculiar naming convention. That question exceeds my scope of authority and cannot be answered. 9,527's cold mechanical voice interrupted her musings. Do you now accept the beginner's gift package? 9527 inquired once more. Accepted. Without hesitation, she recognized that in this unfamiliar realm, the beginner's gift package could serve as her greatest safeguard. Ding! Dispensing beginner's gift package. Ding! Insufficient energy. Dispensing failed. Please recharge before attempting again. There was a momentary glitch in 9,527's response. Apologies, host. The Tower of Eternity has depleted its energy reserves. Please initiate a live broadcast to recharge. Yi Jin felt a vain throb at her temple. Initially, she had assumed the mechanical voice belonged to a logical and composed AI program, only to discover it could make mistakes. Then how are you still speaking? Do you have enough energy to broadcast? The energy consumed by the dimensional transit differs from that required by this system. The beginner's gift package requires transmission, which demands energy that is currently insufficient. Please host a live broadcast to earn rewards that can be converted into energy. The revenue from the broadcast is split 30-70, with the system retaining 30 as a fee to enable additional features. The rewards will be the currency used in the Eternity Mall for purchasing goods. Very well, she thought, recalling the earlier mention of a transfer. To prevent being mischaracterized as a critically ill patient, she resolved to open her eyes and discover the nature of this new world. Yi Jin, female, 18 years old, a newly admitted student in the Chinese department at B University, faced the most significant turning point of her life on the eve of her enrollment. Chapter 2. The strange doctor and nurse. As a young woman on the brink of embarking upon a promising university life, Yi Jin found herself rejecting the notion of traversing into the unknown. Despite her solitary existence, the familiarity of her surroundings was far preferable to the uncertainties that lay ahead. Yet, circumstances dictated that she had no choice in the matter. Steeling herself, Yi Jin gradually pried open her seemingly heavy eyelids, which felt as though they had been glued shut from an extended slumber. The first sight that met her gaze was an enveloping darkness, almost leading her to believe she had lost her sight. As she shifted her eyes, a flickering blue light caught her attention. The moment her gaze fixed upon the luminous point, it swiftly transformed into a vibrant red, accompanied by a cheerful melody that seemed to emanate from an unseen source. The lively and melodious notes lifted her spirits as they resonated in the air. With the sound echoing, the pitch-black barrier before her began to gradually morph into transparency, a slow progression designed to allow the patient's eyes to adjust to the increasing brightness. Yi Jin blinked away the physiological tears that blurred her vision, revealing a pale ceiling that seemed less like a painted wall and more reminiscent of metallic material. However, her ignorance of such details prompted her to merely glance and move on. Her gaze shifted, and she immediately noticed two figures clad in white coats standing nearby. Truthfully, as she lay in what resembled a coffin, allegedly a medical pod, she felt a twinge of fear as she observed the two indifferent men in white. It would be disingenuous to claim she was unafraid. The conversations she had vaguely overheard in her days provided some reassurance, yet her anxieties surged anew. Was there something amiss? At this juncture, Luo Cheng and Afu Lin were both on edge. The G170 planet, located in a remote region far from the Federation's main star, was not the most destitute in the sector, yet it ranked among the lower tiers. Resources were scarce, and transportation was challenging. The only commendable aspect was its greenery, a rarity in an era of advanced technology and limited land resources. In a world where vast green spaces were uncommon, they were especially notable outside of renowned tourist planets. However, due to poor transport and insufficient incentives to attract wealthier developers, G170 remained largely unremarked upon, drawing only those older individuals who preferred tranquility and a slower pace of life, thus earning it the moniker of a retirement planet. This retirement planet had always enjoyed a serene existence, never failing to live up to its reputation. However, 3 days prior, That tranquility was shattered when Captain Rod of the patrol team discovered a small girl lying unconscious in a modestly green forest. Alarmed, Rod sounded the alarm, and the little girl was transported to the medical pod. In today's world, infants were exceedingly precious, particularly girls, who were cherished by all. The mystery surrounding why such a valuable child was found there perplexed everyone. Regardless of the reasons, families missing a daughter were undoubtedly anxious, prompting the hospital to conduct initial treatments before scanning for an identity chip in hopes of contacting her family. However, it was bewildering that the little girl lacked a chip. This was alarming, as every individual was implanted with an intelligent chip at birth. While the display screen on their wrist might be lost, the chip was a genetic implantation, serving as a fundamental form of identification and a means to monitor health. In an era of advanced healthcare, where medical pods could address various ailments, genetic disorders remained a daunting challenge, making chip monitoring indispensable. Of course, due to privacy and human rights concerns, each chip's code would change upon integration with an individual's genes, known only to the individual and their guardian, under strict regulations against unauthorized disclosure. Breaching this confidentiality constituted a grave offense, granting the victim an additional opportunity to replace the chip. Despite rigorous safeguards, loopholes could still be exploited, a reality that could not be ignored. Ultimately, the benefits outweighed the risks, and it was inconceivable to abandon such a system due to occasional misuse. Thus, the absence of a chip in the little girl was truly astonishing. Initially, the intent was to wait for the girl to awaken and inquire about her circumstances. However, upon realizing that Eugene had remained unconscious for a full 3 days, they were alarmed and prepared to contact a more advanced hospital for a transfer. Luo Chung and Afu Lin were genuinely delighted by Eugene's awakening, yet they were at a loss in the presence of such a young child. Uncertain how to express their emotions, they stood awkwardly, their faces frozen in a state of confusion. The more anxious they felt, the more rigid their expressions became, especially when they caught sight of the little girl's large, dark eyes fixed intently upon them, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. The silence was finally broken by a gentle knock at the door, prompting Afu Lin to quickly turn and open it. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng inwardly chastised his companion for his lack of camaraderie while awkwardly unfastening the protective straps of the medical pod, attempting to gently lift the little girl out. The nutrient solution from the pod soaked through his white coat, yet he paid it no mind. As he instinctively weighed Eugene in his arms, she scowled at him. With careful precision, Luo Cheng placed the little girl onto a sliding board, speaking in what he believed to be a gentle yet somewhat stiff voice, instructing Eugene to remain still as a lovely sister would soon arrive to assist her with a bath. Having uttered this, he fled the scene. Indeed, shortly after, a stunning nurse with cascading waves of hair entered, clad in a pink uniform, her bright eyes sparkling as she approached Eugene with long strides. "Come here, little darling. Let me hold you," she cooed. Eugene, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief, could hardly suppress a sigh as she observed the nurse transform into a smitten admirer. The jealousy she felt towards those long legs was swiftly quelled. "I am an adult." Eugene recognized that in unfamiliar territory, it was prudent to maintain silence. Yet she could not help but retort. After all, in her youth, she had yearned for the day when she would no longer be under someone else's roof, able to support herself, challenge the imposing adults in her life, and assert her views without being dismissed as a child. "I am not a little darling." Though dissatisfied with her unchanged height despite reaching adulthood, no one could deny her status as an adult. The long-haired beauty laughed unabashedly, seemingly devoid of decorum, though her own image was already compromised. Chapter 3. I am still a minor. Eugene realized that despite having awakened only a short while ago, she had already accumulated a multitude of grievances as she watched the beautiful nurse lose all semblance of composure. The sight was almost too much to bear. Lena, nearly in stitches from laughter, observed the earnest expression on the little girl's face as she insisted on her adulthood, her large, shimmering eyes glaring at her. The absurdity of it all was simply irresistible. Lena's grandfather was passionate about botanical research, and on the plant planet, where gentle flora flourished and transportation was convenient, nearly every plant was exorbitantly priced, leading to a constant influx of visitors. In an effort to escape the incessant interruptions, her grandfather, Old Kent, sought refuge on this retirement planet. Concerned that her grandfather would become so engrossed in his plants that he might neglect his health, Lena decided to accompany him. However, her initial excitement soon waned. The monotony of life on G170 was insufferably dull, akin to drinking lukewarm water. Furthermore, due to its remoteness. The star network's connectivity was poor, rendering the holographic pods inaccessible and limiting her to reading messages on her chip. Nothing could compare to the vibrancy of holographic interactions, especially as she was in the midst of an exhilarating mech battle for points. In her boredom, she reluctantly took up a position as a nurse in the only public hospital on G170, seeking to occupy her time productively rather than squander it. Otherwise, how could this remote planet afford to employ young and beautiful women as nurses? At that moment, Lena had not anticipated this unexpected delight. Swiftly, she scooped up Eugene and made her way toward a partition. Weighing the light little creature in her arms, she began to contemplate a nutritional regimen. For she was a distinguished student of the medical program at the prestigious Ares Military Academy. Eugene, bewildered, gazed at the enchanting figure lifting her. Though petite, she possessed a certain weight. Yet in Lena's grasp, she felt as light as an inflatable doll, perhaps even one filled with hydrogen. "Nurse, could you please set me down? I can walk on my own," Eugene implored softly. Growing up in an orphanage had honed her ability to read people's intentions. From the initial encounter with doctors to now being cradled by a nurse, Eugene sensed their goodwill towards her. Although their expressions might have been somewhat misplaced, it did not hinder her from feeling their attentive kindness, akin to the instinctive care shown by passers-by towards fragile infants. Despite an underlying sense that something was amiss, she chose to leverage her inherent advantages. It was not an act of baseness. As an orphan, devoid of parents to cater to her whims, she learned early on to utilize all her conditions to attain her desires, within the bounds of not harming those who showed her kindness. Employing a touch of charm and innocence to improve her circumstances was effortless. All right, Lena conceded, almost powerless to resist as she gently placed Eugene on the ground. "Now, sister will take you for a bath." The moment Lena mentioned it, Eugene became acutely aware of her own sticky state. Her pink bare pajamas, inherently absorbent, made her oblivious to what she had just been submerged in, but she knew they were no longer fit for wearing. With each step Lena took, which seemed to span a mile, Eugene had to hurry to keep up. Only now did she realize that Lena stood at least 1.8 meters tall. Walking beside her, Eugene had to crane her neck to catch a glimpse of her face. She cursed her own height again as they approached a nearby partition. Observing Lena press a button by the door, a metallic nozzle emerged from the wall. In no time, a stream of water burst forth, and as Lena approached to undress her, Eugene instinctively darted away. How absurd! Since she had learned to dress and undress herself, she had never permitted anyone to assist her in bathing. Seeing Lena's disappointed expression, Eugene felt compelled to reiterate, "I am already an adult. I can bathe by myself." All right, bathe by yourself then." A young lady of just 18, claiming to be an adult. How adorable! Lena chuckled. "Wait, nurse. How old is one considered an adult?" It finally dawned on Eugene why things felt amiss. This was not Earth, but another dimension. The individuals she encountered previously bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings, albeit slightly taller, and she had faced no language barrier, leading her to assume it was a parallel dimension akin to Earth. These similarities had assuaged her initial anxiety about being in an unfamiliar realm, yet they also caused her to subconsciously overlook the cultural differences inherent to the dimension. Regardless of the parallels, differences undeniably existed, and they seemed rather significant. 30 years old. Is there a problem? My dear, didn't your parents inform you? I have no parents. Eugene could only respond flatly. She was still reeling from the blow of realizing that she was indeed considered a minor here, and that she was far from adulthood. I am sorry, sweetie. I did not mean to offend, Lena exclaimed, suddenly flustered. She had merely spoken offhandedly, not anticipating such a response. Indeed, if her parents were alive, how could they allow their beloved child to be left unconscious in such a manner? Lena, though still a student at the military academy, had connections who kept her informed. She recalled a message from a mischievous acquaintance from a few days prior. Lena, I have significant news. The chaotic forces in the Yellow Sand Star region have allied with interstellar pirates again, but they are out of luck. Marshal Ares is patrolling the outskirts of the star domain. Ha ha ha. The ensuing laughter emoji made her weary just thinking about it. Yet, a nagging suspicion about this sweet child's origins began to form in her mind. Though childbirth was becoming increasingly challenging, especially among high-level ability users, it was possible that a fortunate soul had given birth in the chaotic Yellow Sand Star region. There, medical facilities were severely lacking, and the child's parents might not have even visited a hospital. The chaotic forces were far from benevolent. Should they discover such an adorable child, Who could predict the consequences? The absence of a chip was entirely plausible. Lena's hypothesis was further supported by the fact that, while this was a retirement planet, peaceful and tranquil, its star map indicated a direct line to the yellow sand star. If one disregarded all other factors and sought merely expedience, it was indeed possible that a survival capsule dispatched from Yellow Sand Star could land on G170. The safety capsule would automatically disintegrate upon detecting a suitable environment, thus preventing its occupant from suffocating inside. Therefore, fainting in the lush forest was entirely conceivable. After all, this planet's defenses had always been lax. If not for the fact that only slightly larger starships were barred from passing through the isolation zone, it would have been overrun by chaotic forces long ago, leaving no room for such leisurely retirement. Eugene remained blissfully unaware that Lena had already concocted an elaborate backstory for her in just a short span of time. She was still absorbed in the grim realization that she might find it difficult to sustain herself. It was evident that being a minor here likely precluded her from gaining employment. So, was her only option to livestream? Chapter 4. The first livestream. Eugene's mind was now consumed with thoughts of livestreaming, and she could only offer a vague apology to Lena as her thoughts shifted. Was she truly left with no choice but to rely on that enigmatic live-streaming system? To be candid, she found it hard to trust this mysterious entity. Eugene had always been pragmatic. Only that which she earned with her own hands felt secure. This system felt insubstantial, and for someone like her, who lacked a sense of security, it felt almost too risky to grasp. Nevertheless, it appeared that she had little alternative at this juncture. Noticing that the sweet child seemed genuinely unbothered, Lena sighed in relief, exiting the partition to allow Eugene a proper bath. While Eugene took her first ignorant and oblivious cleansing since arriving in this new dimension. Once she lay down on the freshly made soft bed in the infirmary. Watching as the nurse turned off the lights and closed the door, she finally exhaled a breath of relief and began to relax. In truth, Eugene had been anxiously worried about revealing her true identity. The unfamiliar dimension and divergent world had placed immense pressure on her. Merely inquiring about the age of adulthood had drained her courage. 9527, are you there? After some contemplation, Eugene deemed it prudent to clarify a few matters. Tentatively, she called out to 9527 in her mind. Customer service 9527 at your service. What inquiries does the host have? How much do you know about this world? Ding. Insufficient energy, network delay. If the host wishes to understand the dimension, please implant an intelligent optical brain chip as soon as possible, along with a basic optical display screen. In other words, you also don't have much knowledge about this world. Eugene rolled her eyes in exasperation. Without foundational information, she couldn't even fabricate a legitimate reason for her presence here. It seemed she had to resort to the well-trodden tactic of many cross-dimensional travelers, feigning amnesia. 9527. In this dimension, the age of adulthood is 30 years. Does that imply their lifespan is also extended? Based on the scan of the lady from earlier, the average lifespan in this dimension is significantly higher than that of the host's original dimension. You can scan pretty ladies but can't gather information when I ask? Eugene was aware that searching for information consumed a considerable amount of energy. She was not naive, merely expressing her frustration. 9527. Since you brought me to this dimension and I am still clothed, what will happen to my lifespan? This is the most pressing concern for Eugene. Since returning is not an option, she must strive to secure benefits for herself. As long as the host accumulates sufficient energy and obtains the novice gift pack, all issues will be resolved effortlessly. Thus, it is imperative to engage in live streaming. Eugene is well aware that live streaming is unavoidable. However, she is at a loss regarding what to broadcast and to whom. 9527. Who is my audience for the live stream? Is it your enigmatic organization? As a customer service representative, 9527 has communicated with the original system following an unforeseen incident. After discussions, the live streaming plan has been modified. Due to consecutive errors, the unknown organization expresses profound apologies to the host. This internal test will now transition from broadcasting to the organization from Earth to the host broadcasting to Earth, serving as compensation for the host and her original dimension. Since awakening, Eugene has been surrounded by advanced technology. Although she has yet to step outside her hospital room, she can ascertain that this is likely a so-called future world. Broadcasting from this world to Earth, the benefits for Earth are evident, provided she can make contact and that Earth can successfully bridge the knowledge gap. It is frustrating that she bears the brunt of the losses, yet even Earth receives compensation, which she must earn through her diligent live streaming. Were it not for the anticipation of substantial tips from Earth, Yi-Jin would contemplate abandoning this endeavor, realizing that one does not receive rewards without effort. Having spent the entire night contemplating her live streaming approach, she found herself sleep-deprived and groggy the next day. Unsure of how to proceed, she reasoned that whether through popular donations or benefits for Earth, a fundamental prerequisite remains. The audience must believe this is a future broadcast. However, reflecting on the plethora of truths and falsehoods on Earth's internet, she doubted how many would trust the authenticity of her stream. Lacking eloquence and experience in broadcasting, she resolved to adopt the simplest method, streaming her daily life. Regardless of belief, as long as someone expressed interest, it could help her accumulate the energy necessary for the novice gift pack, alleviating her immediate concerns. From there, she could only take it one step at a time. 9527. Initiate the live stream. Understood, host, came the electronic voice in response. Yi-Jin noticed a semi-transparent screen rising beside her, resembling a display that captured both herself and her surroundings. Curious, she gazed at the screen, feeling nervous about her first live stream, and entirely forgetting that she was clad in a hospital gown, her hair disheveled, presenting her bare face to the world. 9527. In what format will my stream appear on Earth? The host's live stream will be integrated into various streaming platforms on Earth. Various? Does that include news broadcasts? Do not worry, the system will automatically match the host's content with suitable streaming platforms. Given the host's daily life broadcast, it will be categorized under entertainment. Suddenly, her screen lit up with a flurry of comments. Is this a new stream? Wow, she's going barefaced. The viewer count jumped from 0 to 1, then skyrocketed to 10. Yi-Jin understood that there were numerous entertainment streaming platforms on Earth, and even a casual passerby could contribute to her audience. Surprise appearance of a young girl. Just for daring to go barefaced, I'm sending a flower. Is the host in a hospital? Observing the sporadic comments, Yi-Jin forced a friendly smile. Hello, everyone. I'm the host, Yi-Jin. I just crossed over and am currently in a hospital in another dimension. Haha, the host is so humorous. Are new streamers really this desperate for fame nowadays? Given that she is a stunning soft girl, I'll believe you crossed over, haha. Yi-Jin felt helpless. If it weren't happening to her, she would hardly believe such a bizarre occurrence. Currently, the content of her stream depicted her daily survival in this unfamiliar dimension, and she was still navigating her surroundings. As she spoke, she approached the small shower stall she had used the previous day. The stall appeared bare and unadorned until she tentatively touched the sensor light, which unexpectedly revealed a washbasin on the wall, much to her relief. What did I just see? Did this washbasin just appear? You're overreacting. This is a luxury for the wealthy. Truly the high-tech of the affluent. Why does the washbasin look like something I can't afford? Is the host trying to convince us of her existence in another dimension? Yi-Jin refrained from lengthy explanations. As she too was perplexed, she managed to splash some water, wash her face, and tidy her hair, finally appearing somewhat refreshed. While doing so, she casually mentioned, the host is unsure how to manage these things, so to avoid revealing her identity as a traveler, she has decided to feign amnesia. The host's hair was messy before, but after some grooming, she really is quite beautiful. Host, marry me. The amnesia trope never gets old. Seriously, do you really think the host has crossed over? Oh, and I forgot to mention, the host is 18 years old, while the legal age here is 30, making her still a baby. Chapter 5. The small hoverboard. The host appears quite young. 18 is still a baby. For those who entered the stream due to the title of another dimension, can someone tell me what this stream is about? Yi-Jin then realized that her stream had been renamed to Another Dimension Live, and the viewer count surged to around 100, with comments increasingly flooding in. However, upon closer inspection, most comments were mere flattery, praising her beauty without any substantial content. Nevertheless, she decided to take it slow. After all, it was just the beginning. Yi-Jin was aware of her striking beauty, which was not just ordinary but ethereal, with delicate features that exuded a near-pure allure. Coupled with her petite frame, she evoked a strong protective instinct in others, regardless of gender. However, encountering perverts could lead to a desire for destruction, so she had always preferred to remain low-key. Seeing so many compliments about her looks brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, who doesn't he have a bit of vanity? Besides, the screen was a barrier between them. At that moment, the doors swung open, and the nurse from yesterday re-entered the room, greeting her with enthusiasm. Hello, sweetheart. Did you sleep well? Wow, a goddess. Beautiful lady. Can we date? Is this the nurse in the host's ward? Please reveal the host's hospital address. Such beauty. Both the big and small. Eugene looked at the suddenly excited comments on the screen, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. I didn't get to introduce myself yesterday. I'm Lena. You can call me Sister Lena. Hello, Sister Lena. I'm Eugene. In the spirit of reciprocity, Eugene introduced herself. The host's polite introduction is so adorable. Host, did you forget you were supposed to pretend to have amnesia? Noticing this comment, Eugene wanted to respond, but with Lena present, she hesitated. The host can think of what she wants to say, and it will be sent as a comment. 9527's mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Eugene frowned but decided to remain silent. Amnesia can vary in degrees. She could simply claim to remember only her name. A bold, red comment flashed across the screen. The astute broadcaster intrigued me. How does one send bullet comments? Can anyone enlighten me? I did not observe the broadcaster manually doing it. Surely, someone must be assisting her, though I remain unaware. From previous occurrences, Eugene discerned that the system's realm was of a higher order, thus she was not apprehensive about the visibility of the comments. However, she needed to exercise caution with her gaze to avoid arousing suspicion. For the moment, she chose to disregard the comments, as there were not many viewers, and familiarizing herself with this world took precedence. Sister Lena, may I venture outside? Of course, now that you are here, you are safe. No malefactors can harm you. We will arrange everything else for you. Just enjoy your carefree playtime, little one. Together, they proceeded to breakfast. Eugene, somewhat bewildered, was led out of the hospital room by Lena, pondering where the misunderstanding lay. Yet, soon her mind was occupied with the astonishing sights before her. Having spent so long in the monotonous confines of the hospital room, her thoughts were still tethered to earth, leading her to believe that hospitals were uniformly dreary. Now, she was enlightened to her own ignorance. Upon exiting the ward, she was greeted by a metallic railing, circular in shape, with the rooms arranged in a similar circular fashion, spiraling upward in a high-tech aesthetic. The central space was abuzz with individuals gliding about, as if they could traverse the air with ease. Illuminated by an unseen light source, the hospital's interior was remarkably bright, with various notifications and slogans shimmering on the ceiling. Alongside Chinese translations, there were other unfamiliar scripts, none of which she recognized. The considerate 9527 inquired, "Would you like me to translate for the host? Did you not deplete your energy reserves for retrieval? How do you recognize the characters now? Besides, there are Chinese annotations. Why would you need to translate?" Just now, the host received a reward, and the energy to search for different languages is still sufficient. It was then that Eugene noticed that, at some point, the number of viewers in her live stream had surpassed 3 digits and continued to rise. My heavens, it feels as though I have entered a science fiction film. Is the young lady in some research institute? The special effects are absolutely stunning. With these effects, this live stream is truly unparalleled. The screen was inundated with a barrage of gift effects, each one bursting forth like a cascade of fireworks, overwhelming the rapidly increasing comments. Hey, I distinctly sent dumplings. Why did it turn into fireworks? I sent copper coins, and they transformed into fireworks too. Suddenly, a small starship swept across, overshadowing all the fireworks, its dazzling golden effects nearly blinding. Wait, I believe I sent 999 roses. Why did it turn into a starship? Bold letters declaring Tycoon floated by once more. Tycoon, please adopt me. Hey, stop there, Tycoon. The TT Live platform does not have roses. What on earth is a starship? I don't see any fireworks in the live streams I watch. Could it be that the impoverished misinterpret gifts? What TT Live? I am watching Purple Flower Live. I am on Wolf Tooth Live. I just passed by Ram Live, and I am a bit confused. What on earth is happening? Eugene caught sight of these comments and could not help but delight in the exhilarating process of being astonished by the truth. However, she refrained from further comment as she too was in a state of shock. Lena guided Eugene toward the metallic railing, and before her eyes, the railing opened. A floating metal platform glided to her feet, and Eugene, entranced, was led onto the platform by Lena. The moment she steadied herself, the platform shot forward. Instinctively grasping Lena's clothing, she received a gentle pat on the head. This was the oldest model of the hovering platform, relic still seen on this remote planet. Seeing Eugene's wide eyes fixated on the ground beneath her, Lena assumed it was excitement. If you like it, dear, I shall gift you the latest model of the Hurricane hoverboard, the most popular amongst the youth, boasting speeds like that of a hurricane. Eugene felt tears welling up. Having lived 18 years, she had never before been so far off the ground without protection. The floor of her room seemed to be quite high, and she thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of plummeting through the air. Had she not clung to Lena, she might have fallen. Observing the occasional passerby offering warm smiles, as if such occurrences were commonplace, Eugene gradually realized she was indeed no longer on Earth. Chapter 6. Is this the future? As Eugene landed, her legs wobbled, nearly failing her. Ah, how thrilling. What sort of black technology is this? Isn't it bizarre that so many live platforms can witness this stream? Yet, it is undeniably exhilarating. The recently subdued rewards erupted once more, dazzling the screen. Guys, I just tried it. The live streaming software on my phone can see this broadcast, and no matter what gift I send, it transforms into those fireworks. I tested it too. I sent gifts one by one, and discovered they all turned into fireworks, cannons, laser guns, laser cannons, mechas, and starships. Catch that tycoon ahead. Whoa, I think I've stumbled upon something monumental. Quick, send a gift and leave my name. Perhaps I will be recorded in history. Am I the only one curious if only viewers from Z Country are present? I timidly raise my paw. I am abroad, watching M Country Entertainment live. Is the language barrier manageable? The broadcaster speaks Chinese. Check the language switch in the lower right corner of the live stream. A ripple of astonishment surged through the comments, and after a moment of silence, one comment drifted by softly. So this is indeed a future broadcast. Instantly, the comments exploded. A cacophony of voices emerged, and Eugene, still dazed, found herself unable to focus on the chat. She followed Lena to what was referred to as the cafeteria, her steps unsteady as she feigned interest in her surroundings while glancing at the comments. I remain skeptical. There is no rush to draw conclusions. I refuse to believe. There must be some advanced technology at play, perhaps a new product advertisement. The actors are quite dedicated, and their appearances are remarkable. If this new product exists, I would sell everything to acquire it. Are there any computer experts? Can someone verify its authenticity? No need to verify. I am an administrator of the live streaming platform. Just now, someone reported that this stream was suspected of fraud. As a platform administrator, I checked, and I could not find any back-end information for this stream. Who reported it? If it interrupts my viewing of the broadcaster, they shall suffer, regardless of whether the viewers believed it or not. Eugene's focus was now completely diverted from the broadcast. Initially, her legs felt weak upon dismounting the hoverboard, but gradually, her fear dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. The wild spirit within her, dormant in the realm of infinite possibilities, was unleashed. Eugene was not a professional broadcaster. She merely engaged in occasional interactions, which she considered a remarkable feat. She had not mastered the art of charming the unknown audience beyond the screen for gifts. Whether the viewers believed in their own perceptions was their prerogative, and the decision to reward her was theirs alone. Regardless, Eugene would continue to open her live stream daily. Whatever she observed, they would witness as well, and the extent of their enjoyment would depend on their own capabilities. Before entering the cafeteria, Eugene had mused whether, in this futuristic world, they would only consume nutrient agents. Having read numerous novels, she was quite curious about the taste of nutrient agents, but reality proved her thoughts unfounded. Gazing upon the spacious and immaculate cafeteria, the robots bustling about, and most importantly, the dazzling array of delectable foods at the serving window, she concluded that despite her ignorance of their specific nature, they certainly appeared appetizing. Lena grasped Eugene's hand and led her to the window, gesturing with her free hand, urging her to take whatever she fancied. It was on her. Lena had never considered the possibility that Eugene was not from this world. After all, not everyone possesses such imaginative thinking. The hospital cafeteria's food was meticulously balanced in nutrition. No matter how weak one's stomach, discomfort was unlikely. Although Eugene wasn't particularly hungry, the sight and aroma of the delectable dishes made her swallow hard. However, just because others could eat these delicacies, it didn't necessarily mean she could partake, given that they hailed from entirely different realms. Until she received her novice gift pack and addressed the discrepancies between worlds, she dared not touch anything. Streamer, what is that red dish? It looks delicious. I want that colorful one. It looks so appetizing. Isn't anyone noticing those robots? They're so cool. So we're just skipping over the debate about the authenticity of this live stream? That's the government's concern. We're merely a bunch of onlookers. Let us enjoy. As the comments shifted from the heated debate regarding the legitimacy of the live stream to the marvel of robots and food, one couldn't help but commend the openness of Earth's inhabitants. The streamer, still a fragile earthling, was uncertain whether her stomach could handle this food. Prudence suggested she refrain from eating. A bold crimson text floated by, Caught a streamer, a frail earthling, haha. Could the streamer clarify what is happening? It's quite terrifying to think about. Despite not knowing the physical condition of those around her, observing their towering stature and longevity, alongside their reckless antics on hoverboards without protection, made it evident that earthlings were quite fragile here. Noticing that Eugene seemed disinterested in the food, Lena furrowed her brow. Previous examinations had indicated that Eugene's constitution was unusually delicate, likely due to genetic issues, a serious concern indeed. However, each individual's genetic sequence was confidential and could not be examined without authorization. It seemed imperative to expedite the injection of an intelligent brain chip. Once administered, it could diagnose any issues, allowing for targeted remedies. Unbeknownst to Lena, Eugene's thoughts were solely focused on acquiring her novice gift pack, as she had grown weary of feeling so out of place and cautious around others. Ultimately, Lena handed Eugene a bottle of mild nutritional supplement, and at long last, Eugene savored its flavor. It was pleasantly tangy and sweet, and upon consumption, a warm sensation coursed through her stomach, alleviating her hunger entirely. Concerned about Eugene's health, Lena quickly returned her to the hospital room after she finished eating and began preparing the chip, which required prior application. However, given that the subject was a minor, the application would likely be swiftly approved. Eugene, after an anxious ride back on the hoverboard, noticed that the comments had filled the screen. Is that the legendary nutritional supplement? What does it taste like? Is it awful? Are we just accepting this as the future? What is the government doing? No response? I still think this is a scam. The acting is quite convincing. Why bother with all that? I see this more exciting than those mindless dramas. Seeking the contact information of the handsome guy on the left, looking to date. So many handsome men. None are unattractive, drool. So many long legs on screen. I'm about to faint from happiness. You know the government's efficiency? Although this livestream is indeed unusual, to assume we VE crossed realms is absurd. With so much evidence, if you still don't believe, just wait to be proven wrong, though I'm skeptical too. Trash livestream, destroying my worldview. Chapter 7. The Novice Gift Pack. Since Eugene awoke, she had yet to set foot outside the hospital doors. Unaware of the outside world or the nature of the inhabitants here, she felt an urgent desire to change her circumstances. Ignoring the viewer's frantic pleas, Eugene decisively closed the live stream. 9,527. How much energy is required to receive the Novice Gift Pack? Energy statistics are being compiled. Compilation complete. The energy redeemed through gifts is sufficient. Would you like to accept the Novice Gift Pack? A surge of joy filled Eugene. Despite her lingering doubts about the reliability of the Eternal Tower, she had no choice but to rely on it now. Accept. The Novice Gift Pack is being processed. Acceptance complete. The Novice Gift Pack has been allocated to the system space. Please check at your convenience. System space? Indeed, the system space consists of only 10 slots, each designated for a single item, stackable with no upper limit, but incapable of storing living beings. Upgrades can be made in the Eternal Mall. What is available in the Eternal Mall? Eugene found herself curious. Your current energy is insufficient to access it. Well, that's understandable. Eugene did not wish to overly depend on the system. She had always believed in self-reliance. Following the prompt, she opened the so-called system space, revealing 10 slots, each seemingly containing an item, presumably from the gift pack. She clicked on the first slot, her hand seemingly penetrating a thin layer of liquid, grasping the item within. A test tube? This was genetic evolution fluid. The residents of this world had undergone extensive evolution over time, refining their forms to attain their current physique. The genetic evolution fluid could expedite the host's evolution within a short period. The voice of 9,527 chimed in. Are there any side effects? Upon learning it pertained to genetic evolution, Eugene felt a pang of worry. Genes were the most enigmatic codes within the human body. Who could predict the consequences of arbitrary alterations? This is a fine creation by an unidentified organization, ensuring safety with no side effects. It does not force modifications but eliminates impurities. However, compressing millennia of evolution into a brief period may cause some discomfort. Pain is inevitable. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Dear host, proceed. Eugene rolled her eyes and returned the test tube to its storage slot. It was still morning, not the ideal time for consumption. Having obtained her most desired item, Eugene felt a sense of relief and turned her gaze to the other slots. The second slot contained another test tube, but unlike the first, it was opaque white, displaying a faint viscous texture as she moved it, with an X99 label affixed at the top. The mechanical voice of 9527 announced, "This is a mental relaxation agent." Originally, the novice gift pack was meant to include only 50, but the surplus is a compensation. "Is this a consumable?" Eugene inquired, shaking the test tube. "Yes, however, rest assured, the Eternal Mall stocks this reagent. As long as you continue to stream diligently, supplies will be plentiful." Eugene remained non-committal, returning the reagent before inspecting the third slot. This slot also bore the X99 label, and the item she retrieved was yet another unmarked test tube. However, this time, the test tube showcased a variety of colors. The three she held were distinctly different. Observing the rainbow-like array of test tubes in the slot, Eugene, for once, asked, "What are these?" With unwavering diligence, 9527 provided the information. "These are primary ability supplements, free of additives, sugar, and completely untainted." "Is this also available for purchase in the Eternal Mall?" "Indeed, there are also intermediate, advanced, and special grades." To unlock the marketplace, how much energy is required? It appears that you haven't provided the specific value. The host can view the energy progress bar in the system's backend. Energy cannot be quantified precisely. Once the progress bar is full, the marketplace will automatically open. Eugenie clicked into the backend, glanced at the progress bar, which was merely at the beginning, and exited once more. She decided to continue exploring the gifts, as the thrill of unwrapping presents was quite delightful. In the fourth slot lay a peculiar device that resembled a tablet from Earth, yet it lacked any visible buttons. This is a mental training apparatus, specifically designed for systematic mental fortitude enhancement. Eugenie was unaware of its precise usage, but had an inkling of its purpose. In the fifth slot, she predictably retrieved the ability training device, a crystal cylinder akin to a glow stick, within which a golden thread danced continuously. After a brief glance, she returned it to its slot. The sixth slot contained a book, and upon inspecting it, Eugenie's expression darkened. "What on earth is this 31st set of radio calisthenics?" Host, please do not underestimate the calisthenics produced by the system. This is a foundational body conditioning technique that offers comprehensive physical training and potential development. The 32nd set, derived from numerous enhancements, yields the best results. Eugenie could only take it at face value, as she had no other sources of information or means of comparison. She proceeded to inspect further. The seventh slot appeared empty from the outside, yet Eugenie reached in and felt a soft, spherical object. Upon extracting it, she discovered it was transparent. She pinched it and shook it out, feeling along its edges. Was this clothing? It is protective gear, designed to shield against various forms of radiation for a short duration, while also providing some degree of mitigation against abilities and physical attacks, explained 9527 dutifully. Observing the X99 still marked on the slot, Eugenie felt she might have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Although she was unsure if similar items existed here, the system's products were unlikely to be subpar. The 8th and 9th slots held 2 vials of elixirs. Since one vial occupied an entire slot, they surely were not common goods. Indeed, as per 9527's explanation, these were a mental enhancement serum and an ability activation serum. The names alone made their functions apparent, and Eugenie's initial thoughts became increasingly lucid. 9527. Do all individuals here possess mental abilities and special powers, perhaps even martial skills? Eugenie had long suspected that the inhabitants of this place were distinct from Earthlings. Their robust physiques and the aura they exuded while walking indicated that this so-called future era was fraught with peril. Having witnessed numerous individuals from peaceful times, and being born in a secure era herself, she recognized that those from her time were accustomed to a languid lifestyle, lacking urgency, often described as fully fed and aimlessly idle. The existence of these gifts was entirely to facilitate her adaptation to this era. Each item likely held a significant connection to the people here. Prepared for this reality, and upon receiving confirmation from 9527, Eugenie felt no surprise, but rather a sense of inevitability. After calmly accepting this truth, she turned her gaze to the final slot. An identity card? What could this be? Chapter 8. Genetic Evolution. Holding the identity card, Eugenie was engulfed in confusion. Host. This card contains your designated identity information and represents the most substantial compensation from this grand gift. The identity has been supplemented and refined based on Ms. Lena's conjectures. Will the host utilize the identity card? Of course, Eugenie thought, as she had been troubled by her identity dilemma. Being able to resolve this was indeed fortuitous, especially since amnesia was the most cumbersome method. Yet, what did Ms. Lena's conjecture entail? Upon learning from 9527 that Lena had almost fabricated a plausible identity for her through imagination and had begun an investigation, Eugenie was astounded. What a creative mind! This insight was gleaned by 9527 through Lena's video communication, and upon using the identity card, it would automatically supplement the host's identity, ensuring no loopholes would be detected. 9527. Can you access others' video calls? I can only scan publicly available information on the internet. Ms. Lena opted for a public channel for her video call. Meanwhile, in the office, Lena received an investigation report regarding Eugenie's identity, which closely aligned with her initial suspicions. It was not unreasonable for Lena to be overly cautious. Identity investigations were imperative, and given her own unique status, she could not dismiss the possibility of ill-intentioned individuals exploiting the young ones to approach her. Individuals from prominent families like theirs must remain vigilant, lest they become unwitting pawns in attacks against their lineage. Old Kent was utterly absorbed in botany, indifferent to anyone outside his family. Who could say if someone would target Lena, no matter how precious the young ones were? There would always be those who acted without conscience. After fleeing in embarrassment the previous day, Luo Chung and Afu Lin, Eugenie's attending physicians, had been reluctant to show their faces. Upon reading the investigation report and recalling the innocent gaze of the young girl, they felt a surge of compassion and resolved to check on her. Lena, observing their hurried departure, rolled her eyes. Though her interactions with the little darling had been limited, it was evident that the girl was far from the fragile persona she projected. However, Lena greatly admired such resilience and independence. The external world was becoming increasingly perilous. Humanity was evolving, and so were its adversaries. No one could be shielded indefinitely. Luo Chung and Afu Lin approached the hospital room and knocked on the door. As the door opened, a fluffy little head peeked out, and the girl's big, watery eyes regarded them with curiosity, though she ultimately opened the door. Eugenie recognized the two doctors in white coats. Surely, they were physicians? Luo Chung and Afu Lin stood before the young girl, uncertain of what to say, and simply introduced themselves briefly before rummaging through their pockets and presenting her with 2 vials of nutritional serum. Holding the 2 vials, Eugenie watched as the 2 doctors hastily departed, a wry smile forming on her lips. After securing the door, Eugenie retrieved the transparent vial. Although it was still early, the lack of entertainment and conversation rendered the stillness tedious. After some contemplation, she decided to take the serum preemptively. Following 9527's guidance, Eugenie removed her hospital gown and, clutching the 2 vials, entered the small bathing cubicle. With determination, she poured the colorless liquid into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, a chill surged down to her stomach, causing an involuntary shiver. Before she could fully process the cold sensation, an intense heat erupted within her abdomen, searing all the way to her throat, as if she had swallowed a blazing fireball. This warmth gradually spread to her limbs, becoming increasingly pronounced and fervent, until she felt as though she were engulfed in a great furnace. Eugenie felt as if she might be incinerated. Her insides felt as though they were melting under the excruciating heat. Her skin began to crack, and her mind struggled to think, every breath seeming to exhale flames. Yet, a singular conviction sustained her. She could not give up. Time passed, and amidst the haze, Eugenie seemed to hear a sound of something breaking. It felt as if she had shed some shackles, and her body, once curled in agony, began to relax. The searing heat that had consumed her began to recede, and her previously stagnant thoughts resumed their flow. She had never felt such relief. It was as if she had been incinerated from the inside out, purging all impurities within her and shedding the burdensome flesh, feeling as though she could ascend at any moment. Not long after she had relaxed, an overwhelming hunger surged from her stomach, interrupting Eugenie's thoughts. She was so famished that words escaped her. Even breathing felt laborious. Saliva seemed to be produced in abundance, and her insides appeared to be devouring themselves. Her stomach was ravaged by a deluge of gastric acid, and though she felt the urge to vomit, nothing came forth. Her vision blurred, her limbs grew weak, and her chest pressed against her back. In all her years, Eugenie had never experienced such hunger. The frantic desire to consume something rendered her incapable of coherent thought until she nearly unconsciously gulped down 2 tubes of nutrient solution, feeling as though she had been revived. Lying on the floor of the small compartment with her eyes closed, she sensed the warm flow in her stomach alleviating her hunger, filling the void within her body. It was only then that she began to take stock of her current condition. As she sat up, her first sensation was one of stickiness. more so than when she had previously donned pajamas in the medical pod. She had been too hungry to notice before, but now she realized her eyes were so heavy that they barely opened, as if coated in a thick layer of mud. Her nose was blocked, and even her mouth, the only part she could open, was caked with grime. Eugene attempted to rise to switch on the shower, but slipped the moment she stood. There was no doubt that she was covered in a thick, slippery sludge from head to toe. Struggling to locate the switch, her hands nearly failed to recognize the mechanism due to the thickness of the muck. When Eugene finally managed to get the water running, she felt an overwhelming sense of fearlessness. The layer of sludge was incredibly difficult to wash off, and without familiar soaps or bathing supplies, she had no choice but to scrub with her hands. As she cleared the muck from her nose and regained her sense of smell, she was nearly overwhelmed by a foul stench that threatened to knock her out. The toxins and impurities accumulated over 18 years, along with the subpar genes expelled from her body, released a scent so potent it was astonishing. Perhaps it was fortunate that she couldn't smell anything while consuming the nutrient solution. Battling against the overwhelming dizziness from the stench, she seemed to fight for an eternity under the spray before finally scrubbing herself clean. Almost unable to contain her urgency, she dashed out of the compartment and firmly shut the isolation door before weakly crawling back to her bed. She donned the hospital gown she had previously removed and collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move. Chapter 9. A shift in mindset. Eugene's hospital room lacked any means of keeping time, and there were no windows to indicate day or night. Inside, she was oblivious to the passage of time, but fortunately, 9527 took on the role of a clock. Host, it is still not dark outside, is it? Eugene felt as though much time had passed. She was unaware of how the length of day and night was measured here, nor did she care. Eugene never burdened herself with matters unrelated to her, avoiding them entirely, even in thought. Life was already arduous enough. Why complicate it further? Slowly, she closed her eyes, feeling the world around her descend into tranquility, her own breath and heartbeat resonating in her heightened senses. Her limbs were filled with vigor, a vitality that highlighted her previous frailty. Was this the result of genetic evolution? She could sense her body, once past its prime developmental stage, rejuvenating with energy. In this state, she could truly be regarded as a minor. The barriers that once existed between her and the world shattered, revealing the mysteries of existence before her. It was akin to stepping from a pixelated realm into a high-definition panorama, a sensation of acceptance and embrace so delightful it evoked laughter. In that moment, Eugene recognized her own insecurities. Since her arrival in this world, she had countless opportunities to understand it, numerous ways to step beyond the confines of the hospital. After all, no one was holding her captive. Yet, subconsciously, she had resisted, crafting excuses to remain cocooned in her small room, as if that were the only source of safety. Eugene had never contemplated returning since her arrival in this world, and after undergoing genetic evolution, the prospect of going back had become even more implausible. Now, she possessed boundless potential. In her prime developmental years, she had lacked sufficient nourishment, growing up like a mere sprout, where merely having enough to eat was a significant achievement. Having experienced the feeling of strength she had longed for as an orphan, realizing she could rectify past shortcomings and grow anew, and envisioning the unknown challenges that lay outside, Eugene could no longer endure the thought of returning to a life where the end was always in plain sight. Good night, sweet dreams. With eager anticipation for the new world, Eugene surrendered herself to slumber. Good morning, little darling. Eugene, still groggy from sleep, was disoriented when called. Sweetheart, the smart optical brain chip you requested has arrived. If it weren't for the remoteness of planet G170, it would have arrived via the Starlit transport yesterday. Lena's cheerful voice chimed in her ear. A planet? So this was not merely the future, but also an interstellar era. Eugene had originally thought this was merely a parallel universe, slightly more advanced and perilous than Earth. Dr. Luo Chung appeared at the door of the ward. Lena, please take Xiaojin to get ready. Afulin is preparing the injection. Come with me, sweetheart. I've brought you some lovely clothes. Let us wash up and change. With that, she closed the door, leaving Dr. Luo Chung outside. Rubbing her nose, Dr. Luo Chung waited patiently at the door for Afulin to bring the injection. Hey, Sister Lena, what is wrong? Lena asked, pulling the door open. Seeing Lena about to pull the door to the isolation room, Eugene recalled the foul stench and hurried to stop her, but it was too late. Lena opened the door, looking puzzled at Eugene. Sweetheart, we need to be quick. All right, I'm coming. Upon noticing that Lena hadn't detected anything amiss, Eugene let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lena led Eugene to the wash basin she had just opened. Here, this is mouthwash spray. Just spray some on your teeth, swish with water, and spit it out. Yesterday, Eugene had no idea how to use the items here. Her washing was merely a simple splash of water. Now, she watched as Lena opened a small compartment above the wash basin, revealing a small metallic bottle with a slender spray nozzle. Noticing Eugene's astonished gaze at the bottle, Lena suddenly remembered something. Sorry, I forgot you might not know how to use these. After all, this place is quite remote, and the supplies are terribly outdated. Having not been updated in ages, I also had a hard time getting used to it when I first arrived. The items here have been obsolete for quite some time. What could Eugene say? She was a genuine country bumpkin, having never even encountered obsolete items. Following Lena's instructions, she completed her washing and discovered that the sensor switches here possessed some basic intelligence, capable of simply judging the user's needs. No wonder she consistently received the facilities she desired. After washing up, Lena produced a set of clothes from somewhere. Eugene took the garments and felt the exceptionally soft fabric, truly delightful to the touch. Obediently changing into the attire, Eugene realized it was likely designed for younger individuals, as it was exceedingly delicate. The top was a pink, form-fitting sweatshirt with a rabbit-eared hood, while the bottom was a pair of cream-colored suspender shorts. Albeit with a mischievous touch, a pair of rabbit ears sewn onto the pockets, revealing her long, slender legs, a contrast to her own proportions. On her feet were white sneakers made of an unknown material, soft and elastic underfoot. Lena styled Eugene's hair into a sweet bun, adorned with a crystal rabbit pendant on the hair tie. Gazing into the mirror that had appeared seemingly from nowhere, Eugene saw someone who looked soft and adorable, blinking with a pair of clear, bright eyes, truly resembling a carefree little princess. With her naturally youthful appearance enhanced, she looked even younger, and Eugene felt a moment of daze as she gazed at her reflection, thinking, how beautiful, isn't it? Originally, one could be so beautiful. No one wishes to grow up quickly, aside from the innocent musings of youth, who longs for premature maturity and the burdens of life. Though she finds herself alone here, she possesses a system, and in time, she will gain extraordinary abilities, mental fortitude, and boundless possibilities. At this moment, Eugene feels a deep gratitude towards the inexplicable Eternal Tower. In this new world, she can shed the shackles of her past and embrace a fresh start. Blinking away the mist that had gathered in her eyes, she has never felt such clarity. The future is indeed filled with promise. Lena gazes thoughtfully at the charming young girl, who seems to have cast off some heavy weight, radiating vitality and brimming with hope. This is how it should be. As a young one, she ought to be vibrant. Her previous listless demeanor had caused Lena considerable concern. Chapter 10. Injection of the chip. With her mindset adjusted, Eugene exhaled deeply, stepping out of the compartment alongside Lena, and activated the live stream. Checking in. The young lady has reached new heights of beauty today. Hey, isn't the streamer just a kid? Isn't it a bit awkward to call her young lady? Why did the stream suddenly cut off yesterday? I just brought my friend in. The streamer is stunning. Blood is rushing. Feeling a bit insecure? I told you this was just a gimmick. Regardless of the gimmick, the beauty is worth it. Don't you think the young lady looks different? Does being prettier count? The chat was as lively as ever. It must be the dead of night on Earth, yet so many people are present. The streamer had received a golden opportunity. The interruption of the broadcast yesterday was merely to facilitate her transformation into a beautiful girl. Whether it was a change in her mindset or an influence from Lena, Eugene's tone became increasingly cheerful. The streamer seems to be a true actress, lost in the fantasy of her journey. What a shame for such beauty. If you don't believe it, no need for personal attacks. Do you know what proper chat etiquette is? Don't be angry, young lady. I believe in you. When you say you believe, you mean you believe in her looks, right? Eugene chose not to comment on the barrage of messages. Her attitude remained unchanged, believe it or not. Upon leaving the compartment, she found Luo Cheng and Afu Lin already awaiting her outside. Two handsome guys. What a worthwhile lifetime. Where did they find such actors? Their looks are stunning. Will they debut? These two must be mixed. One leans Asian, the other European. I can't take it anymore. I'm switching sides. The chat was ablaze with fervent compliments, much like yesterday's encounters with others, and the gifts flowed as if they were of no consequence. Eugene found it perplexing. No matter how handsome they were, they could only be admired from afar. If she were to livestream some groundbreaking technology, a few gifts would be justifiable. Yet, to lavish money merely for admiration of looks? Did they not value their money? Eugene, who would rather stretch a penny to its limit, felt she was out of touch with the times. Luo Cheng took the injection needle from Afu Lin and, upon seeing Eugene in her new attire, his eyes flickered with astonishment. In truth, with genetic evolution, this era held few unattractive individuals. People had long since grown weary of conventional beauty, now seeking unique characteristics. The prevailing pursuit was how to stand out rather than blend in, to be noticed in a crowd. Eugene was not the type to be strikingly beautiful or attention-grabbing, but her features were exquisite, without any glaring flaws, exuding an extraordinary clarity. Once one focused on her, it became difficult to look away. When she gazed earnestly with her bright eyes, it felt as if one had become her entire world. Luo Cheng mused on how many admirers she would have in the future. Little Jean, extend your left hand. It will be over soon. Eugene obediently extended her left hand, witnessing Dr. Luo produce a slender metallic tube, gently tapping it against her wrist. Blinking, she thought, is that all? This is an intelligent light brain chip, injected at birth. It was Afu Lin, who had been quiet. That explained, what you're puzzled about is the injection itself, right? The chip's function is something I can clarify. I'm curious about the injection process. Eugene blinked and wisely chose to remain silent. After the explanation, she learned that this chip was a necessity at birth, possessing only two crucial functions. The first is identification. In the interstellar age, people are scattered widely, and this chip records every aspect of one's life from birth to the present, including education and expenditures. Some records are restricted, but basic identification details are public. Without this chip, one would be considered a non-citizen in the interstellar realm, where such individuals could hardly navigate life. The second function is equally significant, particularly for powerful individuals. It involves genetic monitoring. In an era where a medical pod can resolve most issues, untreatable diseases are rare, yet genetic disorders remain a source of dread, especially gene collapse. The more powerful the individual, the more susceptible they are to this evolutionary consequence, for which no effective treatment exists. The chip can detect any genetic mutations at the onset. While it cannot provide a solution, it enables early intervention, and the milder the onset, the more effective the suppression. Without the chip's alerts, by the time individuals notice issues, it could be too late. That sounds so credible. I might just believe it. How does the young man manage not to break character while delivering such awkward lines? His acting outshines the entertainment industry. An extraordinary individual? I can be Superman too. Ha ha ha. I love watching them earnestly spout nonsense. Eugene listened to the explanation, and the audience behind the screen did too, yet disbelief lingered. Lena held Eugene's hand with gravity. Sweetheart, the chip will randomly combine with your genes upon entry. It won't stabilize until adulthood. Lena warned seriously. Once you reach adulthood, the chip will fixate in place, generating a unique code. This is your most private information. If this code is leaked, it could expose all your details. The most deranged individuals might even use this code to manipulate the chip, causing irreversible damage. Concerned that Eugene might not grasp the code's significance, Lena exaggerated the potential consequences, which were indeed serious. However, should the code be illegally disclosed, the victim has one opportunity to request a chip replacement, though the cost is substantial, allowing for only a single chance. Due to the code's critical nature, many refer to it as the love password. Noticing the serious atmosphere, Luo Cheng sought to lighten the mood, recalling a topic but was met with Lena's disapproving glare. Little one, don't believe his nonsense. This love password is a matter of life and death. Some young people, in their pursuit of romance, novelly exchange this code as a token. Lena scoffed. How reliable is a young love born of impulsiveness? They would ultimately regret it. Love password? That sounds quite romantic. The streamer's script is rather intriguing, quite imaginative. Chapter 11. The gift. The chat was flooded with laughter, yet even amidst disbelief, the gifts continued to sparkle, and the viewer count in the live stream had unknowingly surpassed 10,000. Xiao Jin, congratulations on your impending discharge from the hospital. Luo Cheng still seems unaccustomed to tenderness, speaking in a rather brusque manner. This is a gift from all of us. Out of nowhere, he produced a large gift box and presented it before Eugene. Clutching the box, Eugene was utterly bewildered. I'm here for treatment and haven't spent any money. How can I accept your gift? Dear, just accept it. Lena interjected, noticing Eugene's embarrassment. Minors do not need to spend credit points for treatment at public hospitals. In fact, the government provides a monthly subsidy of 1,000 credit points. The basic living necessities in the Federation are remarkably affordable, Unless one ventures into luxury items or expensive resources, that sum is more than sufficient for daily life. The welfare for minors in the Federation is commendable, and numerous public facilities are free for children. Wow! With such generous benefits, if only this place existed, a 24-year-old lady wouldn't need to worry about living expenses and could comfortably relax until she turns 30. Could the script be more realistic? If the welfare were truly that generous, the government would be in dire straits. If such benefits were indeed feasible, the number of minors would have to be exceedingly scarce. Otherwise, such an extended duration of minority would surely overwhelm any governing body. Eugene, however, was not concerned about the potential impact of this policy on the government. Her thoughts were solely focused on what to do with the gifts. Xiaojin, please accept it. This is our heartfelt gesture. Our planet, G170, is remote and has not seen any minors for many years, especially not someone as adorable as you. Is there truly not a single minor on the entire planet? Knowing that anyone under 30 is classified as a minor, could it be that there aren't even individuals below 30? Eugene was astounded by this statistic, and she began to comprehend the rationale behind the Federation's generous welfare for minors. Lena swiftly seized the gift box from Eugene's hands. What are you hesitating for, dear? You must get accustomed to receiving gifts, as you will likely encounter many in the future. Before Eugene could protest, she watched as Lena unwrapped the box, revealing a large object reminiscent of a skateboard. This item resembled a skateboard without wheels, featuring sleek lines and a mesmerizing starry hue, exuding an aura of coolness and grandeur. My sister mentioned she would gift you the latest Hurricane skateboard, but upon checking, I discovered that Flyskate Company has just released this starry version, which has received rave reviews, Lena enthusiastically explained. Later, I'll take you for a test flight. As she continued, Lena opened a compartment beneath the box, revealing a watch. No, it was a holographic display screen intended to connect to the star network and receive information. Even if lost, it would not be a concern, for it was merely a chip receiver. As long as the chip remained, no information would be lost, regardless of how many screens were replaced. In essence, this was a high-tech amalgamation of a computer, mobile phone, and health monitoring device. Eugene's eyes widened in awe. This was standard issue from the government's Minor Management Center, equipped with a special emergency software for use in perilous situations. Finally, Lena produced a collar with a small pendant attached. This is a spatial link, another gift we gathered for you. Don't think it too extravagant, she continued, seemingly aware of Eugene's inclination to decline. This is a small-scale spatial link. Its capacity is limited to a few basic necessities. Should you ever awaken your psychic abilities and wish to use mechs, you would need to purchase a specialized mech spatial link, which would indeed be costly. Moreover, this was purchased through a collection from the doctors. Though it appeared to be a considerable sum, each individual had not contributed much in credit points. Any attempt by Eugene to refuse was thwarted, and she reluctantly followed Lena's guidance to input her genetic information to establish ownership. Once the genetic information was recorded, it could only be accessed by her. Any forced tampering would result in the contents vanishing, with only the notary's office able to unlock the spatial link without her consent. As Eugene completed the registration, she realized she had been deceived. The space was far larger than she had been led to believe, equating to a sizable room, fully stocked with all manner of living essentials. Overwhelmed by the multitude of items within, her gratitude towards them surged, and her eyes glistened with tears. Oh, I merely noticed you came here with nothing and thought to buy a few things. Lena helped you choose. Luo Chung observed the girl's reddened eyes, momentarily at a loss. These basic supplies were not expensive and had not cost them many credit points. It was not merely a matter of money. Eugene felt profoundly fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted strangers upon entering this unfamiliar world. The rapid adjustment of her mindset was largely attributable to these individuals. She had little means to repay their kindness at present, but she resolved to find an opportunity to express her gratitude in the future. Wow, the gifts received by the young lady are truly magnificent. I wish they were real. Honestly, I still prefer to see the streamer cry. It's simply heart-wrenching. Pervert. Step aside. I shall guard the adorable little girl. Are performances so cheap now? A watch, a collar, and a wheelless skateboard? The actors are still on point. It's just that no one has broken character. Have you not found anything suspicious about this livestream? So many software platforms are simultaneously hosting it, and yet the address remains elusive. Even my friends abroad can view it, complete with real-time translation. Something feels amiss. Must be hacker technology. This streamer is desperate for fame. With that kind of money, why not do something constructive? Hey, they're spending their own money, not yours. Why be so bitter? live streaming can be a legitimate pursuit. Do you look down on streamers? My goddess earns millions monthly. Perhaps this young lady will also find success. What is so captivating about selling skin? Your goddess relies on stripping. Who are all these trolls? If you're going to spew your negativity, take it elsewhere. The streamer hasn't been live for long. And here you are, more perceptive than a dog's nose. Eugene was entirely oblivious to the comments flashing across the screen. She accepted the goodwill of these individuals without hesitation, quietly donning the spatial link, securing the holographic display, and cradling the skateboard as she exited the hospital. After relishing the thrill of bungee jumping once again, she finally basked in the sunlight of her new world. Outside the grand entrance, Eugene stood still, clutching the skateboard. The once chaotic barrage of comments abruptly ceased. Chapter 12. Test flight of the hoverboard. Before her lay a lush expanse of green, with wooden courtyards nestled amidst the verdant sea, resembling enchanting treehouses. The sky was a deep, profound blue, akin to an inverted ocean, shifting with the gentle breeze, the hues fluctuating like the rippling waves. The sky felt so close that she could almost reach out and touch it. Eugene could hardly fathom that just beyond the cold, metallic confines of the hospital lay such a vibrant tableau of life. Is this a wallpaper? After a moment's pause, a comment flitted across the screen, as if a switch had been flipped, and the screen became inundated with a flurry of comments once more. How beautiful! The special effects are extraordinary. Screenshot taken. It's time to change my wallpaper. Is this a tourist attraction? Surely, this is a tourist site. No place has skies this blue. If it did, it would already be famous. Eugene was momentarily startled by the cascade of reward notifications, but her attention was captivated by the breathtaking scenery around her. The scenery here is indeed splendid, ranking highly among the celestial realms. However, the transportation is rather antiquated, and it is perilously close to the meteor isolation zone in the Yellow Sand domain, rendering its location quite hazardous. Despite Lena's reassurances of safety, few are inclined to visit. Setting aside these concerns, Lena beckoned to Eugene to try the hoverboard. Following Lena's instructions, Eugene activated the hoverboard, which gracefully floated to her feet. Lena promptly guided. My dear, step on and give it a try. It adjusts based on your weight, so the sensation will emerge. Clearly, Lena was not the most effective instructor, but fortunately, Eugene was not a conventional student. Under the bemused gazes of other observing doctors, Eugene cautiously steadied herself on the hoverboard, devoid of any external support, relying solely on her balance. Thankfully, her physical prowess was formidable, allowing her to maintain equilibrium as she applied pressure at various angles, causing the hoverboard to glide smoothly in different directions. Indeed, Lena was right. It was all about the footwork. After experimenting with this exhilarating device for a while, Eugene could no longer contain her exuberance and, with a gentle push, soared into the air. The hospital was situated at a considerable elevation, and once she launched from the platform, she was soon far above the ground. The undulating green expanse below her swelled as she ascended higher and faster, the horizon blurring between sky and earth, leaving her with the sensation that the entire world lay prostrate beneath her. An unbidden surge of exhilaration welled within her, embodying the essence of riding the winds with a sword, carefree amidst the cosmos. Although she was not wielding a sword, the age-old human desire to soar through the skies was unmistakable. Eugene's live stream viewership skyrocketed to unprecedented levels. Despite the influx of viewers, an unusual silence enveloped the audience as they greedily watched the screen, emotions stirring silently within them. If only a television series could film here, even if it turned out to be utter drivel, I would still indulge. What nonsense. You can eat that yourself. Stop ruining the atmosphere. The host is in the moment. Are you all just admiring the scenery? Have you not noticed the hoverboard? My legs are still trembling. The screen of the live stream moved with Eugene's perspective, allowing the viewers to share in the sensation of weightlessness as she ascended. I timidly raised my hand. I've been wondering, how would one create such special effects during a live stream to quell my doubts? My stance is becoming increasingly shaky. My worldview is on the verge of shattering. I find it hard to believe this is mere acting. If such grandeur existed, those astute reporters would have reported it already. Forget the reporters. With such a spectacle, if it were true, press releases would be flying everywhere. As someone with years of experience in special effects, I can assure you, these vistas are not computer-generated. I swear, with my 1.5 vision, I did not see any wires. This is live, no post-production edits. So you genuinely believe that? Believe what? Just know it and don't voice it, or I might start questioning my existence. After taking a few exhilarating laps in the air, Eugene returned to the platform, where the barrage of comments had taken on a life of its own. Feeling the soft, cotton-like sensation beneath her feet upon solid ground, Eugene struggled to calm her racing heart. Glancing at the screen, she saw the request for the host to provide proof, yet she merely focused on sharing her journey through this new life, indifferent to the audience's belief or disbelief, as they could no longer reach her. What happened to my 40-meter-long blade? Oh, the host is quite mischievous. Is there a way to track her? Didn't the host say she traveled here? Just check if she's still on Earth. That's a brilliant idea. The host is so adorable, she must be quite recognizable. For those unaware, discussing tracking someone is illegal. I've reported this. No thanks needed. No need for tracking. I can provide my information directly, as returning is no longer an option and disclosing it bears little consequence. Eugene responded to the heated arguments in the live stream. My name is Eugene. I hail from the city orphanage in S City, where all my records reside. By the way, I'm a freshman at B University, majoring in Chinese literature, but I missed the enrollment due to recent events. I have some savings. If anyone has time, please help me report my death, and I'll donate the funds to the orphanage as a token of gratitude for my upbringing. Silence blanketed the screen. The host is incredibly candid. Is there anyone near the address the host mentioned? Go check. I'm on my way. Wait for my update. Bro, are you still there? Say something. What about the one who said they were going to check? Did they vanish too? I went and almost got mistaken for a human trafficker by the orphanage staff, but I found the host's information. It's real. AB University freshman here. Also in the Chinese department, we noticed a girl in our class named Eugene didn't report for enrollment. Me too. I always thought the host resembled a high school classmate of mine, even sharing the same name. A true academic star, but I was hesitant to acknowledge it. Now I can confirm it. Host, do you remember the girl who sat behind you by Daming Lake? Wow. So many familiar faces of the host just emerged. Sorry to interrupt this reunion, but does anyone know the whereabouts of the Eugene you found? I checked with the police. She has been reported missing, and no one has located her yet. So, is this proof? I don't believe it. What if the host is just hiding away for a prank? Come on. Do you really think she'd go to such lengths to pull off a massive joke? The comments erupted into a frenzy, with believers and skeptics clashing in a chaotic exchange. Chapter 13. The Celestial Domain riding the hoverboard. Eugene followed Lena back to her residence here, as she found herself without a home. Ordinarily, orphans are allocated a stable dwelling, but Lena and others strongly urged Eugene to retain this right, offering her greater flexibility in the future, deeming it unnecessary to waste resources on such a remote planet. Moreover, as a minor, she had previously been oblivious, but now, as a formal citizen of the Federation, attending school was compulsory, since she would not remain on this planet for long. Acquiring a home here would be tantamount to squandering resources. Unable to resist their kind intentions, Eugene acquiesced to their arrangements. With Lena needing to attend to work, she settled Eugene in before departing, reminding her, aside from me, my grandfather also resides here, though he spends his days in his laboratory, tending to his beloved plants. You'll hardly see him, and if you do, feel free to ignore him. Watching Lena's spirited departure and observing the clearly well-arranged room, Eugene felt a swell of gratitude. Leaning against the window, gazing at the deep blue sky outside, she momentarily lost herself in thought before recalling something she had overlooked. Host, look at me. Please follow the host. Have we been forgotten? This is the first time I've seen a host so oblivious to the audience. Yet I can't help but shower her with gifts. The screen was inundated with various donations, all vying for Eugene's attention. Feeling a flush of warmth, she realized that despite her earlier resolution to take things as they come, her inherent sense of responsibility compelled her to acknowledge the viewers. Feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt, Eugene conceived a brilliant idea. The streamer had just acquired a holographic display and was eager to explore its capabilities. With no one else around, Eugene spoke up directly. What about that watch? Streamer, take a look. I'm curious too. Have you come up with yet another trick to deceive us? I've seen you several times now. Why do you always sound so bitter? Is there no right to freely express opinions? If you're that fragile, you shouldn't be live streaming. Ignore that guy. There are always fools everywhere. She dismissed those remarks. The world had changed so dramatically that few would care for a few sour words. Eugene gazed at the watch-like dial, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Should we smash it? No. I think using fire would be more direct. Isn't there a method that suggests doing just that? Water bubbles? A flurry of outlandish suggestions scrolled through the comments, each more absurd than the last. Amused yet exasperated, Eugene extended a finger and gently poked the dial, which instantly illuminated. Before her, a translucent screen materialized, akin to the one in the streaming room, but this one was visible only to her, while everyone behind Eugene could see it too. "Would you like to connect to the Star Network?" A gentle female voice inquired. Now that's a humanized voice. 9527, you really should change yours. Eugene had long found 9527's mechanical tone grading. Once the host activated the marketplace, they would be able to purchase any voice they desired. After a prolonged silence, the customer service representative, 9527, finally responded. "Yes." Eugene replied affirmatively. "Connecting to the Star Network. Connection successful. This screen will automatically link to the Star Network. To disconnect, please adjust settings in the backend." The display immediately transitioned to a search interface, and Eugene promptly searched for interstellar history. The results appeared swiftly, revealing that this world was indeed a parallel universe to Earth, explaining the myriad similarities. If it weren't for the omnipresent high-tech reminders, Eugene could hardly perceive that she had transitioned to an entirely different realm. They referred to their home planet as Blue Star, which had now been obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust by an abrupt apocalypse that transformed the once beautiful planet. Humanity had survived aboard an ark for centuries before finally discovering this habitable twin star domain. Yet, habitable meant that this domain had owners. Humanity could no longer endure drifting aimlessly in the vast cosmos. The despair of an endless void nearly drove everyone mad. Upon discovering this habitable star domain, it was akin to a parched traveler encountering a jug of water in a drought-stricken desert. Even if it belonged to someone else, they would fight tooth and nail to seize it. After millennia of war and strife, humanity evolved from a cornered existence to fully possessing the twin star domain, establishing themselves as the rightful rulers of this celestial realm. Among the key figures introduced was Marshall Ares, Rand Ares, who represented a pivotal turning point for humanity. Previously weak and powerless, with insufficient advanced technology, humans were at the bottom of the food chain until Marshall Ares became the first to awaken. The transformation brought about by this awakening was monumental, as humanity finally discovered a path forward, leading to what became known as the Golden Age of Awakening. Awakened individuals emerged in droves, and humanity finally gained the leverage to assert their dominance through force. Consequently, this era was dubbed the Golden Awakening era. Marshall Ares led humanity in a counteroffensive, laying a solid foundation for the current status of the Federation, which is why he enjoys immense respect within it. Even today, the Federation's premier military academy bears his name. Despite humanity's current dominance, threats from various enemies remain ever present. From distant celestial behemoths, impervious to starship artillery, to the grotesquely prolific insectoid races, and closer still, the Olai Empire, which lurks menacingly on the opposite side of the twin star domain. Internally, remnants of the once dominant alien beasts and flora still pose significant threats. Although humanity has cleared most planets within this star domain, many remain occupied by these resilient beings, which have a vital connection to human evolution. Consequently, these planets have been designated as resource planets, prohibiting the entry of high-lethality weaponry, a mandate enshrined in the Interstellar Legal Code. Violations are punishable as acts of treason. Humanity cannot withstand another apocalypse, especially as resources become increasingly scarce. In this era of survival of the fittest, where power is paramount, anything that enhances strength is invaluable. Alien beasts and flora, despite their considerable side effects, are fervently pursued by humanity. Chapter 14. The current state of the stars. When discussing power, one must mention the present classification of strength among humans. Today, human capabilities are categorized into three types: physical combat, mental prowess, and supernatural abilities. These abilities range from the lowest E rank to the highest SSS rank, with anything lower being deemed utterly worthless, and the higher ranks scarcely known. Physical combat is accessible to all, a method that allows individuals to tap into their potential to transcend their limitations. After extensive experimentation, humanity has devised a relatively feasible approach. The practice of physical combat has a low entry barrier, making it easy to start, yet progress is exceedingly slow. It demands endurance beyond the ordinary, as practitioners must invest considerable resources to replenish their energy losses and heal internal injuries. However, resources are not easily acquired. Without a robust financial foundation, one cannot sustain the depletion. Thus, while nearly everyone possesses some knowledge of physical combat, few achieve advanced levels. As for mental prowess and supernatural abilities, these powers may awaken between the ages of 20 and 30, with rare prodigies sometimes awakening before 20, but none have ever awakened after turning 30. This is why the age of 30 is considered the threshold of adulthood, as only after this age can one determine the direction of their life's efforts. The era of golden awakenings has passed, and the number of awakenings has dwindled, with the resulting powers becoming increasingly varied and difficult to enhance. Exhausting mental prowess and supernatural abilities only to recover them gradually is a primitive method, yet the process is arduous and slow. Gradually, more individuals began to seek shortcuts. Upon discovering that alien beasts and flora could rapidly enhance mental prowess and supernatural abilities, and even significantly boost physical combat, humanity experienced yet another historical frenzy. Yet, in reality, no shortcuts exist. While alien beasts and flora can serve as expedited sources of power, their side effects are perilous. They harbor an uncontrollable, violent energy that, once it infiltrates the human body, quickly lies dormant. In small amounts, the consequences remain undetectable, but as they accumulate and become uncontrollable, they can lead to catastrophic genetic collapse. Unless one remains perpetually at a low level, the stronger the power, the more severe the backlash. Humanity has learned a harsh lesson at a tremendous cost. Today, humans recognize their past errors, yet whether in physical combat, mental prowess, or supernatural ability training, substantial energy replenishment remains essential. Currently, this energy can only be sourced from alien beasts and flora. With external threats looming, humanity cannot forsake their own advancement. Until alternative methods are discovered, the consumption of alien beasts and flora remains unavoidable. While humanity has become more rational and no longer blindly abuses these resources, as long as the issue of energy alternatives remains unresolved, humanity will remain under the shadow of genetic collapse. In order to alter this grim situation, the Federation is simultaneously intensifying its exploration of the cosmos to seek additional resources, while also fortifying itself through various means to prevent adversaries from seizing any opportunity. Regardless of the approach, the advancement of technology is an unavoidable necessity. While technology has yet to attain a level where it can disregard all threats, humanity continues to rely heavily on its own strength for self-preservation. Thus, despite the severe consequences, the demand for exotic beasts and plants remains exceedingly high. However, even their formidable vitality has dwindled significantly after years of devastation, rendering them scarce resources. Consequently, for the sake of these limited resources and the future of humanity, the Federation is compelled to offer them protection. This is indeed a tragic circumstance. Knowing full well that it is a poisoned chalice cloaked in sweetness, one must still acquiesce and partake, with many individuals now lacking even the privilege to sip from this poisoned cup. Perhaps due to genetic evolution, the average lifespan of humans has reached an astonishing 300 years, with some adept practitioners of physical arts, mental prowess, and extraordinary abilities living even longer. Yet, these individuals ultimately succumb to genetic collapse, and the average lifespan of ordinary individuals falls short of these lofty heights. Nevertheless, countless individuals relentlessly pursue power, whether for fame, fortune, faith, or the ability to safeguard their loved ones, or perhaps out of coercion. Even when fully aware that the path ahead leads to certain doom, they cannot halt their fervent strides forward. As Eugene reflects on this, she gains a profound understanding of the current interstellar reality. It is no wonder that at the age of 18, she is still referred to as a juvenile. To those with a 300-year lifespan, 18 indeed represents an almost inconceivably youthful age. Eugene finds herself perplexed by the absence of anyone under the age of 30 on such a vast planet. Her privileges stem solely from her status as a minor. Others might perceive the kindness shown by Lena and her companions as merely a product of her youth rather than genuine goodwill, leading them to feel uneasy and question the sincerity of such gestures. Yet, Eugene experiences no discomfort. After all, they are all strangers, and if there were any inexplicable kindness, she would be more inclined to suspect ulterior motives. Upon reviewing the search results, Eugene finally comprehends the source of their unusual enthusiasm. The state of this interstellar realm is indeed dire. The ancestors, long adrift in the universe, suffered severe radiation, resulting in a declining birth rate. The subsequent accumulation of violent energy further compromised the nurturing environment. While ordinary individuals fare somewhat better, many high-tier practitioners have already faced reproductive obsolescence. As time progresses, even ordinary people are gradually losing their last bastion of reproductive advantage. Though the interstellar population remains substantial, the high mortality rate undermines any hope for the future. The Federation has implemented a series of benefits for minors to encourage procreation. Yet bringing a child into the world is not as simple as mere desire. Chapter 15. Awakening mental prowess and extraordinary abilities. Eugene has come to fully recognize the inherent dangers of this world. It is evident that awakening her powers is essential for a better existence. Otherwise, she would be bringing shame upon her fellow transmigrators. The 2 vials of stimulants have long piqued her curiosity, but without a clear understanding of the circumstances, she had postponed their use to avoid any uncontrollable mishaps. While she harbors no intentions of feigning humility, neither does she wish to attract undue attention. Resolutely, she ends the live stream and retrieves the 2 vials. 9527. Will there be any side effects from this? Drawing from her previous experience, Eugene decides to inquire beforehand. No, it is solely intended to awaken mental prowess and extraordinary abilities. The process is safe, painless, and free of side effects, ensuring your peace of mind and satisfaction with your purchase. 9527. Have you contracted some sort of virus? Where did you learn to speak in such a tone reminiscent of a quack salesman? Suppressing her suspicions, Eugene consumes the 2 vials in succession. A cool stream of energy flows upward, coursing through her mind, and she feels her senses sharpen even further. She can hear the faint chirping of insects outside the house, and her vision transforms, akin to acquiring divine sight. Her gaze expands from her body, revealing everything in her surroundings, even the tiniest dust particles in the corners. Upon sensing that she has reached her limits, Eugene swiftly gathers her mental energy and channels it within herself, guided by an instinctive understanding of where her mental prowess resides and how to control it. The agony of mental exhaustion is a sensation she prefers to postpone experiencing. As she concentrates her mental energy on herself, she distinctly observes a vibrant green energy emanating from her heart, gradually radiating throughout her entire being. This luminous green energy is resplendent, shining like a beacon in the night, imbued with the essence of life, reminiscent of the finest emerald melting in the mist of rain. After coursing through her body, the radiance begins to fade, and Eugene senses this energy integrating itself into every vein and cell within her. Her body feels akin to parched earth welcoming a long-awaited spring rain, with every pore rejoicing in comfort. This sensation is undeniably addictive. Opening her eyes, Eugene stretches out her hands. Her originally smooth skin appears even more porcelain-like, vibrant and full of life, as if it could melt in her mouth with the slightest touch. Gazing into the mirror beside her, Eugene's eyes shine with an unprecedented depth, as if they were black gemstones steeped in crystal-clear springs. What just happened to the host? She abruptly ended the live stream without a word. Fortunately, I was waiting all along. I set a special reminder to be the first to witness her beauty. For those of you enamored with her beauty, have you noticed anything different about the host? Every time the host opens the live stream, she reaches new heights of beauty. Did she undergo cosmetic surgery? The difference is too stark. To those claiming surgery, are you not a bit deluded? Can results appear so rapidly? If such effects could be achieved through surgery, I would gladly pay any amount. Open your eyes and take a closer look. The host's face hasn't changed at all, has it? It's her aura. She seems like a diamond washed of all impurities. I can't quite describe it, but I wish I had studied literature better. Looking at the host now lifts my spirits. It's the same face, but she seems to be on the verge of ascension. Mom, I see a fairy. As Eugene opens her live stream, viewers flood in, and unbeknownst to her, she has garnered a loyal audience, including those enamored with her beauty, those eager to steer the conversation back on track, those discovering new insights, and even a fair share of critics, though perhaps critics could be considered fans as well. The host has just undergone yet another extraordinary evolution. It is believed that many viewers gathered to witness this event alongside the host. Eugene, in high spirits, returned to declare that the host has successfully loaded the essential golden finger for traversers, awakening both mental strength and extraordinary abilities. Let us celebrate. Congratulations to the host on completing the evolution. Can evolution enhance one's appearance? I wish to evolve too. Do you truly believe that? This host fabricates tales without hesitation. The host remains hopelessly lost in their own world. A group of dedicated detractors promptly emerged, and Eugene felt quite touched. They were indeed committed fans, seizing every opportunity to criticize. Raising her hand, she gathered a layer of pale green light in her palm. Due to her recent awakening, this was all she could muster. Is that a special effect? Clearly, it's a manipulation of visual perception. Is the host attempting to deceive us with this? Noticing the green hue of her newfound power, Eugene instinctively assumed it was wood-based and decided to experiment with the grass outside her window. Excited by her abilities, She resembled a child who has just received a cherished toy, flinging the delicate green energy outward. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a figure approaching the window, seemingly intending to retrieve something from the storeroom. Startled, Yijin's power veered off course, inadvertently landing atop the individual's head. 9527. Is my ability truly wood-based? Yijin hoped she had not misjudged her powers, fearing the potential harm if they were indeed destructive. Congratulations, host. You have awakened an advanced version of wood-based abilities, the life ability, which is exceedingly rare and seldom seen even in the original system realm. 9527. I am not concerned with its rarity. I merely wish to know if it can cause harm to others. The life ability is an auxiliary power that possesses tremendous vitality and is beneficial to the human body, causing no harm. The host need not worry. Yijin sighed in relief. Having grown up in a lawful society, she had no desire to inflict harm without cause. However, calamity often strikes unexpectedly, and she watched as the unfortunate individual sprouted clusters of tender green grass atop their head, flourishing and swaying in the breeze until it entirely obscured their face. Love is a light that can leave you feeling green with envy. To pass through life, one must embrace a touch of green. Should I be astonished or amused right now? Yijin awkwardly smiled at the innocent bystander, remarking on the splendid weather. Is this the pinnacle of awkward conversation? The host's ability to change the subject is lacking. Why is everyone so calm? I feel like I might explode. What did the host just do? Is that truly an ability? I urgently seek the host's awakening method. You all are making a big fuss over a mere magic trick. That person must have been in on it, and the host likely ended the stream just to rehearse lines. Today's critics were indeed diligent. Chapter 16. Old Kent Yijin gazed at the innocent bystander caught in the crossfire, unsure of what to say. Have you eaten? She ventured cautiously. Ha ha ha. The classic greeting of our great nation. I am from Y country. May I ask what this phrase signifies? A foreign friend appears. Do you not know this live stream is universally accessible? A mysterious smile. Citizens of Z country remained silent. The person remained unresponsive, standing silently with a head full of tender green grass. Yijin fell into silence, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Eventually, the individual moved, reaching up to silently pull the unruly grass from their head, revealing a strikingly handsome face with deep, emerald eyes that cast a cold glance at Yijin before continuing toward the storeroom. Another handsome man. I can hardly breathe. Seeking companionship? Please pay attention. This live stream is intoxicating. Everyone is a vision of beauty. As anticipated, Yijin glanced at the barrage of comments, and it erupted once more. Do you remember Miss Lena? Yijin recalled something and stifled a laugh as she asked. Of course. Miss Lena, my beloved. What does the host mean by that? Wait, this is Miss Lena's house. And that is her storeroom. This person can enter freely. Could it be what I'm thinking? Please, don't say it. I want to keep fantasizing. They are taken. We can only admire from afar. Do you recall what Miss Lena said before she left? What? I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. This was not Miss Lena's residence alone. There was another person utterly absorbed in plants. Is the host joking? That plant enthusiast is not Miss Lena's grandfather, is he? Could there be such a young grandfather? Yijin felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed many had been distracted while observing the world. Do you remember the average lifespan of the people here? I refuse to accept that my new male idol could be from my grandfather's generation. Newbie reporting in. Can someone provide some context? I'm completely lost. For those in front, join the group. XXXX. Did you not notice? That man already has wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Given that interstellar beings have long lifespans, the presence of wrinkles indicates he is indeed quite aged. So, let go of any fantasies. He is likely old enough to be your great-grandfather. Who is a great-grandfather? A deep, magnetic voice interrupted from beside her. The sudden remark startled Yijin, and as she looked up, she realized the man resembling Miss Lena's grandfather had approached the window. I wonder how much of that was overheard, Yijin thought, feeling a pang of regret for her carelessness. It's nothing. I was merely curious about your age, she said, aware that this might seem impolite, but compelled to cover her earlier remarks. That's all right. The mischief of a young one can be forgiven. Thankfully, he did not pursue the matter further. Which family do you belong to? And how did you end up on such a remote planet? I am an interstellar orphan, having inadvertently landed on this planet. Miss Lena kindly allowed me to stay here temporarily, but I won't be here long. She mentioned I need to attend school. The man frowned slightly. School? You have already awakened. What need is there for schooling? Isn't it mandatory? Eugene replied, bewildered, wondering if she had misheard. The compulsory education is for preschool. Those who have awakened can forego auxiliary classes. But I am attending preschool. Eugene's confusion deepened. Preschool? The man paused, then narrowed his eyes at her. How old are you? 18. What of it? Eugene felt even more perplexed. Did this relate to her earlier schooling query? You possess wood-based abilities, do you not? Do you have a guardian? Eugene sensed a profound generational gap between herself and this striking gentleman. As she pondered how to respond, a girl's voice interjected at just the right moment. Grandpa, why are you not seeking your dream plant, but instead trying to lure children? Lena glared angrily at her grandfather. My dear grandfather, if you cannot even care for yourself, how do you expect to adopt a child? Do you think a child will grow just by basking in sunlight? Eugene observed the furious Lena and the rarely awkward man, confirming he was indeed Lena's grandfather, and decided to rely on her own resources. The light brain was not merely for decoration. It swiftly provided her with everything she sought. This was not classified information, but rather common knowledge that had been overlooked by many. It has been previously mentioned that nearly everyone experiences awakening between the ages of 20 and 30, which is why interstellar schools are arranged accordingly. Before reaching the age of 20, all younglings attend preschool, where they acquire fundamental cultural knowledge. This is mandatory, as illiteracy is met with discrimination in the interstellar realm. After all, preschool incurs no costs. The term illiterate struck Eugene like an arrow to the chest. The awakening period from 20 to 30 years old is the most crucial phase in the lives of interstellar beings, as it largely determines the trajectory of their future. All younglings who graduate from preschool will enter an auxiliary class specifically designed for awakening. The Federation invests vast resources to simulate various environments and create diverse conditions to stimulate the awakening process. Once an individual awakens, they can leave this class and choose their life's path based on the direction of their awakening. Most individuals, after awakening, do not squander their potential and pursue further education, with the first choice invariably being the Ares Military Academy. Only if they fail to gain admission will they consider other institutions for advanced studies. Consequently, as one progresses through the auxiliary class, the number of attendees dwindles until they reach adulthood at 30. If they remain unawakened at that age, they will revert to a life of an ordinary person and opt for professions that do not require mental strength or supernatural abilities. However, such situations are not absolute. Occasionally, prodigies awaken before the age of 20, thereby freeing themselves from these restrictions and choosing their own paths ahead of time. In other words, Eugene could entirely bypass preschool and apply directly to various institutions for advanced studies, provided her academic qualifications were satisfactory. As a self-proclaimed illiterate in the new interstellar era, Eugene felt utterly despondent. Although the Federation mandates that every youngling must have a guardian, this also depends on the youngling's own wishes. Lena turned to Eugene and said, Little cutie, this is my grandfather, Kintel. You can just call him old Kintel. He is a plant enthusiast who spends his days in a daze, neglecting even his own well-being. If you choose him as your guardian, little cutie, I can assure you from personal experience that it will be a terrifying ordeal. Can you imagine that he once stuffed young me into a washing machine just to save time on laundry and bathing? Lena's grievances toward her grandfather were nearly palpable. Chapter 17. Literacy Plan Kintel. This child is a wood-type supernatural being. I believe no one in the interstellar realm is more suited to be her teacher than I am, Kintel retorted, disregarding Lena's accusations with confidence. A wood-type supernatural being? Lena looked at Eugene in confusion. I just awakened my mental strength and supernatural ability, Eugene admitted, somewhat shyly clarifying Lena's misunderstanding. Eugene remained silent regarding their misclassification of her supernatural ability. She had not observed her life ability in the interstellar supernatural categorization. Moreover, according to 9527, her supernatural ability was considered exceptionally rare even in the more advanced realm where 9527 resided. Eugene understood the peril of possessing something valuable, having learned this lesson from childhood experiences of having toys and food snatched away. No wonder your control is lacking. It turns out you just awakened. Kintel nodded in understanding. In fact, while mental strength and supernatural abilities are often discussed separately in the interstellar realm, they typically awaken in tandem, as supernatural abilities require mental strength for control. Of course, there are exceptions, such as individuals who awaken mental strength without supernatural abilities. These individuals can pilot mechs, train their mental strength, and focus on military command. However, possessing supernatural abilities without mental strength renders those abilities nearly useless, as forced usage will only lead to harm for both the user and others. Little cutie, you actually awakened. And before turning 20, Lena seemed more excited than herself and rushed over to give Eugene a big hug. Due to her height and strength, she nearly lifted Eugene out of the window. Little cutie, if you have truly awakened wood-type abilities, old Kintel is indeed a commendable choice. For no one in the interstellar realm surpasses him in achievements related to wood-type abilities, though this is, of course, contingent on overlooking his lack of personal grooming. After saying this, Lena added, you might want to think it over. I believe my grandfather is better suited as a teacher rather than a guardian. Kintel did not contest Lena's statement, being self-aware enough to acknowledge it. After Eugene agreed to consider her options, Lena gave her a playful pat on the head and handed her a pile of nutritional supplements of various flavors, explaining that since she had awakened her abilities, her energy demands would undoubtedly be significant. However, given the absence of exotic beasts or plants for sale, it appeared that plans to return to the main star would need to be expedited. The host would likely leave this place soon, and before departing, the host's literacy plan needed to be initiated. After all, one cannot remain an illiterate subject to discrimination. The host had once been an academic achiever. A literacy group report. Patting the host, the feeling of falling from the pedestal of academic excellence to illiteracy is indeed quite unpleasant. I've been a poor student all my life and still grew up just fine. To the one in front. That's because you've never been an academic achiever, so you can't comprehend that disparity. Haha, that hits hard. The barrage of comments remained as cheerful as ever, yet Eugene felt engulfed in darkness. Having just escaped the quagmire of the college entrance examination, she had not yet relished her newfound freedom before being thrust back into the rigors of study. What else could she do? For the sake of academic dignity, she had to endure. Opening her light brain, Eugene searched for foundational education, but the results displayed a 10-page examination paper that left her utterly astounded. The content of the paper covered a wide array of topics, yet Eugene felt a sense of despair, as she could hardly comprehend any part of it, let alone complete it. The paper even excluded multiple-choice questions to prevent guessing, leaving her with no escape. Ultimately, Eugene had no choice but to submit the paper in humiliation. My mind feels a bit insufficient. Can someone explain what spatial folding is? I feel like I've attended a fake school. All the questions seem to have their own thoughts. The host must have spent considerable brain power devising this paper. It appears rather impressive yet incomprehensible. To the one in front, if your IQ isn't sufficient, don't flaunt it. I am a physics professor at XX University. I heard about this live stream from my students and initially thought it was a joke. But the paper contains numerous specialized topics that only exist theoretically in our research projects. Some are even deemed unsolvable. Not to mention, the fact that this live stream could produce such exclusive research that we have never disclosed is remarkable. I am eager to know the answers to this paper. It has been recorded, and we will conduct further discussions. EXX University, the world's top-ranked university? That can't be real. It sounds too convincing. To those saying it's fake, click on their credentials and you'll surely kneel and call them father. Oh my, so this is real? We believed it to be true for a long time. Thank you very much. Eugene felt utterly despondent. For someone who had always been the top of her class, this examination paper felt like a dark secret. Soon, the light brain system delivered the verdict, ruthlessly displaying in glaring red letters, basic assessment score, 2 points. We hope the candidate does not intentionally mock the system. If this score reflects true performance, we recommend the candidate start with early childhood education. Looking at the system's recommendations for books, such as 100 Questions for Children to Understand the World, early education, helping your child win at the starting line, and learning to speak, Eugene felt even more humiliated. In the distant expanse of space, an Invincible-class interstellar cruiser patrolled the cosmos, having just concluded a war and undergoing routine maintenance. The crew appeared somewhat idle during their breaks, left to find ways to pass the time in the stillness of space. Suwon, do you recall the test paper you sold for profit previously? With her vibrant red curls and a doll-like face adorned with a few delicate freckles, Yak eagerly seized the attention of her superior, who was preparing to take a break. Suwon adjusted the glasses perched on his nose and inquired, "What is it?" "I'm about to rest. Please don't disturb me." Yak, utilizing a small back-end plugin left by Suwon, had checked the score rankings. Yak, you truly have too much free time if you're looking at this. I doubt Suwon even remembers that plugin. It's impressive you recall it. Nearby, Octo, fresh from a workout and glistening with sweat, was heading back to his dorm for a shower. He quipped at Yak, "You still remember your low scores, huh? Instead of checking if someone has a lower score than you, why not focus on studying more?" Yak, undeterred, beamed at Suwon and proclaimed, I'm no longer at the bottom. There's someone even lower than me. Octo scoffed. Perhaps it's just random results. Otherwise, who could possibly score lower than you? Your previous scores were quite eye-opening. Not really. Look, the lowest score is only 2 points. Ha ha ha. I checked the paper. The answers are quite earnest, albeit utterly nonsensical. Yak was over the moon. Suwon, intrigued, opened the paper with the lowest score, astonished by the chaotic answers. Can one write so much nonsense? If Eugene were here, she would surely say, in our country, the tradition is to fill in answers. Even if you don't know, who knows, you might just get some effort points. It was evident that effort points were not the norm here. Suwon was curious about the identity of the person with such an imaginative approach and discovered a solitary name. Eugene? The remaining information was under special protection, reserved exclusively for underage children. Chapter 18. The older children. Ha ha ha. What on earth is baby babble? I fear I might have stumbled into a fake live stream. I never expected to relive my childhood one day. Newcomer inquiry. Is this a live stream focused on early childhood education? You can bring your children to see. It's exhilarating to think about using interstellar textbooks for enlightenment. As a flurry of diverse comments flooded the screen, Eugene lost interest in the live stream. Taking a deep breath, she opened the highly recommended The Adventures of the Grumble Beast. This whimsical educational book follows a grumble beast as it navigates various challenges and defeats monsters in its quest to find its way home. The book is akin to an engaging narrative game, with each challenge presenting basic knowledge questions that require readers to choose answers. Incorrect responses lead to diverging paths, accompanied by detailed explanations of the correct answers, while the monsters represent stage tests. Failure to meet the requirements results in being devoured, and only those who pass can overcome the monsters. As for what exactly a grumble beast is or what monsters entail, who knows? Asking such questions is as nonsensical as inquiring about the species of Ultraman and little monsters. Choose that one. Pick the red one. Trust me, I guarantee it with my character. Seriously? Do you even have character left? I still think the blue one is better. No, that answer is incorrect. I'm a professional. It should be no solution. I can't believe I listened to your nonsense. What are you talking about? The answer should be like this. For children, this is indeed a delightful read, simple and colorful, but for adults with established worldviews, it feels rather childish. Yet, the audience in the live stream was thoroughly engaged, enjoying themselves as if they were a group of older children. After Eugene found herself lost for the 300th time and devoured for the 268th time, she finally reached her breaking point. Hang in there, streamer. Victory is just ahead. Clearly, the streamer is suffering. Why do I find this so amusing? Are these questions truly designed for children's enlightenment? As a researcher, I quietly offer my knees. Just as what we perceive as common knowledge might seem miraculous to ancient peoples, today I finally experienced the sourness of falling behind the ancients. Caveman reporting for duty. Why is it so illogical that the grumble beast, standing right before its home, can't find its way? Do you really expect a fairy tale to have logic? Little Yi, could you rewind to the previous page? The old man's hands trembled a bit. The recording didn't come out clear. The screen soon filled with a multitude of tips and donations. A sudden, bold comment from a verified user momentarily stunned Eugene. The first serious remark amidst a sea of laughter truly caught her off guard. Yet she flipped the page, thinking it was merely a trivial effort. Is there really an elderly person watching the live stream? Are seniors this trendy nowadays? Checked the credentials and once again, I'm astounded. Wow, I watched too. Another big shot has arrived, and they're pretty cool. Has our great country finally attracted professionals to watch? I was worried other nations would get a head start. So, is this officially certified? I feel like I'm witnessing history. This will definitely be recorded in the annals. Hurry and tip. I want my name in the history books. I suddenly feel so distinguished watching this live stream. Shocking. A prominent professor from Y University watching a beautiful live stream and recording it. Is this a lapse in humanity or a moral decline? Before the comments could settle, they suddenly took a wild turn. Observing the merry group of older children chatting joyfully in her live stream, Eugene felt a bit exhausted. The earlier serious comment had merely been the beginning, as if some peculiar switch had been flipped. Soon, the live stream was filled with various VIPs. Don't go back. That old man's hands trembled. I'm steady. Young lady, keep learning. Don't waste precious time. I'm quite curious about the upcoming plot, especially the answer to the pig-s question. That's not a pig, you ancient relic. What do you know? Young lady, could you help your grandmother by clicking on the answer to the previous question? Beautiful lady, could you reread this storybook from the beginning? I still have a childlike heart. I arrived late and missed the start. Get lost. Get lost. Could you check Chapter 3? It wasn't recorded clearly. Note, I'm just a proxy. The vibrant barrage of comments nearly blinded Eugene, and while she had no way of knowing who was behind the comments, she could only imagine that the identities of those involved would be astonishing. Though the interstellar realm may host many nonsensical elements, it also contains scientific aspects, some even prioritized for development. Despite cultural gaps, being a parallel world, there is always a semblance of commonality, making any insights gained tremendously valuable. Eugene felt strangely comforted, thinking how many esteemed individuals were accompanying her while reading a fairy tale. It was a source of pride, even if it was a solitary pride. Feeling reassured and in high spirits, Eugene no longer felt embarrassed. She selected comments that caught her eye and fulfilled their requests, thinking it was all just casual effort, while also reviewing to deepen her understanding. Little did she know that, behind the cheerful barrage of comments, events were unfolding on Earth. Various computer experts and hackers, previously hidden in the shadows, were suddenly called upon. The state, which had rarely monitored them, found the time to engage them now for a national effort. Initially bewildered, they soon discovered they were merely invited for tea and were subsequently assigned a baffling task: to create flashy and eye-catching comment designs. As the unfortunate souls found themselves inexplicably burdened with extra work, Eugene's livestream remained a harmonious and lively space, almost teetering on the brink of chaos. Among the participants were the most formidable individuals from Country Z, whose combined ages could astound anyone. Some elderly participants, frustrated by their slow typing, enlisted others to assist them, leading to exchanges that escalated from playful jabs to personal attacks, all articulated with a subtlety and elegance that left those of lesser intellect bewildered. The foreign friends, caught in this verbal onslaught, found themselves utterly silenced, unable to lift their heads in defeat. When the stakes pertained to national honor and interests, surrender was simply not an option. To do so would be to suffer humiliation on an interstellar scale. Amidst a barrage of flamboyant comments, a lone, straightforward message emerged, akin to a refreshing breeze, echoing the sentiments of the masses. Chapter 19. The Prototype of the Potion. It was abundantly clear how fervently these academically inclined individuals could become when they were deeply focused. To prevent her live stream from devolving into an academic seminar, Eugene was compelled to segment her broadcasting time. After all, she still had a life to lead in the stars. It was impossible for her to be ensnared in books all day, lost in the depths of study. Due to the varying rotations of different planets, Eugene couldn't guarantee a consistent study schedule. Thus, she established a system where the live stream would emit special notifications whenever she began to absorb new knowledge. Given that her current educational level was equivalent to that of a high school graduate from Earth's Country Z, she felt confident that the esteemed scholars would have no trouble comprehending the material. In truth, Eugene's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Those who yearned for knowledge across time and space were far from foolish. They recognized that this live stream was their sole conduit to enlightenment, one entirely controlled by Eugene. They would never act in a manner that would cause her discomfort or irritation. In fact, to discern the most opportune moments for discussion, they had even enlisted psychologists for external support, studying Eugene's life experiences and analyzing her personality to discover the most suitable conversational approach. Any threats of withholding donations were rendered moot. As long as Eugene kept her live stream active, donations would flow abundantly, for the world was never short of wealthy individuals or those with too much idle time. When the conditions between the two parties were unequal, it was imperative to show humility. They were thoroughly satisfied with the current arrangement, and their curiosity about life in the stars only fueled their eagerness. Uncertain of what the future held, they nonetheless perceived that Eugene retained a sense of belonging to Earth. Their goal was to deepen that attachment, reminding her that she had a home planet in need of her attention, for there exists a fundamental difference between voluntary and coerced actions. After making this decision, Eugene felt a twinge of unease. Had it not been for her extraordinary circumstances, an ordinary person like her would have never had the opportunity to interact with such distinguished individuals. Years of being a common citizen could not be easily overturned, so when she witnessed their unanimous acceptance, she was momentarily taken aback. She was not naive. Even if she didn't grasp their amiability initially, she would eventually come to understand it. However, Eugene was unconcerned about these minor machinations. She would much prefer to engage with emotionally intelligent individuals rather than those lacking in social grace, as the latter would only lead to an unpleasant atmosphere. In gratitude, Eugene extended her planned study time by 3 hours, only ceasing once her head was spinning from information overload. She hastily consumed a nutritional supplement, thinking to herself that nutritional agents are truly a boon for homebodies, before drifting into a peaceful slumber. When Eugene awoke, fully rejuvenated, it was already midday the following day. Relishing the rare luxury of waking up naturally without interruptions was a true blessing. After freshening up, she opened her live stream and was astonished to see that, following what seemed to be an official verification yesterday, the viewer count had surged to an astonishing figure, vividly illustrating Earth's overabundance of population. "Good morning, miss." To the one who just said morning, "Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? You scared me. I thought you had stopped live streaming. A friend recommended me, but I've seen nothing yet." The chat continued with its usual lively banter. Eugene stepped outside her room just as Kent was preparing to leave. Lena had already gone to work, and she needed to hand over her duties to ensure her grandfather was taken care of, while also making arrangements for her adorable companion. Eugene felt a bit embarrassed. While sleeping in was delightful, being caught in the act was quite awkward. Kent merely glanced at her, seemingly aware of her thoughts. It was perfectly normal for a young one to indulge in a bit more sleep. If she didn't, he seized the moment now. School would soon take that opportunity away. Grateful for Kent's kind intervention, Eugene sought to alleviate the awkwardness with idle chatter. "Are you heading to work?" "I'm here conducting experiments. You're welcome to visit my lab." Kent nodded and continued on his way. Eugene realized that remaining cooped up in her room was not a viable option if she wished to learn more about this world, so she decided to follow him. Kent's laboratory was not at all what she had envisioned. She had anticipated a sterile environment filled with various reagents, cold and monotonous. Instead, it was a vibrant space, with shelves lined in an orderly fashion and an abundance of unfamiliar plants transforming the area into a lush green sea. "This is the result of my research," Kent stated, holding up a test tube. As he spoke about his work, Kent's demeanor shifted from distant to animated. "I have discovered that the violent energy contained within exotic beasts and plants is not insurmountable. Rather, when it is expelled, the other energies within also dissipate. Without their energy, they are merely food items with slightly better flavor. Instead of investing heavily to procure them, it would be wiser to consume ordinary flora and fauna, which are cheaper, more abundant, and equally palatable. At present, humanity cannot afford to lose this energy, so I ponder whether it is possible to neutralize this violent energy." Kent's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued, "Plants are relatively easier to study, and as a wood-type abilities user, this is my research outcome. While remnants of the violent energy still remain, they are significantly reduced compared to before." Eugene observed his research with a sense of familiarity. 9527. Haven't I encountered this before? She mused. "But that can't be right. I should have had no opportunity to engage with this before host. This is the prototype of the potion. If this gentleman continues his research, he will develop something akin to the potion you have previously used." Eugene paused in contemplation. "Is there a formula for this potion in the System's marketplace?" "Yes, it is an energy supplement that has had its violent energy removed. It is a foundational potion, and your system space contains it. The formula can even be traded in the marketplace. However, many of the required materials may be extinct." When Eugene heard about the formula, her eyes lit up, but the realization that many materials might be unattainable dampened her spirits. What good would it do to find them if she had no way to present them? How could she explain the source of her formula? The notion of claiming to have conducted her own research was laughable, especially given her academic shortcomings. Moreover, some of the materials were indeed extinct. Kent had devoted immense effort to his research, and even though she possessed a shortcut for him, she could not reveal it. She was uncertain whether, upon revealing it, Kent would express gratitude or resentment, for this formula could render his hard work seemingly trivial. Eugene was well aware of their kindness towards her, and she was not inclined to repay them with ingratitude. Chapter 20. The Initial Body Refinement. "In truth, I had originally intended to take you on as my disciple," Kent stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Eugene. "But it seems you have little interest in my research. My work is not widely regarded, and only those who genuinely love and commit can withstand the scrutiny of the outside world." His tone was serious. "Although you are a promising candidate, I will not force you. Certainly, if you find yourself perplexed regarding your abilities, do feel free to reach out to me. My contact information should have been saved in your light brain by Lena. To awaken so early is indeed your fortune. Do not squander it." Kent is not one to utter kind words. Even when faced with cubs, he appears rather unapproachable. However, Eugene does not perceive his speech as harsh. In fact, She believes that Kent could be an excellent researcher, albeit not a commendable teacher. Perhaps he is indeed the strongest among the wood type. But strength does not necessarily equate to the ability to teach others, especially for novices who have just awakened. Previously, she considered rejecting the proposal to take him as her mentor, but due to their care towards her, she was uncertain how to broach the subject. Now that there is a direct resolution, it could not be better. Eugene expressed her gratitude to Kent and returned to her room quietly, feeling a twinge of guilt for lingering. "Do you think I should share this formula with him?" Eugene asked, detailing the background to her audience. "It probably isn't wise. If I were in your position, I would be furious," one commenter replied. "I think you should reveal it. It could save him a lot of trouble," another suggested. "They have taken such good care of you. You can't just watch him toil in vain." Another chimed in. "Have you considered the broadcaster's situation?" questioned yet another. "What is this? Are you looking for a fight?" The comments were rife with differing opinions, each participant fervently believing they were in the right. At that moment, a vibrant and flashy comment streaked across the screen, overshadowing all others with a bang, filling the whole display. Our analysis suggests that Kent is a genuine researcher, wholly devoted to his work. His goal is simple: to resolve the issue of rampant energy. If a better formula were presented, he would not be averse to having his findings challenged, though he would question the origins of such a formula. The broadcaster may present it, but must provide an impeccable backstory. It is not advisable for the broadcaster to present the formula prematurely while their foundation is still shaky. Eugene was taken aback not by the content, but by the presentation of the comment. The live stream had transformed donations into a fixed format for better energy conversion, yet the comments had no such restrictions. The dramatic effect was indeed excessive, all in an effort to capture attention. While it was filled with flaws, Eugene diligently noted the suggestion. Though she was mature for her age, she remained merely a young girl with limited life experience, unable to match the acumen of seasoned psychologists and government veterans. Her one redeeming quality was her willingness to heed others' opinions, never allowing pride to cloud her judgment. For the first time, Eugene experienced the formidable support from Earth. She felt that her greatest advantage might not be the system, but rather the collective wisdom of an entire planet. With one concern alleviated, Eugene, wishing to express gratitude for the assistance she received, opened her learning software and embarked on a grueling journey of knowledge supplementation. Now that everything was on track, Eugene could finally focus her attention on that embarrassing set of calisthenics. According to 9527, this so-called calisthenics was the culmination of their organization's research, designed to scientifically enhance physical fitness, reaction time, and flexibility. In short, it was purported to be exceptionally beneficial. Eugene retrieved the book she had kept in her space and opened it before the millions of viewers in the live stream. "May I ask, what is this? The artist's rendition is rather distorted. Are you certain this is a person? Are you sure this is calisthenics? What have I been doing for years? Thank goodness our school didn't subject us to this. If our morning exercises had been like this, you wouldn't see me now. These movements seem to require a body transformed beyond the ordinary. What a pity. I thought I could give it a try. Did I just hear a sigh of relief from you?" Amidst the barrage of laughter in the comments, Eugene mischievously replied, "Dear viewers, this set of calisthenics is the legendary compilation of the upper, middle, and lower volumes. Apologies, but I have now opened the middle volume. Exercise must be approached progressively." She silently turned to the first page and kindly reminded, "This is suitable for all ages." Thunderbolt. The insanity of the upper volume is no less. Are you sure this is safe? These movements seem quite frightening. With a reckless spirit, Eugene flipped through the calisthenics book in front of the camera, ensuring the viewers recorded it before swiftly disconnecting. "There's no way I would perform such embarrassing exercises for you. I refuse to disgrace myself before Earth." Eugene felt utterly defeated as she contorted herself like a pretzel, once again questioning the reliability of this system. While she irresponsibly ended the live stream, chaos erupted back on Earth. Across the globe, where the stream was accessible, countless individuals secretly began practicing the movements from the recorded videos, even if they professed disbelief. Who among them did not harbor a dream of heroism? While thoughts of mental prowess and abilities were beyond reach, physical exercise remained an attainable goal. Government bodies around the world sprang into action to verify the so-called fitness regimen. After all, this was no joke. What if something went awry? Eventually, they realized they had been overly concerned. This calisthenics program was indeed the brainchild of an advanced civilization. Each movement required a specific physical condition, and if one did not meet those requirements, it was simply impossible to execute the exercises, let alone risk injury. Unaware of how Earth was grappling with this troublesome calisthenics regimen, Eugene wished fervently to burn it. She lamented her lack of fire-related abilities. Although the results post-exercise were undoubtedly impressive, leaving her feeling wonderfully limber and warm, as if she had soaked in a hot spring, despite never having experienced one. Such benefits could not outweigh the embarrassment of the movements. Did the original designer of these exercises ever consider that humans possess a sense of shame? Eventually, Eugene grew entirely numb to it. In truth, as one contemplates, the value of shame diminishes with time. Chapter 21. Starship. While Eugene busied herself honing her mental strength, abilities, and physical fitness, as well as supplementing her knowledge, several days slipped by unnoticed. Lena had completed her tasks and forcibly concluded Kent's experiments, booking her return passage. The federal planets have been classified, with GS-grade planets being the highest tier. Currently, there is only one S-grade planet, serving as the federal capital, a veritable political hub where the military, government, and Senate coexist, forming the heart of the Federation, with no private residences permitted. A-grade planets serve as the next tier, where the affluent families congregate. Likewise, both the preschool Eugene was initially set to attend and the higher education institution she now aims to join are located on A-grade planets. The Federation has designated a specific A-grade planet as the Academy Planet, where nearly all renowned educational institutions reside. B-grade planets are home to the wealthy who cannot secure a place on A-grade planets, along with some well-off civilians. As for C-grade planets, they are primarily inhabited by the masses, representing the main distribution of the Federation's population. D-grade and E-grade planets are resource-rich, regardless of their living conditions. As long as they boast abundant resources, they are crudely categorized as D or E. Finally, G-grade planets are not universally inhospitable. Some may even meet A-grade standards, but their extreme remoteness, proximity to the Empire and the Yellow Sand region, renders them perilous and lacking in development potential. This time, the ticket booked leads to C-grade planet Emerald Sea Star. G-170 is too remote, lacking even a formal name. Hence there are no direct starships to A-grade planet Skywave Star, where the Hell family resides. Gathering her few personal belongings, Eugene refrained from spending more due to the remote location and the sufficiency of her items. Accompanying Lena to bid farewell to the hospital staff, she would forever cherish the kindness shown to her by the people here. As the live stream was filled with heartfelt farewells, Eugene finally departed from the first planet that had welcomed her since arriving in the stars. Kent, brooding throughout the journey, was understandably displeased. Anyone would be unsettled by an abrupt interruption to their research. My dear grandfather, at 260 years of age, you are no longer 26. It is already an extreme indulgence for you to have spent so long outside the main residence. You must return with me now. The doctors at the main estate are prepared, and your health check has long been overdue. Isn't there a chip? Kent furrowed his brow. The chip only facilitates the most basic examinations and genetic monitoring. At your age, relying solely on it is insufficient, Lena explained. Eugene was taken aback. While she knew Kent was elderly, she had not anticipated him being quite so advanced in years. Aside from a few fine lines at the corners of his eyes, he appeared remarkably youthful. Although the average lifespan in the stars is 300 years, it is not absolute, especially considering her grandfather's abilities as a wood elementalist. Lena continued, elementalists typically possess lifespans far exceeding 300 years. Even ordinary low-tier awakened beings tend to live longer than average individuals. However, due to genetic degradation, many potential long-lived elementalists find their lifespans cut short. My grandfather, being a wood elementalist, enjoys vibrant vitality, allowing him to remain active even after achieving high levels of ability. Others of different elements have long since succumbed to nutrient storage. The comments flooded in. Goodness, you're not 26, I am. A 24-year-old grandmother reporting in. At such an age, one could raise an army on Earth. With only Lena as his granddaughter, what must the birth rate be here? Unimaginable. I wish to traverse the stars and acquire abilities. Eugene fell silent, feeling a profound sense of pressure regarding age. As they spoke, the starship docked at the port, a vast platform that hinted at the ship's immense size. The port was sparsely populated, reflecting the low flow of inhabitants on this planet. It was merely one of the many stops for starships. Although a dedicated ship could have taken them directly, Kent preferred to linger aboard a civilian flight, delaying their return. Reluctant to undergo a health examination, Kent felt a sense of impending doom. Given his aversion to delays typical of flights on Earth, Eugene did not anticipate the starship's timely arrival. To her surprise, the starship arrived punctually, and as it approached, she found herself overwhelmed by an imposing presence. My heavens! Is this the legendary starship? Our aircraft carriers look like mere toys. I never expected to see a true starship in my lifetime. I can die without regrets now. I feel as though my fantasies have materialized. This is precisely how I imagined it. The silvery gray hull appeared cold and unyielding, effortlessly slicing through the stillness of space as it landed smoothly on the platform, silent throughout, leaving Eugene, accustomed to the noisy airports of Earth, utterly astonished. Haha. The host looks adorably dazed. Not just the host. I'm bewildered too, truly high-tech. Dazed, Eugene followed Lena and the others towards the starship, realizing that without Lena's guidance, she might not have found the entrance. After scanning her ticket with a holographic device, she entered the ship, and once through a metallic corridor, she was met with a vista of bustling activity. People moved about the ship, engaged in conversation or lost in thought, the atmosphere vibrant. A common trait among them was their towering height. Each person seemed to stand at least 1.8 meters tall, leaving Eugene feeling as though she had entered a land of giants. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to laugh myself to death. The plight of the short legs. Stop speaking such harsh truths. Don't be ridiculous. The host has long legs and a good body proportion, just a condensed version. Are you sure you're comforting the host? Once again, Eugene acutely felt the universe's indifference. The diverse crowd was composed entirely of above-average appearances, causing viewers in the live stream to express their admiration. Yet, whenever someone laid eyes on Eugene, they would momentarily pause and quietly step aside, creating a path as if she were a queen making her entrance. Of course, this was merely Eugene's imagination. The reality was that she appeared notably youthful, prompting instinctive caution from others who feared stepping on her. Amidst this attention, she finally located her seat. The starship, being in a remote area, would not linger long. Soon, the crowd returned to their seats, and the starship swiftly took off. The interior was entirely enclosed, disappointing those eager to gaze at the starry landscape. Eugene shared in their disappointment, though the ship's compartments featured holographic projections displaying the latest popular dramas. Engrossed in these unfamiliar shows, Eugene found herself captivated, and the live stream audience was equally enthralled, forgetting their earlier complaints. Just as she expected a mundane journey, reality struck her sharply. The starship had been gliding smoothly, almost imperceptibly, when an unexpected jolt shattered the calm. Stunned, Eugene turned to Lena, who wore a grave expression, having grasped the situation. In incidents like this, a starship's turbulence could only indicate two possibilities: collision with an asteroid field or an encounter with space pirates, those most detestable pests of interstellar travel. This route was fixed and had never encountered asteroid fields, leaving only the possibility of pirate interference, which was dire news. The civilian vessel lacked high-attack weaponry and robust shields. More alarmingly, energy supplies were limited. Authorities ensured that civilian ships had fixed energy reserves to prevent unauthorized usage. Prolonged activation of shields could deplete energy reserves before rescue arrived. Logically, this area fell within the patrol range of the federal military. How could pirates dare to appear here? Though puzzled, there was no time for speculation. They needed to devise a plan. Kent and Lena exchanged knowing glances, choosing to remain still for the moment. After all, two fists cannot contend with four hands, and amidst the vastness of space, even their strength could not guarantee safety from ruthless pirates. Lena had already dispatched a distress signal through a special channel. Now, their priority was to buy time. Kent quickly leaned in to explain the situation to Eugene, handing her a collection of seeds. They believed that withholding information from Eugene was unwise. Understanding the gravity of their predicament was essential for her own protection. Indeed, safeguarding oneself was paramount, as they could not assure absolute safety. In the event of an emergency, self-reliance became the most dependable option. Given Eugene's recent awakening and low ability level, even potent plants would be beyond her control, risking her energy depletion. Thus, Kent provided her with a bundle of creeping vine seeds, which were easy to activate with minimal energy requirements, allowing for rapid cultivation. The entity itself possesses little offensive power, yet its ability to ensnare is unparalleled. Once ensnared, it constricts tightly and is not easily severed or destroyed. Only fire can burn it away. It is among the most troublesome of alien flora, a true headache when encountered in the wild. What's happening? Is there a crisis? Is it truly the protagonist's luck? Misfortune seems to follow wherever they go. Attention! The streamer is currently at a critical juncture between life and death. This is not a casual narrative. Lives are genuinely at stake. What should we do? Eugene found herself at a loss, As this was her first encounter with such a predicament, her inexperience evident. Soon, the protective barrier began to falter under the relentless external onslaught, the vibrations of the ship growing more intense. The passengers sensed the turmoil but remained silent. Much to Yijin's astonishment, they're so composed. I expected panic and hysteria. That's why they're a warrior race. Every citizen is a soldier. Yijin was inexplicably comforted by their calmness, her own rising panic gradually subsiding as she joined them in silence. Suddenly, the tightly shut cabin doors swung open, revealing a band of disheveled space pirates. They appeared to be in dire straits, having just come from a fierce battle, exuding an aura of palpable menace. The leader, a man with a fiery red beard and fierce triangular eyes, felt his anger boil upon seeing the silent crowd aboard the starship. Lena's heart sank at the sight of the red-bearded pirate. It was the Red-Beard pirate gang. Though they ranked low in overall strength among pirates, their cruelty was unparalleled. Few survived their clutches, and those who did often bore the scars of inhumane torment. How had they stumbled upon this gang? The Red-Beard pirate gang, notorious for their brutal methods, consistently ranked high on interstellar wanted lists. Their lack of true skill was overshadowed by their cunning escape tactics, allowing them to thrive. Despite their apparent disarray, the sheer number of pirates was intimidating, and their weapons were not to be trifled with. If Yijin and her grandfather were to engage them, inciting their wrath, the lives of everyone aboard the starship would hang in the balance. The pirates were reckless, while the victims were restrained, leading to an all-too-predictable outcome. Redbeard Hack was seething with rage. After years of evading the inept Federation forces, he took pride in his record of escapes. Many looked down upon him, claiming he was merely a coward, but he cared little. Those stronger than him had fallen too. He never expected to encounter the Ares Legion, a group of manic warriors who had become even more volatile since their commander, Galen Ares, fell ill. They pursued him relentlessly. And although Hack managed to create distance using his knowledge of the asteroid belt, he had not escaped far. Just as his doom seemed imminent, he stumbled upon a civilian passenger ship, unwittingly entering an area prohibited to pirates. Without a second thought, Hack seized the vessel. Upon entering and seeing the multitude of passengers, his fury surged uncontrollably. His comrades were exhausted, and their numbers dwindled. He considered unleashing a barrage of gunfire to instill fear, but the presence of a formidable figure behind him restrained him. Instead, he gathered the passengers together, aiming his weapon at them from a distance. Hack's situation was dire. Who knew if any of the hostages possessed formidable abilities? Cautious by nature, he would not allow them to approach. Chapter 23. The Binding Grass. Yijin, along with the others, was gradually ushered to the location dictated by the pirates. As they moved, she noticed several towering figures around her, deliberately shielding her from the pirates' cruel gaze. Yijin pressed her lips together, accepting their goodwill, though her eyes felt warm with unshed tears. Hack issued a stern order. Any sign of unrest among the hostages would be met with gunfire. He needed hostages, but there was no room for errors. With so many people present, losing one or two was inconsequential. Kent, an S-level ability user, felt anxious. Although he had no fear of these weakened pirates, he could ensure his own safety, but he could not guarantee the same for the others. If he could not incapacitate all the pirates in an instant, their desperation could lead to unpredictable actions. Lena, with only a B-level ability, was even less capable of safeguarding everyone. This feeling of helplessness frustrated Kent, yet he had no choice but to bide his time. In such moments, he longed for the dream flower, whose fragrance could lull everyone into a deep slumber without a sound. Unfortunately, being an SS-level plant, its seeds were unattainable to him. Just as despair began to set in, the ongoing holographic television show ceased, replaced by a young man. Whether he was truly young was debatable. His icy demeanor suggested malice. Hack, you cannot escape. Surrender now, and death may come more comfortably for you. The young man adjusted his glasses, his tone chillingly detached. Why don't you come and kill me then? With this entire starship as my tomb, my death would be worth it. Your reputation as the Ares Marshal would likely perish with me. Hack laughed heartily, brimming with arrogance. He understood that his only hope of escape lay with the hostages, so to heighten the threat, he ordered his men to drag out a relatively frail woman from the crowd. Yijin recognized her. She was the second shortest on the ship besides herself. Though she stood at around 1.7 meters, it offered Yijin a small comfort. Seeing her pulled from the crowd tightened Yijin's heart. The crowd stirred. Previously silent individuals now seemingly wanting to intervene, prompting the armed pirates to fire into the throng. The laser pistols lacked the thunderous crack of earth guns, yet they seemed far more merciless. The beams sliced through flesh like scythes wielded by death itself. Eugene caught the acrid scent of burning flesh and blood, regretting her heightened olfactory senses for the first time. A red-haired, doll-faced youth appeared on the projection screen, radiating fury, a stark contrast to the coldness of the bespectacled man. Hack, you should cease your actions. The Marshal is nearing consciousness. When that happens, mere death will not suffice. Fear flickered in Hack's eyes as he retorted, your Marshal is nearing his end as well. How arrogant. In a fit of rage, Hack drew his gun and shot at the limbs of the woman he had just dragged out, reveling in the sight of blood splattering. Eugene realized that the pirates were too cautious, keeping their distance, leaving Kin unable to seize the moment to act. The atmosphere was tense. Aside from Hack's dialogue with the figure on the screen, silence reigned. Any sound would be immediately detected. Eugene dared not speak, instead casting a subtle glance toward Kint and Lena. They had yet to grasp her intent when Eugene feigned a startled gasp, her voice a mere whisper, deliberately subdued to avoid detection. What was that sound? Hack's attention snapped to the crowd, which now huddled closer together, as if concealing something. He swiftly ordered his men to forcibly separate the hostages, and in doing so, he discovered Eugene. Look what I've found. Huck's eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of a little cub, a charming young girl, no less. With a brusque motion, Huck pulled Eugene out of the crowd. Kent was about to intervene, but Lena restrained him. Unlike Kent's indifferent demeanor, Lena was always attentive. Having spent ample time with Eugene, she understood that the girl was not as fragile as she seemed. On the contrary, Eugene was remarkably composed, adept at swiftly adapting to her surroundings. Lena did not believe that Eugene would act irrationally out of fear, especially considering the look she had cast earlier. Although Lena remained unaware of Eugene's intentions, they could not afford to hinder her. At that moment, Eugene appeared to be a delicate cub, visibly shaken by the recent bloody scene, her wide, terrified eyes fixated on the menacing leader of the Star Pirates, who effortlessly hoisted her before the holographic projection. The girl was clearly frightened, her eyes rimmed with red, as if she were on the verge of tears, rendered completely defenseless. Aren't you supposed to protect the cubs? Huck taunted, shoving the girl toward the group of pirates. Ignoring the scowls from Su-1 and the furious glare from Ai-Ku, the pirates watched in horror as the young girl stumbled and fell into the freshly created pool of blood, her hands and face quickly stained crimson. This sight ignited a sadistic thrill among the pirates, who began to close in on Eugene. Perhaps the earlier crowd had exhibited too much weakness, or perhaps Eugene's innocence had lulled them into complacency. Even the pirate who had been guarding the hostages approached her, reveling in the sight of the terrified girl being cornered like a toy. Eugene curled into herself, looking around as if by chance. Perfect, they're all here. Suddenly, a strange turn of events occurred. Tendrils of creeping grass erupted from the pirates' bodies, constricting them fiercely. The once overconfident pirates bent over in unison, clutching their groins in agony, their minds momentarily blank. Seizing the opportunity, Kent sprang into action, unleashing a surge of powers that reinforced the grass's tenacity while conjuring more to bind the pirates' limbs. Other passengers, though bewildered by the sudden chaos, joined the fray, grabbing laser guns, restraining limbs, and even delivering unexpected kicks, resulting in utter pandemonium. Chapter 24. The Marshal. This upheaval transpired in an instant. By the time everyone regained their senses, the situation had already stabilized. Ai-Ku, on the other side of the screen, nearly toppled over, and even the composed Su-1 almost shattered his glasses. True to his role as an exceptional aide, Su-1 quickly issued a series of commands. Ai-Ku, take a team to secure the passenger ship and tend to the wounded. Octo, go fetch those pirates and handle the interrogation. Just as they turned, a man appeared behind them, exuding a heavy air of authority that made it difficult to breathe. The Marshal. The trio was startled. When had the Marshal arrived? How long had he been watching? Realizing this, Su-1 and his companions felt a pang of regret. It was their hasty decisions that had led to the pirates' intrusion on the passenger ship, compounded by their failure to respond appropriately. Had they become too reliant on the Marshal? Once he was absent, errors abounded. After ensuring the rescue and placement, you will face the consequences. His deep, resonant voice carried an undeniable authority. Reflect on where you went wrong. You know my condition. I cannot accompany you indefinitely. Marshal, Ai-Ku exclaimed, ready to retort, but Su-1 restrained him. We will reflect thoroughly, please rest assured, Marshal. Su-1, Why are you holding me back from speaking? Is the marshal not speaking the truth? Su Wen's tone remained composed. Even if it is the truth, must we resign ourselves to it? Ai's fiery red hair bristled in frustration. Instead of wasting time on futile rebuttals, we should follow orders and put the marshal's mind at ease. Octo, who had been silent, interjected unexpectedly. Ai fell silent. Eugene, oblivious to the argument, was feeling quite unwell. She recognized that the pirates, overly cautious and distanced from the crowd, had scattered, leaving Kin unable to secure them all at once. In such a situation, something was needed to divert their attention, something that could attract their focus without arousing suspicion, and she, the precious and vulnerable cub, fit that role perfectly. To ensure success, as the pirates approached, Eugene discreetly retrieved a handful of creeping grass seeds that Kent had previously given her. Thanks to her diligent practice, despite her low level of spiritual power and abilities, just recently awakened to E-grade, her control was sufficient to stealthily attach the seeds to the pirates as they drew near. Her earlier display of fear was partly feigned, and partly due to the difficulty of such precise manipulation, which was exhausting for a novice. Initially, she had intended to place the seeds around her neck, as that seemed to her the most lethal form of attack in her lawful upbringing. However, a barrage of comments in the live stream captured her full attention, offering a different perspective. Streamer, placing seeds around your neck is too difficult for you. Your height is already insufficient, and you're sitting on the ground. Can your abilities endure the exertion of reaching that far? Though the comments stung, Eugene acknowledged their validity. But if not around her neck, then where? Her chest? Streamer, consider proximity. Aim lower. Lower body, yes. Regardless of the location, that's always a man's most vulnerable part. The anatomy here is similar to that of Earth. Their weaknesses should be comparable. Once injured, the sensation will be excruciating, providing the old gentleman an opportunity to strike. Trust me, it's guaranteed to be a lethal blow. They won't have a chance to retaliate. Seeing the chat's inexplicable excitement, Eugene finally grasped the depths of Earth's absurdity. Her psyche rattled. Though she found it hard to look upon, she ultimately took their advice, stealthily attaching the seeds to her lower body. Details of the process need not be elaborated, as only she was aware. When Octo boarded the passenger ship to retrieve the pirates, the sight of their plight, including that of his teammates, sent a chill down his spine. Glancing at the fragile girl, he observed her retreating behind Miss Lena of the Hell family, her attire stained with blood, her large eyes wide with innocence, appearing bewildered and shaken as she received comfort from those around her, as if the earlier events had nothing to do with her. They were not foolish. In such a scenario, who else could have achieved this but the closest little cub? Only a cub could have lured them into a false sense of security. Gazing at the still distorted faces of the pirates and considering the grass that could only be burned, Octo felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for them. Perhaps he would reduce the severity of the punishment they would face later on. Such were his irresponsible thoughts. Eugene would never acknowledge that the entwined grass was her handiwork. Coupled with the subsequent nurturing that relied on Kent, the S-class Esper, she adeptly portrayed herself as an innocent, frightened young girl. As the military presence grew, the injured tended to their wounds, and others busied themselves packing up. Everything fell into a meticulous order. Kent and Lena, due to their distinguished statuses, were naturally invited aboard the warship, along with Eugene, who was somewhat of a burden. Wow, a genuine warship. How imposing. I suddenly feel rather unsophisticated for having been in awe of a civilian passenger ship. If only I could own a warship. Even a small one would suffice. Hey, wake up. It's not even dark yet. Apologies, but it's dark here. Having just endured a harrowing ordeal in space, everyone engaged in light banter to relieve their tension. Eugene followed closely behind Lena, her gaze lowered. The unsophisticated girl felt too overwhelmed to appreciate the grandeur of the warship. The stern security alone was enough to instill fear in her. The control room was not far off, and soon they arrived, where a figure rose from the monitoring station and approached them. Long time no see, Mr. Her. And you too, Ms. Lena. A deep voice, flowing like a cello, resonated in the air. Before Eugene could lift her gaze, the barrage of comments erupted, igniting a flurry of excitement. She could barely make sense of the expressions of adoration that filled the screen. When she finally looked up, she beheld a tall, statuesque man, his features sharply defined and deeply etched, reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His dark, profound eyes resembled a dormant volcano, exuding an ominous aura that left one breathless. As he stood before her with a smile, clad in a specially tailored black military uniform, He emanated an elegance akin to the finest wine, intoxicating her without a single sip. Chapter 25. Pursuit. Eugene was oblivious to the flurry of comments. Her heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Having lived 18 years without ever experiencing love, she was taken aback by the intensity of her feelings. The disparity in their statuses felt insurmountable. How could she pursue him? Yes, pursue. Eugene had always known that when one encounters someone they adore, they must take the initiative, for opportunities never simply fall from the sky. This was her first experience of infatuation, without any prior reference for guidance. She was not a psychologist, nor did she have the inclination to analyze the depth of her sudden affection. All she could think was, "Man, I am attracted to you." Eugene was a woman of action, possessing an unwavering determination. Once she made a decision, she proceeded without hesitation. As for her shyness, she decided it could be cast aside in the presence of this man. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her family, gallant heiress turned his attention to the young girl who had been lost in thought from the very beginning. She appeared quite disheveled, with splatters of dried blood marring her attire. As someone accustomed to the battlefield, this minor injury was inconsequential, and he admired her composure and cleverness in the face of danger. "I am gallant heiress, the commander of this warship. I will be responsible for escorting you to Tianlan Star." His demeanor was warm, his tone gentle. "I am Eugene, 18 years old, recently awakened my psychic and wit abilities, no bad habits, in good health. Commander heiress, do you have a girlfriend or wife?" This was the crux of her inquiry. Affection was one thing, but disrupting someone else's relationship was another. "Oh my gosh. Host, have some decorum. Host, that's my new favorite. Please spare him. Is my idol destined to fall prey to the host's advances? Since I can't reach him, let the host have him. I refuse to let a starlet have him." After Eugene voiced her question, the comments went wild. A stunned silence enveloped the room, as everyone struggled to process her words. Lena was taken aback, unable to believe the boldness of the young girl. While the stars were indeed open-minded, there were limits. Who was this man? Was he someone who could be casually flirted with? Kent wore a blank expression, unable to comprehend the changing times. A loud crash broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Ike awkwardly rose from the floor, facing the crowd, and nervously reported to the commander. The injured had received ample treatment, with no casualties, and the other passengers were arranged to transfer at the next space station. As Ike spoke, he cast furtive glances at Eugene, his astonishment evident, as if witnessing a rare spectacle. After hearing Ike's report, Gallant turned to Eugene. "Young lady, your talent is remarkable. To awaken before 20 is quite an achievement. Have you decided on your future path?" "Commander, you still haven't answered my question." Sensing that Commander Eris was not angered, Eugene seized the opportunity. She was but a fledgling. Surely he wouldn't harm her. The person she sought was of elevated status, and their time together on the warship was limited. If she didn't act swiftly, who knew when she would have the chance to interact with him again? The worst-case scenario was that he would find her bothersome and ignore her after they disembarked. Ike gasped, instinctively shutting his mouth at a glance from Gallant Eris. Yet he lingered, reluctant to leave. Gallant remained patient, his tone still gentle, accompanied by a faint smile. "No." Eugene's eyes sparkled with delight as she shamelessly self-recommended. "Would you like a girlfriend? Someone like me? I am quite exceptional. Even if I am not perfect now, I will become remarkable in the future." Enthralled by his beauty, Eugene felt emboldened. After all, Commander Eris was a man whose looks and demeanor struck a chord deep within her heart. Ike could no longer contain himself, turning away, his face flushed. Lena and Kent were still in shock from the earlier exchange. "Ahem." Commander Gallant cleared his throat, amusement evident in his voice. The young girl's bright, eager eyes were fixed on him, leaving him both amused and bewildered. In truth, he had been the object of admiration since reaching adulthood. Even with his declining health, many still aspired to join the Eris family, drawn by the benefits associated with the name. Some admired him for his looks, others for his power and status, while some held genuine affection. Regardless of the motive, he had always turned them away. No one knew how much longer he would live, and with each passing year, his health deteriorated. Although taken aback by such directness, he could not feel offended by the pure admiration in her gaze. Approaching Eugene, he bent down to meet her eyes and said earnestly, "You are still young, with a long future ahead. Do not hastily decide on your feelings." "I am not being hasty. I have firmly resolved to pursue you," Eugene declared with utmost seriousness. While her affection might currently be superficial, whose feelings do not evolve. It was rare to encounter someone who stirred her heart. Who knew if another opportunity would present itself? Eugene had never relied on future expectations. She focused solely on the present. Galen found himself at a loss. The young girl was evidently sincere. His refusal might provoke a contrary reaction in her. Forget it. The young girl, in a moment of impulse, might grow weary of it in a few days. After all, she has never been one to possess a humorous disposition. She has even frightened quite a few younglings to tears during her inspections on the Academy planet. Ike, take them to the battleship dormitory and make the necessary arrangements. Summon Suwon and the others for a meeting. After giving her instructions, Jalan gently nodded to the elder and his grandchild from the Hell family. Then, hesitating for a moment, she reached out and lightly stroked Eugene's head. Go rest for now. Oh, my dear, how could you utter such words in the presence of the Marshal's imposing aura? Do you not find it terrifying? Although the Marshal spoke with a smile and maintained a gentle demeanor, the weight of his long-standing authority and the formidable presence forged in the crucible of battle is no jest. How could that be considered fearsome? It is merely charm. Eugene pondered. Indeed, Marshal Ares exuded a compelling aura, yet she had been utterly captivated by his striking appearance, rendering her oblivious to everything else. Who was leading the way, overheard their exchange and wore a more peculiar expression. In the conference room, the atmosphere was decidedly strange. Big-mouthed Ike had already recounted the spine-chilling scene while seeking out Octo and Suwon, and if time had permitted, the entire fleet would have been aware of it by now. Suwon, unusually, refrained from adjusting his glasses as he gazed at the formidable man seated at the head of the table, struggling to fathom how such a man could elicit a public confession from a young girl. Are today's young women too audacious, or has the Marshal's aura diminished? Curiously, he glanced at the Marshal's face, only to be met with a warning glance from Jalan Ares. Startled, he quickly straightened his gaze. Indeed, the Marshal remained the formidable figure he always was. Ike felt a sense of injustice. The Marshal had previously been exceptionally kind to the young girl, a stark contrast to his demeanor now. Without delving into the gossip within the conference room, upon arriving at her dormitory, Eugene's first order of business was to take a shower. Reflecting on her earlier confession while adorned with such an appearance, it was no wonder she had been rejected. After shutting down the live stream and washing away the grime, Eugene re-emerged as the celestial being she truly was before once again activating the live stream. Now, apart from matters concerning her personal privacy, Eugene had become accustomed to the lively barrage of comments accompanying her broadcasts. I too am a person accompanied by a legion of comments. Never expected the host to be like this, so uninhibited that even she is scared. To be honest, the Marshal is indeed extraordinarily handsome, but we can only admire him from afar. I wonder if I would faint if I stood before him. The host is not only unfazed but boldly confessed. I admire her courage. The color of passion is a double-edged sword. Host, would you like some guidance? I offer it freely. The comments continued to fervently discuss the recent events. To pursue the Marshal, she must first understand him thoroughly, requiring more detailed information. The light brain was her sole means of grasping the outside world, so Eugene promptly opened it and searched for Jalan Ares. To her surprise, a plethora of entries emerged, nearly all of which were trending topics. The level of gossip among the interstellar populace rivaled that of Earth's internet users. Eugene had assumed everyone was rather serious. Evidently, her experience was limited. The gossip contained both truths and fabrications, yet with time, she began to discern an unusual flavor among them. Having previously learned about Rand Ares, Eugene's impressions were most vivid after studying interstellar history. He was the strongest of the Ares family and the only recorded SSS-level powerhouse. As gene collapse became increasingly severe, achieving even S-level had become a significant challenge. Currently, A-level is considered the highest active rank in the interstellar realm, with those attaining S-level, apart from Kent's special case, mostly confined to medical bays with a multitude of doctors on standby. Yet, Jalan Ares remained the sole individual actively serving on the front lines at the SS level. The Ares family's abilities had been inherited through generations, with their signature power being the devouring ability, which is remarkably potent and rapidly advancing, ensuring the family's prominent position in the interstellar domain. Thus, Jalan Ares became a military commander at the age of 132, owing not only to his noble lineage, but also to his extraordinary SS-level ability. This ability, while immensely powerful, bore a fatal flaw: genetic collapse. Although genetic collapse is a common dilemma across the stars, it manifested particularly starkly within the Ares family. Their bodies were besieged by countless violent energies, exacerbated by their devouring abilities, resulting in an accumulation of chaotic energies that could not be expelled, ultimately ravaging themselves from within. As time passed, the energies grew stronger, and the conflicts within escalated. No member of the Ares family had ever met a good end, with most perishing at a young age. In this generation, only Jialan remained. As the most gifted individual after Rand, Jialan's abilities had progressed the fastest in the family's history, but at the cost of having the shortest lifespan. Among the average life expectancy of 300 years, he had already reached his physical limit at just 132. While it is true that contemporary ability users, particularly those of higher ranks, tend to have shorter lifespans, few fail to reach even half of the average. Other Ares family members at least left behind descendants, while Jialan struggled to conceive even during his prime, and now, with his body in such disrepair, the prospect of children was utterly out of reach. Moreover, he harbored no desire to perpetuate the Ares family's tragic legacy, unwilling to endanger successive generations for the sake of the so-called glory of the Ares name. The Ares Military Academy has evolved to the present day, retaining its name, yet it has become largely symbolic. Graduates are not guaranteed entry into the Ares Legion. With the rise of various noble families and governments, they have better opportunities elsewhere. This legion represents the culmination of the Ares family's efforts. Once the dream destination for all military academy students, yet now it is a place many avoid. It remains the foremost legion of the Federation, and as long as Jialan Ares lives, its status is unassailable, but that hinges on the commander's survival. As Jialan's health continues to decline without an heir, the legion's position has grown increasingly precarious. The entire interstellar community is aware that upon Jialan Ares' death, the legion would face dissolution, prompting nearly all to depart, leaving behind only the staunchly loyal. Online, clandestine betting has even emerged regarding how long Marshal Ares can survive, igniting a furious response from Eugene. After perusing this information, she finally gained a profound understanding of her intended suitor, succinctly summarizing. The Marshal's health is critically poor, which in turn places the Legion in jeopardy. Upon learning of my idol's condition, I suddenly believe that perhaps the host sister is a ray of hope sent by fate. Agreed. My idol is so breathtaking. Sister, you must save him. Ask this live streaming system if my idol can be saved. Why ask the live streaming system? The previous commenter must be foolish. The host suddenly traverses realms and can even live stream across dimensions. Anyone familiar with novels knows it must be the system's doing. 9527. Eugene finally recalled the forgotten customer service. If she were to exchange for a gene evolution agent previously taken by the host, all would be resolved. ISNT the gene evolution agent meant for evolving genes? The genes of interstellar beings have already undergone evolution. Is it still useful? Eugene found this perplexing. The process of gene evolution involves expelling unnecessary impurities. The Marshal merely needed to eliminate the chaotic energies within him. The gene evolution agent also serves as an effective remedy for genetic collapse. The friendly reminder of the buy one get one free offer from 9527 ultimately aimed to encourage Eugene to access the Eternal Mall, from which it would earn a commission. With this thought in mind, Eugene accessed the back end, only to find the progress bar at a mere halfway point amidst a sea of darkness. 9527. Is this progress bar a joke? The host need not be impatient. Energy will come. Indeed, the Buddhist-style customer service is a pitfall. Chapter 27. Guardianship. This stage. Everything is still uncertain. Overthinking is futile. Eugene is not a person who possesses nothing but love. Having arrived in a new world and navigated through initial confusion, she still has a long journey ahead, and this is merely a minor setback. Having mentally prepared herself, she finally succumbed to slumber. Another busy day. Upon waking the next day, Eugene distinctly sensed something amiss in her surroundings. Every soldier passing by seemed to salute her, their gazes peculiar, as if she were an extraterrestrial. Oh, indeed, she is an alien. It is evident that news of yesterday's events has circulated. There is no need to inquire who spread it. Kent and Lena are not the types to gossip, and the Marshal does not seem prone to loose tongues. Aside from that curly-haired individual, entering the restaurant aboard the warship, Eugene confronted the crowd's stares with composure. After making her decision yesterday, she had already accepted the prospect of being the center of attention. Suddenly, her gaze caught a tall figure, and her heart brightened. Go for it, streamer. You can do it. Faced with a group of viewers who could only chant 666, Eugene did not expect any constructive feedback. Everything must rely on her own efforts. Is the streamer truly so unreserved? Eugene quickly replied in the chat, then rose abruptly, sprinting away amidst the astonished gazes of those around her. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground followed her, leaving the restaurant in chaos. Eugene trailed behind Galen like a little shadow, determined to make her presence felt in front of him. Galen Ares looked at his newly acquired little follower with a mix of annoyance and intrigue. Her presence was impossible to ignore. Just call me Xiaojin or Eugene. Calling me by my full name feels too formal. Eugene responded swiftly. To enhance her rapport, the first step, using a more affectionate form of address. Turning around, Eugene realized that the marshal was not alone. The small, red-haired figure behind him had completely escaped her notice. Hello, I am Ike, the captain of the vanguard under Marshal Ares. Ike admired this brave soul who dared to tease the tiger's whiskers. Your name is Eugene, right? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Ike scratched his head. I already have someone I care for. You should give up. The chat exploded with streamer. He's flirting with you. A supposedly outdated tactic on Earth. Eugene must resolutely refuse. To deepen the rapport, rule number 2. Never entangle oneself with others. I am not. I do not. Upon receiving the marshal's meaningful glance, Ike felt his prospects dimming. He quickly concocted an excuse to distance himself from the scene, pondering why he had run away. No, that was not the point. The crucial matter was that 2 points. Unaware that her dark past was about to be exposed, Eugene gleefully led Ike away, tailing Galen into his office. Galen Ares, for reasons unknown, did not expel Eugene, allowing her to occupy his sofa. Due to the interference of space pirates, she had already delayed her studies. And with thoughts of marrying her idol, the road ahead seemed daunting. Every time I see the streamer studying, I feel hopeless. I feel like I've been given a false brain. Clearly, the streamer is at the same study level as us. Why do I still feel like I'm reading hieroglyphics? Beautiful Miss Yi, you seem to be troubled at the moment. As a nation that pursues romance, we can offer you a love manual in return. The screen erupted with effects resembling a mess, nearly stunning Eugene into silence. Is this what romantic gentlemen do for ladies? Moreover, a love manual? It sounds suspiciously like a popular item on a shopping site. Far away on Earth, government officials from the romantic nation were nearly unable to maintain their composure, their roars echoing throughout the building. Who did this? Find someone to replace them. Immediately. Now. Meanwhile, Galen, seated at his desk, felt an inexplicable mood shift. Today, the young lady had washed away the bloodstains, appearing pure and adorable. When she looked at him with her clear eyes, he found it difficult to utter a word of refusal. In an office that was once solitary, the sudden presence of another was unexpectedly strong. Yet it did not irritate him. Honestly, this experience was rather novel. The young lady's expressions were varied. One moment she appeared shocked, prompting him to instinctively rise to check, only to see her hesitate moments later. When Galen realized he had been staring blankly at the young lady, his documents unread, he was momentarily taken aback. Eugene was now hesitant, unsure whether to heed the dubious advice of the manual. With no other options available, why not give it a try? The first rule of the love manual: establish a solid connection. A solid connection? What could that entail? Exchanging communication numbers? Right. Marshal, I still need a guardian. Do you have any reliable recommendations? Though she said this, her sparkling eyes were fixed on Galen, conveying a clear intent. The young lady's words were so transparent that he could not feign ignorance. Swallowing the refusal that lingered on his lips, he asked, "What do you think of me?" Galen was not one to agree casually. He had previously investigated Eugene's background. He was destined to remain childless, with no heirs. When the time came, none among the soldiers of the Ares Legion would dare to take on that responsibility. His prior plan had been to integrate them under the command of Marshal Jing and his mentor. Despite their outward discord, they had maintained contact over the years. He had considered adopting a child, but most young ones already had guardians. While he could easily obtain one through his influence, he saw no necessity. Now, with a young one presented to him, though uncertain of how long she would live, he could at least arrange everything for her while she was alive. As for why he would do this, Galen subconsciously overlooked that reason. Eugene swiftly updated her guardian information, not pausing even for a second. Who knew if he might change his mind? Galen allowed her actions without objection. The online application process was remarkably convenient, and the information was updated quickly. Ignoring the astonishment of the responsible center, the matter was settled. Today, the marshal's office was bustling, with soldiers continually arriving to deliver various documents, casting casual glances at Eugene seated on the sofa. It was only when Galen issued a command for them to consult the adjutant that the noise subsided. The last to arrive was Suwon, the adjutant, who could only report matters to the marshal. After briefing him, Suwon turned to Yi-jin. Did you happen to complete a 2-point exam? Yi-jin, MMP. Chapter 28. The Base. What does it feel like to have one's dark history exposed in front of the idol? Now Yi-jin can tell you. It feels as if one could eat that person's heart. Seemingly sensing Yi-jin's palpable fury, Suwon calmly adjusted his glasses. Need guidance? Yi-jin was taken aback. Suwon was a top graduate of the Ares Military Academy, having entered with full marks in academics. Galen's calm voice provided a reminder. Yi-jin promptly received the hint. Swiftly tempering her anger, "Hello, teacher." Her voice rang out clear and cheerful, her change of tone refreshingly immediate. Suwon hesitated, sensing an odd atmosphere between the two, making him feel somewhat superfluous. Yi-jin would never forsake such a golden opportunity for the sake of pride. After all, how could she compare to having dedicated guidance? Got it, teacher. Let's celebrate. Finally, no more solo studying. The streamer urged the audience to seize the moment and eliminate illiteracy without delay. The barrage of comments erupted in celebration. Particularly notable were the dazzling special effects that nearly overwhelmed the senses. As time passed, Yi-jin immersed herself in acquiring knowledge, determined to overcome her lack of understanding, while occasionally attempting awkwardly to flirt with the handsome commander. It seemed like no time had passed before she received news that their starship was about to dock, but instead of the originally scheduled Tianlon star, they were headed to the Ares Legion's base, Songming Star. Songming Star, an A-class planet, had been secured by Rand through his military achievements. It was inconceivable for a single legion to occupy an entire A-class planet without Rand's significant contributions. There were scarcely 10 A-class planets throughout the entire Tiandu star domain, a fact that incited envy among those who fancied themselves powerful and influential. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the demise of Galen to seize such a lucrative opportunity. Even if they couldn't monopolize it, they would at least want a substantial share. However, Galen was still alive, and no one dared to reveal their greed, lest they become the target of collective disdain. With numerous competitors already present, it was prudent to eliminate any rivals. The original plan had been to send the three of them directly to Tianlon Star, but now that Yi-jin had an additional guardian, she naturally accompanied Galen. Lena still found it hard to believe that Yi-jin had truly captured the attention of the marshal, a feat that had eluded countless interstellar noblewomen. Sister Lena, I've told you many times, I haven't succeeded yet. Yi-jin expressed her frustration, feeling that despite her efforts, she hadn't even had the chance to touch him. You're now under his guardianship, Lena pointed out. I'm not foolish. If it weren't interesting, I wouldn't be so accommodating. Little cutie, there are things I shouldn't say, but I must. You must already be aware of the marshal's current situation. You still have time to reconsider. Returning to a purely guardianship relationship would be best for you. Yi-jin appreciated Lena's good intentions, but matters of the heart were not easily controlled. As long as she harbored feelings for Galen Ares, she would not give up. Moreover, only she knew that Galen's predicament was resolvable. Though such thoughts were not to be shared with Lena. Little cutie, goodbye. I'll invite you to Tianlon Star for a visit when the time permits. See you at school. After saying this, Lena gently hugged Yi-jin and boarded the transfer ship with Kent. Watching Lena's retreating figure, Yi-jin could not deny her feelings of reluctance, as Lena had been her closest companion since arriving in the stars. Suddenly, a barrage comment flashed across the screen, snapping Yi-jin back to reality. Reacting instinctively, she turned to see Galen standing behind her, having approached unnoticed. Yi-jin hurriedly walked over and tugged at his sleeve, wrinkling the crisp fabric. Following Galen back to the central command of the base, she garnered an astonishing amount of attention along the way. Yi-jin had long grown accustomed to the attention and was entirely unbothered. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, the marshal will be mine. This base had been passed down through generations and was immensely developed. The entire planet was surrounded by ocean, with a vast landmass at its center, lush with vegetation, resembling Earth's tropical rainforests. The base was situated at the confluence of the rainforest and the sea, a city forged of steel, bustling with life. It was home not only to soldiers, but also to indigenous people who had lived there for generations, military families, and more, resulting in a well-developed infrastructure. Though governed entirely by the military, its vibrancy rivaled that of planets inhabited by noble families, marked by simplicity and resilience, teeming with vitality. This was Yi-jin's second planet, and she felt that merely having 2 eyes was insufficient to take it all in. Wow, what is that? So many people coming and going? Is that a restaurant over there? Is the food good? Does it smell delicious? What is that gigantic robot? Could it be the legendary mech? Every man's favorite. The barrage of comments flew by so rapidly that it was hard to discern what was being said. Eugene had no time to respond as she was led directly to the marshal's residence. She was thoroughly pleased with her new home. The environment and facilities were impeccable. But most importantly, this was Galen Aries' territory. He was not fond of others wandering about his domain and had not summoned any servants. Thus, apart from 4 housekeeping robots, the marshal, the elderly butler, and now her, that comprised the entirety of life within. Anyone who ventured too close to a wall corner would likely be met with the defensive system's wrath. Notifications had already been sent to the butler aboard the starship, indicating that Eugene's room was prepared. In the rush of time, if there were any aspects of the room that did not meet Miss Ye's satisfaction, she was encouraged to speak up. Facing the butler, whose every hair was impeccably arranged, Eugene smiled sweetly while seated on the sofa, reassuring him, "It's perfectly fine. Grandpa Butler, I'm not picky." Unaware of Eugene's penchant for physical contact with the marshal, the elderly butler was immediately charmed by her innocent gaze. With children being a rarity, he had thought there would be no more opportunities for a young one in this household. Yet here was a delightful little girl. The butler swore he had never encountered such a well-behaved and endearing child in his long life. Nowadays, due to the scarcity of children, those that existed were spoiled like little tyrants, accustomed to mischief before being sent to school for strict discipline. Seeing such an obedient child now melted the butler's heart. "Missy, this is your room. Just let me know if you need anything." "All right, Grandpa Butler." Chapter 29. The holographic world. After enjoying a dinner meticulously prepared by the butler, Eugene obediently returned to her room, refraining from any peculiar antics, such as the infamous salty pig hand. The second rule of her romance handbook stated, appropriate physical contact could enhance intimacy levels. As she explored her room, marveling at the facilities that were entirely different from those of planet G170, she curiously touched everything. The audience in the barrage was equally enthusiastic. "Go check the desk." "Oh wow, it's a projection screen. Touch that faucet." "Wait, that is not a faucet. What is it?" The holographic computer quickly provided answers. A nutrient delivery channel, offering unlimited supplies, exclusive to the marshal's residence. "What about that? That egg-shaped thing?" "What egg?" "That's a massage pod or a medical pod. Isn't it?" Not needing to consult the holographic computer, Eugene promptly discovered it was a holographic pod. The barrage suddenly fell silent. "A holographic pod. Is it the one I'm thinking of?" "It's my ultimate dream." To the one in front, "I've seen you several times. Your every dream feels so distant from us. My League of Legends. My Dungeon Fighter Online. My Crossfire. When can I enter the holographic world?" "Streamer, hurry up and get into the holographic pod. I'm super excited. Who would have thought we could see a real-life version of an online game novel?" 9527. "Can I see the stream when I enter the holographic world?" "Of course. The live stream will follow the host throughout." Eugene marveled once more at the advanced technology and, in accordance with the audience's wishes, lay down in the holographic pod. New user detected. Information input and progress input successful. Please set personal information. Eugene felt a sudden brightness before experiencing a momentary sensation of weightlessness. When she regained her senses, it seemed as though she was floating in the cosmos. Stars twinkled all around her, so close that she felt she could reach out and pluck them from the sky. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and before her stood a chibi-style sprite, reminiscent of a colorful cartoon character, exuding childlike whimsy. Eugene had an inkling that something was amiss. Sure enough, as the sprite spoke, a high-pitched, adorable voice declared, "User detected as a minor. Special protection activated." Eugene stared in astonishment at the lineup of character options before her. Green jelly, a pink flower with 2 legs, and even a steaming bun. Was there truly not a single normal character? Only those over 20 may choose a character. The little sprite chirped sweetly. Taking a deep breath amidst the chorus of laughter in the comments, Eugene selected a creature that bore a slight resemblance to a human. According to the description, it was a juvenile beast known as a thunder mouse. Its appearance was reminiscent of a squirrel from Earth, adorably rendered in a chibi style. However, Eugene chose it not for its cuteness, but because it at least had 2 paws. The name was simple. She opted for a normal one from the comments, Paula. She disregarded the absurd names like I'm Still a Baby, Kill Bill, Happy Dimples, and Sister Hug Me, which were entirely out of place. After finally completing the identity setup, Eugene was granted entry into the holographic world. Since it was her first time, the little sprite accompanied her closely. Eugene gazed in wonder at the array of bizarre entities surrounding her. Having just experienced the character selection, she realized that these must all be minors. Yet, weren't minors supposed to be rare? Why were there so many here? Soon, the sprite clarified her confusion. This is the minor zone. To enter the adult world, a guardian must accompany you. No wonder. She had suspected as much. Although children were few across the stars, the sheer scale of population made them numerous enough. Even with a low birth rate, if each planet had just one or two, the total would still be considerable. Now, all congregated together, it felt as if she had stepped into a cartoon realm. When would she be able to choose a human form? Eugene did not wish to remain trapped here. And as for finding the marshal, she had only made him her guardian to establish a connection. She certainly did not want him to treat her like a child. At 20, she would be free from restrictions, though still subject to minor protections. Just 2 more years. Curiously, Eugene wandered through this holographic world, everything designed with an inviting warmth, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. There were various shops selling snacks, an array of toy stores, and even flying slides. Yet, the sight of buns, steamed buns, and even slimes gliding on skateboards was comically unbearable. I seem to have arrived in a real-life fairy tale world. How incredible! When will we get to experience this? Give up. Just enjoy watching. I doubt we'll ever get to experience it ourselves. Aren't we practicing that calisthenics? Who knows? We might live a bit longer. No need to say it. I despair over my physical condition, unable to even manage the first move. Indeed, the results are impressive. My fitness has improved enough to reach the 3rd move, but it's just so embarrassing. The conversation had veered off course, having started with immense anticipation for the holographic world. Eugene had grown accustomed to the comments being off-topic, observing this new and wondrous world on her own. Suddenly, a sunflower appeared out of nowhere, hastily dragging Eugene along. Quick, quick. The siege is about to begin, and we need more participants. Bewildered, Eugene was pulled away. Upon arriving at the location, she stepped into a circle adorned with strange runes, and in an instant, the scene transformed. The modern town had morphed into an ancient battlefield. The moss-covered city walls stood silently, seemingly weathered by millennia of storms. However, the guards atop the walls were somewhat out of place, resembling an odd assortment of creatures. Both sides faced off, creating an imposing atmosphere. Ha, ha. Eugene couldn't help but chuckle, despite the seriousness of the scene. Fortunately, her facial hair concealed her mirth. Thus, she found herself unwittingly enlisted in the siege, forced to partake in this peculiar version of Plants vs. Zombies. She discreetly tugged at the large peach beside her and cautiously inquired, "What is going on?" The peach looked at her with sympathy, though how Eugene discerned its expression was a mystery. "You were also dragged in to make up the numbers, huh? Do you see that Tyrannosaurus at the forefront? That's the leader of the Wild Squad, and he has a feud with our team leader." They agreed to a duel. As the numbers were insufficient, they had to recruit from the streets. "You don't need to worry too much. Just hide on the sidelines and let the others do the fighting." Chapter 30. The siege. The voice from the peach was soft, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Following her indication, Eugene turned to look at the front. She could not contain her laughter and quickly covered her mouth. The so-called leader of the Wild Squad, a Tyrannosaurus, was clearly a miniature chibi lizard, though it appeared fierce. Its threat level was utterly negligible. Meanwhile, Eugene's reluctant team, known as the God of War Squad, was led by a massive, dazzling star that dazzled the eyes with its myriad colors. It wasn't that Eugene lacked tolerance. The absurdity of the scene made it impossible to maintain a serious demeanor. "Tyrannosaurus, you said that if you lose, you'll apologize to me publicly. If you want me to lose, then come and try." The usual pre-battle banter, coupled with the ridiculous appearance, left Eugene feeling utterly unconcerned, even though she had no idea how to fight. Suddenly, a countdown appeared in the air, and as the numbers reached 0, both sides sprang into action. The defenders on the walls began hurling stones, wooden sticks, and swords downwards as if they were made of nothing, causing anyone struck to instantly lose their fighting ability and collapse on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the attackers retaliated with their own projectiles, resulting in significant losses on both sides. The entire siege resembled a comical market brawl, with participants throwing vegetables at one another. Eugene, dazed, was dragged away by the peach girl, her mind racing to comprehend how a peach could pull her along so swiftly. Where were her hands? Where were her feet? The peach led Eugene to hide behind a bush, slightly nudging a lettuce that had been concealed there. The peach and the lettuce clearly knew each other, and once they were concealed, they began chatting. Through their conversation, Eugene learned that the chibi lizard and the dazzling star were actually acquainted in real life and were quite renowned. The lizard was the legitimate heir of the Lei family from the Senate, known for their mastery of thunder-based abilities, which perhaps contributed to their somewhat domineering personality. The star, on the other hand, was the child of the newly appointed finance minister, whose family managed finances and, to avoid suspicions of embezzlement, provided little pocket money for their child. The child had long desired a particular mech and had even paid a deposit, waiting to save enough to purchase it. However, on the day prior to the purchase, the chubby scion of the Lei family forcibly bought it instead. The mech company was a large corporation, and the store clerks lacked the authority to intervene. Thus they had no choice but to comply. Starry, who was in the same preschool as the lizard, could not accept this. When their real-life brawl was interrupted, they brought the conflict into the game. A bet was established. If the chubby lizard lost, he would publicly apologize to Starry, and as for the mech, it was already sold. So this was a blood feud sparked by a mech? How do you all know this so well? Eugene asked, intrigued. We all attend the same preschool. We just belong to different classes. How could you not know? Lettuce expressed doubt. Which class are you in? Let's be friends. The young girl Peach had quite a liking for Eugene. I didn't go to school, Eugene admitted, opting for honesty despite the embarrassment. No school? I'm so envious. Lettuce's eyes immediately brightened. It seemed that the aversion to school was a universal issue. We have to attend classes every day, and during non-holidays, we must stay on campus. The teachers all wear grim faces, especially our homeroom teacher. She is like a dark mountain witch. Lettuce harbored a deep resentment toward her teacher. While they were laboring outside, the three individuals in the bushes exchanged communication numbers. The girl named Peach was actually in Tao, a year younger than Eugene at just 17. The lettuce, known as Hualai, was 19, and due to the frequent misnomer of being called cauliflower, he decided to embrace the name lettuce in the holographic world, asserting that even as a vegetable, he was not a cauliflower. The trio was thoroughly enjoying their conversation, while the live comments viewed the outside game's chaos with laughter. As the tumultuous sounds of battle gradually subsided, Eugene cautiously peeked out, stunned by the horrifying scene before her. It was a veritable battlefield strewn with corpses, resembling a massive slaughterhouse combined with a market. Various bizarre animals and plants lay sprawled on the ground, some of which were unrecognizable. Eugene observed that the previously soft buns were now marred with footprints, their once distinct features now obscured by grime. So, is this the end? As Eugene and her newly acquainted friends emerged from the bushes, they became the center of attention. While it was fine to be idle during the game, being caught in the act would have been utterly embarrassing. They had initially intended to blend into the crowd, but the battle had turned so fierce that everyone had fallen. Xing Yao's eyes sparkled. This was not the time for idle play, and he recognized that their team was merely a makeshift arrangement, with no compulsion to perform diligently. Most importantly, their side was the only one still standing. The opposing team, consisting of Thunder Mice and Peach Lettuce, swiftly captured their flag. Xing Yao, uninterested in their identities, solely desired victory. The furious Tyrannosaurus roared, accusing them of cheating. Who cheated? No one said you couldn't hide a trump card. Eugene and her companions had inadvertently become that trump card. I'm from the Lei family. Aiding him means opposing the Lei family, the Tyrannosaurus threatened vehemently, demanding an apology. How could I possibly do that? I would rather die than lose face. Resorting to threats involving the Lei family, he assumed everyone feared him. Lettuce Hualai was initially reluctant to heed Xing Yao's words, as he was already displeased about being thrust into the game. However, the chubby boy's remarks incited Hualai's fury. With determination, he boldly climbed the city wall and snatched the flag in front of the Thunder Dragon, casting a fierce glare at him when victory chimed from the system. Eugene and Tao, feeling awkward, hurriedly followed Hualai. Thus, this jest of a siege game concluded. Those deemed dead and immobile stood back up. Due to system protections, the Thunder Dragon could do nothing to Eugene and her friends, only seething, "You wait." He begrudgingly muttered an apology before swiftly logging off. Though his apology was mumbled, Xing Yao felt satisfaction, deciding not to dwell on the defeat. He turned to thank Hualai, who waved him off and led Tao and Eugene away. Chapter 31. Mecha's Hualai pulled Eugene and Tao directly out of the teleportation array. Truth be told, without their guidance, Eugene would have been utterly lost. Hualai was bubbling with excitement, leading them mysteriously to their destination. Being dragged by a lettuce left Eugene feeling somewhat conflicted until they arrived at an exceptionally distinctive door, which stopped them in their tracks. This door was truly unique, far larger than the ones nearby. The live comments were ablaze with speculation. What could this extraordinary place be? A nightclub? Perhaps a high-end club for the wealthy? Could it be something unspeakable? Hey, can someone bring some cleaning powder? Before entering, Eugene was also curious about the place, even worrying it might be inappropriate, considering her family situation. However, her fears were unfounded, as the outcome left her astounded. This was a mecha club. Observing how adeptly the lettuce maneuvered, it was clear he had visited this place numerous times. I'm a member of this club. Today, I'm treating, he declared. Like anyone cares. Peach was evidently uninterested. I care. Eugene's inner thoughts were in turmoil. She was destined for the battlefield, and to avoid being a burden, mastering this skill was essential. I want to learn. The dream of every man. If you're not interested, I'll go. The comments were ecstatic, as if they were the ones about to pilot mechas. Miss Yi, could you please slow down your movements a bit so we can observe properly? This time, the screen was filled with animated national flags, making Eugene feel as if she was attending a United Nations conference. Great. The officials have arrived. This was merely a trivial request, and Eugene readily agreed. All our mechas here are manual. It's not thrilling at all. I wonder when I will awaken. While I expressed disdain for the manual mechas, Eugene, who had never even tried a manual one, remained silently observant. While I, indeed a frequent visitor, claimed that manual mechas were too childish, yet his hands moved swiftly, grabbing the key to his exclusive practice room and practically jogging there. He mentioned that even if one awakened, they would still need to learn how to operate the mechas, emphasizing the importance of preventing exhaustion of mental energy. Perhaps realizing his eagerness was too evident, while I attempted to downplay it. Eugene, however, was too captivated to care about his explanations. Her eyes were glued to the sight before her, filled with awe. 3 towering iron giants stood silently. Each had a distinct form, yet an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from them, as if they could unleash a lethal strike at any moment. How about that? Because I lack the physique, my practice room was restricted by my brother to only allow light mechas. Otherwise, I could have used something even more formidable. As she watched the lettuce, proud with a hint of boastfulness, Eugene sincerely replied, "That's impressive." His pride swelled further. "You're a novice. There's a practice zone for beginners over there with dedicated instructors. I'm off to play a match." With that, he irresponsibly dashed away, leaving Eugene at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Peach kindly assisted Eugene in moving the mecha to the practice area and informed her where the operation guide was located. The guide was exceedingly complex. Although her mental energy enabled her to memorize it all, memorization did not guarantee proficiency, and she couldn't assure herself of success. As she successfully logged into the cockpit according to the instructions, Eugene felt dizzy, cautiously pressing buttons, when she managed to lift the mecha's arm. Not only Eugene, but also the viewers in the live stream erupted in cheers. "Miss Yi, try that red button and the joystick next to it. That blue button. Yes, the blue one. Try the sensor on your head." Like a child with a new toy, a flurry of chaotic commands flooded in, leading Eugene to suspect that the serious officials were, in fact, a group of overgrown children. Earth had also been researching mechas for quite some time, as it was the ultimate dream. Now, though the initial forms had emerged, many challenges remained unsolved. At least, what they had was merely a scaled-up robot, which, due to its enormous size, was incapable of any significant function. Upon witnessing the physical manifestation, despite the vast differences in ideology, it could nonetheless provide them with a proper direction. Eugene and the audience on Earth were engrossed in experimenting with the various functionalities of the mech, completely oblivious to the current appearance of the machine. In the distance, at the edge of the practice area, a carefree young man stood with his arms crossed, watching the mech training ground with unrestrained amusement. "Huatang, why aren't you out there competing in the league for points? What brings you here?" A warmly smiling youth approached Huatang. "Don't even mention it. I encountered some malicious competition. Damn it. If I find out who's scheming against me, I want to let them off easily." Huatang spoke with indignation, but after a moment, he turned and chuckled. "Whenever I'm feeling down, I come to the novice area to watch. Seeing all the mistakes made in various postures reminds me that life is still quite beautiful." The gentle youth, Jing Yan, could only smile helplessly. His friend's eccentricities were not new, and he had long grown accustomed to this childish behavior, which was even more juvenile than his younger brother. "By the way, Jing Yan, what brings you here? I remember your father sent you to the military camp. I came to find my cousin. She was taken away by your brother for some unknown escapade and doesn't want to log off from the Star Network." She cut off the connection fearing Tao would be angry, so I was sent to play the villain. Jing Yin sighed, wondering how he could scold his sister with her innocent face. Suddenly, Hua Tang, who had been absent-mindedly watching the practice field, gasped as if he had witnessed something extraordinary, his eyes widening in disbelief. Curious about his friend's astonishment, Jing Yin followed his gaze. Ha ha ha. Unable to maintain his composure, Jing Yin burst into laughter. In the center of the arena stood a clearly novice-oriented light mech, performing a series of bizarre movements. While such occurrences were common in the novice area, what caught his attention was the outrageous posture it had assumed. The mech was contorted in a peculiar manner, not only failing to return to a normal stance, but also maintaining the absurd position as it lifted a foot and began to move. Its movements were utterly captivating, swaying side to side in a manner that was anything but linear, causing anyone with a penchant for order to feel an overwhelming urge to intervene and toss it into the trash. As Hua Tang observed this mech, which had become the center of attention, he felt utterly disheveled. Chapter 32. Transition. I always thought I had seen it all and was fearless, but today I realized how little I truly know. Hua Tang murmured to himself. Jing Yin nodded in agreement. Yi Jin's enthusiasm came to a halt after a tumble. Having indulged too freely prior, this fall was quite disastrous. The mech had sustained considerable damage, with Yi Jin losing nearly half of it. Finally realizing the severity of her situation. Fortunately, being inside the mech, no one knew it was her fault. As she slowly got up, she was thankful and didn't dare to glance at the scene around her, scurrying away in embarrassment. Hua Tang watched the fleeing figure with familiarity and nudged Jing Yin with his elbow. I really want to know who is so peculiar. Jing Yin was not inclined to engage. He had the responsibility of coaxing his cousin back. He activated his communicator and followed the location sent by his aunt. Aware that this was a precious gem from his aunt and uncle's household, Hua Tang rolled his eyes and went off in search of his troublesome younger brother. Meanwhile, Yi Jin, feeling guilty, had already logged off. Thankfully, she had used a nameless practice mech, so as long as she denied it, no one could uncover her past misdeeds. Once logged off, the surrounding darkness felt a bit unsettling, starkly contrasting with the vibrant hustle and bustle of the Star Network. After some contemplation of the handsome face she shared a roof with, she resolved to take advantage tomorrow to soothe her wounded spirit. The next morning, as Yi Jin descended the stairs, she spotted Jialan seated at the table, absorbed in some holographic messages, her breakfast untouched beside her. With shamelessness, Yi Jin placed her breakfast beside Jialan, ignoring the other vacant spots. Did you log onto the Star Network yesterday? Jialan looked up, regarding Yi Jin's almost clingy behavior with an unreadable expression. Instead of objecting, he shifted to another topic. Yi Jin, pleased to play the innocent, responded, indeed. As soon as I entered the Star Network, I was thrown into a juvenile concentration camp. You're on vacation these days. As your guardian, I can take you to explore the non-protected zones. They continued their casual conversation. Unbeknownst to them, Jialan resumed eating his breakfast, returning to his meal. I want to try the mental strength mech. Yi Jin boldly declared her request, fully aware of her reality. When lacking in possessions, there was no need to hide behind pride. She could not remain empty-handed forever. If need be, she could owe a debt and repay it gradually. Jialan appreciated this straightforwardness. He preferred directness over the guessing games of others' desires. All right, this is not a significant matter. As your guardian, it is my duty to reasonably fulfill your requests before you come of age, he mused, observing her stealthy hand reaching toward the breakfast. The old steward, appearing in the living room, felt a mix of emotions upon witnessing the scene. On one hand, he was pleased that the marshal, who rarely ate after his health issues, had consumed a decent amount. On the other, he felt uneasy about the two's overtly close interaction. After all, Missy was merely 18 years old, while the marshal had lived for 132 years. Wasn't he this bordering on child enticement? The concerned steward was unaware that it was the esteemed marshal who had truly been led astray. After an intense battle of wits, Yi Jin, having successfully pilfered, returned to her room, feeling utterly fulfilled. Meanwhile, the cunning Jialan shook his head helplessly and retrieved a long-unused holographic pod. Upon logging back in, Yi Jin found herself the center of attention. Where one logs off, they reappear upon logging back in, and unfortunately, she materialized in the VIP room of Hua Lai, wherein Tao and their brother were also present. The mech that had drawn so much attention yesterday stood silently behind her, making denial impossible. Repairing a damaged mech required additional credits, and while it was significantly cheaper than a real mech, it still cost money. With a mere 1,000 credits to her name, Eugene promptly sought aid from the marshal. Seeing that Eugene seemed inclined to pay for the mech's repairs, Hualai quickly declined. "I'm not short on money. I invited you here. We can take our mechs for repairs together later." Eugene refused, aware they hadn't known each other long enough to assume such generosity. It was evident this was no trivial sum. She wouldn't take advantage of someone simply because they were wealthy. However, taking advantage of the marshal felt entirely justified. After all, a greater debt was not a concern. Rule 3 of the Romance Handbook: always leave oneself an escape route. This way, even if her pursuit failed, she could continue to cling to him under the pretense of needing to repay her debts. Delightedly misinterpreting all the terms, Eugene mentally applauded her cleverness. Jing'an had been observing Eugene since her arrival. Given their unique status, every individual who approached needed to be scrutinized carefully. Though he was unaware of her true identity, witnessing her insistence on not taking advantage by repaying the money affirmed her character in his eyes. Since Eugene's arrival, Hua Tang had not stopped laughing. She shot him a glare before bidding farewell to her new friends. Along with the transfer notification was a location message. Her crush awaited her outside. Who had the patience to deal with this lunatic? Initially, Tao had been somewhat reluctant, having not made friends her age in quite a while, but upon learning that Eugene's guardian had come, she reluctantly said her goodbyes. Eugene excitedly reached the agreed location, only to find a seemingly ordinary man standing there. Despite possessing an utterly ordinary appearance, so unremarkable that one could easily lose sight of him in a crowd, Eugene resolutely identified him at first glance and, without a hint of hesitation, rushed toward him. Jia Lan merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure zipping past. The next moment, he felt an additional weight in his arms, a small lightning mouse clinging desperately to his clothing, leaving him utterly powerless. Faced with the benevolent gazes of other guardians who had come to observe the children, he could only acquiesce to Eugene's antics. She was brazenly taking advantage of her current form as a lightning mouse. The comments in the barrage were filled with casual exclamations. Eugene, feigning ignorance, settled on Jia Lan's shoulder, embodying a carefree spirit. Guardians could configure the virtual images of their young charges, and under their supervision, they could revert to human form. Jia Lan casually remarked that Eugene's ears perked up, no longer pretending to be deaf and mute. She obediently climbed down from his shoulder and followed him, venturing into the fabled adult world. Chapter 33. The psychic mech. Eugene had long been curious about this area devoid of younglings, especially after witnessing the splendor of the Star Network. Exercising his authority as a guardian, Jia Lan successfully transformed Eugene back into her human form. She opted for the system's default appearance, as she had no intention of participating in a beauty pageant. She simply desired a complete set of limbs. As they strolled through the bustling streets, the distinctly altered atmosphere overwhelmed Eugene's senses. This is the proper way to experience the holographic network. The previous ambience made me question whether I had entered a fairy tale kingdom. While visually stunning, it lacked a certain authenticity. After all, the essence of holography lies in its realism. This place, stripped of its previous dreamlike quality, now resonated with the rhythms of everyday life. With the widespread adoption of the Star Network, this had nearly become humanity's second realm. Jia Lan was well acquainted with the locale and led Eugene to a club that felt strikingly familiar. The imposing entrance was instantly recognizable to her. Intrigued, she followed him inside, where the atmosphere had noticeably shifted to one of seriousness, charged with fervor and fervent energy. This club attracted a diverse array of individuals. A veritable melting pot, certainly not resembling the childish play of before. It also featured a VIP room, and without hesitation, he retrieved a key from the front desk and led Eugene away from the main hall, disregarding the whispers that trailed behind them. Is that Reese? He has returned after such a lengthy absence? Wasn't it said that his genes had collapsed? Could it be a ruse? With his prowess, surely something must be amiss with his physical form. Otherwise, why would he have remained hidden for so long? And who is that girl following him? Surely he didn't vanish just to pursue a romantic interest? This could be quite the spectacle. Word had it that Tan Lang was also present, having long declared his intention to defeat Reese's undefeated legend. Alas, Reese's sudden disappearance had turned Tan Lang into a laughingstock, and now his anger was at its peak. These murmurs did not faze Eugene. She was finally witnessing the legendary psychic mech. It appeared quite similar to ordinary mechs, didn't it? Sensing Eugene's confusion, Jia Lan calmly elucidated, "This is the standardized mech for novices, as well as the most affordable trial version. Once you have practiced the fundamental movements to a satisfactory level, you may apply for a more advanced mech through testing." The novice test is relatively easy to pass, particularly with this type of psychic mech. Yi Jin, brimming with curiosity, approached to give it a try. Indeed, the sensation was markedly different. Absent were the myriad dazzling buttons found in manual mechs. Instead, the psychic mech was equipped solely with various psychic sensing devices. As Yi Jin tentatively activated her still-weak psychic energy and made contact, she felt a shift in her vision, as if her entire body had melded with the mech. She cautiously moved her limbs, aside from a slight effort required to mobilize. It felt almost akin to her own arms and legs. Excitement coursed through Yi Jin as she wiggled her limbs and leaped a few steps, never before realizing she could feel so grand. Jia Lan watched her, amused by her exuberance, until an untimely visitor communication interrupted their moment. Tanlang, having learned of Reese's presence at the club, could no longer remain seated. Disregarding any potential rudeness, he arrived unannounced at the VIP room's entrance and sent a visitor message, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Reese, have you finally emerged from your shell? I am here to challenge you today. If you have the audacity, accept my challenge directly." Recently, Tanlang had been intoxicated by the flattery of those around him, genuinely believing himself invincible. He found it particularly irksome to hear others claim he was inferior to Reese. Not now. Jia Lan truly had no time to engage with him. His own health had been increasingly unstable, and he had spent little time on the Star Network, dedicating his scant energy to accompany Yi Jin. How could he afford to waste time on those who were unworthy of his attention? His straightforward response left Tanlang momentarily speechless. Rumors claimed that Reese was currently with a girl. Are you out of your mind, yearning for a woman so desperately? If you have the skill, defeat me in front of your woman. His juvenile, foolish remarks barely warranted any interest. You have been placed on the unwelcomed list. Please exit promptly, or you will be forcibly removed. Tanlang felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, as if the onlookers were mocking him, his eyes reddening with fury. Fortunately, his friends retained their composure and dragged him away, for the penalties here were no jest. Being forcibly removed would only deepen his humiliation. Who did he think he was? A few flattering words had made him lose all sense of direction. Indeed, if Reese were so easily challenged, he would be unable to accomplish anything substantial. If he truly possessed such capability, he ought to accumulate points. Reese held the top position on the leaderboard. If he could manage to rank within the top 10, he could enforce a challenge. At that point, if Reese refused to engage, it would count as a loss, allowing Tanlang to challenge him at a time when Reese was absent. What was he thinking? Those capable of ranking in the top 10 valued their reputation. They would surely confirm Reese's online status before issuing a challenge. Otherwise, winning would simply become a farce. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of Jia Lan's VIP room, yet the acoustics of the grand door ensured they remained undisturbed within. Under Jia Lan's guidance, Yi Jin finally mastered several basic movements, which were merely running, spinning, and jumping. However, her physical condition soon fell short, and she began to pant heavily. Operating a mech required stamina. Having successfully transitioned from the basic standardized mech, as a newcomer to the mech world, Yi Jin soon, like many others, began to yearn for a more advanced model. She had no particular demands regarding appearance, thus choosing the simplest foundational configuration without expending excess credits on mere aesthetics. Jia Lan had initially presumed that girls would be more particular about appearances, but he was taken aback by her nonchalance. Hence, he selected the most refined option among the choices, as Yi Jin's indifference did not warrant his disregard. Moreover, this mech was ideally suited for her, demanding the least in terms of physical constitution and psychic energy, perfectly aligning with Yi Jin's status as a newly awakened youngling. Unbeknownst to Yi Jin, Jia Lan had considered various factors. She was entirely absorbed in the fresh experience of her new mech. Indeed, transitioning away from the novice stage brought a remarkable difference. Her senses were heightened, yet movement became increasingly cumbersome and more taxing on her psychic energy. The reason this was classified as a novice mech was due to its minimal requirements for physical constitution and psychic energy. The current model she was utilizing was still the lightest available aside from the novice mech. It seemed that amidst her flirtations, she must not neglect the enhancement of her abilities. Chapter 34. Accumulating points. Every mech club maintained a points leaderboard, where mech warriors earned points through challenge matches. Winning awarded 1 point, losing deducted 1, and ties yielded no points. The club's leaderboard was divided into an internal ranking and an external ranking. The internal ranking reflected standings within the club, while the external ranking encompassed the total standings across all clubs. In this world that reveres the strong and values power above all, Securing a spot among the top 10 of the external rankings is akin to achieving celebrity status. Those within this elite group gain not only fame but also prestige and a myriad of privileges, some of which are inaccessible even to the federal authorities. However, no matter how enviable these rewards may seem, without the requisite strength, they remain unattainable, a notion that embodies a different kind of fairness. Jalan has long held the first position on the external rankings, but due to health issues, he has been absent for quite some time. As the points of the second-place contender, Reese, begin to close in, his fans are filled with anxiety. Upon receiving the news that Reese has finally returned online, their excitement is quickly overshadowed by the disheartening revelation that he is captivated by beauty and disinterested in accumulating points, a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Eugene is blissfully unaware of the shattered hearts of her Commander-S fans. Upon hearing about the points competition, she is eager to participate, not for fame, but to acclimate herself to piloting mechas. After all, whether for her future education or accompanying troops into battle, proficiency in mecha operation is indispensable. However, as a well-behaved student of the 21st century, her understanding of combat is limited to hair-pulling and cheek-scratching. Financial constraints have prevented her from watching many martial arts dramas. The calisthenics she practiced may enhance her physical condition, but they do not teach her how to fight. Faced with this dilemma, Eugene turns to Jalan with pleading eyes. Jalan had not intended for her to navigate this alone, and seeing her expression, he reluctantly dons a mecha and begins to guide her step by step. Though lacking the instinct for combat, Eugene is a diligent student, quickly adapting due to her agility and coordination. However, applying learned knowledge in practice proves challenging. Human reflexes are difficult to master. True proficiency demands real combat experience to overwrite previous subconscious instincts and cultivate what is commonly referred to as combat awareness. If Eugene were merely a blank slate, she might adapt swiftly, but her 18 years of life experience cannot be easily altered. Jalan recognizes her struggle. Despite her efforts and intelligence, she is devoid of combat awareness, a remarkable deficiency for someone living in a perilous interstellar environment. Even the most sheltered cubs do not neglect this aspect, for they cannot remain under protection forever. They must eventually grow. Delaying this learning process until maturity would be too late. As Jalan contemplates, he frowns, not at Eugene, but at her parents. It is evident that her previous living conditions were exceedingly comfortable, yet the chaotic yellow sand star, where the rebels reside, is hardly a nurturing environment. The absence of combat awareness and a sense of danger is astonishing, given that her parents have sheltered her so effectively in such a hostile place. While Jalan understands and admires their protective instincts, he knows that no one can guarantee lifelong safety. Should an unforeseen event occur, Eugene would find herself utterly defenseless. Fortune has favored her by placing her on the peaceful planet of G170, but what of the future? Can she rely on such luck to persist? With a sigh, Jalan reassures himself that it is not too late. Unbeknownst to Eugene, her idol is grappling with these troubling thoughts. She does not perceive her lack of combat awareness as a flaw, for she has never encountered life-threatening crises. As an orphan who has faced some hardships but has never witnessed true danger, the most significant brawls she has seen involved local ruffians throwing slippers and bricks about, akin to childish play. Thus, she is oblivious to the complexities of actual combat. With Jalan casting her directly into the arena, Eugene's reality is starkly illuminated. The teachings she had absorbed fade from her mind as she finds herself bewildered. Before she can even register the commencement of a match, it seems to end, leaving her staring at the glaring score of 1. Slowly, she bites her lip in frustration. The matching opponents in the points competition are determined by their scores. As a novice, she faces only novices. Jalan's voice, tinged with coldness, breaks the silence. Your combat awareness is woefully insufficient. Teaching you more techniques at this stage would be futile. The only path to rapid improvement lies in engaging in genuine battles repeatedly. Jalan has never believed that sheltering Eugene within a protective cocoon is wise. His presence here cannot shield her indefinitely. She must grow swiftly. Though the process may be painful, it is far better than facing a future devoid of resistance. In the arena, her opponents, hidden behind their mechas, are oblivious to her identity and appearance. Moreover, since virtual deaths do not occur on the Star Network, they will not hesitate in their actions. This arena is the most suitable place for her to gain experience. Observing Eugene's silence, Jalan, while convinced of the necessity of this approach, feels a twinge of concern. Suddenly, he finds himself smiling at the irony. During his days training new recruits, he had been relentless in his methods to enhance survival rates. When had he become so soft-hearted? Was it age that had softened him? Just as he expects Eugene to break into tears or protest, she finally lifts her head. Instead of the tears or anger he anticipated, her eyes shine brightly, filled with the brilliance of the cosmos. I will continue. If I cannot succeed once, I will try twice. If twice is not enough, I will try thrice. I have never lost in my life, and I refuse to be defeated here. Eugene understands the significance of strength in this interstellar realm. She has never been one to rely on others for protection. Enhancing her own abilities is an unavoidable reality she will not evade. With the esteemed Marshal personally guiding her, and a whole arena of opponents providing unsparing practice, she sees no reason to feel disheartened or abandon her aspirations. Acknowledging her lack of combat awareness is merely a fact, and Eugene has never shied away from reality. If she lacks it, she will practice until she succeeds. With determination, she turns back to the competition. Observing her persistently re-entering the arena despite being thrown out time and again due to her clumsiness, Jialan is momentarily lost in thought, recalling the starlight glimmer in her eyes. In Chapter 35, the R&B player, Eugene impressively elevates her score from 1 to 10, finally starting to grasp the nuances of the game. Were it not for her physical exhaustion and dwindling mental strength, she would have continued. Worn out, she manages to say, "I'll need to spend your credits to repair the mecha," before being unceremoniously logged out due to excessive mental fatigue. Once offline, Eugene, utterly fatigued, shuts down the streaming room and falls asleep within the holographic chamber. The audience, recognizing her limits, does not protest her departure from the live stream, dismissing a few requests to view her sleeping face. After Eugene has succumbed to slumber, her door creaks open, and a figure approaches her beside the holographic chamber, gazing at her peaceful visage with a gentle sigh before lifting her onto the bed. As he exits the room and closes the door, he turns to find the elderly butler's gaze, tinged with disdain. "Heber, I am not that beastly." Jialan chuckles in exasperation. Heber, the old butler known as Hyman, glances at him but says nothing, shaking his head as he departs. What could he say? Having once been a space pirate leader rescued by the previous head of the Ares family, he has served as the family's butler, watching Jialan grow up as if he were his own child. With no offspring of his own, he regards Jialan as his sole kin. Witnessing Jialan's declining health pains him, yet he is powerless to remedy the situation. His life has been one of violence, and research has always eluded him. Now, Jialan has grown up and is delighted to have someone he likes. He initially believed that this child would truly be destined for a life of loneliness. However, he is acutely aware of Jialan's physical condition. If Yejin were to truly be with him, it would undoubtedly lead to a tragic outcome. Contemplating the adorable Yejin, the old steward finds himself at a loss. On one hand, he wishes for someone to accompany Jialan. On the other, he does not want to ruin the young girl's life. Alas, he decides to leave it to fate. Life continued to unfold as Yejin endured an excruciatingly challenging tournament, battling fiercely against her opponents. Yejin, initially flustered, gradually began to resist and ultimately retaliate, not taking much time to adapt. Perhaps it was the innate warrior spirit in her blood, or perhaps the activation of her inner frenzy that allowed Yejin to increasingly relish the thrill of battle. The dangerous exhilaration invigorated her immensely. Jialan began to notice that once Yejin engaged in combat, she transformed into an entirely different person. Her once adorable, large eyes, perfect for charming others, now appeared bloodthirsty and otherworldly. The previously gentle and harmless demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce, aggressive energy, akin to a young leopard poised to deliver a lethal blow in the jungle. Yejin may not have recognized her own transformation, but both her dedicated viewers and Jialan certainly did. What should we do? The streamer has gone dark. It's a bit frightening. It's rather thrilling. Don't you think she's handsome? My goosebumps are rising. The streamer looks stunning. Regarding Yejin's metamorphosis, Jialan could only remark, a born warrior. Yejin's rapid growth astonished Jialan. He never anticipated she would adapt so well to combat, even deriving enjoyment from it, especially considering her awakened ability was the most peaceful and non-aggressive wood-type power. Despite his surprise, Jialan became increasingly dedicated to guiding Yejin. Initially, he only hoped she could protect herself, but now he dares to envision her future, even though he may not be able to witness it. The rigorous training proved effective, due to the overwhelming exertion on her physique and mental fortitude. Supplemented by her powers to alleviate stress, Yejin not only transformed her negative points into positives but also elevated her abilities, mental strength, and physique to the sea level, crossing into the intermediate threshold. In the interstellar rankings, The classification from E to D is considered low tier and easy to progress through, while transitioning from D to C marks the leap from beginner to intermediate, where many find themselves stuck. Yejin successfully navigated this first hurdle, instilling a newfound confidence in her. As her points increased, she encountered increasingly formidable opponents, and she grew more accustomed to the intensity of battle. With more opponents came more eccentricities. Discussing various adversaries with her audience became her greatest joy each day. Despite considering herself well-versed, she was still taken aback by her current opponent. Today, as Yejin matched with her opponent as usual, she was surprised to find herself injured not physically, but in her eyes. The potency of a mecha's capabilities is closely tied to the pilot's mental and physical levels, as well as the materials of the mecha itself, though the latter plays a minor role unless heavy firepower is equipped. Ultimately, the decisive factor in battle lies with the individual. The arena had restrictions on weaponry, meaning that while the competition involved mechas, the real contest was personal strength. Each contender on the leaderboard was a formidable fighter. Given these constraints, most competitors relied on standardized equipment. After all, anything else was merely decorative and a waste of money. However, Yejin's opponent played by unconventional rules. The dazzling golden color, the extravagant, luxurious configuration. It was evident he was wealthy. In this arena, could there be any other purpose besides seeking a fight? Yejin struggled to comprehend his line of thinking, yet this did not hinder her from racking up points. The arena's weaponry, though limited, still existed, and she preferred to engage in hand-to-hand combat rather than relying on weapons. She trusted her instincts for the rest, as using weapons required calculating various factors, which Yejin, now reduced to a novice, felt incapable of managing. The wealthy player did not expect Yejin to be so straightforward. However, matching with someone who had scored numerous victories like Yejin indicated, he was not entirely inept. Once the battle commenced, he quickly realized how he had come this far. When weapon potency was constrained, victory relied on quantity. When weapon quantity was limited, victory depended on potency. Simply put, it boiled down to money. This method could only yield success in such a low-tier battlefield, as relying on loopholes would not lead to long-term success. In the 36th chapter, Gene Collapse, money still held some value, as this individual managed to withstand Yejin's prowess for a considerable duration. Ever since Yejin seemingly unlocked the essence of fighting, she could already be deemed invincible in this beginner arena with under 100 points. After all, she had elevated her abilities to the C level, and as an intermediate power user, she was merely accumulating experience and points in this novice arena. Yejin never relied on the expectation of fairness in her victories. In reality, no one would discard their weapons before a fight. All those battles were not in vain, as her opponent's mecha consumed resources as if they were money. Unleashing various energy weapons, Yejin skillfully evaded with her own physical intuition. In the instant he switched weapons, her mental power surged, and her mecha accelerated rapidly, launching a relentless assault to showcase his opulence. A barrage of punches left the wealthy player dazed until the damage to his mecha exceeded the warning threshold. At which point Yejin delivered a decisive blow to the cockpit, sending him out of the arena. Satisfying. I feel exhilarated too. Strangely satisfying. I've long wanted to pin him down and rub his face in the dirt. That golden color was truly an eyesore. The rich man's trembling is palpable. Streamer. Here is a small token of appreciation. Envy of the wealthy is not commendable. Haha. The streamer, with only 1,000 credit points now, has gone berserk. As a now dependent traveler, she felt she had brought shame upon her fellow crossers. Yejin logged off amidst a chorus of mockery, entirely unaware that her dragon-like prowess had propelled her to the forefront of the Star Network. In reality, the Star Network hosts numerous mecha leagues, each with its own flair. However, the leagues organized by mecha clubs, having eliminated all external aids, maintained a high level of fairness and credibility. While others competed fiercely to prove their abilities in this league, Just Wealthy stood out as an anomaly within the Star Network's Mecha Club League. If he merely sought to flaunt his wealth, he could easily participate in unrestricted competitions, where no one would object to building a mecha entirely out of the most expensive interstellar materials. Yet, he found such ostentation meaningless and preferred to challenge himself with high difficulty. By exploiting the loopholes in the club league and flaunting his wealth, he remained stagnant at the beginner level, relying on equipment that rendered opponents unable to land a strike. Many harbored resentment toward him, but felt powerless to act. Transitioning from low-tier to intermediate levels is notoriously arduous. Most individuals accumulate enough points to advance to intermediate arenas well before reaching this stage. It is rare for the pace of rank elevation to surpass that of competition advancement. Thus, encounters with intermediate power users in beginner arenas are virtually non-existent. Until Yejin, a peculiar case arrived. With some beginner gift packages bestowed by the system, she could effortlessly enhance her abilities without burden. Others progress slowly, partly because it is indeed a challenging endeavor, and partly because the exotic beasts and plants used for replenishing energy must be consumed with utmost caution, lest the rampant energy overwhelms the control of one's mental strength and abilities. This video, having accomplished what many have long desired, along with its captivating and cathartic process, has propelled it to trending status. However, Yejin is currently oblivious to the wave of discussions sweeping through the Star Network, as her attention is consumed by the troubling situation surrounding Jialan. His condition had been deteriorating gradually, with the energy within him intensifying its torment day by day, sustained solely by his remarkable endurance. Accessing the Star Network requires mental fortitude, and his prolonged absence was due to his need to suppress the turmoil within. Previously, not only did he re-enter the Star Network, but he also forcefully utilized a mech to teach Yejin, further disrupting the precarious balance within him. Watching Jialan lock himself in the training room, Yejin could feel the violent aura emanating even through the thick safety door, driving her to the brink of madness. Desperately, she rummaged through her system space for anything that could be of assistance, knowing she had to rely on the system in this dire moment. Yejin had never been particularly invested in the system store. She merely sought an opportunity to level the playing field with others, confident that she would not fall short thereafter. Now, she finally comprehended the immense value of the system's side effect-free enhancements. 9,527. Can the items in the system package be used by others, or are they exclusive to me? The host may administer them to Marshal Ares. However, given the low grade of the elixirs in the package, their efficacy for an SS-level ability user is minimal. It is recommended that the host expedite the unlocking of the store. As long as they are useful, that is all that matters. We must overcome this immediate challenge before considering the future. Yejin donned the protective suit provided, disregarding the old butler's admonitions, and stealthily accessed the training room using the permissions she had obtained from Jialan. As the door swung open, a torrent of violent energy surged forth, slicing against Yejin's skin as if she were being cut by knives. Even through the protective suit, the pain was unmistakable. The sheer potency of the energy spilling forth hinted at the immense suffering Jialan endured daily. Her understanding of genetic collapse had been far too simplistic, and she had taken his struggles for granted. Had she known. But it is never too late to learn. First, she must tackle the pressing issue of subduing the rampant energy with her mental strength and abilities. The system guarantees quality. If one vial is ineffective, she would try two, determined that this multitude would yield some effect. As she approached Jialan, the agony he was experiencing caused her to weep in pain. No one could truly grasp this torment unless they had experienced it themselves. Jialan, hunched against the wall, was visibly suffering, veins bulging, fists clenched tightly, drenched in cold sweat. His first thought upon seeing Yejin rush in was one of dismay. "What are you doing here? Are you trying to throw your life away?" Though Yejin recognized the concern in his frigid tone, it only served to ignite her anger. She had never endured such suffering in her life. The worst she had experienced was a paper cut or a bruised knee. Now, in the practice mech, she had never truly faced any real danger. "You be quiet. Jialan Ares, Yejin, do not engage in losing propositions. You are mine from now on." Chapter 37. Healing before he could speak again, Yejin roughly poured the mental energy soother and the specially procured ability replenisher into his mouth. With her hands trembling from the pain, there was no room for gentleness. Jialan was momentarily stunned by her abrupt declaration, lacking the strength to resist as she forced the unknown substances into his mouth. The moment the liquid entered, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, gradually clearing the fog of pain clouding his mind. The exhausted mental energy began to ease, as if his battered nerves were finally able to relax. A warm current surged through his limbs, replenishing the abilities depleted from years of suppressing the chaotic energy within him. His previously immobile body found a release, allowing the uncontrollable energy to gradually be reined in. "What is this?" Jialan discerned that Yejin harbored secrets. Previously, due to Yejin's recent awakening, her initial advancements had been relatively straightforward, with minimal energy requirements. He had refrained from allowing her to consume food made from exotic beasts or plants, knowing that the rampant energy was best avoided. Yet, without any contact with energy-rich entities, she had somehow ascended a level, a feat nearly impossible. Transitioning from E to D rank could be achieved independently, a common choice among many, but advancing from D to C rank required immense effort, making it improbable to achieve in such a short time. He had personally attempted to promote himself to minimize harm and was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Once he pulled Eugene under his protective wing, he chose not to interfere too much with her actions, willing to wait until she revealed her secrets, as long as her health remained intact. He hadn't anticipated her lack of caution. The moment the substance entered her system, he recognized its value. Was it something to be freely disclosed? Jialan understood the terrifying implications of genetic collapse in the interstellar realm, having witnessed people do anything for a sliver of hope. As a marshal, he had seen too much. Eugene paused, yet complied, tucking away the items in her possession, and for safety's sake, she placed them into the system space. Upon holding Eugene's hand, he sensed something was amiss. She must be wearing something, explaining how she had managed to reach him. However, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly patting her back, resembling a caretaker comforting a frightened youngling. Eugene, bewildered, quickly grasped the situation upon hearing the hurried footsteps approaching. Her expression shifted to one of relief as she buried herself in his chest, playing along. Seizing opportunities like this is the way to go. In that moment, Eugene felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She had prepared thoroughly. When she retrieved the elixirs, she had anticipated every possibility. In the worst-case scenario, she would simply have misjudged him. She had already instructed 9,527 to be on standby. If anything went awry, she would expend all her hard-earned energy to erase that part of her memory. This operation was perilous. A single misstep could render her a fool. If Jialan had not been in a state of mental exhaustion, she would have been unable to breach even the outermost defenses with her meager energy. It was not that she lacked resolve. Despite her affection for him, she was not yet prepared to risk her life for him. Perhaps in the future, she would be willing to sacrifice everything for him, but that time had not yet come. How long had they even known each other? Despite being thoroughly prepared, Eugene harbored a flicker of hope within her heart. She did not wish for her first encounter with someone to end in disappointment. It was not in her nature to forsake a future filled with uncertainty, and perhaps, deep down, she still held a belief in him. Thus, she gathered her belongings with decisive clarity, arranging only a precarious escape route. Fortunately, while tightly embracing Jialan's waist and subtly taking advantage of the moment, she mused to herself, "Indeed, I have an eye for talent." When Haiba approached the training room and saw the door wide open, he sensed something was amiss. Upon getting closer, he noticed the absence of the previously chaotic energy fluctuations. A sense of unease washed over him. "My apologies. The marshal's sudden episode took us by surprise. His health has always been fragile, and even the slightest disturbance can cause great concern," he explained apologetically to the physicians accompanying him. Unaware of the severity of Jialan's prior condition, the doctors could not comprehend how quickly he had regained control, perceiving it merely as a minor issue that had caused undue worry for the old steward. Yet, given the Marshal Ares's health, they understood that even the slightest disturbance could lead to significant consequences. Only one young physician, lingering at the back, furrowed his brow, observing that the scene before him did not resemble a mere trivial matter. The training room, particularly that of the marshal, was constructed with the finest materials. It would take a considerable commotion to cause such disarray. Haiba noticed the physician's scrutiny and casually remarked, "This training room has not been organized for quite some time. The marshal often stays here during his episodes, and over time, it has become rather untidy. My sincerest apologies for the disarray." The young physician, upon hearing this, took a closer look and noticed some signs of age. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Upon entering the training room and seeing more than one person inside, all present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning peculiar. Was it not said that the marshal had little interest in the opposite sex, or even the same? Who was the individual in his embrace? The steward, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and explained, "This is our family's young lady, Eugene, a minor under the marshal's guardianship." He then added with a kind gaze, "Miss, ye must be quite frightened. Guardian? Are you attempting to deceive me? With such a close embrace, you expect me to believe their relationship is purely platonic? Do you think us blind?" Observing the marshal's almost undisguised tenderness towards Eugene, while she surreptitiously took liberties at his waist, the steward cleared his throat and remarked, "Their relationship has always been quite affectionate." Chapter 38. Guess what? The physician, suppressing his curiosity and bemusement, proceeded to examine the two individuals who seemed reluctant to part. Eugene was perfectly fine, requiring only a cursory check. The marshal, however, was in a precarious state, injured but not beyond normal parameters. Jalan had refrained from consuming excessive amounts of medication, primarily due to concerns that rapid recovery might raise suspicions. The current state was just right, teetering on the edge of danger without imminent collapse. The young doctor, still intent on probing, discreetly activated a scanning device, pretending to be oblivious to Eugene, who was the only suspicious presence in the room. With advancements in spatial devices, there now existed tools capable of penetrating spaces to inspect internal matters. Generally, such devices were restricted for privacy reasons, but this physician had connections that allowed him to carry one discreetly. The scan yielded no suspicious findings, revealing only an array of feminine trinkets. Being under the watchful eye of the marshal, he was cautious not to act overtly. Although Jalan's condition was concerning, it was not something he could provoke. Noticing the doctor's actions, Jalan's pupils constricted slightly, but upon realizing that nothing incriminating had been uncovered, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, it only deepened the mystery surrounding Eugene. The ability to shield against spatial detection was remarkable. The young girl was more enigmatic than he had anticipated. Reflecting on the hand that had been roaming behind him, Jalan's lips twitched. No matter how mysterious she was, it could not change the fact that she was unreliable. Marshal, you are undoubtedly aware of your own health condition, so we shall refrain from dwelling on it further. Although this episode was not severe, it has nonetheless caused damage, and we hope you will take care of yourself. Our Federation needs you to protect us, the lead physician, an elder with great respect for Jalan, stated earnestly. It was precisely this respect that had earned him the position of the Ares family's personal physician. As for those with ulterior motives, Jalan was not concerned. He did not mind his subordinates seeking other opportunities. His future was indeed uncertain, but betrayal was unacceptable. The doctor who had raised suspicion was now on his radar, but it was wiser to keep him close, as he could serve as a source of misinformation when necessary. He feigned ignorance, waiting for the physicians to complete their examinations and depart. Once they left, Jalan turned his gaze toward the seemingly lifeless Eugene. The steward of the marshal's residence called us in haste. I feared the worst. Indeed. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. After all, the marshal has always stood at the forefront for us. If something were to happen, could we truly rely on those noble families for protection? Now that it was merely a scare, the future remained uncertain. Given the state of his health, death could be imminent. The previously erratic doctor scoffed. Io, how dare you speak so? The elder physician reprimanded him, and the others frowned in disapproval. Io realized that his hasty words had provoked ire and quickly feigned innocence, though he remained disgruntled, thinking, this is the truth. Why should I not speak it? Once he passes, let's see what options you all have left. The more he pondered, the more self-satisfied he became. Fortunately, I have already secured a new position. As long as I can glean some crucial information, I shall be valued. A female doctor who had examined Eugene casually remarked, that young girl seems to be wearing a transparent protective suit. No wonder she could approach the marshal during his crisis. Is that a new development from the Ares family? I have never seen anything like it. Yanni, the marshal's affairs are not for you to discuss. As a physician by his side, you must know what to say and what to keep silent. Yanni had merely spoken in passing, but she was taken aback by the reprimand, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Protective suit. Io perked up, his interest piqued. As everyone returned to the medical facility, each engrossed in their tasks, he stealthily approached Yanni. Within the training room, the old steward, although unaware of the events that had transpired, was solely concerned for Jalan Ares' safety and showed little interest in anything else. While Jalan trusted the steward, he understood that this was Eugene's privacy, and without her consent, he would not disclose a word to anyone. Today had been chaotic enough. Haiba had left to tidy up, and some matters were best left for the younger generation to discuss. The old man would not interfere. They say wisdom comes with age. The steward subtly grasped the essence of the situation, but refrained from asking questions or displaying curiosity, as if the earlier alarm had been nothing more than a false alarm. Despite his awareness of the severity of Jalan's recent episode, "What have you given me?" Jalan asked directly, cutting to the chase. Eugene could speak her mind or remain silent. He did not wish to beat around the bush. He had narrowly escaped disaster, thanks to her, and he was not inclined to meander in conversation. Jalan had instinctively forgotten that his sudden energy upheaval was due to his insistence on teaching Eugene about mechas on the Star Network. While he could forget, Eugene could not. Strictly speaking, She bore some responsibility in this matter. However, given the gravity of the medication involved, without access to the system's marketplace and the corresponding formula, any discussion was moot. Even if she acquired the formula, without the complete materials, it would be futile. Thus, there was no need for further explanation. Eugene trusted that Jialan would not delve into the details. Guess what? After some contemplation, she responded with a rather conservative answer. Jialan sighed with a wry smile and gently touched her hair. I suppose I must guess the protective suit you are wearing as well? Before Yejin could reply, Jialan continued, Your protective suit is likely to be discovered. If anyone inquires, just say it was given to you by me. Nothing else needs to be said. Protective suit? What protective suit? Is it the outfit you provided? Yejin blinked innocently. You. Jialan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at her naivety. As Jialan turned to leave the training room, Yejin seized the moment, swiftly catching up to him and placing her hand in his. Her delicate hand was enveloped by his long, bony fingers, resembling a child holding an adult's hand. Yejin felt a pang of frustration at her naturally petite frame, reassuring herself that she could still grow, while stating, There's no such thing as a free lunch. Since you've taken my medicine, you're now mine. Yejin spoke with conviction. Am I really that easy to acquire? Jialan did not release her hand, holding on to Yejin as he chuckled in response. Not at all. My medicine is still a rare find, truly one of a kind. Is that so? The two continued their conversation, filled with trivial banter, as they walked further away. After dinner, Jialan, whose body was still recovering, succumbed to exhaustion and lay down in the medical pod, not knowing when he would emerge. Chapter 39. Academy Planet. Yejin realized she could not continue to waste time. Opening the marketplace was urgent. Upon glancing at the progress bar in the background, despair washed over her. The sluggish pace rivaled that of a tortoise. No, even a tortoise would be faster. She needed more rewards. Despite her livestream being the only one on Earth and booming with popularity, the volume was simply insufficient. She truly could not bring herself to solicit rewards from others. The energy she had accumulated was willingly given by her audience. Previously, it mattered little, but now she found herself in a position where she had to support a family. Since asking for help was out of the question, she opted for an equitable exchange. What did Earth need? Clearly, it required systematic learning materials. Having previously indulged in procrastination, Yejin, a self-proclaimed underachiever, had concocted countless excuses to evade studying. The more she avoided it, the harder it became to engage, creating a vicious cycle. She understood that she could not allow herself to become an underperformer in any sense. Once addiction to avoidance set in, even the eternal system could not save her. Systematic learning materials were exclusively available at academies, and the better the academy, the more detailed and profound the resources. To acquire them, she had to gain admission. However, gaining entry into a prestigious academy was not as simple as excelling in combat. Awakening before the age of 20 was certainly advantageous, but it did not exempt her from needing cultural scores. It merely meant lower standards. Yet, she aspired to enter Ares Academy, the finest military school in the Federation, where even a reduced cultural score would still far exceed the acceptance thresholds of other institutions. As the date for entrance exams approached, Yejin silently summoned the determination she had prepared for her own college entrance exams years ago. Amidst the barrage of 666 comments in the chat, she found herself struggling in the depths of an overwhelming sea of questions. Academy Star was a most peculiar planet. It was not originally named Academy Star. As an A-grade planet, it had its own name, Washing Silk Star. From a distance, it appeared to be shrouded in a delicate veil, giving it a dreamlike quality. However, as one academy after another was established, the name Washing Silk Star gradually faded, replaced by Academy Star. Eventually, the permanent residence vacated, leaving behind a plethora of academies, research institutions, and various organizations to serve them, rendering the name Washing Silk nearly forgotten. The annual examination period on Academy Star was a bustling affair, attracting countless examinees and their families, along with opportunistic merchants, all converging in the throngs. The number of younglings in the interstellar realm was scarce, but when they all gathered on a single planet, their numbers became formidable. The academies here operated on a 10-year system, catering to the prodigies who awakened at the age of 20. While they would undoubtedly apply to Ares, one could not rule out the possibility of someone being misguided. After all, Ares was notoriously difficult to get into. For those awakening before the age of 20, they were considered exceptions and not part of the standard evaluation. The planet was divided into 4 major sectors. The easternmost section housed the preschoolers, a territory for those aged 10 to 20, where entry was strictly prohibited without a pass. Adjacent to the north was the domain for youths aged 20 to 30, those in the critical awakening period, characterized by complex terrains that could perfectly simulate various awakening environments. Conversely, to the south lay Yejin's destination, where nearly all the renowned academies were situated. As for the research institutes to the west, they were not places one could casually explore. Yejin waited until the commencement of the school year. Yet Jialon remained in a deep slumber, despite knowing that resting in the medical pod was the best remedy for his body. However, she felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a farewell. After all, once at the academy, barring exceptional circumstances, one could not leave except during the annual break. Although this arrangement lacked humanity, it maximized the safety of the students, and no one thought to change it. Without waiting for Jialon, Yejin left a portion of her medicine by his side, just in case, though it was a meager gesture. She also left behind a set of radio calisthenics, not willing to admit that part of her disappointment stemmed from not being able to witness his awkwardness during practice. Upon disembarking from the starship, Yejin was nearly overwhelmed by a throng of eager vendors pushing their wares. Take my hover car. The latest model, priced fairly. 30 years of driving experience. I drive both fast and steady. We can leave immediately. Are you a new student? Need a guide? Prices are fair. Yejin noticed some students dressed in academy uniforms working part-time. After all, not everyone came from affluent backgrounds. The Federation provided basic living allowances for younglings, but it was only enough for essential needs. In the academy, to avoid falling behind, various resources were indispensable, and every resource aimed at enhancing strength was costly. Here, no one would defer to you simply because you were a youngling. Everyone was a child in this gathering of minors, where individual peculiarities were minimized. Yejin quietly retrieved her long idle hoverboard. Upon seeing her mode of transport, others shifted their focus to recommending accommodations. My rental is quiet and affordable. The best choice for students cramming before exams. With exams approaching, do you want to study seriously without distractions? The must pass in is what you deserve. Yejin recognized the familiar shadow of ticket scalpers from Earth near train and bus stations. One had to marvel at the civility of these individuals on Academy Star. After all, they were still scalpers in a different world. This is a lowly way to solicit customers. Miss, care to watch a dance? A traditional one, without clothes. Hey, shut up ahead. This familiar sight brought a wave of nostalgia to Yejin. However, no matter how grand their pitches, she would not pay them any mind, for she already had a place to stay. Although there were no permanent residents, numerous individuals conducted business here, including more than just students and teachers. Thus, acquiring a property here was relatively simple, at least for a marshal of Ares. Settling into a charming standalone villa in close proximity to Ares Academy, Yejin felt a pang of embarrassment for those who had traversed realms. After all, relying on others could be quite agreeable, couldn't it? Host, have you given up? Miss, please don't fall from grace. Rise to the occasion and prove the dignity of a realm traveler. We are all floundering. You cannot afford to join us in idleness. The chat erupted in a chorus of anxious pleas, fearful that Yejin might truly succumb to apathy. But what was wrong with being idle? What was wrong with relying on others? I am an idle dreamer, thriving on my own merits while enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Yejin felt a surge of defiance. Not everyone could partake in the privileges granted to General Ares. Enough of that. It was time to strive, to push forward, to muster all her strength. Gazing at the arcane text before her, she silently encouraged herself. Chapter 40. Written examination. The entrance examination for Ares Academy was about to commence, and with a fluttering heart, Yejin stepped into the examination hall. The test was conducted in a holographic virtual environment, ensuring that no matter how skilled one was, cheating was impossible. As she surveyed the rows of holographic pods, she couldn't help but marvel at the Academy's grandeur. Indeed, its resources were abundant. Most of the candidates had arrived in clusters, clearly familiar with one another. After all, they were all from the same planet, attending the same regional classes. The tension was palpable. There was still so much she hadn't reviewed. Me too, another candidate chimed in. The Ares examination papers are incredibly difficult. After poring over past papers, my confidence has dwindled. Don't rush. After the written test, there's the Talent Awakening assessment, and the final rankings will be based on the cumulative scores. With your innate abilities, you're bound to excel. But I can't afford to perform poorly. I cannot bear the shame. Yejin was apprehensive about disappointing expectations. Those who could apply to Ares were undoubtedly prodigies. One could not solely rely on the Talent Awakening test, which was innate and unalterable. The written exam was the only avenue where effort could yield tangible results. Despite her diligent preparations, Eugene felt the weight of her potential failure. She had heard whispers of privileged candidates from influential families who had slots reserved for them, allowing them to bypass the examination altogether. In a sense, she too was part of an elite background but was unaware of such backdoor opportunities. Before the examination commenced, Eugene felt as if she were setting herself up for failure. Finding her holographic pod according to her examination number, she noticed that her fellow candidates were frantically utilizing their last moments of study. Reluctantly, she opened her light brain to reread the examination guidelines. It wasn't that she wished to review her materials again. Rather, she feared that further study might muddle her mind even more. The challenge of cramming years of knowledge into mere weeks was daunting. If her brain didn't explode, it would be a miracle. Relying on her memory alone seemed less reliable than sheer luck. Host, we are here for you when the time comes. You may not remember us, but we remember you. I've recorded everything on my computer. With my 26 years of singlehood speed, I guarantee synchronized answers for you. Exactly. Even if we don't understand, it won't stop us from copying. Thank you for your enthusiasm. While this enticing choice tempts me, I still wish to rely on my own abilities. Even if my skills are lacking, at least I can take pride in my integrity. Eugene was no saint, but neither was she one to employ shortcuts in such matters. Even if she knew she wouldn't be caught, she couldn't reconcile that with her own conscience. If she resorted to such tactics, how could she confidently pursue her aspirations? Bravo! You're doing great, host. Agreed. Good luck on the exam. Taking a deep breath, Eugene reclined into the holographic pod. As the light shifted, she found herself in the virtual examination hall. The space was stark and empty, save for the central desk and chair. All around her was a pristine white, devoid of even a single dark spot, monitored by an all-encompassing star network, completely eliminating any possibility of cheating. Seated at the sole desk, Eugene stared blankly at the countdown timer, her mind as vacant as the white walls surrounding her. Only when the exam began did she realize that the papers had already been placed on her desk. The thick stack of exam papers seemed overwhelming, enough to make her question her very existence. Just flipping through them would consume half the day. If this were on Earth, it would certainly lead to a bloodbath of failed attempts. Given the superior physical condition of the candidates here, the examination papers were designed to be exceptionally challenging. Eugene, adhering to traditional Earth examination customs, flipped through the papers with hopeful anticipation, wishing for a pleasant surprise, such as a note stating, upon reaching this point, you need only answer the final question. Alas, reality proved her wishful thinking naive. This was a genuine examination paper. She picked up her pen and began to fill in the answers she could muster. Her recent cramming had borne some fruit. At least she was no longer floundering as hopelessly as she had before. However, the time was too brief, the material too extensive, and the cultural divide too vast. What seemed like common knowledge to the interstellar candidates left her utterly bewildered. As she hurriedly filled in the last responses, she realized time had slipped away far too quickly. Despair washed over her as she glanced at the nearly blank pages, envisioning the shameful scrutiny of her peers upon the release of her scores. No, a horrifying image of that moment sent a shiver down her spine. She couldn't give up. There was still a chance for redemption. Relying solely on her skills was unreliable. She could still gamble on luck. With renewed determination, Eugene wrote furiously, filling in the remaining blanks based on her instincts. Even if she didn't know the answers, she couldn't leave them empty. This was the last-ditch effort of a candidate from the Great Z country. When the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, Eugene felt utterly drained. The papers vanished from her desk, and as she exited the holographic pod, she felt as if her very soul had ascended. Weak and weary, she emerged from the pod just in time to encounter another candidate. Hello. The other candidate, equally fatigued, greeted her weakly. This paper was beyond human capacity. I thought I had overestimated it, but it was even more challenging than I imagined. Eugene nodded vigorously in agreement. Perhaps sensing her shared plight, the tall girl with a high ponytail began to vent her frustrations. Fortunately, I never held high hopes for my cultural subjects, she whispered, glancing around to ensure no one would overhear. I heard that the exam paper wasn't originally this difficult. It seems there was a leak before the test, so they temporarily replaced it with the first-year final exam papers. How come I didn't hear about such significant news? Eugene asked, perplexed. Had her diligent preparations led her astray? This information was shared with me by a neighbor's sister, but please don't spread it around. Do you truly believe I would divulge it? Therefore, the grading this time might be more lenient. Eugene's spirits lifted at this revelation. It was indeed promising news. The two exchanged excited glances, each reflecting the other's exhilaration. "I'm Qing, pleased to meet you." Eugene found herself drawn to the girl's carefree demeanor. Since Qing had plans to reunite with her parents, they parted ways after exchanging their light brain contact information, agreeing to meet the following day for the next round of testing. Though Eugene had endured a grueling examination, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Having passed was enough. Now, her thoughts turned to how she could secure high scores in the upcoming assessments. Chapter 41. Talent Awakening Test, Part 1. The Talent Awakening Test was not as straightforward as Eugene had imagined. It was not merely a matter of scanning an instrument to determine a rank. Following the guidelines, she confirmed her basic information and joined the throng of candidates heading toward the testing area. There were 3 distinct pathways, each assessing mental capacity, abilities, and physical fitness. Only Aries Academy imposed such rigorous standards across all 3 domains. According to the examination guide she found online, she first entered the physical fitness testing corridor. Rumor had it that this assessment aimed to meticulously gauge individual physical data, and the questions were notoriously challenging. Many candidates emerged from the test utterly exhausted, feeling as if they had been drained of all vitality. This was particularly true for those who had already undergone the preceding 2 tests. They were likely to perform poorly due to fatigue and disorientation. Given the dire descriptions of the physical fitness test circulating online, Eugene felt a wave of trepidation as she approached the corridor. Qing was not much better off. All her information was hearsay. Until she witnessed it with her own eyes, her anxiety was no less than that of Eugene. I had inquired with a senior about the nature of the test, but she remained tight-lipped, gazing at me with an enigmatic smile that set my heart racing. The online discourse was equally shrouded in mystery. It seemed that the experience would be far from pleasant, and countless seniors must have been ensnared by this enigma. Their reluctance to disclose anything suggested that they wished for us to share in their misfortune. This familiar ruse was too evident. It was far better to share in the joy than to suffer alone. This thought only heightened Eugene's tension. Upon entering the examination hall, she was confronted with an array of dark entrances, gaping like monstrous maws, the destination of which was entirely unknown. A sign nearby read, "Candidates, please choose an entrance to proceed." The two exchanged glances, realizing they could not continue together, and reluctantly parted ways, each venturing into a separate passage. As Eugene stepped into her chosen route, she was unprepared for the sudden emptiness beneath her feet, causing her to lurch forward. Instinctively, she wished to utilize her ability. After the last time when the silk grass had proven immensely helpful, she had taken to carrying various seeds for convenience and efficacy. However, to her astonishment, her once familiar powers felt utterly unresponsive, as if they had suddenly ceased to exist. Was this the physical assessment which prohibited the use of abilities? With no other options, Eugene had to rely on her physicality, curling her limbs in a bid to counteract the downward force. Contrary to her expectations of a direct plunge, before she could even adjust her stance, she found herself meeting the cold ground with a thud. She lay sprawled on the floor, utterly dazed. This is hilarious. The joy of supervising the new candidates was the highlight of my year. In a monitoring room filled with screens displaying the various passages of the physical assessment, the dark surroundings and unforeseen obstacles maximized the evaluation of each candidate's speed, strength, senses, and reflexes. To ensure fairness, the entire examination was recorded. In the perilous environment perceived by the candidates, the darkness and uncertainty played to their disadvantage. Once the lights were turned on, the reality was far less daunting, revealing the comical antics of each novice, destined to become a source of embarrassment for their entire academic careers. As a senior who had been through the ordeal, how could we not offer a warm welcome to our adorable future juniors? In truth, the tricks employed were all conceived by those who had suffered similar fates, unwilling to let their own misadventures go unavenged. Zokai, tone it down. A young woman seated beside Zokai, her eyes twinkling with mirth, would have seemed more convincing had she not been smiling. Seeing them flounder puts my mind at ease. Zokai reveled in the spectacle. After all, he had fought hard to earn the opportunity to supervise the physical assessment, and it would be a disservice to his efforts to not enjoy it. Unbeknownst to Eugene, her comical misadventures were being recorded in their entirety, though she harbored an unsettling premonition. Having been caught off guard once, Eugene approached the situation with utmost caution. Suddenly, a series of heavy breaths echoed behind her, accompanied by a low growl that sent chills down her spine. A sense of dread enveloped her as she detected a metallic scent in the air. Surely, this was not a game of such magnitude. Yi Jin knew in her heart that no uncontrollable beast would truly appear, yet her instinctive fight-or-flight response urged her to flee. With eyes closed, she turned and threw a punch. Her past experience of being chased by wild dogs taught her that turning to run was the least advisable course of action. How could a pair of human legs outrun four? The only viable strategy was to respond with greater ferocity. In her haste, Yi Jin had forgotten that her current self might indeed have the capability to outrun a quadruped. When her fist connected, she felt as though she had struck a cloud, followed by a pitiful whimper as the unknown creature scampered away. It had fled. Yi Jin was left astonished. She had barely exerted any effort. In the monitoring room, Zokai, having just taken a sip of water, spewed it in surprise. Earlier, when he had seen someone encounter a Yaya beast, an adorable creature, he had felt a twinge of sympathy, not for her safety, but for the potential embarrassment she might face. The Yaya beast, born in the military academy's exotic creature habitat, was a mutated species whose name alone suggested its harmless nature. Its only defining trait was its terrifying vocalizations. If one only listened, they might mistake it for a fearsome monster. In truth, it was timid and cowardly, thriving on human excitement. If someone displayed fear, it would instantly perk up. Its speed, however, was astonishing, capable of chasing down the swiftest of candidates. Having participated in several examinations, nearly everyone who encountered it experienced a thrilling chase. Most newcomers were unaware of such peculiarities and had not undergone any specialized training. Their instinctive response upon encountering a creature was to flee. This segment of the exam was designed to assess candidates' speed and endurance. But the Yaya beast's inherently cute nature meant that after each examination, candidates would find themselves captured on camera, fleeing from a fluffy ball of fur, their dignity in tatters. Zokai had anticipated that this particular junior would also be left with an indelible mark of embarrassment, only to be surprised by her sudden display of strength as she struck the Yaya beast. Impressive. Others in the monitoring room gathered around, intrigued by the stark contrast between her seemingly soft appearance and her unexpected ferocity. Indeed, every candidate at the Ares Military Academy was a prodigy. Even if not accepted by Ares, they would surely gain admission to another esteemed institution. Thus, she was still considered a junior. With the scarcity of female candidates, those who managed to apply to the military academy had become a rare breed, and the few who ultimately succeeded were like a vibrant flower amidst a sea of green. In the male-dominated environment of the military academy, even seeing a female was a refreshing sight. The female candidates were notably more numerous in this examination, as Yi Jin's deceptive appearance, delicate and vulnerable, led many to underestimate her potential. After all, the military academy maintained high standards for physical fitness, and failing to secure a position at Ares meant that, for those unable to leave campus, it was better to simply ignore the possibility altogether. Thus, a throng of spectators flocked to the screen of the seemingly formidable female candidate. When Yi Jin delivered her punch, it became abundantly clear that one should never judge by appearances, resulting in a noticeable increase in her admirers. Though they understood that her true nature might not align with her exterior, and that even the gentlest of girls would develop toughness after a year of military training, that did not deter them from stealing a few more glances. After inadvertently scaring away a creature with her punch, Yi Jin continued her journey through the darkness. After traversing a considerable distance without encountering anything, she began to wonder if she had taken a wrong turn. In reality, this stretch was intended for her to have been fleeing from the Yaya beast, designed to minimize obstacles during her escape. Since the Yaya beast had already taken off, Yi Jin was left to navigate the course alone. This section was equipped with a signal jammer to suppress any unusual energy fluctuations, rendering her mental and supernatural abilities useless, making it a pure physical assessment. With no knowledge of how much further lay ahead, Yi Jin remained vigilant, fully aware of the many tales online that attested to the exam's potential pitfalls. However, maintaining such vigilance over an extended period proved to be mentally taxing. Before long, Yi Jin found herself drifting into distraction. The intense strain on her mental faculties was not easily sustained. The Yaya beast had fled. What would happen to the assessment now? In the monitoring room, a group of individuals exchanged bewildered glances. No matter how adorable a girl may be, examinations could not be delayed. Fortunately, a contingency plan was in place. A young woman activated the directive channel and issued the backup command. At the very moment Yi Jin's mind wandered, something hurtled through the air. Relying solely on instinct, she evaded it, unable to discern its nature in the darkness, but she could surmise it was far from benign. With the Yaya beast gone, the examiners had no choice but to release a swarm of spark beasts. While they were termed beasts, they resembled energy orbs more closely, sticky but non-lethal, albeit quite unpleasant. As she felt the slight electric crackles in the air, Eugene shuddered, her skin already aching at the mere anticipation of the experience. Spotting an opening, she dashed out of the encirclement, encountering obstacles along the way that were nothing short of exhilarating. Having sprinted past, she ostensibly completed the speed and stamina evaluation. Once outside the encirclement, she found herself in a still, dark corridor. Fortunately, Eugene was unafraid of the dark, yet it remained difficult to gauge her surroundings. Sensing something amiss beneath her feet, she swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping a fall. After a challenging traversal through sandy terrain, dense foliage, and even a river, she finally glimpsed a ray of light. After a prolonged darkness, the brightness was almost blinding. However, this illumination was not a mere gift. It signified that her eyesight would soon be put to the test. This was merely conjecture, yet when Eugene beheld a throng of ant-like creatures ahead, her suspicion turned to reality. Anyone with a fear of clusters would surely be driven to madness. Spotting a distinct red ant among the swarm, she began to grasp the purpose of this assessment. Surely, she was not required to count the number of red ants. Gazing at the overwhelming mass, she shivered, suppressing her urge to complain, and commenced counting earnestly. The onlookers in the monitoring room were perplexed. Was this a lenient evaluation? Was it truly too simplistic? These questions arose as the exam questions were drawn at random, entirely reliant on luck. There was no way to exploit any loopholes. Jealousy over another's good fortune was futile. If someone possessed enough influence to alter the exam questions, why even conduct the assessments? This was already a considerable challenge, especially for a girl. Ultimately, it was the young woman who spoke up. Reluctantly, everyone set aside their dissatisfaction at missing the spectacle. Though she was a female, her past was not to be underestimated. No wonder they can't find girlfriends, Sasha thought, observing her peers lamenting the absence of a soft girl to impress. Despite her name suggesting charm and grace, Sasha herself was the antithesis of a demure lady. As a powerhouse from the mecha department, she had long held disdain for these insufferable men and now fervently wished for a girl to brighten the atmosphere. As Eugene approached the completion of her physical test, the previously eager, steel-hearted men scattered, none willing to extend any courtesies, opting instead to revel in the misfortunes of others. They deserved to be single for life. Eugene nearly strained her eyes as she finished her counting. Finding the portal to submit her answer, she eagerly inscribed the numbers. With a soft chime, an unremarkable door slowly creaked open. Emerging from this testing corridor, Eugene felt utterly spent, not from physical exertion, but from emotional fatigue. The sensation of finally seeing daylight was truly exhilarating. She glanced around. The exit was still devoid of people, and Qin Qing had yet to appear. According to their prior arrangement, Eugene waited at the exit, ready to join Qin Qing for the subsequent evaluations. It wasn't long before others began to emerge, each one looking utterly disheveled, their appearances so pitiful that Eugene, who was merely tired, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Soon, Qin Qing appeared, her condition not much better. Xiao Jin. Upon seeing Eugene, Qin Qing was on the verge of tears. This test is beyond human endurance. Little did she know, an even graver ordeal awaited her, and she seized the moment to vent her frustrations at Eugene. Chapter 43. Talent Awakening Test, Part 2. Eugene silently assisted the exhausted Qin Qing to her feet. What happened to you? She inquired, genuinely curious. Don't even mention it. I fell into the water as soon as I entered, and I have no idea what lurked beneath. I nearly expended all my strength just to reach the shore. Qin Qing wore an expression filled with trepidation as she recalled the past. What about you? Eugene hesitated to answer, sensing a potential trap in the question. Remembering the creature that had darted away with a single punch, she worried that Qin Qing might also have fallen victim to a trick. I encountered something terrifying and bolted. After some thought, she decided it was best not to elaborate. They still had other tests ahead. If their mood soured, it would spell disaster. The two resolved to proceed to the psychic abilities test. Mastery over psychic powers required mental energy. Should they inadvertently deplete it during the psychic evaluation? No matter how potent their abilities, they would be rendered ineffective. The psychic test corridor was markedly more vibrant than the previous one. This was how an assessment ought to be. Qin Qing surveyed the crowd, exhaling in relief. The fatigue from earlier had yet to dissipate, and her voice bore a hint of weakness. The two supported each other as they approached the testing area. Here, the space was divided into individual booths. Without needing to say much, they each entered their respective compartments. The booths were semi-transparent, allowing visibility of the occupants and their movements, yet obscuring finer details. Upon entering her booth, Eugene discovered what she was to do. Before her stood a sensor. Her task was to manipulate her psychic energy into the device, which would automatically select examination questions based on her abilities. 9527. Will my psychic abilities be recognized? No, host. Your abilities are classified as an evolutionary capacity of the wood element. Fundamentally, they remain the same. The current technological conditions are insufficient to identify them. Eugene felt reassured. After inputting her psychic energy, the display screen indeed shifted to reveal information regarding wood-based abilities. It then transitioned to the examination questions. Eugene observed a small green light flickering in front of her, moving in accordance with her powers, initially puzzled. Suddenly, an array of variously colored dots appeared on the screen, and she realized with a start, this was an interstellar version of Snake. As the light moved, the number of contacts increased, and the initially tiny green began to elongate. Yi Jian soon comprehended the nature of the test. It was assessing her proficiency in manipulating her abilities. Yet how did this relate to her wood-based powers? She would quickly find out. The screen displayed special bright green dots. At first, Eugene assumed they were to be consumed as well. However, upon approaching, she realized they could not be devoured like the previous ones. Instead, she felt a draining force consuming her psychic energy. With each depletion, the bright green visibly expanded. Suddenly, it burst, transforming into a small sprout. As the bright green dots multiplied, Eugene's energy expenditure escalated until she reached her limit. Once she could no longer successfully nurture the small sprout, the examination concluded. Thus, this was a test of the total capacity of her powers. Dazed, Eugene exited the booth, feeling utterly drained. Upon stepping out, she discovered Qin Qing had already finished her assessment. Her previously pale face, already weakened from the physical test, appeared even more ashen. Xiaojin, your psychic energy level must be quite high. Qin Qing, who considered herself a genius, had not lasted long. But Eugene had remained in her booth for nearly double her time. You are truly impressive. At first, Qin Qing simply found Eugene pleasant enough to befriend. But now she realizes her new friend possesses remarkable abilities, prompting her to cling tightly to her. How about you? Can you continue with the exams? Observing Qin Qing's unusually pale complexion, Eugene felt a twinge of concern. I'm fine. Every candidate who comes to take the Aries exams feels this way. I was prepared for it. Qin Qing waved dismissively. Seeing her insistence, Eugene said nothing more and supported her as they headed toward the final examination venue. Fortunately, perhaps due to an understanding of the candidate's struggles, the final mental strength assessment took place within the star network. Eugene reclined once more into the holographic chamber. Awaiting the start of the examination, this was the last hurdle. She could not afford to fail. Reappearing in the virtual examination room, she found it to be a blank space, devoid of the previous tables and chairs. Standing in the exam room, Eugene felt perplexed, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, an immense gravitational force bore down on her, nearly toppling her. Struggling to straighten herself, she noticed vibrant bubbles appearing around her. The rules of the examination were unveiled. Candidates must withstand the gravitational pressure while attempting to burst as many bubbles as possible. The physical form within the star network represented a manifestation of mental strength. This examination would reveal both the candidate's concentration of mental energy and their control over it. It was indeed a grueling assessment. Without experiencing such an environment, one could hardly fathom the difficulty of moving under such high pressure. Eugene began to doubt whether she would suffer a cerebral hemorrhage after this examination. Laboriously moving her limbs, her legs felt as though they were encased in lead as she reached out for the elusive bubbles. How lamentable it was to have such short arms. In that moment, she wished fervently for the dexterity of a monkey's hands. With such an advantage, she wouldn't even need to move, as the bubbles would come to her. Even more frustratingly, the bubbles were surprisingly realistic. Just as she neared one, the gust of air generated by her heavy movements would send it flying away. Yet, in this gravity, moving lightly was simply impossible. After several futile attempts to reach the bubbles, Eugene finally ceased her pointless exertions, realizing that such actions were merely foolish. Calming her somewhat agitated emotions, she focused on one bubble, swiftly striking it before it could escape. If she couldn't move lightly, she would have to be quick. Although this sudden burst of energy drained her mental strength significantly, it was far better than expending energy in vain. Thus, until she could no longer stand. Eugene managed to shatter 10 bubbles. Glancing at her barely double-digit score, anxiety crept into her mind. How would she compensate for such a low score in the written exam? She decided to put those worries aside for now and ponder how to exit. Eugene felt certain that she could not walk back. Surely, she would not have to crawl out. With such concerns, she finally emerged from the holographic chamber, and upon seeing the various medical personnel waiting outside, she succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Chapter 44. Enrollment. Oh, how wonderful, Xiaojin. We have all been accepted. Before Eugene even opened her eyes, she heard the boisterous exclamations. She was utterly fatigued. By the time she roused, the results had already been announced. Lying in bed, reluctant to rise, she activated her light brain. The results had been sent, and upon checking her ranking, she found it satisfactory, placed in the middle, neither too conspicuous nor too far behind. As a citizen of Z country, steeped in the philosophy of moderation, drawing attention to oneself in unfamiliar surroundings was far from ideal. Xiaojin, you are now famous. There are many discussing you outside. What? Eugene sat up in astonishment. She had not achieved any particularly remarkable results. Your scores are hardly inconspicuous. Qing looked at her incredulously. When I heard your results, had I not known you, I would surely be among those discussing you now. As a girl of the new era, brimming with curiosity, she could not possibly overlook such juicy gossip. Your written exam score has set a new low, breaking the historical record for the lowest score for admission to Ares Military Academy. Although Ares ultimately considered the total score, there was still a cutoff for the written exam. Scores below that threshold would lead to disqualification, regardless of subsequent performance. Then how was I accepted? Eugene asked. Already suspecting the answer, her score must have fallen below that line, which explained the attention it garnered. Indeed, even with stellar performance afterward, you cannot be admitted if you do not meet the threshold. Yet your other scores are nothing short of extraordinary. Qing was surprised to learn that Eugene was not yet 20. Your 3 test scores are all mid-tier, which is the highest standard for third-year students at military academies. Awakening before 20 is already a sign of genius, and to break through to mid-tier at such an early age, if you do not falter along the way, you are destined for greatness. If they were to reject you, they would surely regret it. The results were supposed to be released right after the exams, but the announcement was delayed due to the considerable controversy surrounding your scores. So, I have already garnered attention from the school's leadership even before enrolling? Eugene wore a look of despair. But how long has it been? Do you not realize? It has been 3 days since the exams. How long did I sleep? To avoid becoming the center of attention, Eugene had remained secluded in her villa after returning from the hospital. As a homeless drifter, Qing had naturally been taken in by her from the hotel. You have a villa on this academy star? Since learning of Eugene's residence, Qing had not ceased her astonishment. Enough already. It's been days. And you are still amazed. Although Eugene was not knowledgeable about interstellar luxury, it was evident from Qing's attire that her family was well off, if not wealthy. You have no idea how challenging it is to own property on this planet. It is not merely a matter of wealth. Especially with this villa so close to Ares Academy, even those esteemed families cannot easily obtain such a place. Qing suddenly realized she might have misjudged her new friend. This seemingly unassuming companion had quite a remarkable background. Her family had prospered through energy resources, and while they might be regarded as nouveau riche by those self-proclaimed aristocrats, it was undeniable that few could rival their wealth across the galaxy. However, since they had achieved success later in life, when Qing was very young, her family had not been affluent, leaving her unable to adapt to the behaviors of those elite families. She had thought herself unique for not conforming to the typical image of the wealthy, but she had underestimated Eugene, who was similarly unpretentious. Little did Eugene know that Jialan was not particularly concerned with material possessions, and the old steward had little influence over the young lady's wardrobe. The attire she wore was simply what Lena had bought for her in a hurry, chosen for comfort and durability. The start of the school term approached quickly. Despite Eugene's strong desire not to be treated as a rare specimen for observation, reality was unavoidable. Due to her severe academic imbalance, she was clearly ill-suited for intellectually demanding fields. Ultimately, she was assigned to the mecha department, which required the least cerebral engagement compared to other disciplines. Although military academies typically favored male students, there were still some female students. However, few would venture into the mecha department. Even the most aggressive female candidates would likely choose the command department, where mental acuity was more valued than physical prowess. Most girls would opt for nursing or logistics. Thus, When word spread that Eugene had joined the mecha department, it sent shockwaves through the entire division. Finally, a girl had entered the previously male-dominated realm. Rare blossom amidst a sea of green. Qing and she were not in the same major, nor did they report to the same location. Thus, in the end, only Eugene bore the gaze of the entire department as they viewed the national treasures. The registration point was bustling with people, a throng of men nearly suffocating the area. Such a scene was unprecedented. My heavens, I can feel the overwhelming masculine energy. I think I'm going to faint. Can someone support me? My legs are giving way. The mecha department was indeed a male-dominated field. Upon arriving at the registration point, Eugene was immediately struck by a group of broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, long-legged individuals. No, Eugene, you must uphold your dignity. You were taken. She silently recited the image of Jialon several times in her mind to suppress her fluttering heart. After all, who could remain composed in front of a gathering of the world's top male models? Although she chanted to herself that form is emptiness and emptiness is form, her thoughts were already spiraling with excitement, akin to a barrage of comments on a screen. Nonetheless, Eugene maintained a serious demeanor. As a girl who appeared quite easy to bully, when Eugene arrived at the registration point, nearly everyone was incredulous. They had long heard rumors about her. This freshman had almost overshadowed all the candidates upon her arrival. At under 20 years of age, possessing C-grade abilities, her written test scores had shattered previous records, and her physical assessments had reached unprecedented heights. Entering the mecha department as a girl, each piece of news had dominated the campus forum. In their imagination, someone capable of achieving such results must surely be a muscular, formidable female warrior. This delicate girl took them completely by surprise. Would they even be able to attend classes in peace after this? With that thought, those senior students who had come to witness the spectacle directed their death rays at the new male students entering the mecha department. Chapter 45. The peculiar classmate. After the chaotic registration, the military training was an unavoidable ordeal for all cadets. Here, one would not be treated leniently simply because they were newcomers. In fact, the training would be even more rigorous. After all, these young ones would not remain children forever. They would eventually have to grow up. To show leniency now would only harm these youngsters, especially those who would soon find themselves on the battlefield. Fortunately, there would be a buffer period after registration before military training commenced, allowing them time to attend to personal matters. Once military training began, they would completely become students of Ares, unable to leave the campus unless on break. Eugene had her own dormitory, and as the only girl, she was fortunate enough to occupy an entire room. Do not underestimate the student accommodations at Ares Military Academy. Every aspect of the dormitory is top-notch. Specialized training rooms and holographic chambers are standard equipment that ordinary families could never afford, making it no wonder that everyone was eager to gain entry. The dormitory is equipped with cleaning robots, but to prevent students from becoming lazy, these robots only possess basic cleaning capabilities and cannot compare to the versatile, high-end robots found in wealthy households. Eugene, however, was quite content. She did not require the robots to possess numerous functions. Merely the ability to maintain basic cleanliness in her dormitory would suffice. After a brief visit to the villa with Qing to gather her personal belongings, she realized she would not be returning for quite some time. Little Jean, you must take care of yourself in the mecha department. Qing was headed to the command department. Although she was rather carefree, she was quite intelligent and had performed exceptionally well in the written exams. It's all right. Who knows, I might end up bullying someone. That is true. Eugene's admission into the department already indicated her considerable strength. By the way, little Jean, I encountered a peculiar classmate today. A peculiar classmate? What kind of person could even be deemed strange by the eccentric Qing? Eugene was intrigued. Are you familiar with the Nas family? The Nas family? Eugene recalled information about this family. The Nas family was indeed an old aristocratic lineage, with a history spanning several millennia. It was said that during the counteroffensive led by Rand Ares, members of the Nas family had provided assistance. Yes, I know. What of it? Qing leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, have you heard of the infamous good-for-nothing, Vivian Nas? Good-for-nothing? Vivian? Eugene had never taken an interest in the gossip surrounding noble families, and the old butler was tight-lipped, so she was unaware of such matters. You see, the awakening of abilities entirely depends on one's innate physical gifts. If both parents are endowed with powers, the likelihood of their child awakening abilities increases, and there is also a chance that the awakened abilities may resemble those of the parents. However, this is merely a probability, not a certainty. After a moment of contemplation, Qing added, Of course, families like that of Marshall Aries are exceptions. Whether one can awaken abilities, and what kind of abilities one may awaken, is truly beyond human control. Then how can there be such a term as good for nothing? If someone is labeled as such, does it not imply they cannot awaken? It seems illogical to deem someone a good for nothing merely because they failed to awaken. After all, there are many paths to success beyond mere awakening, and it is worth noting that the number of those who can awaken is dwindling. It is not merely this that earns her the title of good for nothing, Qin Qing quickly clarified, ensuring there was no misunderstanding. Her reputation has long been established. Since kindergarten, she has been consistently slower than others in everything. If that were all, it might have been acceptable. However, she shows no desire to improve, instead opting for underhanded tactics. Poor academic performance is not frightening. What is truly alarming is the lack of effort to improve, combined with her penchant for scheming. Most importantly, she comes from a family that others dare not provoke. Her repugnant behavior has led to widespread disdain, and the label of good for nothing serves as a mockery of her unwholesome intentions. Initially, it was just a light-hearted jibe, but as other noble families' offspring awakened one after another, only Vivian remained stagnant, solidifying her good-for-nothing status. In truth, Vivian's failure to awaken at the age of 26 was not particularly unusual. After all, Jing'an, the grandson of the old marshal, did not awaken until nearly 30. Most had given up hope for his awakening, and should he remain unable to awaken, no one would speak ill of him. They would merely lament his ill fate. The issue with Vivian was that she had poor social connections. It was precisely because Vivian faced ridicule for not awakening at 26, combined with the contrasting success of her peers, that her situation became more pronounced. Little Jean, if you ever encounter her, do not be deceived by her appearance. Qin Qing warned, her eyes wide with caution. Our family is relatively new to the scene and has little interaction with Vivian Nas, however. On the few occasions we did meet, it was always accompanied by a series of unfortunate events. Whenever she is around, a plethora of mishaps seems to follow. She is not as innocent as she may appear. If she were truly innocent, why do these incidents always occur in her presence rather than with others? Yi Jin, while appearing quite deceptive, did not evoke any sense of aversion. Her gaze was sincere, unlike Vivian's, which seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Encounter her? Isn't she a good for nothing? How could she gain admission to Aries? By the way, Qin Qing had just mentioned that she was a classmate. The command department at Aries Military Academy is considered one of the most sought-after majors, with alarmingly high standards, especially regarding intellect. This is what I find peculiar. Qin Qing furrowed her brow. I am not surprised she gained admission to Aries, given her family background. They possess a recommendation quota. However, everyone knows how significant such quotas are. By recommending a promising candidate, a family secures an additional ally for the future. Hence, families with quotas typically have their disciples take the entrance exam first, selecting the most outstanding among those who do not qualify for recommendations. This time, the Nas family unexpectedly granted their quota directly to Vivian, leaving those in the know utterly astonished. Her intellect is widely acknowledged, and while she may entertain some dubious thoughts, it is evident that her genuine capabilities do not qualify her for this coveted position. Furthermore, being recommended for the command department, one must navigate a labyrinth of social obligations to gain entry into such a sought-after discipline. Previously, it seemed that Vivian had been largely dismissed. What could have prompted this sudden surge of interest? It would be a disservice to her talents not to pursue intelligent studies. Yi Jin lightly tapped Qin Qing on the forehead. I cannot shake this feeling of unease until I uncover the truth. Chapter 46. A fellow countryman? Yi Jin felt no empathy for Qin Qing's gossiping spirit. Curiosity can indeed lead one to peril. Little Jean, I once caught wind of a rumor. Qin Qing hesitated, unsure whether to divulge. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed Yi Jin a confidant and continued, that Vivian, who has been unable to awaken her abilities for so long, suddenly confessed her feelings to the head of the Hua family. Following her confession, she took her own life. She committed suicide? Indeed. I cannot ascertain the truth of it. My worldview was shattered upon hearing this news. The head of the Hua family is none other than the designated heir, a renowned Class A genius. In the absence of Class S talents, he shines brightest. What could have possessed Vivian to act so recklessly? After all, he is already betrothed. Such an abrupt declaration of love was surely destined to be rejected. It was shocking to learn that she resorted to such extremes. Suicide after an unsuccessful confession. This news stirred quite a commotion among the elite. Yet, out of respect, they kept it under wraps, preventing it from spiraling into widespread gossip. Had it not been for a collaboration my family was discussing with a prominent clan at the time, I would have remained oblivious to this sensational story and what transpired afterward. Eugene, though not entirely uninterested, was eager to learn the follow-up. Naturally, she was rescued. I heard the situation was dire. At one point, she had even lost consciousness. However, she ultimately emerged from danger. After sharing this, Qing recalled another detail. It is said that upon awakening, Vivian's demeanor had drastically changed. Allegedly, she suffered severe trauma that resulted in amnesia, leaving her with no recollection of her past. Something feels amiss. A vague sense of foreboding lingers. I have an idea but am uncertain about voicing it. Go ahead, share your thoughts. The chat room buzzed with excitement, each viewer sensing an impending revelation. Shortly after awakening, she manifested water-based powers, thereby shedding her former identity of ineptitude. Perhaps this transformation prompted the Nars family to alter their perception of her. After sharing this, Qing pondered aloud. They say her personality has significantly improved, making her more amiable than before. But who can say if that is true? Why concern yourself with such matters? Eugene felt her friend was being overly anxious. You need not become friends with her. If she remains difficult, simply maintain your distance. That makes sense. That thought frightened me into rereading my collection of novels. It made me revisit familiar tropes. You all are overthinking it. Indeed. There was this one streamer whose story was quite bizarre. If another traveler appears, this world might as well become a sieve. Do not voice it. What if it becomes reality? If it does, so be it. Streamer, be bold and explore this connection. Yes. Streamer. Go find out if she is indeed a fellow countryman. What if she truly is a fellow countryman? Reunite? Pretend not to know her? Eliminate her? How cruel of you. Before anything could unfold, the chat room exploded with enthusiasm. Surely, one cannot jump to conclusions based on such scant information. That would be unjust. Eugene retorted with conviction. In truth, she had no desire to investigate the potential existence of a fellow countryman. She was far too occupied, having come here not to seek out compatriots or engage in tearful reunions. Eugene was certain that, should the existence of another traveler be confirmed, her viewers would urge her to interact in various ways. At that point, in order to fund Jialan's medical expenses, she would likely succumb to the allure of generous donations, jeopardizing her studies. To avoid such a scenario, the best course of action would be to completely distance herself from this Vivian. After all, they were not in the same field of study, and their paths would seldom cross. Humans are inherently forgetful. Over time, this incident would fade from memory. Eugene aimed to balance earning donations while maintaining her studies. Thus, it was best to keep herself uninvolved with those outside her immediate situation. This is interstellar space. Medical advancements are remarkable. What ailment cannot be resolved by a medical pod? Barring genetic collapse? One should not overthink. Perhaps she merely wandered too close to death's door and emerged with newfound enlightenment. The streamer's ability to fabricate tales is ever more impressive. In truth, it is sheer laziness. Laziness. Why do my viewers always take jabs at me? Eugene swiftly redirected the topic. I still have military training ahead. It would be more prudent for you to hope I survive the training. The Mecha Department's military exercises are no trifling matter. After packing their belongings, Qing and Eugene bid farewell and headed to their respective dormitories. Eager to utilize their free time before training began to prepare thoroughly, Eugene was assigned to a quaint two-story villa near the female dormitory of the command department, complete with a garden. Originally intended for faculty accommodation, it remained vacant after the teachers relocated to a centralized dormitory area. Many had coveted the residence, yet no one could claim it, leading to a tacit agreement that it would remain unoccupied. Now, it was informally designated as Eugene's, and no one contested it. As she strolled through the tidy little villa, maintained by cleaning robots, Eugene felt elated while meandering through the garden, likely cultivated by some long-ago instructor. Transitioning from one villa to another, her living standards had not diminished. It appeared that being placed among the boys had its advantages. This would be her residence for the next decade, and the more comfortable it was, the better. After assessing what was lacking, she seized the opportunity to purchase items online before the academy closed its doors. Once the school year commenced, external deliveries would be strictly prohibited, allowing only campus merchants to operate. Those campus shops offered no delivery services. The idea of having someone drop off supplies at her dormitory was laughable. She decorated her new abode to her heart's content, reveling in the fresh atmosphere of her quaint villa. Eugene was filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. The feeling of finally settling down was nothing short of exquisite. As for Jialan's home, she did not yet consider herself the mistress. Until he formally acknowledged their relationship, her unilateral claim felt devoid of true belonging. A stable home is the deepest yearning of every orphan's heart. Yi Jin had never felt secure. Beyond filling her villa, she also stocked the small space gifted to her by Lena, a habit she had cultivated since childhood, akin to a hamster hoarding food. Naturally, the funds for her purchases came from Jialan. At a moment like this, distinctions of self were futile. In that moment, she completely forgot her earlier feelings of displacement. Chapter 47. Military training. There was little time to spare. After arranging her new space, Eugene faced the imminent commencement of military training. Students on Earth are no strangers to such exercises. The mere mention of military training conjures images of ill-fitting uniforms, either overly large or painfully snug, resembling burlap sacks or tight bodysuits, awkward in every way. However, here, the attire was tailored to fit, thanks to being at the first academy, which spared no expense in providing custom uniforms for everyone. Military academy students ought to embody the essence of their prestigious institution. Apart from holidays, their daily attire consists solely of military uniforms, with an array of styles and functions that surpass even Eugene's civilian wardrobe. As she navigated through a throng of tall cadets, all exceeding 185 meters, Eugene, the notably petite figure among them, felt utterly out of place. Dressed in a specially tailored, scaled-down military training uniform, she realized the awkwardness of her situation when she arrived at the assembly point. The conspicuous presence of a diminutive and endearing girl amidst a sea of towering figures made it nearly impossible for anyone to ignore her. Overwhelmed by the stark contrast in height, she silently made her way to her class, becoming the center of attention amidst a chorus of teasing remarks. Despite her own frustrations, the audience in the live stream seemed to revel in the spectacle. Eugene, standing at the forefront of her first-grade class, felt increasingly self-conscious. Her class was just one among many, each evenly balanced in terms of talent and ability, as the military academy functioned as a cohesive unit requiring collaboration. However, amidst the towering figures behind her, she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride, knowing that each student in the mecha department was a formidable individual, albeit with the peculiar exception of herself. The training for each department occurred at different locations with varying curricula, but there was no doubt that the mecha department's regimen was particularly rigorous. Fred, the appointed instructor for the mecha training, was a seasoned veteran, having once served in the formidable Ares Legion. His reputation for excellence had led him to establish a specialized unit, and his agreement to oversee the training stemmed from a grateful inclination towards the Ares Military Academy. Upon his arrival at the assembly point, Fred was instantly struck by the striking contrast of Eugene's height. He cleared his throat and commanded, "All classes, within 1 minute, select your class leader." Time is of the essence. The previously tranquil assembly erupted into a flurry of activity. Many students were meeting for the first time, leading to a palpable tension as they grappled with the challenge of choosing a leader without prior acquaintance. In stark contrast to the commotion in other classes, Eugene's group remained eerily calm, engaging in friendly exchanges rather than competitive posturing. As she stood bewildered among the tall cadets, observing their succinct self-introductions, the allotted minute slipped away. When Fred announced that time was up, she was still in a state of confusion. "All class leaders, step forward," he declared, showing no leniency for those unprepared. Just as Eugene processed this unexpected development, she felt a gentle push from behind, propelling her to the forefront. Fred's eyes twitched slightly at the sight of her, bemused by the apparent lack of decorum among the cadets. "Have you not seen a girl in 800 years? He mused inwardly as Eugene found herself awkwardly leading her tall peers to the instructor. In that moment, she felt like an oversized beacon, radiating an unusual brilliance. Those classes that failed to elect a leader were assigned to run laps around the field until a decision was reached. A punishment Fred believed would temper their enthusiasm before training commenced. Despite the seemingly harsh decree, the cadets accepted their fate without dissent, recognizing that such physical exertion was a prerequisite for survival in the mecha department. As they ran, Eugene, the newly appointed class leader, found herself at the head of a procession of long legs, navigating the challenge of keeping pace. Fred and his fellow instructors watched from the sidelines, their attention drawn to the amusing sight of Eugene struggling to lead her class. One of the assistant instructors expressed concern, noting that despite her appearance, Eugene possessed a commendable C-level fitness level. Fred, feeling somewhat guilty for the predicament, observed the stark contrast in their sizes with a frown. As the chaotic voting process concluded, an entire day had passed, with some classes having spent the entire time running laps. Meanwhile, the classes that had elected leaders were engaged in fundamental training, reminiscent of Yijin's own grueling military training experiences. As the discussions shifted to the upcoming mecha training, Yijin deftly redirected the conversation away from her classmates' speculations about her origins. The mecha department's rigorous training required substantial nourishment, and the academy had established a dedicated cafeteria to meet the students' needs. After a long day, she felt the pangs of hunger, realizing that the first day of military training had left her utterly famished. Merely consuming nutritional supplements cannot possibly provide the satisfaction of a full stomach. Yijin strode into the cafeteria, indifferent to the gazes of others, and directly served herself a generous portion of rice, returning to her seat to eat. Upon arriving in this interstellar realm, her appetite had indeed grown alongside her abilities. Presently, her level remained low, and these ordinary, energy-deficient foods could still satiate her, albeit with a slightly larger quantity consumed. However, as her level increased and her body's demand for energy escalated, such basic sustenance would no longer suffice. At that juncture, consuming food crafted from exotic beasts and plants would become necessary. Indeed, it was a matter of consumption. As the old saying from Z country goes, medicine is 3 parts poison, and the flesh of these exotic entities is even more toxic than medicine, yet it must be ingested. The third floor of the cafeteria housed the stall where such exotic fare was sold. Every senior who ventured there bore the expression akin to that of a condemned prisoner, and the irony lay in the exorbitant prices of these torturous delicacies, making them a luxury few could afford. Although Yijin had not yet reached the point of necessity for such items, her curiosity had lingered for quite some time, but she refrained from making any impulsive purchases. After all, her every action was under scrutiny. She would have to wait until the novelty of her presence wore off before indulging in her desires. For now, it was prudent to play the role of a diligent freshman. The next day, the mecha training commenced as scheduled. To have gained admission into the mecha department, each of you must possess extraordinary mental and physical prowess. Mastery of mecha piloting is imperative, not only to learn but to excel. Undoubtedly, many of you have already had some experience with mechas. Even if you have not encountered them in reality, you have certainly engaged with them online, and some among you have even achieved commendable results in various competitions. At this point, Fred's tone shifted to one of sternness. What I wish to convey today is this. Do not presume that proficiency in online mecha games equates to real-world competence. That is merely child's play. The mechas online may require both physical and mental attributes, but they emphasize mental acuity, often diluting the physical demands. Otherwise, why do you think so few individuals can pilot the heavy mechas in reality? Let me tell you, those capable of operating such machines within the Federation are indeed rare gems. Do not bring your online experiences into the real world. Aside from the Mecha Club competitions, which hold some semblance of authenticity, the rest are utterly insignificant. What do they signify other than showcasing your wealth? Fred spoke without restraint. Noticing the defiance among many of the freshmen, he flashed a grin. Without further ado, he led this group of naive newcomers, who believed themselves invincible due to a few online victories, to the mecha storage. This was the designated area for novice mechas, where the school provided standardized training mechas. To acquire superior or more compatible machines, one had to seek them out independently. Observing the basic mechas available, many displayed disdainful expressions. These rudimentary machines had long been beneath their notice since awakening their mental powers. Perhaps sensing the students' disdain, Fred remained unfazed. He randomly selected 2 individuals from the freshmen to experience firsthand. Not all new students were entirely ignorant. Several had prior knowledge or experiences with authentic mechas. Casting sympathetic glances at the 2 unfortunate souls, reflecting on the terrifying pressure of real mechas, some even shuddered discreetly. Although Yijin had not experienced it herself, she was not naive. No matter how realistic the online representations may be, they could never replace the tangible reality. Earthlings, having deeply experienced the disparity between the virtual and the real, would never conflate the two. In this regard, Yijin, as an Earthling, found it easier to accept discrepancies. Unlike the denizens of the interstellar realm, who had long integrated the online world into their daily lives, often blurring the lines between virtuality and reality, Jia Lan had previously elucidated the nature of true mechas to her, drawing comparisons, which had prepared Yijin mentally. Those 2 freshmen, perhaps buoyed by their online successes or eager to showcase their skills, immediately attempted to engage the mechas in the manner they were most familiar with. Yet, before the assembled crowd, one stumbled over their own feet, unceremoniously falling flat. This blunder was reminiscent of their initial encounters with mechas. Watching the two struggle to rise, their movements slow and awkward, while witnessing the instructors barely contained glee, Eugene silently lamented their plight. Before Eugene could fully revel in the spectacle, Fred summoned the remaining students to the mechas. As a focal point of attention, Eugene was not only observed by her fellow newcomers, but also captured the attention of the instructor. This was not preferential treatment. Rather, Eugene's brilliance was simply too pronounced. The cockpit of the mecha was elevated, and while others leaped in with ease, Eugene, with her shorter stature, had to employ both hands and feet to clamber aboard. Suppressing the urge to glance back at the others, Eugene feigned nonchalance as she entered the cockpit. Upon entering, she immediately felt a sense of restriction. The pressure on her body was unlike anything experienced online. It was an undeniable force. Enveloped in this environment felt akin to being in a gravity chamber during examinations, rendering her limbs nearly unrecognizable. Fortunately, despite the discomfort, Eugene's sea-level physique was no trivial matter. The mecha's mere gravitational force posed little challenge to her. Goodness, it truly felt heavy. As she expanded her mental power and connected to the mecha's control center, Eugene was unsurprised to observe the mechas moving clumsily like inebriated individuals, alongside the instructor's expressions of schadenfreude. After adjusting her limbs and allowing her body to acclimatize to the gravity, she began to move slowly. This young girl exhibits promise. No wonder she was specially recruited into the mecha department. Despite her slight frame, she surpassed many of the bulky individuals who were all show and no substance. Amidst a sea of mechas struggling to maintain their balance, Eugene's ability to maneuver normally was striking. Fred, clearly lacking the patience to wait for the others to adapt, declared, "This is the novice mecha. Weren't you all so confident? Why this sudden hesitation?" With that, Fred himself leaped into an adjacent vacant mecha. The other assistant instructors followed suit, entering their own mechas to maintain order. The once crowded storage area was now filled with cold machines, save for those awkwardly attempting to maintain their stance. From Fred's perspective, no amount of words could compare to actual experience. After all, they had all been trained under the Marshal's rigorous hand. Observing the freshman who could barely walk, he found little interest in these soft, feeble beings. Ultimately pointing at Eugene, "You, step forward." Eugene felt a sense of satisfaction with the current situation. At least within the mechas, no one could discern who was taller or shorter, and she was caught off guard by the sudden call. "Me? Eugene, step forward," Fred reiterated. "I issue my commands only once. I shall not repeat myself." Uncertain of her task but having no objections, Eugene stepped out from the group of mechas. "Now, attack me." I will not repeat myself." Fred silently reminded himself that these were not seasoned soldiers under his command, but rather a group of newly enrolled novices. Without action, how could he gauge their current capabilities? Although one individual could not represent the collective, it would at least provide him with a clearer picture. Eugene was acutely aware that she had not misheard. However, on the second day of military training, she had struck the instructor. The ever-obedient Eugene found herself momentarily at a loss. This was indeed the realm of the stars. She reminded herself once more that she could no longer approach matters with an earthly mindset. Clenching her fists, Eugene launched herself into action without hesitation. Fred, perhaps taken aback by her sudden aggression, found himself momentarily stunned. Yet, his extensive combat experience ensured that even in surprise, he was not someone a novice like Eugene could easily strike. With a mere flick of his hand, he deflected her blow. In terms of combat prowess, Eugene was no match for the seasoned veteran Fred. Yet her innate talent and adaptability astonished even the experienced Jalan. Her rapid growth in such a short span was intricately tied to the combat instincts that lay dormant within her. When her punch was blocked, Eugene was not surprised. She had not anticipated landing a hit so easily. Seizing an opportunity, she lifted her leg and executed a powerful side kick. As Fred raised his hand to seize her leg, she used the momentum to bend her body, akin to a taut bowstring, and pulled him down, using his own force against him to throw him away. The sound of impact reverberated around them, shaking the ground and jolting the stunned instructors and students from their stupor. The brief exchange had occurred in the blink of an eye, and they had never expected the seemingly delicate Eugene to unleash such ferocity, ultimately tossing the head instructor aside. The resounding crash resonated in their hearts, obliterating any lingering affection they harbored for the young girl. It seemed wise to first pity themselves. Indeed, the age-old truth remained. There are no girls in the mecha department. Well done, streamer. Go on. Show our Earth's might. What on earth was ball power? The barrage of comments on the screen reflected a fervor akin to a cult, with an undercurrent that nearly shouted, "Our leader is mighty and rules the realm." Eugene was acutely aware that her success in landing a hit stemmed from Fred's initial underestimation of her abilities. He had held back. Had he approached the encounter earnestly from the start, she would have had no chance to make a move. Yet, even so, underestimating her was a grave error. Eugene felt her blood begin to boil. Her opponents in the StarNet League were of a similar caliber, and with Jia Lan unable to engage her directly, she had never faced an adversary as formidable as Fred. Eugene thrived when challenged. Stronger opponents only fueled her excitement, stretching her slightly sore limbs. Her bright eyes fixed intently on the now-standing Fred, her fighting spirit ignited. Fred, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, acknowledged his momentary lapse in focus. However, it was shocking to be thrown by a student in front of others. Observing the eager Eugene before him, he too felt a spark of competitive spirit. Though she lacked experience and her techniques were raw, it was undeniable that she seemed innately suited for combat. Standing before her, he could almost sense the tremors of a dormant beast awakening. Fred finally cast aside his dismissive attitude. While he did not unleash his full power, he began to regard her as a genuine opponent. Eugene would never sit idly by. Lacking strength, she knew she must seize the initiative. Once again, she charged forward, her mind flooded with the myriad combat techniques Jia Lan had previously imparted. Chapter 50. Familiar? Jia Lan had explained various battle tactics to her, which were not particularly demanding yet yielded commendable results. However, despite her earnest attempts to memorize them, she had struggled to apply them effectively. In practice, she relied solely on instinct, her mind often blank during combat. Eugene had always found it perplexing how characters in novels could become invincible upon acquiring a single manual. Now, even simple maneuvers felt cumbersome, as she struggled to find the right moments to execute them. Yet, amidst her duel with Fred, clarity dawned upon her. It was an almost mystical sensation, as if she suddenly understood when to employ specific actions for maximum efficiency and lethality. Given that her opponent was a seasoned instructor far superior to her, she felt no fear of inflicting injury and could fully embrace this newfound inspiration. As the battle intensified, Eugene's movements grew more fluid, transitioning from rigidity to grace. Fred noticeably recognized this shift. He was happy to act as a sparring partner, finding satisfaction in Eugene's progress. The onlookers, with expressions of shock, watched the fierce exchange of blows, the metallic clangs echoing louder than ever due to the mecha's sheer force. Albert swallowed hard, nudging his twin brother. "I think Vasha is quite gentle." "Me too." Albert wholeheartedly agreed with his brother's sentiment, feeling that their new class leader was far more lenient than the seemingly merciless Vasha. The first time they encountered their class leader, they had thought they had met a little angel, so adorable and petite, it made one want to cradle her protectively. In stark contrast to Vasha, who exuded an air of intimidation, the two brothers now felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing the sharp attacks and brutal combat unfolding. Though Vasha possessed a strikingly aggressive beauty, akin to a thorny rose, she had never laid a hand on them throughout their lives. If they angered Vasha, they might receive a few harsh words, but facing their class leader, Albert involuntarily shuddered at the thought. Would they not face severe repercussions? Many shared their sentiments, their expressions a vivid palette of colors like a spilled paint can. The dreams of the timid girls were shattered. Indeed, having chosen the mecha department, they should have anticipated no miracles. Despite the intensity of the battle, it was evident to others that Fred was intentionally holding back, subtly guiding Eugene in her development. No jealousy arose among the spectators. Not only was Eugene the sole girl in the mecha department, but her abilities warranted mentorship. The rules here were straightforward. Strength commanded respect. As long as one possessed power, they could earn acknowledgement and admiration. Meanwhile, Fred, who seemed to glide effortlessly through the combat, felt an increasing sense of dread. Not for any other reason than the rapid pace at which the girl was advancing. She was like a parched sponge, swiftly absorbing knowledge in the heat of battle. She would not repeat the same mistakes. Her newfound insights allowed her to swiftly adapt, shedding her initial awkwardness. It was as if she was inherently suited for combat. The stronger her opponent, the faster she grew. Yet, Fred couldn't shake the feeling that her combat style was eerily familiar. He soon dismissed the notion. recognizing that anything evoking familiarity was likely associated with the renowned figures of the Federation. He knew many of the upper echelons of the Federation's elite, and none bore the name Eugene. Otherwise, with her talent, her family would have long since boasted of her, and there would be no way he wouldn't have heard of her. As Fred pondered this, he deftly dodged yet another of Eugene's attacks. Indeed, her angles had become increasingly cunning. After being blocked, her strikes grew sharper and more unpredictable. Eugene was acutely aware of her disadvantages. She could not hope to match his brute strength and had to rely on cunning. As Fred evaded her side kick and attempted to restrain her hands heading for the energy compartment, Eugene pivoted gracefully, using the momentum to deliver a powerful kick to the mental connection point at the back of his mecha's neck. In that instant, Fred was plunged into darkness, severing his connection with the mecha momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Eugene executed a swift throw, sending Fred crashing to the ground once more. Lying there, Fred remained motionless for a while the observing vice instructors wore expressions of disbelief, unsure whether to check on their superior's condition. Initially, he had been careless. But what about now? The vice instructors exchanged glances, pondering whether rushing to assist him at this moment would provoke their superior's wrath. Could someone please say something? They were at a loss as to how to navigate this awkward situation. In fact, Fred was currently experiencing a mental shutdown. He finally recalled the source of that familiar sensation. He had once been attacked in the same manner. However, the black mech that had assaulted him did not require leverage, but instead relied solely on sheer strength to strike him down. He could never forget the overwhelming darkness that enveloped him, the mech slipping from his control, rendering him utterly defenseless. Ever since, he had taken great care to protect the vulnerable area at the back of his neck during battles, considering it a fatal point alongside the cockpit and energy core. Although few were aware of the vulnerability of the psychic mech's neck connection, and even fewer knew how to deliver a swift, lethal blow, he had never anticipated that Eugene would possess such knowledge, leaving him unguarded. Despite the inadequacy of the force and the lack of finesse due to inexperience, the familiar angle and location were impossible for him to overlook. If it were merely a single move, he could convince himself that perhaps Eugene had learned it elsewhere. After all, there was no obligation for secrecy. Yet, upon reflecting on the strikingly similar details from their previous skirmishes, the continuity of technique compelled him to question whether Eugene had any ties to martial arts. He had been thoroughly beaten by the marshal, and naturally became well acquainted with his style. The reason he had not considered this possibility before was simply due to its improbability. Who in the Federation did not know that the marshal could hardly pilot a mech anymore? If not for his inherent SS-level strength, no one would dare provoke him, and the consequences would be dire. Even if the marshal were in good health, not just anyone could claim the privilege of his personal tutelage. Yet Eugene's fighting style was so reminiscent of the marshal's that it was hard to believe she had not been directly trained by him. This raised an intriguing question. What was the relationship between this young lady and the marshal? In the subsequent training sessions, Fred found himself hesitating multiple times, increasingly suspicious that he was merely imagining things. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not connect the marshal with the young girl. The two seemed worlds apart. He yearned for an opportunity to probe further, but felt it might be rather inappropriate. Eugene, however, was too engrossed in her own challenges to notice the inner turmoil of the chief instructor. She felt as if she were ascending to the heavens. Perhaps it was the demonstration battle that had revealed her potential to the instructors, convincing them that they need not hold back. Or perhaps they recognized that her capacity for endurance was on an entirely different level than that of other newcomers, rendering their typical standards insufficient. Consequently, her training load was doubled compared to her peers. Military training, after all. If the students emerged from it still brimming with energy, what would that say about the instructors? Eugene, who nearly matched the skill level of a third-year student, had no hopes of blending in with the newcomers, intending instead to take it easy. Receiving special attention, she smiled wryly amidst the sympathetic, shocked, speechless, and admiring gazes of her fellow trainees, bracing herself for the day's demanding regimen. The bittersweet days of military training passed swiftly. Although it was a military academy, the primary focus for the lower grades was to reinforce foundational cultural knowledge. Occasionally, practical exercises were interspersed, but these were not overly frequent. The emphasis remained on daily fundamental training. Therefore, the early weeks of the semester did not invest excessive time in military training. The instructors were not only responsible for the initial military training, but also oversaw the practical operation courses for the first-year students. Otherwise, How could the institution justify the considerable expense of hiring Fred, knowing that he would be interacting with these instructors for the entire year? There were no tearful farewells typical of military training, only a euphoric release from their arduous trials. Eugene, in particular, felt that if the training continued at this pace, she might genuinely revolt. Why do I feel relieved even though I'm not the one suffering? Perhaps it's the broadcaster's strong resentment? The young lady's face was so dark she looked ready to devour someone. The darkened broadcaster. That training load is terrifying just to watch. The spectacle is over. Is it now the domain of the big shots? Study time. Academic underachievers, please retreat. Of course, the broadcaster is not here to play. Miss Yi, could we possibly adjust the perspective during class? Our demands are modest. We only wish to capture the instructor throughout. A barrage of comments, exaggerated to the point of absurdity, streamed across the screen, followed by a flurry of donations flooding in. The big shot is on screen. Everyone, take heed. I can't provoke them. As a mere commoner, I'll remain silent. Eugene felt a sense of fulfillment from the donations. After all, the thought of the endless progress bar required to access the marketplace weighed heavily on her mind, especially considering the man still recuperating in the medical bay. She sighed, realizing that the burden of providing for her family had made her somewhat opportunistic. I am no longer the person who once regarded money as trivial. Once, Eugene had been so innocent, never having looked down on wealth. She felt no shame in her growing ambition. Until she fully understood the origins of the system, a lingering doubt remained in her heart. If it were not for her beloved relying on it for survival, she would have no need to stake her position here. Most crucially, it never acted erratically. It was quiet as a mouse. Eugene had no desire to engage with that troublesome marketplace, not wishing to spend a single credit. Perhaps her suspicions were unfounded, but maintaining vigilance regarding unknown entities was her guiding principle for survival. This doubt might persist until the system was fully uninstalled from her being. Nevertheless, doubt would not hinder her from utilizing it when necessary. Why not take advantage of a golden opportunity? She was not foolish. During the first year, student schedules were largely filled with cultural classes, with only occasional practical sessions. Much like the curriculum in Z Country on Earth, physical education classes were scarce. The difference being that here, no one would use excuses to skip practical sessions. After all, neglecting practical lessons here could be a matter of life and death. Courses in the mech department were conducted in specialized teaching buildings, but many open classes required students to travel to different locations. The schedule was tightly packed, leaving little time for breaks between classes. However, the expansive campus was overwhelming. Even with the assistance of a holographic navigation system, Eugene, reliant solely on her hoverboard, often found herself exhausted midway. Observing her peers effortlessly navigating the campus in their floating vehicles, she gritted her teeth and reassured herself that she would eventually acquire one. Why not ask Jalan for help? Impossible. Basic living supplies were one thing, but a hover vehicle was a luxury she could not demand. Although she did not yet possess a household registration, it was not the same as having a spouse or children. With the hoverboard serving as her primary mode of transportation, she felt increasingly grateful towards Sister Lena with each use. Her benefactor, Eugene contemplated her current enrollment at Ares Military Academy, planning to visit the nursing program during the upcoming break to catch up with Lena. It had been quite a while since she last saw her. Aside from the occasional video call, Eugene spent nearly all her time immersed in the mech league. From the initial exuberance of gliding effortlessly on the hoverboard to the current state of being immobilized, sprawled upon it as if paralyzed, the transformation occurred with remarkable swiftness. The greatest amusement amidst the barrage of comments has become calculating the distance Eugene has traversed and the number of classes attended. Now, a mere glance at the academic discussions in the comments leaves her with a throbbing headache, forcing her to concede a disheartening truth. She has indeed fallen from her esteemed position as a diligent scholar. Her current status relies solely on combat prowess. Eugene finds herself nostalgically yearning for the tranquil, studious days of her artistic youth. Despite the fame of the Ares Military Academy, it is fundamentally an institution of learning, and regardless of the methods employed, the pursuit of knowledge has lost its allure. Fortunately, after a brief period of chaos, Eugene swiftly acclimated to the frenetic pace of academic life. Each day is consumed with classes or the journey to them. As for her peers, apologies. Beyond those whose names she can recall, her mind is too occupied to remember anyone else. Yet, certain individuals have an uncanny knack for asserting their presence in various ways. Chapter 52. A multi-ability awakened? Although Eugene is busily engaged, it does not imply that she is devoid of any spare time. During today's lunch break, she had intended to rest and rejuvenate for the afternoon's endeavors. However, before she could step out of the classroom, a classmate called out to her, "Class leader, wait a moment." Eugene turned to see a sharp-looking boy with a buzz cut, reminiscent of a porcupine. His gaze is perpetually fierce, as if everyone owes him a substantial debt. To be honest, she feels somewhat inadequate in her role as class leader. Since the semester began, her life has revolved around relentless studying, leaving her little room for social interaction. Most classmates are but names to her, yet this sharp boy, Kuyang, is among those she recognizes. Her familiarity stems from an unexpected incident. His face, which seems to invite conflict, has led him to engage in numerous fights throughout his life. Having endured an unfortunate altercation, where Eugene mistakenly perceived his intentions as provocative, he has since become her most ardent admirer. Upon getting to know him, she discovered that beyond his naturally mocking demeanor, he possesses an unexpected innocence, with his sole passion, apart from fighting, being gossip. Indeed, he is bursting with tales to tell. And having found in Eugene a willing listener, he inundates her with an array of rumors. Eugene, exasperated by the incessant stream of gossip, stories such as the unfortunate senior from Class 4 of Grade 5 was dumped by his girlfriend, or a freshman from the mecha manufacturing department fainted from neglecting food due to his obsession with mecha models, could bear it no longer and introduced him to Qin. Let them engage in their mutual exchanges. I have no curiosity regarding the color of the dean's undergarments. This strategy proved effective. The two quickly forged a revolutionary friendship, granting Eugene a rare moment of peace. Yet, she wondered why he had called her over now, and if there was anything pressing. Eugene was on the verge of breaking down from the overwhelming theories of mecha power dynamics. Noticing her pale complexion and exhausted demeanor, Kuyang swiftly got to the point. Qin asked me to invite you to StarNet. Why didn't she message me herself? Doesn't Qin have my contact number? Her holographic screen is broken, and she hasn't had the chance to replace it. I received her message on StarNet. Broken? Although Eugene was unaware of the exact cost of Qin's holographic screen, it certainly appeared expensive and not easily damaged. She had managed to keep her own device intact despite the physicality of this environment, particularly in a department that prides itself on civility. It is worth noting that she is currently using the standardized holographic device issued by the Federation. I'm not sure, but it seems like something significant has happened. I haven't had the chance to inquire further. All right, wait for me. I'll head to StarNet as soon as I return to my dorm. After military training, students enjoyed greater freedom, restricted only from leaving the campus or bringing in outside goods, which was quite reasonable, provided they adhered to the rules. Eugene had initially anticipated that the military academy would impose numerous constraints akin to those on Earth. Since her last class was within her department, Eugene did not waste much time on the journey. Upon entering StarNet, she received an invitation to a private gathering, pinpointed the location, and teleported there. Qin had been seated for a considerable time, and the disarray surrounding her indicated that she was visibly upset. What happened? Are you all right? Eugene inquired with concern. As her first friend in the academy, she could not remain indifferent should anything be amiss. Xiaojin. Upon seeing Eugene, Qin could no longer contain her distress and collapsed into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. What transpired? Qin was not typically prone to tears, prompting Eugene to worry about the gravity of the situation. Just then, Kuyang entered. Upon witnessing Qin's tear-streaked face, his anger flared. Who bullied you? I'll go teach them a lesson. Shut up. Sit down. Eugene's authoritative tone proved effective. Her mere words subdued Kuyang. Do you remember that Wei Weian? Of course. How could I forget? She left a strong impression on me. We had a practical class today focused on honing our ability precision. Wei Weian is indeed impressive. Her control over her powers is exceptional, and the instructor praised her highly. The practical class encompasses not only mecha training, but also the strengthening of mental fortitude and abilities. In my eagerness, I exerted too much force, inadvertently sending a wind blade that sliced through her hair. I have already apologized. The more Qin recounted, the angrier she grew. Yet she refuses to relent, accusing me of jealousy, as if I intended to harm her. Why on earth would I be jealous of someone who has just shed the label of ineptitude? Even more infuriating, she claims I am acting on the orders of Senior Lan to humiliate her. Senior Lan is the fiancé of Hua Yin. Does she even know what sort of person Wei Weian is? How brazen of her. Eugene gently patted Qin's back, who was becoming increasingly agitated. And what is up with your holographic screen? I couldn't bear her insults. I wanted to reason with her, but she thought I was going to hit her. She preemptively seized my wrist and crushed my holographic screen. She has only recently awakened her abilities, and her physical prowess is particularly remarkable. So it's implausible for her to have the strength to damage my device. Qing lamented. She even went so far as to call me nouveau riche, claiming I was duped into purchasing counterfeit goods, hence my device's fragility. Seeing the incredulous expressions of their classmates only fueled Qing's fury. My holographic screen is the latest model with shock resistance. Unless she is a strength-type ability user, it should be impossible for her to break it. Impressive. From another perspective, isn't this reminiscent of a malicious supporting character manipulating a pawn to torment the innocent protagonist, only to be countered by the unassuming main character? The protagonist isn't pretending. Didn't Sister Qing mention that the protagonist's skills receive the instructor's commendation? Perhaps she is the legendary multi-ability user destined to conquer the stars. Enough already. Have you all watched too many novels? Perhaps she simply suffers from delusions of persecution. Truly sharp-tongued. The streamer. Nonetheless, her unusual strength does raise suspicions. Qing. Try not to be upset. Your anger won't resolve the issue. Eugene, lacking in comforting skills, could only suggest a rather poor idea. Why not inform the teacher that Wei might be a strength-type ability user? It seems that apart from her delusions, Wei is keen to keep her other abilities a secret. Kuyang nodded vigorously, offering no words of comfort but supporting Yi-Jin's suggestion. Chapter 53. A dramatic farce. Qing wept for a while, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Upon hearing Yi-Jin's words, she cast a resigned glance her way. Engaging in such petty behavior as reporting to others was beneath her. It was akin to being bitten by a dog. Should she retaliate and bite back? Although she was not a distinguished lady from a noble family, she possessed her own sense of pride. Wiping her tears, she turned to Yi-Jin and said, Xiaojin, and you too, Kuyang. That Wei seems somewhat off. I can't quite place it, but I feel there's something peculiar about her. It would be best to keep your distance. Addressing Kuyang, she added, Xiaojin is trustworthy, but your temperament is far too impulsive. Wei-Yan's affairs have nothing to do with you. Do not provoke her. Kuyang, though indignant, recognized that his impulsiveness did not equate to a lack of intelligence. Wei-Yan was backed by the Naz family, a force they could not afford to challenge. Yet, he would not easily forget this incident. All right, let us calm down. We have classes this afternoon. We cannot allow some inexplicable person to hinder our studies. Speaking of studies, Xiaojin, you truly need to catch up on your academics. Even this fool, Kuyang, outperforms you. How am I foolish? Kuyang protested, feeling wronged. Aside from my looks, where do I appear like a fool? Ladies should speak without interruption. Qing shot back with a fierce expression. Kuyang opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately fell silent. His previously menacing demeanor now appearing somewhat pitiable. All right, it's rare for us to meet. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. This is my first time here. Want you show me around? Yi-Jin interjected, diverting the conversation. She sensed an unusual tension between Qing and Kuyang. Were they not supposed to be close friends? Had they fallen into discord? Blinking, she realized her suggestion was not made lightly. The leisure area, unlike the bustling entertainment district nearby, offered a sense of tranquility and leisure. Many patrons of the Star Network frequented this space to sip tea and converse. Among the myriad of places on Star Network, Yi-Jin was only familiar with the Met Club in the competition zone. Other areas? One could hardly expect someone as perpetually occupied as Jialan to venture into a locale so incongruous with his usual style, at least not openly. Qing did not refuse. Her spirits had lifted considerably, and she understood that Yi-Jin had sacrificed her own rest to comfort her. Let us visit a boutique. I know of one that has released new arrivals today. Initially, she had intended to explore a shopping mall, but with the midday break being so brief, she had to settle for the nearby boutique. That shop frequently showcased an array of quirky items, and each visit promised delightful discoveries. As the only male, Kuyang silently trailed behind, prepared to serve as an unobtrusive backdrop, utterly devoid of his former gossiping enthusiasm. The boutique was bustling with customers when they arrived. Qing had no particular items in mind to purchase. She merely sought a distraction. Yi-Jin, being somewhat financially constrained, was even less inclined to buy anything. This is the Dream Rest flower. Although its name is similar to the Dream Flower, it is merely a D-class exotic plant and pales in comparison to the SS-class Dream Flower. It possesses only slight sleep-inducing properties, and most people buy a pot to place in their bedrooms to ensure quality sleep. Qing had brought a pot to her dormitory, so she was quite familiar with the Dream Rest flower. Snake Horn, new model Light Brain, Thunder Series hoverboard. Why are these the same items again? Were there not supposed to be new arrivals? Qing often visited the boutique, drawn by its intriguing offerings. If only these items were available, she might as well head to the mall's counters. The nearby sales robot, having overheard Qing's complaints, guided the trio to the innermost shelf area. Esteemed customers, due to the limited quantity of new arrivals, they are not accessible in the regular merchandise area and are displayed on the shelf. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Each product bore a price tag. And the robot continued, "We hope you enjoy your shopping experience." Bang! The sound of a large object crashing interrupted the robot's announcement. The robot, displaying a surprisingly human-like expression of shock, shifted to an irate demeanor and activated combat mode, advancing toward the source of the noise. Observing the two individuals turning in unison toward the commotion, their movements synchronized, one could sense their eagerness for gossip. Do you know why Xiaoming's grandfather has lived so long? It's because he never indulges in curiosity. Classic onlookers. I see familiar shadows in them. Streamer, hurry and take a look. We're all very curious. Yi Jin, feeling helpless, recognized that the group had lost interest in shopping and did not attempt to deter them from approaching the scene. However, beyond a certain threshold, they were no longer permitted to proceed. Even in watching the spectacle, one must maintain a sensible distance. Getting too close could lead to unintended consequences. Qing and Kuyang were not intent on reaching the forefront. The current vantage point was just right, allowing them to observe the unfolding drama without being noticed by those directly involved. Blue senior sister, do not take advantage of us. Just because you belong to the Blue and Hua families does not mean you can disregard us. Is it befitting of a senior to casually seize a junior's belongings? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qing's expression shifted, and she instinctively moved forward, only to be restrained by Yi Jin. She shook her head at Qing, urging her to observe the situation's progression. Among the crowd, a girl with chestnut hair and a striking appearance, whom they assumed to be the infamous Wei Weian, stood indignantly, glaring at a tall woman with her back turned to Yi Jin. Those unaware of the context would perceive the scene as a senior brazenly taking a junior's prized possession, while the latter defended her honor. I know you were upset when I confessed to Hua Yin, but you cannot vent your anger on my friends, especially since I no longer have feelings for him. Miss Wei Weian, this is a family matter. Are you aware of the saying that family disputes should not be aired in public? By speaking so freely, you may not care about your reputation, but others still do. Yi Jin was taken aback. It was astonishing that in the midst of a quarrel, past grievances resurfaced. To voice it publicly was quite scandalous for a lady of a noble family. Qing was equally stunned. What did she mean by "I no longer have feelings for him"? Did he truly value her affection? The tall woman had remained silent until now, but one of her companions could no longer contain herself. It was clearly Lan who laid eyes on it first, and before she could even pick it up, your friend, blind as a bat, snatched it away without a second thought and is now turning the tables. Have you no shame? Who do you think you are? Finally, the tall woman spoke, leaving Wei Weian momentarily speechless. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Yi Jin stifled a giggle. After all that, the tall woman had not recognized her, which only added to the embarrassment. Chapter 54. Humph. Yi Jin had no intention of wasting much time here. No matter how dramatic the unfolding events, they bore no relevance to her. At most, she might exchange a few disparaging remarks about Wei Weian with Qing, but those would be reserved for another encounter. This was someone else's stage, and their role was merely to observe the commotion. Perhaps the question, "Who do you think you are?" had struck with considerable force, leaving Wei Weian momentarily speechless. One of the tall woman's companions clearly grew impatient. Do you truly think you matter? Look at yourself. What gives you the right to confess to young Master Hua? Do you even think you are worthy? Her words dripped with venom. So she is the one who confessed to Hua Yin? The inquiry from Miss Lan was tinged with skepticism, yet her composure remained unshaken. As a young lady trained in the ways of the nobility, she was expected to maintain her poise in any circumstance. Jealousy and petty squabbles were far beneath her. Even if Hua Yin had indeed turned his affections elsewhere, she would stand tall in public, refusing to allow anyone to witness her moment of vulnerability. Since that young lady wishes for the silk feather down, let her have it. Ln's voice was measured and calm. We merely ventured out for a stroll. This item is not essential. MN cast a disapproving glance at her before casually responding. All right. In any case, I have no interest. Tomorrow, we shall explore the market. The market? YJN silently noted this location. She felt a budding curiosity about everything. WIWIN did not perceive her triumph. Instead, she felt a sense of humiliation akin to receiving charity. She had always held herself in high regard. How could she endure such a situation? I still believe who YN is unworthy of me. I must have been blind to confess to him. How could that scoundrel possibly be deserving of me? WIWIN harbored no affection for the man who had led her to contemplate self-destruction. As her words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the surroundings. Although the onlookers were unaware of their specific identities, they had certainly heard of Hu YN, the renowned genius of the Federation. What status did this girl possess? She appeared rather unremarkable. Sensing the peculiar scrutiny from those around her, WIWIN cursed herself for being overly hasty. Some words were not meant to be spoken by her at this moment. Eventually, at that point, she would prove to all who looked down upon her. No matter how formidable he was, could he surpass Marshal RS? Of course not. Hu YN was merely a young prodigy, still in the process of growth, while Marshal RS was the recognized guardian of the Federation. The two were incomparable. Given another chance, she would rather profess her feelings to the Marshal. Upon observing the impact of her previous statement, WIWIN hastily added another. Others had yet to react. YJN was the first to explode. The Marshal belonged to her, in a manner that eclipsed all else. WIWIN genuinely believed that only a figure like Marshal RS was worthy of her. As for the rampant rumors regarding his imminent demise, if the Marshal were willing to be with her, she could save him. Streamer, a rival has emerged. Go, confront her. Cheer up, we support you. Who is this little vixen daring to covet the son-in-law of Earth? Fortune had it that she could no longer endure. Even knowing that GLN could not possibly recognize this peculiar woman, YJN felt as though her private domain was being infringed upon. She possessed an inherent sense of possession. Once something was designated as her own, it was impermissible for others to covet. Men were her personal belongings, not to be shared. Even a lingering glance was unacceptable. YJN recognized that many admired GLN in the stars and wished to marry him, but she could overlook others. For some reason, however, when WIWIN uttered the same sentiments, it provoked an intense fury. Was it a clash of opposites? No matter. Anger must be extinguished, and then be rebuffed in a most ungracious manner. YJN's sudden interjection astonished QNQing. In her memory, YJN was not one to seek the limelight. Her disposition was somewhat detached, typically aloof. Such an attitude was common in the vast expanse of the stars, where most remained indifferent unless faced with external threats or matters of life and death. Just like now, amidst the uproar, no one dared speak. All were merely spectators. YJN's sharp words took her by surprise. Not only did it astonish QNQing, but it also caught the attention of those involved. The tall woman and MN furrowed their brows at WIWIN's comparison between Hu YN and the Marshal. Feeling her reasoning was unreasonable yet unable to retort. Just as they were at a loss for words, someone interjected, prompting all eyes to shift towards the speaker. YJN advised QNQing and KYing not to go outside. If recognized, it would be troublesome, as they were using their real appearances, and their family's influence could not compare to the NS family. She, however, had no such concerns, as she was employing the system's default face. Even if recognized, she doubted anyone could orchestrate petty schemes against GLN. As for facing open hostility, YJN had never feared anyone. Streamer, show some restraint. Your words sound like mere fodder. Evil female antagonist activated. The ultimate showdown in history. First round. WIWIN was startled by the sudden interruption. Upon seeing a system default face, anger surged within her. When did she become someone that anyone could bully? What was this nonsense? Being rebuffed was one thing, but to have her very identity questioned? What does it matter to you whether I show my face or not? Why do you interject? She simply found her intolerable. YJN openly declared her disdain. She indeed found her bothersome. So what? Reflecting on the inexplicable confrontations often found in novels, perhaps it was not that the antagonist was rendered foolish, but rather that the protagonist possessed a face that invited ridicule, one even more deserving of a rebuke than KYing. This moment, she viewed WIWIN with immense disdain. After all, she was not a daughter of a noble family, and grace had never been her forte. Pettiness was her true nature. YJN's candid remarks pushed WIWIN beyond her limits. prompting her to drag her friend away while casting a cold glance back at YJN. Dropping in on unknown energy fluctuations detected. Shall we initiate a shield? 9527 suddenly inquired. Indeed, she had her means. Shield. She had no desire to waste time with that woman. Even confronting her once felt tedious. WIWIN was taken aback. She realized her usual tactics had suddenly lost their efficacy. A far more dreadful outcome for her than being humiliated. No, I must leave. WIWIN could not afford to wait another moment, urgently seeking to log off to investigate the cause. Chapter 55. The market proved elusive. Had YJN not overheard a mention and subsequently searched the campus forum extensively, she would never have discovered this place. The term market was merely a euphemism. In reality, the forum referred to it as the black market. This location could be classified as a public secret. Once one reached a certain level, they would naturally encounter it. However, first-year students were not privy to such circles. Had it not been for her serendipitous overhearing and deliberate search, utilizing the internal network, YJN would have remained oblivious to its existence. In the vast expanse of the stars, resources were abundant, and demand for trade was significant, particularly among mercenaries and bounty hunters. Thus, a stable trading venue was indispensable. Whether in the star network or reality, auction houses served as the optimal venue for consigning goods. However, due to their legitimacy, they imposed numerous requirements, not only steep fees but also thorough evaluations of items. Only those confirmed to meet certain value criteria were eligible for auction. Yet, the boundless nature of the stars made it challenging to ascertain the worth of many items, often leading them to be deemed as refuse. In such cases, auction houses typically refrained from listing them, as they too valued their reputation. Naturally, the owners of such items would not simply relinquish them. Thus the existence of the black market became inevitable. Those who could not afford or were unwilling to pay the fees, as well as those with questionable item origins, congregated in the black market, where fortunes could be made or lost based on individual skill. Many were not merely short of funds. They relished the thrill of scavenging through heaps of refuse. The black market on the Star Network was even riskier, lacking physical items, relying solely on holographic scans. Yet, the holographic interface could only simulate the visible state of an object. Who could predict what would ultimately be sent? The only assurance lay in the fact that scanned items would be safeguarded by the Star Network. Regardless of what was purchased, it would certainly be delivered, with no possibility of substitution during transit. Perhaps it was human nature to find greater thrill in risk. The more perilous the venture, the more exhilarating it seemed. Furthermore, the confidentiality of the Star Network far surpassed that of reality, hence the market operating within it was of considerable scale. Each weekend, the atmosphere was lively, far from resembling a clandestine trading hub that ought to exist in the shadows. As YJN strolled through the market, witnessing the bustling scene comparable to a vegetable market, she once again marveled at the sheer population density of the stars. The day of rest is a statutory holiday. Thus, aside from students, it is predominantly adults with leisure time. Each person quietly observes the various stalls, and on the Star Network, there is no concern about theft. Everyone is at ease. Qin Qing, due to unforeseen circumstances in her department, could not accompany Yi Jin, while Kuyang had arranged to meet with friends. Having finally made acquaintances, so Yi Jin refrained from interrupting him. Sister Lena, being in a senior year and also serving as a counselor for the juniors, was exceedingly busy. Consequently, Yi Jin ventured out alone. Taking an occasional break could indeed enhance one's study efficiency. With a well-crafted excuse to evade her studies, Yi Jin seamlessly blended into the crowd. Lacking a thorough understanding of the specific rules and with no guide, she merely listened quietly and observed how others conducted their transactions. Didn't you say this is a Yuanpa crystal? Why did I receive nothing but a pile of sea crystals? In front of Yi Jin, a man with a virtual idol's visage was angrily questioning a stall owner. Yuanpa crystal? Sea crystal? Yi Jin recalled the descriptions she had seen on the Star Network. Yuanpa crystals are formed from the tears of a bird known as the sea kite, representing a very rare and pure water-type ability, supplementing crystal devoid of violent energy. However, the sea kite is nearly extinct, making Yuanpa crystals exceedingly rare. Whenever they appear, they are fiercely contested. In contrast, sea crystals are simple solid crystals washed out by seawater. Devoid of any energy, and on a planet abundant in oceans, they are akin to trash, left unclaimed on the ground. The two types of crystals bear a striking resemblance, with the only distinction being the presence of energy. In reality, the difference between the two is easily discernible. But on the star network, with a slight manipulation, one might easily fall victim to deception. I never claimed this was a Yuanpa crystal. You were the one who hastily purchased it. The stall owner seemed indifferent. Considering the buyer's stupidity, if he truly possessed a Yuanpa crystal, would he be here selling it? Does he genuinely believe he is the only one with keen eyesight, assuming others are fools? I don't care. You must refund my credit points, or else what will you do? Are you unaware of the rules here? Once the goods are sold, there are no returns or exchanges. The stall owner displayed a demeanor of indifference. As the situation escalated, it appeared a fight might ensue. Or rather, the buyer was the only one eager to resort to violence. The Star Network promptly issued a warning. This area is a gray zone under official surveillance, and fighting is strictly forbidden. The buyer, embarrassed, lowered his hands. For being expelled from the black market would be a significant humiliation, even if no one knew his identity. In this place, being deceived equates to bad luck. After all, transactions are voluntary, and one cannot blame others for their lack of discernment. Having witnessed the scene, Eugene did not dwell on it, but instead navigated around it, further solidifying her resolve to observe rather than purchase. She possessed limited funds that she could not afford to squander. If even the indigenous interstellar inhabitants could be deceived, she, as an outsider, ought to exercise caution. The stalls in the black market formed a shape, with the outer perimeter selling assorted trinkets. Genuine items may exist, but they are like pearls in the sand, as the majority of vendors harbor the mindset of tricking one buyer at a time. However, due to the low prices, many hopefuls come here seeking fortune, rendering this area quite lively. In contrast, the inner area was significantly quieter. Vendors permitted to set up stalls here possessed some level of credibility, and naturally, their wares were priced higher. Although the inner area might lack eye-catching items, the ratio of genuine goods among the merchants was commendable. For a newcomer like Eugene, shopping in the inner area was the safest option. Of course, the auction house remains the most secure, yet due to added service fees, it is less appealing in terms of both price and novelty compared to this place. A novelty does not equal absurdity. Young lady, take a look at this stone. It is a family heirloom, a legendary energy stone. Energy stone? Energy blocks are more reliable than this. This is a Kuelong armor. When added to a mech, it guarantees invulnerability. How do I remember that Kuelong has feathers? This weapon was used by the war god Ares. My grandfather was a soldier. If it weren't for your pleasing appearance, I wouldn't even bring it out. Has Galen released merchandise? Eugene glanced at the so-called weapon and chuckled. When did Galen start using armor-piercing cannons? And in such a flamboyant style. This type of armor-piercing cannon is obsolete in the military, visually stunning yet utterly ineffective. It can withstand only one shot before shattering. She still recalls Galen's assessment during her training on common mech firearms, a toy held by a little girl. Clearly, it was regarded with disdain. Seemingly perceiving Eugene's skepticism, the stall owner attempted to explain mysteriously, "This is a weapon classified by the military. You see? Isn't it true that you can never find any information about it online? If it weren't for my grandfather's connections, I wouldn't have access to it. So exquisite and beautiful. Only a marshal is qualified to wield it. Isn't the lack of information online merely due to the designer's embarrassment? Does she appear to be a fool?" Eugene touched her face, which was the system's default setting. "Do I really look that gullible?" As she continued to walk away, she muttered to herself, "Hey, young lady, the price is negotiable. It seems there are indeed many counterfeit goods in the inner area." After a thorough exploration, Eugene did not leave empty-handed. As a wood-type ability user, her primary objective was to find various seeds. However, purchasing seeds on the Star Network proved unreliable, so she planned to visit a specialized exotic plant store in real life when time permitted. If that failed, she could always turn to Kent, who surely had a plethora of options. Eugene was drawn to a handcrafted wooden sculpture, not for the quality of the craftsmanship, but due to her curiosity about the wood used for carving. The wood appeared soft and spongy, reminiscent of the plastic bubbles she had squeezed as a child. Unable to resist the urge to purchase it, she approached the stall. Seeing that someone was interested in this seemingly insignificant item, the stall owner attempted to raise the price, but Eugene, disinterested in further discussions, simply stood up to leave. It was just a shabby wooden sculpture, not made from a precious type of wood, nor crafted by a renowned artist, and he expected to increase the price. If it were not for the fact that it only cost 5 credit points, she wouldn't have even glanced at it. Increase the price? Spend a fortune on a piece of junk? Did he think she was a fool? The seller, recognizing Eugene's attitude, realized that this item might indeed not be of great value. Having mingled in the black market for long enough, he could discern whether a customer was genuinely uninterested or merely feigning disinterest. Little girl, seeing as you're so eager, I'll sell it to you for 5 credit points. No, how about 3 credit points? Even a mosquito is still meat. Upon hearing this, Eugene softened her expression, transferred the funds, and left with the wooden sculpture. The black market traditionally employs anonymous transactions to avoid financial disputes. After all, even if one desired to contest an issue, they wouldn't even know whom to approach. Shortly after Eugene departed, a plump, middle-aged man rushed over, panting heavily. The Star Network accurately depicted this scene, even capturing the strands of hair clinging to his forehead, dampened by sweat. If Eugene were present, she might feel reassured to discover that not everyone in the galaxy is a tall, handsome figure. Upon arriving at the stall, he immediately demanded, "Give me that wooden sculpture." Wooden sculpture? What wooden sculpture? The stall owner feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb. You only have one wooden sculpture here. You think I want to pay a higher price for it? Just don't be too greedy. I want to add much to it. If it weren't to my liking, I wouldn't spend any money on it. The plump man was no fool. He knew that if he revealed too much, the seller might refuse to sell. As he recalled the wooden sculpture recently purchased by Eugene for 3 credit points, the stall owner felt a sudden sense of foreboding. How much do you intend to offer? 50 credit points, no more than that. Yet you multiplied it tenfold. The vendor felt a wave of darkness wash over him. It was over. After all this time of running a stall, he could hardly fail to notice that the wooden carving had issues. However, considering the protective aura of youth surrounding Eugene, along with the system's default facial recognition and anonymous transactions, he found himself at a complete loss. Observing the vendor's long silence, the chubby man assumed dissatisfaction was the cause and became irate. This is the maximum amount. If it goes any higher, I want to buy it. He remembered the peculiar wood of the carving, feeling a sense of familiarity, but it was only after walking quite a distance that he recalled it was membrane wood specifically designed to safeguard valuable items. It could block various forms of scrutiny, was remarkably durable, and appeared utterly unremarkable. Hence, items protected by it were usually of great worth. The chubby man had only a vague recollection, having once seen a wealthy individual flaunting it. The vendor, lacking exposure to such matters, was oblivious to the intricacies involved. Had he taken the item to an auction house for appraisal, he might have unearthed its true value. Yet, aiming to minimize fees and doubting the worth of his goods, he had relied on his limited cunning and had never gone to the auction house. Seeing the chubby man's flawed performance, the vendor, now utterly dejected, replied, "It has been sold." Eugene, merely acting on impulse, was unaware that the wooden carving concealed deeper mysteries. Once placed into the Star Network's transport channel, it would naturally be sent to the Academy. Wait, the Academy? Oh no. She had forgotten that students were not allowed to bring externally purchased items back to school during non-holiday periods. The Star Network's deliveries were notoriously efficient. Aside from the remote planet G170 which experienced delays, everywhere else was almost instantaneous. Especially for the Academy Star, an A-class planet, which was a priority for service. My package. With the Academy closed, where would the wooden carving be sent? Eugene, already quite renowned, wished to avoid drawing any further unwanted attention due to a mere piece of wood. With this thought, she lost all desire to linger and promptly sought the transport channel back to her exclusive lounge before logging off. What a pity. She had hoped to enjoy a leisurely stroll, especially since it was so rare to witness the ancient practice of street vending amidst the high-tech interstellar environment. Did you see a minor girl with a system default face? Yes, but she just teleported away. The vendor and the chubby man were not disheartened and pursued her. Upon learning that Eugene had already left, their expressions darkened. Did she discover something? Impossible. I am certain she was merely indulging in a whim. Then why did she leave? It's still early. There must be something amiss. The chubby man, unwilling to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away, insisted. Even if we find her, what then? The vendor was not interested in his complaints, insisting that as a minor, any attempt to confront her would provoke the Star Network to teach them a lesson. Chapter 57. The package. What transpired on the Star Network was beyond Eugene's knowledge. She was now frantically concerned about the fate of her wooden carving. Host, are you not continuing to explore? The host was a diligent student, not one to indulge in frivolity. Eugene responded earnestly during a brief moment. Women. Host, before you speak nonsense, perhaps you should turn off your light brain. Eugene chose to ignore this and posted on the campus forum, A freshman's impulsive purchase resulted in a delivery. Can anyone tell me where the package went? I'm anxiously awaiting a response. Since there were senior students who ventured out, it indicated there were methods to receive packages. Otherwise, what was the point of roaming about? Women do not shop without intent. The campus forum, as expected, was bustling with activity. Shortly after Eugene's post, replies began to flood in. A familiar post. Indeed, there is a peak of such posts every year when freshmen enroll. Junior, may you find peace. It's doomed. The black-faced god will not spare you. Eugene was startled, momentarily at a loss, when her light brain automatically displayed a notice from the Aries campus network. Students Su Xiao from the command department, Eugene from the mecha department, Wu Guangyan from the mecha manufacturing department, Jia Qinglu from the medicine and pharmacy department, and Emily from the art department. Please report to the academic affairs office to collect your packages. An art department in a military school? No, that was not the pressing concern at the moment. Oh no, this was a school-wide announcement. Classmates, go. Seniors are cheering for you. Go. The post was suddenly filled with supportive messages, clearly from those who had nothing better to do than to witness the spectacle. 23,333. It appears the host is destined to be an extraordinary individual, striving to suppress her brilliance, yet shining inadvertently. It's time to showcase the host's grace. Very well. There seemed to be a crowd eager to watch the drama unfold. Were it not for the progress bar in the background surging rapidly, bringing her ever closer to unlocking the marketplace, Eugene would have wished to shut down the live stream to avoid the spectacle. They were all fake fans. Skating on her hoverboard and following the navigation, Eugene eventually arrived at the academic affairs office, where the others had already gathered. The head of the office was a woman exuding authority, standing tall with piercing eyes and tightly pursed lips, exuding a somewhat harsh demeanor. Those with weaker mental fortitude might find themselves brought to tears under her gaze. Arriving late, Eugene immediately felt the weight of everyone's attention upon her. You must be Eugene. As a military academy student, punctuality is the most basic of standards. The director's tone was stern from the outset. If you cannot even be punctual, how can you claim to be a student of Aries? That statement felt rather harsh. Eugene glanced at the time. Although she had wasted some moments on the way, it did not seem she was late. Frowning, she retorted, I was not late. Eugene was not one to swallow her pride. As an orphan, she was unlike others. Enduring humiliation would only invite further bullying. Who is your mentor? Were you not taught that you should not talk back to your superiors? That depends on whether your superior possesses integrity. Eugene stood her ground. Having seen such confrontations many times, they simply believed her to be easy prey, trying to assert authority over her. Why should she quietly accept the reprimand? I have an inexplicable bad feeling. Watch out, host. This woman seems to have it out for you. Without needing reminders from the chat, Eugene could sense that the director had targeted her from the beginning, her words laced with disdain. She believed she lacked the typical protagonist's mocking face. So why was this happening? Before she could ponder further, Joanna shot her a cold glance, shifting the topic back to the package. Do you understand what self-discipline means? The school prohibits outside purchases during non-holiday periods. Now, what are these? On the floor before the desk lay 5 boxes of varying sizes, 4 of which were heavy, clearly filled with numerous items, overshadowing the lone small box. Now, do you have anything to say? Thanks to the school for assisting with the package. Eugene replied swiftly and confidently, feeling no shame. In truth, the school had not forbidden students from purchasing items off campus. It was merely the delivery that could not enter due to the closure. Thus, it was an implicit rule. Even if she had made a purchase, not receiving the item did not constitute a breach of school regulations. Initially feeling a bit guilty, Eugene now felt no such emotion. Cough. Among those standing with her, someone could not help but chuckle, only to stifle it under Joanna's glare. You still argue with such conviction. I have not violated any school rules. Why should I not be assertive? Very well. All these items will be confiscated. Do not think you can take them back. Joanna snapped back. That was Eugene's statement. It has nothing to do with me. Why should I have my things taken as well? Protested a girl with wavy, curled long hair, glaring fiercely at Eugene. Others remained silent as a boy with thick glasses pushed them up his nose. Teacher, it seems you lack the authority to confiscate our belongings. Missing them is one thing, but seizing them without a reasonable explanation is entirely unacceptable. Eugenka will not let this matter rest, even if it concerns merely a wooden carving. Furthermore, the prior notice instructed us to collect our parcels, not to face punishment or reprimand. I suspect these items of dubious origin may pose a danger to students. Such a generic response. When did the school's protective measures for students become a means to confront them? I request an immediate inspection of my possessions. If no harm is found, I demand a public apology from you for the damage to my reputation. Otherwise, I will appeal to the principal, accusing you of defamation and invasion of privacy. Do not overstep your bounds. Joanna had never encountered a student bold enough to speak to her in such a manner. Everyone else regarded her with utmost respect. She also urged the teacher not to abuse her authority. In the galaxy, respect for teachers is paramount, yet freedom and equality prevail. Teachers may have the right to discipline students, but it must be justifiable. This principle is precisely why Ares Military Academy has stood the test of time and earned its esteemed reputation. Joanna, accustomed to having her way, would not provoke a major incident, as most students preferred to endure for the sake of their studies, avoiding conflict with those of noble lineage. Commoners, after all, rarely stirred significant trouble. Chapter 58. No. Yijinka was correct. Joanna indeed held a grudge against her. Joanna had no children of her own, but she regarded her nephew Kai as her own. Gaining admission to Ares was Kai's aspiration, and he had exerted immense effort to secure a place in this dream institution. Yet his talent fell short, and his final scores were slightly lacking. As a member of the Ares Military Academy's administration, Joanna initially contemplated ways to admit him, but with limited slots, she ultimately failed. The other accepted candidates outperformed Kai, leaving Joanna with no grounds for complaint. Yijinka, being the sole exception, naturally drew her scrutiny. Although Yijinka's overall scores met the standard, there were still minimum requirements for the written exam. Had the rules been strictly enforced, Yijinka's scores would have disqualified her, potentially opening a spot for Kai. With such thoughts in mind, Joanna could not help but resent Yijinka. She had researched and discovered that Yijinka was an orphan. Despite having a guardian, her appearance suggested a lack of wealth. Even without knowing her guardian's identity, Joanna assumed it was merely government intervention for orphans, without further consideration. As someone without children, she was unfamiliar with federal regulations regarding orphans. Joanna thought she could find a way to reprimand Yijinka, which, while lacking real significance, would at least serve as a form of venting her frustration. Little did she expect Yijinka to retaliate so fiercely. Who gave her such audacity? Yijinka, think carefully about the consequences of your actions. There's no need to think. I am indifferent, Yijinka replied nonchalantly. Assuming Yijinka would back down, Joanna secretly scoffed, believing her to be far less defiant than she had thought. I have reported the situation to my advisor, and I have recorded the entire encounter. Yijinka was quite shrewd. The moment she sensed Joanna's hostility, she activated her recording device. Regardless of its potential effectiveness, it was better to be prepared. Joanna was taken aback by this response, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. Initially, when Yijinka had retorted, Joanna had displayed anger outwardly, but inwardly, she had dismissed her. She had assumed Yijinka was a naive individual, easily swayed by her emotions, who would ultimately succumb to provocation, turning minor issues into major ones. As for the other students, Joanna had hardly regarded them as a threat, aside from Emily from the art department, who had some connections. The rest were too intimidated to speak against her. To her surprise, Yijinka had been astute from the outset, catching Joanna off guard. Yijinka, you must realize that escalating this situation could have consequences beyond your capacity to bear. Joanna attempted to intimidate her further. It's fine. I can handle it. Yijinka responded with utter indifference. If worst came to worst, she would withdraw from school. This matter was trivial. It was the director who was intent on blowing it out of proportion. Initially, it was her fault, but it would not remain so. The academy would not abandon her for being expelled. Yijinka felt emboldened. Zhao Duo was the instructor for Class Mecha 1 and an esteemed alumnus of Ares Military Academy. After sustaining an injury during a mission, he had transitioned to teaching at the academy, providing for his family while giving back to his alma mater. Today was his day off, and he was reminiscing with his old comrade Fred when he received a communication from Yijinka that startled him into immediate action. What happened? Fred, observing his friend's furrowed brow, inquired with curiosity. Our student Yijinka is in trouble. What? Fred was also unsettled and stood up. What trouble? Joanna is making things difficult for her. Having been at the academy for some time, Fred was well aware of Joanna's character and the actions she had taken, which were hardly secrets among the faculty. However, due to her connections, those students she had harassed often chose to let matters lie, leaving him reluctant to intervene. Yet this time, she had crossed a line by targeting one of his students. Joanna? Fred was only temporarily teaching, so he was unaware of the intricacies involved. The head of the teaching department, Park's wife. Park was one of the academy's board members. While his influence was limited, his connections were extensive. Fred was not surprised that Joanna would target Yijinka, especially since she had previously made no secret of her attempts to secure a spot for her nephew. However, he was taken aback by how quickly she acted. Zhao Duo provided a brief explanation of the situation. Upon hearing this, Fred understood and frowned, his disdain for those who abused their power in place of fulfilling their duties flaring up. I will accompany you. He held a favorable opinion of Yijinka and was even less fond of Joanna's actions. Zhao Duo did not refuse. The presence of an old friend would certainly help ensure fairness. Joanna had not anticipated Yijinka's swift response, nor Zhao Duo's prompt arrival, and she was further surprised by Fred's presence. Joanna forced herself to remain calm. You are just in time. This student has violated school regulations by... There has been no violation, Director. Would you like me to recite the rules? Yijinka interjected directly, asserting herself since there was no moral authority to respect. Teacher Zhao, look at your student interrupting her elder without courtesy. Teacher, I sincerely apologize. Yijinka's apology was straightforward, costing her nothing. That single I'm sorry left Joanna speechless. Teacher Joanna, shopping off campus does not seem to contravene any school rules, does it? You suspect the items may be hazardous and have unlawfully detained them. If you cannot provide sufficient evidence to substantiate your claims, merely acting on suspicion without presenting proof renders you entirely unqualified to inspect a student's belongings. Just because you raise a suspicion does not mean others must prove their innocence. If I were to say you aren't a woman, would you then strip in public to prove your identity? Without evidence, doubt cannot be substantiated. Conversely, Joanna, lacking any proof, has unjustly accused Yijin and unlawfully retained his belongings, both of which violate school rules and even legal statutes. Observing Fred, who had been keenly monitoring the developments, Joanna realized that her position was untenable. With a derisive huff, she declared, Then I must have been mistaken. You may take your things and leave. She seemed intent on dismissing the matter so lightly. Fred, not being an official insider of the academy, found it inappropriate to intervene, while Zhao Duo understood that further entanglement would yield no fruitful outcome and would only disrupt Yijin's studies. After all, Joanna did wield some influence. Just as he was about to let the matter slide, a voice interjected, No. Chapter 59. Communication. Yijin had learned that external courier deliveries might be obstructed by the Academy's internal network, preventing entry. Blocked packages would be randomly redirected to other transfer stations. Previously, Yijin had been anxious, fearing that a distant transfer station might inadvertently result in someone else claiming his package. Now, it had not only reached the Academy but had arrived at the Office of Administration, a place not designated for receiving parcels. Surely, something was amiss. It appeared that the predicament had ensnared others along with him. The other 4 individuals, unwittingly caught in the fray, bore expressions of varying degrees of confusion. The bespectacled student, aside from adjusting his glasses, displayed no other emotion, wholly absorbed in his own world. A tall boy, however, offered Yijin a smile when their eyes met, seemingly unperturbed. A girl with wavy hair wore a scowl, daring not to voice her displeasure, instead casting a fierce glare at Yijin. Meanwhile, a short-haired girl, possessing a charming countenance, appeared somewhat bashful, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, remaining still. When Yijin had declined, she timidly glanced at him before dropping her eyes once more. Zhao Duo, unable to intervene in time, observed Joanna's rapidly darkening expression and recognized that the situation was spiraling out of control. What, do you still have questions? Joanna coldly challenged Yijin. My matters are resolved. Yours, however, remain unaddressed. Yijin showed no inclination to relent. What issues could I possibly have? Joanna scoffed, unwilling to believe that Yijin would dare to file a complaint against her. Yet, Yijin was indeed serious. Will you not explain your slander and invasion of my privacy? It was not that she was being aggressive, but rather that Joanna was not one to gracefully concede defeat. She would certainly not let this go. This time, she was ill-prepared, and who could predict what schemes she might devise in the future? Yijin had pressing academic responsibilities and could scarcely afford to waste time with her. If she did not teach Joanna a lesson now, would she wait until the next encounter, when Joanna would be better prepared to confront her? Do not overstep your bounds, Joanna exclaimed, taken aback by Yijin's tenacity. Who bullies whom is not merely something you can assert. Fred sensed that the young girl was being somewhat reckless. Although the accusations against Joanna could indeed cause her distress, they would not fundamentally undermine her position. Fred would not remain at the academy much longer, and could not offer her much assistance. Once he departed, given Joanna's influence, Eugene would likely face difficulties ahead. You are still a minor. Submitting an appeal requires a guardian's signature, Zhao Duo advised earnestly. Eugene, quick-witted, discerned his intent to dissuade her. While she appreciated his goodwill, she had no intention of acquiescing. Very well. Whenever a signature is needed, I shall promptly have my guardian sign. The convenience of interstellar courier services allowed documents to arrive in an instant. Eugene's eagerness took them aback momentarily. You should consult your guardian's opinion first. Joanna sneered, doubting that Eugene's guardian would be oblivious to the consequences of crossing her, even though Eugene had already offended her. Why not send a message to your guardian? I will handle the communication. Zhao Duo decided to take matters into his own hands, hoping that Eugene's guardian could intervene. Joanna was not truly frightening, but the formidable presence of Hark behind her was a cause for concern. He was known for his vengeful nature. Should Eugene proceed with her complaint against Joanna, it would undoubtedly provoke Hark's wrath, and he would not tolerate such affront. Agreeing to Zhao Duo's request, Eugene activated the communication device. After departing from Tsangming Star, she intended to document her daily experiences and send them to Jialan's private communication line. Even if he could not see them, the connection had never been severed. The fifth rule of the Love Handbook: maintain contact at all times. While Jialan lay in the medical bay and was unable to respond, she sent messages daily, ensuring that when he eventually saw them, it would feel as though they had never been apart. In her messages, she shared her joys and sorrows, treating Jialan as a confidant until a few days ago, when she finally received a reply. Though it consisted of a simple reminder to take care of her health, she was elated, for it indicated that Jialan had awakened and read her messages. Fred was also curious about what kind of guardian could raise a girl like Eugene. Eugene had nothing to hide and directly initiated a video call, of course, first messaging Jialan to inquire if it was a convenient time. When the connection was established, Fred turned to Eugene's guardian, only to have his expression freeze in shock. The familiar figure evoked memories of the fear of being beaten, causing his bones to ache with a phantom pain. Zhao Duo's earlier advice was swallowed back down as he found himself consumed by the shock of seeing the marshal. Joanna's complexion drained of color, her mind racing with a singular thought. It was over. She had encountered an immovable obstacle. The expressions of the others mirrored her own, blank and bewildered. None of them were upperclassmen, and they had never faced such a formidable presence. Under the weight of that oppressive gaze, they scarcely dared to lift their heads. An invisible force permeated the air, prompting an almost primal urge to kneel. This was Marshal Ares, the legendary god of war, and they were now in close proximity. Simply standing was an achievement in itself. Eugene stole a glance at her surroundings. Noticing the disbelief and existential doubt etched on their faces, her heart swelled with pride and satisfaction. The vanity of a girl. Through the video call, Jialan observed Eugene's expression akin to that of a mischievous little rat, and he could not help but smile wryly. The suffocating pressure began to ease. What has transpired? He inquired. Eugene exchanged a cryptic glance with Joanna, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Nothing major, just a matter requiring your consent. What matter? Jialan inquired, fully compliant. He could read the little girl's mind, aware that while he did not know the specifics, his role was simply to cooperate. It is nothing significant, merely a misunderstanding that does not merit troubling the marshal, Joanna interjected before Eugene could speak. A smile, albeit forced, broke through her typically stern demeanor. Eugene may have misconstrued my intentions. I will clarify things with her shortly. Misunderstanding? Jialan raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Eugene. The clever little girl had her schemes. What misunderstanding could possibly exist? Eugene returned his gaze with a playful smile. Chapter 60. The unusual. If it were indeed a misunderstanding, it should be clarified promptly. Jialan remained non-committal regarding her assertion, knowing that whether it was a misunderstanding depended entirely on whether the young girl chose to pursue it. Fred could hardly believe his eyes. He was suddenly reminded of the familiar combat details from their military training at the start of the school year. At that time, they had been edging toward the truth, but had instinctively dismissed it as improbable and thus missed the opportunity. Now, with the revelation, it felt almost inevitable. Marshal, Fred exclaimed with excitement, feeling compelled to assert his presence. Fred, long time no see. Jialan had noticed him earlier but had been focused entirely on Eugene at the time. Marshal, you appear to be in much better health. Although the mere thought of the iron-fisted control of Ares evokes a sense of dread, the respect he holds for the marshal remains unwavering. Joanna, Noticing that Aries seems to disregard her presence, feels no offense. Rather, she hopes he might completely forget her existence. However, Eugene is not inclined to let the matter slip away so easily. Instructor, may I interrupt your reminiscence? Although it is termed reminiscing, it is essentially Fred speaking while Aries listens. Realizing that his words may not be suitable for the occasion, Fred finally curbs his excitement at seeing the marshal, yet his gaze toward Eugene softens. His exhilaration is understandable, given the increasingly dire rumors surrounding Aries' health, which have been circulating with alarming credibility. He is too apprehensive to contact the marshal directly, fearing he might interrupt his important duties. At long last, Zhao Duo, who had been overlooked, finally speaks up. Marshal. He salutes respectfully and dutifully recounts the events that transpired. As Zhao Duo narrates, Joanna's cold sweat multiplies, and her face stiffens further. Eugene observes the once arrogant director shift dramatically under Aries' increasingly frosty gaze, completing the transformation from hunter to prey. Indeed, it seems that having someone to back you up makes matters considerably easier. I am truly astute. Eugene silently commends herself for having allied with a powerful figure. The feeling of having support is undeniably comforting. Joanna, do you have any objections to this instructor's claims? Aries, being an alumnus of the academy, is well aware of the rules that govern it and knows that Eugene's error is trifling, hardly warranting criticism. It is surprising that anyone would use such a matter as a pretext to instigate trouble. No, Joanna realizes that arguing at this juncture would be futile, regardless of belief. The video captured by Eugene serves as irrefutable evidence. She internally regrets her impulsiveness, having grown accustomed to wielding authority without consequence, never anticipating such a downfall. Since there are no objections, I shall approve the appeal. His little girl is there to learn, not to be bullied by others. If they cannot set an example to deter future provocations, then given Eugene's unique status, challenges will continue to arise. He does not oppose open challenges, but fears that others may unjustly target her due to her lack of connections. This is an opportune moment to send a stern warning to those with ulterior motives. Joanna feels darkness envelop her. She understands her situation is dire. Hark cannot save himself. And given that man's cold-blooded nature, if he were to discover he offended Marshal Aries, he would not only fail to protect himself, but would also become an instigator of her misfortune. I need to start considering an escape route. Joanna's sense of crisis solidifies her resolve. If all else fails, unbeknownst to Eugene, Joanna is already contemplating her retreat. She had never intended to enact any severe repercussions. After all, the entire situation is one of attempted wrongdoing, with no substantial harm incurred. She does not wish to escalate matters irreparably. Just a gentle admonition would suffice, and Aries shares this sentiment, recognizing that Eugene must continue her studies. If she becomes too relentless, she risks transforming from a victim into a perpetrator. Despite having the moral high ground, she may inadvertently project an impression of arrogance and bullying. The situation resolves swiftly following Aries' intervention. When Joanna receives a notice of a temporary suspension from her duties, she is momentarily taken aback. Is it truly over? She had anticipated a complete downfall, yet Marshal Aries has chosen to handle it with a light touch. Merely a temporary suspension grants her a chance for redemption, causing her previously firm resolve to waver. Expressing gratitude to the supportive class mentor and instructor, Eugene casts a glance at the four individuals who had been huddled in the corner, serving as mere background figures. Without uttering a word, she glides away on her hoverboard back to her dormitory. Collapsing onto the sofa in her small villa, Eugene exhales deeply. What a restful day has been squandered. Aries, do you know what to do about the package? It is impossible for Eugene to abstain from purchasing entirely. Having visited the campus store, she found the selection woefully inadequate, ostensibly to cultivate resilience among students. Nonsense. Oh, it is inappropriate to curse. Reflecting on her thoughts, Eugene suddenly remembers that she can simply consult Aries. Reconnecting the video call, the esteemed and busy Marshal begins to unveil the hidden secrets of Aries' military academy. For instance, packages can be sent to the side door of the faculty dormitory, the only point of contact with the outside world that does not disturb the school, though it is a bit far. Additionally, the cafeteria's best offerings can be found at the far left window on the second floor, where the proprietor is known for his generosity and superior flavors. Eugene listens, astonished, glancing at the dignified, elegant Aries. Had she not heard it with her own ears, she would never have associated him with such mundane matters. What did you purchase? Seemingly embarrassed by Eugene's peculiar gaze, he clears his throat and shifts the topic. When it comes to the package that incited such a stir, Eugene feels a twinge of awkwardness. If it were a precious item, that would suffice. But a piece of broken wood is hardly impressive. As she painstakingly unpacks her long-awaited delivery, her movements are deliberately slow, wishing to postpone the embarrassment. However, the packaging is minimal, and soon enough, she unveils the unremarkable wooden carving within. Aries gazes at the seemingly ordinary object, bemused. Eugene, continuing her futile struggle, pinches the carving, attempting to showcase its wood quality. Look, this wood is so soft. Could it not be somewhat special? I am not an aesthetic oddity. After a prolonged silence without Aries' response, she looks up to find him intently scrutinizing the object in her hand. You are indeed correct. It is quite unique. Chapter 61. The strange seed. What? Eugene is momentarily bewildered. She had merely spoken offhandedly. Aries regards her with a complex expression. Where did you acquire this? The black market. Eugene exclaims, it is truly unreliable. I have no discerning eye, so I did not dare purchase anything else. Indeed. How many credit points did you spend? 3. Eugene beams with pride, having originally been priced at 5 credit points. A flicker of confusion crosses her face. Is there a problem? She inspects the carving again, finding nothing particularly remarkable aside from its pleasant texture. Perhaps she is simply being naive? Aries' gaze grows even more intricate as he sighs lightly. Little girl, you possess remarkable luck. Streamer, this is all a setup. The protagonist must find a hidden treasure. Quick, quick, quick. Let us see what treasure the streamer has unearthed. Before Eugene can say anything, the comments section erupts with excitement, as if they themselves had stumbled upon a treasure. This is a carving made from protective wood. Before Eugene can inquire further, Aries begins to elucidate. Due to its protective qualities and discretion, it is typically employed to safeguard precious items. After a moment's thought, he adds, the Aries family's collection room contains several items preserved with this wood, all of which are exceedingly valuable. Eugene stares incredulously at the plain, even somewhat unattractive, wooden carving in her hands. Has she truly stumbled upon such fortune? Perhaps it is merely a carving made from protective wood. She still finds it hard to believe. If so, let us test it. Yes, testing it would be prudent, especially given the insignificant cost of 3 credit points. Following Aries' suggestion, she purchases a vial of digestive agent from the student store within the campus. Students are permitted to open shops here, and since they are often practice creations, it would be wasteful to discard them, so earning a little extra income is preferable. Certainly, items listed for sale on the Star Network must clearly indicate all essential details. Otherwise, if serious consequences arise, responsibility will be sought. The pharmacy department is a realm of financial affluence, heavily reliant on exotic beasts and plants, which can be quite costly. The mecha manufacturing department also incurs significant expenses, but some of their materials can be recycled. Conversely, materials for the pharmacy department diminish with each use and cannot be reclaimed. Otherwise, who knows what disastrous outcomes might ensue. It is almost a rite of passage for students in the pharmacy department to sell their practice potions on the Star Network. The digestive agent was initially a trivial creation born out of a student's boredom after overeating. However, during its concoction, an excessive amount of iron-eating flour digestive fluid led to an unexpected transformation, enhancing its solubility capabilities. If it were merely an upgraded digestive agent, only those with iron stomachs could withstand it, yet even they might be rendered waste if subjected to it. Curiously, this digestive agent's final formulation effectively dissolves various synthetic adhesives without damaging other materials, lacking even the basic ability to digest iron. Upon its release, it garnered immense popularity within the mecha manufacturing department, becoming a powerful tool for disassembling bonded metals, reportedly even securing a patent, which rendered its creator extraordinarily prosperous. Holding the freshly acquired digestive agent and observing the viscous, digestive fluid-like substance within, Eugene grimaced. Could it possibly digest even wood? Seemingly perceiving her concern, Jalan reassured her. This digestive agent is quite impressive. It reacts only with synthetic adhesives and nothing else. Following his advice, Eugene mixed the unappealing digestive agent into water, resulting in a murky concoction that emitted an indescribable odor. Reflecting on how the mecha manufacturing department routinely uses it to clean mecha components, she couldn't help but admire their fortitude. Grasping a wooden carving, she unceremoniously tossed it into the basin, donned isolation gloves, and, suppressing her revulsion, manipulated it to ensure complete immersion in the potion. Eugene, you are destined for the battlefield. Such minor disturbances are trivial. She silently encouraged herself. At last, just as her patience was nearing its limit, the wooden carving emitted a faint cracking sound. Yijin's spirits lifted as she continued soaking the carving, and upon sensing a tendency for it to disintegrate, she swiftly retrieved it. Who knew what materials were embedded within? If the digestive agent melted it all away, she would have no place to lament. After rinsing off the residual potion with water, Yijin removed her gloves and personally pried at the fissures. Perhaps influenced by the remnants of the potion, she easily detached the wooden carving into 4 pieces, revealing a transparent glass-like object nestled within. The object was sealed with a stopper crafted from the same material, and through its clear body, Yijin discerned a tiny black grain inside. The elongated black particle, appearing charred and dull, seemed rather unremarkable. What is this? Yijin felt a twinge of disappointment. It hardly seemed valuable. A seed, an exotic plant seed, Jialon declared with certainty. Having encountered countless exotic beasts and plants, he recognized it instantly. A seed? Yijin scrutinized the so-called seed, her eyes squinting without revealing anything extraordinary. She even doubted whether it possessed any vitality. Host, don't be disheartened just yet. It might be something extraordinary. Perhaps a millennium ginseng? A 10,000-year snow lotus? Have you watched too many martial arts films? Even if it were millennium ginseng or 10,000-year snow lotus, remember, it's still a seed. Haha. A seed of a millennium ginseng or 10,000-year snow lotus. This is the biggest joke I've heard all year. Yijin dismissed the flippant comments in the barrage of messages and turned her hopeful gaze towards Jialon. My idol is omnipotent. The gleam in Yijin's eyes made Jialon feel slightly embarrassed. He truly had no idea what it was. After racking his memory, he uncertainly mused. It appears to be a mutated dandelion seed, but mutated dandelion seeds are typically green, and being a low-tier exotic plant, they disperse en masse when flowering. It shouldn't hold any value worthy of membrane-wood protection. Jialon frowned, pondering deeply before reluctantly admitting, I don't recognize it. He was always straightforward. If he didn't know, he wouldn't pretend otherwise. For some reason, this admission felt particularly difficult to voice. Chapter 62. The host plant. Yijin couldn't help but chuckle at Jialon's rare moment of embarrassment, though she quickly stifled it. Jialon found it impossible to be angry. Observing the vivacity of the young girl made him want to smile. Perhaps it was worth a try? An unexpected thought crossed his mind, but as he recalled his nearly decrepit body, it felt like a bucket of cold water dousing his enthusiasm, extinguishing any further contemplation. Unbeknownst to Yijin, she was closer than ever to achieving her goal of winning over her idol. Her mind was wholly occupied with the seed. Despite knowing nothing about it, she felt an undeniable allure. This attraction even stirred her latent abilities. 9527. What is happening? Yijin's powers were so unique that she couldn't find any reference examples, and everything was still a process of exploration. This stage, 9527, was the entity most familiar with her abilities. Host, I have previously mentioned that your abilities are an advanced version of wood-type powers. Fundamentally, they remain wood-type. It has been a while since the familiar electronic voice resonated, maintaining its flat and unvaried tone. Its combat relies entirely on exotic plants, possessing limited attack power. Thus, wood-type abilities have a unique sensitivity towards plants, especially those with vigorous life forces. Moreover, 9527 added, if it's an exotic plant capable of triggering a response even from your life abilities, then congratulations, host, you have struck gold. Though it spoke of congratulations, the tone lacked any genuine joy, akin to swallowing a fly, which made Yijin wish to replace the flawed customer service voice system immediately. Because her abilities and wood-type powers shared a common origin, she had studied wood-type powers and knew that nearly all wood-type practitioners select a host plant as their own. Exotic plants possess abilities as well, and through these plants, wood-type practitioners effectively gain an additional capability. This is a distinctive advantage for wood-type practitioners. The host plant serves as a second life and an additional ability. However, the choice of host plant is crucial. The grade of exotic plants is not fixed. Environmental factors and personal mutations can alter their original state. In this regard, exotic beasts are relatively stable. Their ranks typically remain fixed unless extraordinary opportunities arise. Although exotic plants exhibit considerable variability, humans are inherently greedy. If one can obtain a superior exotic plant from the outset, why settle for inferior ones in pursuit of an uncertain future? When Yijin felt a special resonance with the seed, she made her decision regarding her host plant. Are you not reconsidering? Jialon, who trusted his instincts and had escaped numerous near-death experiences because of them, felt uneasy about Yi Jin acting solely on intuition. Perhaps he should consult Kent, the foremost expert on exotic plants in the Federation. No need. I fear that if I hesitate any longer, I might regret it. Yi Jin had been troubled over her choice of host plant for quite some time, yet she could never find one that satisfied her, always abandoning it for various reasons. Now that she had finally sensed something, she was unwilling to delay any further. If it indeed possesses formidable power, then it would be a source of universal joy. However, if it proves to be mediocre, can you still refrain from safeguarding me? Yi Jin's words were delivered with such conviction that Xiaolon found himself at a loss for a response. Yet, even in silence, he knew he had to speak. You are aware of my physical condition, particularly now that matters under my name have been exposed. Should any misfortune befall me, the storm you would face would be unimaginable. What you urgently require is to grow stronger swiftly. I would much prefer you to choose a visibly powerful plant rather than one shrouded in mystery. He understood that Yi Jin was not fond of him mentioning his health, but this was not a matter that could be resolved through evasion. I want it. Yi Jin's tone was unusually resolute, but upon witnessing the concern etched across Xiaolon's face, her heart softened. Indeed, even heroes find it difficult to navigate the trials posed by beauty. What else could she do? The man she chose, she would cherish through tears. Yi Jin softened her tone, responding gently, how about I refrain from placing it into the ability core for now and nurture it with my powers for a while? The ability core is an essential center for every ability user, serving as a repository for all abilities and acting as a transit point. Due to the influence of rampant energy, nearly every ability user's core is murky. Each flow of ability brings with it uncontrollable chaotic energy that wreaks havoc within. As for Xiaolon, his ability core was already on the verge of shattering, and his meridians, ravaged by chaotic energy, were in tatters. Placing the extraordinary plant into the ability core would mean a complete fusion, irreversible, though it would allow for precise control. Listening to her conciliatory tone, Xiaolon's heart melted like wax. He was well aware of Yi Jin's stubbornness. She was not as soft as her exterior suggested, but rather bristled with resolve. The things she set her mind to were not easily swayed by mere words. Yet now, she was willing to compromise for his sake. If it were not for that, he might not have the patience to wait for her to grow up safely. Death had long been an inevitable fate for him, even a form of liberation, as the weight of his family's ancestral glory and the torment of his abilities would be extinguished after him. However, facing this young girl who was willing to yield so easily for him stirred an unexpected sense of reluctance within Xiaolon. Since Yi Jin had agreed, she would not go back on her word. Each day, she simply carried the peculiar seed with her, nurturing it with her abilities. A month passed, and when the academy finally had its long-awaited day off, it miraculously sprouted. Previously, something within the seed seemed to act as a barrier. Apart from Yi Jin's abilities, no other devices detected its energy fluctuations. This was a conclusion Yi Jin arrived at after numerous classes requiring energy detection. Now that it had sprouted, she quickly contacted Fred, whom Xiaolon had recommended as trustworthy within the academy. Carefully cradling the tender shoot, she underwent a comprehensive examination using the energy detection device that Fred had activated through his authority. The examination process was not complicated. Other results remained as elusive as ever until the final energy reaction results were revealed. What? Fred believed his capacity for acceptance was formidable, yet Yi Jin consistently challenged his worldview. SSS level. How could this be possible? Chapter 63. Overwhelmed. Fred, unable to believe his eyes, rechecked the results, but they remained unchanged. Turning to face Yi Jin and the small sprout in her hand, he was struck by the realization. A legendary SSS-level plant. How long had it been since one had surfaced? Various rumors about SSS-level beasts and plants circulated on the Star Network, some credible, others mere fabrications. As a high-ranking official within the military, Fred knew that most of these rumors were baseless, and any genuine reports were long outdated. Not only he, but the entire galaxy harbored an extraordinary thirst for SSS-level entities. The emergence of such would signify hope for advancement, rather than being forgotten amidst the vast cosmos. With no avenues left for progression, the collapse of genes had nearly extinguished everyone's confidence. The further they ventured, the closer they drew to death, leaving them with a sense of impending darkness. Xiaolon's high esteem stemmed not only from his family's long-standing military achievements, but also from his identity as an SSS-level ability user, making him the closest individual in the galaxy to that pinnacle. Thus, even though his current status was largely nominal, None dared to challenge his position. With the appearance of a living SS-level extraordinary plant, how could he remain calm? Fred, today you will handle the aftermath. Ensure confidentiality. Eugene had activated her holographic communication from the start of the examination, allowing Xiaolon to witness the entire process. The stern tone of Fred swiftly cooled the fervor in his mind as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, Fred activated the information recording device and promptly destroyed all detection results, even removing the master control chip from the device. Flames erupted from his hand, incinerating the evidence before Eugene and Xiaolon, turning it into a puddle of waste. Retrieving a spare blank chip from his spatial ring, he inserted it into the apparatus, rebooted it, and then placed a seedling that bore a striking resemblance to the original into the device for re-examination, deleting the results once more. The entire sequence of actions was executed seamlessly, ultimately resulting in the same device that had its results erased, effectively obliterating the existence of the SSS-level plant seedling. Anyone else examining the device would only find the A-level plant, the pom-pom flower, which closely resembled dandelions, thus drawing little attention from those with ulterior motives. Eugene carefully stored the seedling, ensuring nothing was amiss, before bidding farewell to Fred and returning to her dormitory. How about that? My intuition was spot on, Eugene proudly boasted to Xiaolon. Observing her strut about like a victorious little rooster, Xiaolon responded with a hint of resignation. Yes, our little Yi is always right. I shall heed your counsel from now on. After Eugene's moment of triumph, she suddenly felt a twinge of childishness upon hearing the affectionate words accompanied by his impeccably handsome visage, which struck her like a bolt. Clutching her chest, Eugene struggled to catch her breath, exclaiming, "Very well. You are handsome, so you get to call the shots." As for the prior discussions about whether to treat it as a life-bound plant, no one dared to bring it up again. An SSS-level plant, regardless of its nature, would never have its capabilities questioned. The host truly embodies the fate of a protagonist. An SSS-level plant that had evaded discovery for so many years has finally fallen into the host's hands, and the process has been so dramatic. I cannot believe the host isn't exceptionally lucky. What is luck? Foreigners will never comprehend the profound culture of my great Z country. Timidly raising my hand. Does anyone remember Vivian? The comments suddenly fell silent for a moment before resuming their trivial chatter. They had not yet realized how much the host's previous actions mirrored those of a malicious supporting character. Perhaps having grown accustomed to Eugene's habitual live streaming while engrossed in her activities, they had been cast aside, allowing them to entertain themselves without a care. Occasionally, they would get so carried away in conversation that they would add each other as friends, achieving an authentic, borderless, and unrestrained dialogue. It was said that due to the existence of this live streaming room, international relations on Earth had reached an unprecedented level of détente. Ultimately, the government busies itself extracting various pieces of information from live streaming sessions for its own use, while the public engages in awkward conversations, their proximity to one another unparalleled. Those who refrain from joining these awkward exchanges busily focus on physical exercise, striving for longevity. In the face of personal existence, all else pales in comparison. Under the watchful gaze of the deity, Eugene utilized the method she had previously acquired from Kent, making an incision on her arm to let her blood drip onto the newly sprouted seedling. Could this be the legendary blood oath? It resembles a cult ritual. Doesn't the streamer feel pain? It looks terrifying. The streamer is in pain. Despite understanding this was a necessary process, the sight of the delicate girl's fair arm being cut brought a flicker of concern to the deity's eyes. Eugene, however, remained unfazed. In critical moments, she was always willing to make sacrifices. It was merely a cut, after all, for the sake of future strength. Damn it, it still hurt tremendously. Who prepared this knife? Her physique had reached level C, meaning while blades were not entirely ineffective, ordinary metallic ones were typically unable to pierce her skin with ease. Previously, Eugene had made several cuts on her fair arm with a sharp blade, and the sensation was indescribably sharp, wrapping the blood-dripped seedling in her abilities. She pressed it against the wound, acting swiftly. Had she delayed even slightly, the wound would have begun to heal. Guided by her powers, she successfully anchored it to her core. The procedure was not overly complex, and with Eugene's diligent training and the precise control of her abilities, the small sprout was soon enveloped by her energy core. Sighing in relief, Eugene opened her eyes, suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of vitality coursing through her body, instinctively propelling her mental strength and abilities forward, nearly having the distance to level B. Truly, as an SSS-grade entity, Even in its nascent form, it exhibited such formidable power. Regardless of how it might evolve in the future, Eugene felt no sense of loss. Streamer, how does it feel? Do you feel as if you're pregnant? Go away, Eugene retorted, unwilling to indulge their overwhelming curiosity, who knew what peculiar questions they might pose. How do you feel? The deity inquired with concern. It feels good. Setting aside everything else, the enhancement to my mental strength and abilities alone is worth it. No wonder the life-bound plant is referred to as the second life of wood-type ability users. I feel as though my life-s progress bar has significantly advanced. Chapter 64. Research cultivating a life-bound plant is far from a simple endeavor. At least Eugene's experience was anything but straightforward. Initially just a seed, she had painstakingly nurtured it to growth, hoping that merging it with her energy core would ease her burdens. However, she soon realized it was not as she had envisioned. Like a concerned mother, she found that as her child grew, her worries only multiplied. Not only did she have to supply energy, but she also needed to guide its growth, ensuring it did not grow awry. Consequently, Eugene often found herself confiding in the deity, much like a young wife lamenting her disobedient child to her husband. Each time, he listened with a smile, displaying no impatience at being interrupted, and even offered thoughtful advice during her moments of distress. Eugene was nearly in awe, thinking, truly, he is the man I chose. He is simply extraordinary. The extraordinary deity accepted Eugene's admiring gaze with calm composure. Far away on Tianlan's star, Kent was nearly driven to madness. Marshall, when did you become so interested in wood-type abilities? As a research fanatic, finding ways to sneak into his lab under the watchful eyes of his family was already a daunting task. Now, he had to endure the esteemed Marshall's occasional inquiries, a situation from which he could not escape. The SS-grade dreamflower seeds offered as compensation were simply too tempting, and Kent reluctantly succumbed to the allure of the exotic plant. I am doing this for my great research, he reassured himself while clutching the coveted dreamflower seeds, only to be plunged back into his frenzied routine of disruptions. By the time Kent belatedly remembered that Eugene also possessed wood-type abilities and was under the deity's patronage, considerable time had already passed. The interactions between the deity and Eugene had grown increasingly intimate, their atmosphere becoming ever more harmonious. Love Manual, Item 6. Caring for a small pet together fosters affection. Although a life-bound plant is not an animal, it is still alive. Moreover, it resides within Eugene's dantian, making it even more intimate than an ordinary pet. Eugene, ever unabashed in her pursuit of affection, found that the older man, with over a century of life experience, was anything but shy. Their relationship galloped toward the comfort of an old married couple, with neither party willing to confront the pink bubbles of romance surrounding them. After much anticipation, that troublesome child finally matured. As an SSS-grade exotic plant, if it were to thrive in the wild, its maturation period would have been considerably lengthy. However, having transformed it into her life-bound plant, Eugene witnessed its maturation period dramatically shorten. With a maddening speed that drove Eugene to distraction, it bloomed at a leisurely pace. As it grew, Eugene realized it increasingly resembled a mutated dandelion. When it finally blossomed, she confirmed her suspicions. It was indeed a mutated dandelion. Yet, its flower color differed from those found on the star network. It was a deep black, glimmering with specks of light, reminiscent of stars dotting the night sky, exuding an air of mystery and dreaminess. Gazing at the unexpectedly colored bloom and recalling the detected SSS-grade energy response, Eugene could not help but question whether this was truly a dandelion. Neither the deity nor Kent had answers to her queries, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Fortunately, its blooming period was short. Once its energy peaked and it could be utilized by Eugene, it would naturally transform its form. Observing the familiar fluffball, she conceded. There was no longer any doubt. This was indeed a dandelion. However, the originally pure white seed umbrella had adopted the color of the flower, becoming entirely black with only a hint of luminescence at the tips, rendering it nearly invisible in the dark. Even during daylight, it was unlikely anyone would notice the minuscule umbrella. This was likely a secondary mutation of the mutated dandelion. Upon seeing the fluffball Eugene had extracted, the deity surmised. The fluffball is merely a flower with petals resembling a puffball, but this is a seed. The variability of exotic plants is immense. No one could predict their potential or the heights they might reach. This dandelion served as a living testament. Who could have anticipated that the most unassuming, ordinary mutated dandelion would possess the capability to evolve into an SSS-grade exotic plant? Eugene gently blew upon the fluffball, and the tiny umbrellas floated away. She discovered that her mental energy could effortlessly attach to the umbrellas, dispersing alongside them, even exceeding the range of her inherent mental energy. It felt as if she had gained thousands of eyes, capturing the entirety of the surrounding world. Whereas her previous mental probing merely formed a faint sense of perception, akin to an infrared camera's hazy depiction, now she could manifest the abstract world into a vivid reality, rendered in comprehensive detail without any blind spots. With a thought, Eugene retracted her dispersed mental energy, causing the umbrellas, now devoid of her energy, to swiftly vanish into the air, leaving no trace behind. After listening to Yi Jinshu's narration, Jialan pondered for a moment and remarked, putting aside other matters, the ability to conduct detailed detection beyond the limits of mental power is indeed a formidable tool. You are currently only at level C, and its potential is not fully realized yet. Take your time to master it and understand its specific capabilities before proceeding further. An SSS-level exotic plant is not easily controlled. At present, Eugene can only harness its C-level strength. However, as Eugene matures, its power will manifest increasingly. Most notably, she will never have to worry about her life plant lagging behind her growth. She is a woman with lofty aspirations, unlike other wood-type ability users whose potential is limited and thus have minimal demands on their life plants. With a sense of joy, Eugene stepped outside the villa. Currently, her mental power was not strong, and relying solely on her mental control, the dandelion seeds could hardly travel far. Therefore, she ventured into the garden to harness the wind's force and test the limits of her detection capabilities. It was clear that it was not merely a matter of detection. However, without a suitable environment, experimenting with other abilities would be imprudent. She retrieved a small tuft of fluff, and this time, instead of blowing it herself, a gust of wind swept by, sending the dandelion seed floating away. Naturally, this was the result of Eugene relinquishing control. Had she not done so, the seeds would not have been blown away unless the wind exceeded the sea-level threshold. Chapter 65. A heap of melodrama. The dandelion seeds floated around Eugene like scattered stars. Just the visual effect alone was breathtaking. Upon reflection, the black dandelions are quite beautiful. They twinkled and danced, creating the illusion of the most exquisite dream. How enchanting! This image of dandelions swirling in the air at the wave of a hand was a childhood dream of mine. If only the streamer were wearing a flowing, artistic gown instead of a military uniform. Come on, the gown would not suit the streamer. Ha ha ha. The military attire is also quite dashing. My idol wore a similar outfit yesterday, looking absolutely stunning. I still prefer the pure black version, akin to what a marshal would wear. That embodies masculinity. It's just too expensive. I saved for a long time to afford it. Currently, the most sought-after items on Earth are those related to interstellar themes. Even if some functionalities cannot be replicated, the aesthetics can still be emulated, providing a sense of satisfaction. Rumor has it that the military also appreciates the design philosophy of the interstellar theme and will implement changes in future military uniforms. Moreover, as Eugene is enrolled in a military academy, various countries' military departments have been frequent visitors to her live stream. Eugene was entirely focused on the dandelion seeds as they drifted further and spread out, becoming increasingly inconspicuous. No one would notice the occasional floating dust before them. Eugene realized that once they traveled a certain distance, she lost control over them. Although her mental power could still relay images, it could only capture what the wind carried it to. Some had completely lost contact, dissipating into the air. In conclusion, based on her experiments, using the villa as a reference, her original mental power could cover an entire floor of the second story. With the addition of the dandelion seeds, she could monitor the whole villa. Once outside, although she could still see, she could not dictate where to look. Beyond that, she completely lost contact. For Eugene, currently at level C, this was already a remarkably potent auxiliary method. Furthermore, she could not believe that as an SSS-level exotic plant, it would possess no offensive capabilities. It must be that she was too weak to unleash its full potential. While contemplating, Eugene retracted her drifting mental power. The experiment was concluded. She had no inclination to invade others' privacy. Suddenly, Eugene's gaze sharpened. Had she just witnessed something extraordinary? The mecha and command departments, being the two most popular specialties in the military academy, had their classrooms and dormitories closely situated. Eugene's former teacher's dormitory was conveniently nestled between the two, initially for management purposes, but now it seemed she had inadvertently stumbled upon something significant. What did the streamer see? I'm on the edge of my seat, begging for an explanation. Yijin's expression was too captivating, igniting curiosity among the audience in the live stream. What was going on? At that moment, Jialon, who had been keeping a constant video communication open, inquired with concern. The two had grown accustomed to working on their tasks independently while still being able to see each other. Jialon, tell me, if a woman had publicly expressed her admiration for you and then entangled herself with other men, how would you react? Jialon's heart skipped a beat. Is someone entangling you? Huh. No. Yijin was puzzled. What did this have to do with her? The only one who had publicly confessed to her was that audacious little girl. This made Yijin blush. Indeed, others might only dare to whisper their affections behind her back, much like how one might idolize a star. They would only express their admiration verbally, while no one would have the courage to pursue her directly. Well, that is not my concern then. Since it posed no threat to Yijin, she was disinclined to meddle further. No matter how dramatic the happenings were on that side, she would not seek out trouble for herself. Indeed, just beneath the girls' dormitory of the command department, in a somewhat concealed grove, a melodrama was unfolding that even Xiong Yao would hesitate to depict. The familiar brown hair and the indomitable spirit in her eyes. Yijin recognized her instantly. It was none other than Vivian. Although there was no sound, the tangled scene involving two boys and a girl, their gazes filled with unspoken sentiments, was rife with melodrama. Nearby, another girl, covering her face in tears, seemingly unable to endure the spectacle, turned and fled. One of the boys dashed after her, leaving the other, who appeared to be the ultimate victor, to embrace Vivian and kiss her. Quite the eyesore. Yijin, overwhelmed, retracted her mental power. As long as this Vivian did not bring her melodrama to her doorstep, she could do as she pleased. Jialon, sometimes one must not judge a girl by her appearance. Yijin felt it necessary to issue a preemptive warning, lest Vivian truly approach Jialon recklessly. I am well aware not to judge by appearances. After all, little Jean demonstrated to me what it means to be inconsistent in one's facade. She did not respond to Jialon's words. If Vivian dared to flirt with her man, she would not hesitate to teach her a lesson. Streamer, what exactly happened? Please tell us. Is it Vivian? Is it? Why was everyone so excited at the mention of her? Yijin felt perplexed but proceeded to summarize what she had just witnessed. This time verbally rather than through the chat, conveniently explaining the situation to Jialon. Little Jean, you are still underage. Keep your distance from any scheming boys. Your studies should take precedence. Jialon felt as if he were a worried father. The mere thought of boys vying for Yijin's attention stirred a wave of irritation within him. While he did not disapprove of free love, one must learn to respect oneself. Without even meeting her, Jialon had already concluded that it would be best for Vivian to keep her distance from his little girl, lest she lead Yijin astray. Do you have a misunderstanding regarding my strength? If someone dares to entangle her, they should first consider whether they can withstand the consequences. Marshall, your little girl is already off limits. The streamer is now a legendary figure in the mecha department, gaining fame in the first battle of the semester. Such a thrill. It seems that the current streamer is merely a brotherly figure to those poor freshmen, and they lack the courage to aspire for more. What an exhilarating experience. Isn't it exhilarating to witness an underdog's dramatic rise to prominence? Observing others basking in companionship, I can't help but wonder, dear host, do you not feel a twinge of embarrassment for your inability to secure even a single suitor? Chapter 66, Confrontation. Yijin, reveling in the opportunity to tarnish Vivian's reputation while simultaneously enhancing her own, soon immersed herself in the depths of her studies. The demands were overwhelming. In addition to the academic knowledge required by the academy, she had to hone her skills in mecha piloting, strengthen her mental fortitude, and practice her unique abilities. Late into the night, she even endured the embarrassment of performing calisthenics. The training room in the dormitory was not merely for show. Given such excellent facilities, she had no reason to be anything less than diligent. Like a spinning top, she busied herself to the point of distraction, leaving little room for contemplation of other matters. Thus, when whispers of a love triangle involving the command department reached her ears, she found herself momentarily bewildered. More pressing to her was the apparent conflict brewing between the mecha and command departments, which had escalated considerably. Noticing the classroom's diminished attendance, Yijin furrowed her brow and pulled a fellow student aside. Where is everyone? Those who could enroll in the mecha department were not ones to shy away from challenges. The remaining students merely returned to gather their belongings before rushing off to offer their support. The boy, reluctantly detained by Yijin's grip, was hesitant to divulge the truth. After all, She was the only female in their department. What if she got entangled in something troublesome? Speak up, she urged. Eventually, the weight of her penetrating gaze compelled him to comply. They've all gone to the playground. All the mecha students? Not all, but nearly all the first-year students. First-year students at Ares Academy enjoyed a one-time exemption for minor infractions, as each was a fierce combatant. If strict adherence to the rules were enforced, it remained uncertain how many would remain after each year's attrition. What exactly is happening? It seemed the situation was not as dire as feared. Only first-year students were participating, and as long as nothing irreparable occurred, such minor scuffles were tacitly accepted within the academy. The boy hesitated before admitting, it's the same old issue. The command department looks down on us, claiming we only build muscle and lack intellect. We retaliated by calling them a bunch of pretty boys, weak as chicks, while they occupy our training resources. As for you, class leader, it would be best if you stayed out of this. Under Yi Jin's fierce gaze, his confidence waned, and he fell silent. Lead the way. The playground was teeming with students, two factions glaring at each other, encircled by a throng of onlookers. The annual clash between the first-year students of the Mecha and Command departments had become a tradition. Yi Jin, undeterred, boldly traversed the edge of the playground. Upon her arrival, Mecha students instinctively parted to clear a path, recalling the time she had effortlessly dominated public classes, causing them to feel a sudden chill. These freshmen had all felt the sting of her prowess, and now, upon her appearance, they resembled quail, scattering aside. The result was akin to Moses parting the sea, allowing Yi Jin to stride forward unimpeded. The boss has arrived. Her presence is undoubtedly formidable. Go, host. Teach those scoundrels a lesson. May the nightmare named Yi Jin cast a shadow over these command department children. Beware, a furious host is about to make her entrance. High-energy alert in effect. The barrage of enthusiastic commentary filled the screen as viewers cheered like loyal followers at her side, providing a dramatic soundtrack. The command department students exchanged glances. Still dismissive of the agitated Mecha faction, their fists clenched in anticipation of a fight. What was this sudden commotion? Before they could decipher the unfolding events, a petite figure emerged from the crowd of Mecha students. A girl? Even the long-standing monastery had a newcomer? Indeed. There was a rumor of an exceptional student named Yi Jin who had entered this year, her exam results remarkable and much discussed. However, after her enrollment, she had fallen silent, fading from collective memory. In the Mecha department, Yi Jin had garnered a formidable reputation, yet the students had tacitly agreed to refrain from publicizing it. Following the recent delivery incident, only the higher-ups were privy to the details, leaving Yi Jin to remain relatively obscure amidst the multitude of talents and headline-grabbing events at Ares Military Academy. Yet, judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed that today would etch Yi Jin's name indelibly in the minds of all present. What is it that you desire? Surely you do not intend to remain idle? Yi Jin's melodious voice cut through the silence with crystal clarity. The leader of the command department, Tyler Fox, renowned as the top first-year student and the son of General Fox, had heard of Yi Jin but, like many of his peers from the command department, mistakenly assumed she was a brawny, imposing figure. Now, faced with a diminutive girl standing resolutely at the forefront of the Mecha students, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, this young girl exuded an undeniable presence, her angelic features framed by large, sparkling eyes that bore into him, making him feel as though he were exploiting his size advantage in a most unjust manner. Let the leader of your Mecha department speak with me. Tyler found himself compelled to redirect the conversation, seeking a different interlocutor. I am the chief of the first-year Mecha students. You may speak directly with me. No one disputed her words. This had always been the unspoken agreement within the Mecha department. At that moment, no one dared challenge Yi Jin. They were combative, but not reckless. Yi Jin crossed her arms, donning a military uniform that appeared somewhat diminutive compared to others, striving to project an aura of strength. A snicker escaped from the command department, and the surrounding spectators as a young man standing beside Tyler remarked, "Little sister, this is no time for frivolity. The situation is quite serious." He then addressed the Mecha students behind Yi Jin. Are you really going to stand by and watch a little girl step forward? How dare you? Before any could voice their frustrations, Yi Jin shot a penetrating glare their way. Remembering her delicate yet formidable fists, they swiftly quieted. It dawned on Tyler and his peers that they had misjudged. While they may not hold the Mecha department in high regard, they had to concede that its members were truly fearless, audacious, and unapologetic. Otherwise, they would not have earned the reputation for being dullards. The students of the mecha department had not questioned Yi Jin's leadership. They had merely assumed it was a gesture of courtesy towards a girl. Now, observing their unwavering loyalty to her, even refraining from breathing too heavily in her presence, a peculiar thought began to emerge in the minds of all. Could she truly be their chief? Chapter 67. An end before it begins. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Tyler, quick on his feet, addressed Eugene. Since you are indeed the one in charge, I shall be candid. The rivalry between our departments has persisted for some time. Adhering to a set protocol, why not continue according to tradition? Tradition? Eugene was perplexed. She had never heard of such a thing. Yet, regardless of her ignorance, she could not let her confidence falter. With her head held high, she responded resolutely, very well. Given that it is tradition, it must be something both parties can acknowledge, thus ensuring fairness. Albert, perceptive as ever, leaned closer to the class leader and elucidated the so-called tradition. Due to its military academy nature, there exists a myriad of training scenarios, among which the most peculiar is the SEG training ground. This facility was designed by a former student named Seg, featuring a complex layout and demanding standards. While it must be acknowledged that the design concept is indeed impressive, it is seldom frequented by anyone except for the freshmen of the mecha and command departments. Upperclassmen find it juvenile, while newcomers deem it excessively challenging, resulting in its abandonment for most of the year, save for the annual confrontation between the two departments. Its remote location has led the academy to neglect any efforts to dismantle it. The question remains, can such a place still be of use? With only one event per year, Eugene holds no expectations regarding the condition of its facilities. Although she finds it somewhat unreliable, Eugene is not one to openly express dissent. Since this routine has persisted without incident, she refrains from dampening the mood. The crowd, consisting of both participating students and onlookers, advances towards the training ground, and the atmosphere remains amicable, as the conflict is not irreconcilable. Eugene even finds the time to engage in a brief conversation with Taylor. Has your department come in full force? She inquires with genuine curiosity, especially since her own mecha department has mobilized entirely. Glancing back at the group of tall individuals behind her, Eugene inadvertently exudes an aura reminiscent of a harem. Taylor, standing beside this petite girl who barely reaches his chest, feels a mix of emotions. Not everyone from our department is here. Attendance is voluntary. It seems your mecha department is quite united, he responds. Of course, she exclaims, realizing that the command department, being the most prestigious within the finest military academy, likely attracts individuals who are prideful, perhaps even dismissive of such events as childish. The students of the mecha department are not devoid of pride, but Eugene has managed to diminish much of it. This year marks the largest turnout for the mecha department. Taylor remains perplexed about how Eugene accomplished this feat. Although he is the top student, relying on his abilities, he has never lacked contenders who seek to surpass him. Most of those who did not attend simply feel unworthy to represent their peers. The solution is straightforward: be formidable enough that they do not dare to compete. Upon hearing Taylor's doubts, Eugene provides a seemingly obvious answer. Being merely slightly superior only invites skepticism. It is all too easy for someone to take your place. However, if you are significantly stronger, they will not even entertain the thought of comparison, thus earning their respect. The simplicity of her response elicits a wry smile from Taylor. This is Ares, after all, where even those admitted through recommendations are elite descendants, and no one is vastly superior. Aspiring to dominate the crowd is akin to chasing a mirage. Yet, this realization only intensifies Taylor's awareness of Eugene's exceptional nature. Her ability to articulate such sentiments with confidence and translate them into reality suggests a formidable resolve he had not anticipated. As he covertly measures their heights, Taylor struggles to fathom how Eugene, who appears so diminutive, could emerge as a dominant force in the mecha department. A young man beside Taylor gently nudges him. I still find it hard to believe, he remarks, casting a sidelong glance at Eugene. I too find it surreal. Taylor refrains from replying, deeming it impolite to discuss the girl in public. He subtly shakes his head at his friend, signaling him to temper his remarks, and resumes his conversation with Eugene. The young man, Zhou Jia, perceives Taylor's silence as a sign of indifference and rolls his eyes in boredom, diverting his gaze to the training ground, which is fast approaching. Suddenly, he halts, his expression turning serious. What is wrong? Those following Zhou Jia, puzzled by his abrupt stop, turn to look, only to be equally stunned. As the number of astonished onlookers grows, the commotion escalates, prompting Taylor to sense something amiss. He turns to look ahead. and his face reflects a mix of disbelief and concern. Eugene, intrigued, twists around to witness the scene unfolding before her, her jaw dropping in shock. Oh my! How audacious! Are the interstellar folks this uninhibited? Heavens above! Streamer, avert your gaze. It's too painful to watch. Upon grasping the situation, Eugene hastily disconnects the live stream. Even if others remain unaware, broadcasting such a private matter feels morally indefensible to her. Yet, with the spectacle unfolding before so many, it seems their dignity has already diminished. Yowie! Taylor clearly recognizes the girl in question, his face darkening with anger. He strides forward, grabbing her and wrapping his coat around her exposed form. It is only then that he realizes Yao Yi's disoriented state. She appears utterly oblivious to the chaos surrounding her. With little time to contemplate the upcoming competition, Taylor observes the scene devolving into disorder. Understanding that the contest can no longer proceed, Eugene offers her hoverboard, which she always carries with her, to Taylor. Since the distance is short, none of them had brought transportation. Grateful for the hoverboard, Taylor thanks her and hastily departs the scene with Yao Yi. The other male lead, obscured by someone else's clothing, remains unrecognizable to Eugene. As she attempts to gauge the situation, she finds herself unable to navigate through the crowd, which has enveloped her completely, leaving her at a disadvantage. Just as Eugene contemplates taking action, Kuyong, who has been attentively monitoring his class leader, intervenes. Class leader, it's not good for your eyes to linger here. Surveying the circle of tall figures surrounding them, Eugene realizes that they will not allow her to approach. Acknowledging the futility of her efforts, she reluctantly concedes. Thus, has the event concluded before it even began? Chapter 68. A major incident unfolds as Eugene ponders the unfolding events. An alarming announcement reaches her ears. That man is dead. A major incident has occurred. There is no doubt. The rivalry between the two departments has persisted for ages, and the academy has often turned a blind eye. What was once a peaceful atmosphere has been shattered by this unexpected turn of events, regardless of who was involved. Those who gain admission to Ares Military Academy are far from ordinary. The implication of a fatality suggests the gravity of the situation is profound. Observing the ensuing chaos, Eugene furrows her brow. These are all new students, and despite their elite status, they have likely been well protected due to their rarity. Eugene decisively tugs at Kuyong's clothing, unceremoniously leaping onto his shoulder. Everyone, quiet down. Instantly, silence envelopes the crowd, all eyes turning to Eugene. Now, can you see the lounge over there? According to your departments and classes, please head to your respective lounges. Her clear and melodious voice resonates with authority, prompting the students of the mecha department to comply without hesitation. The others hesitate briefly but ultimately follow suit. They are not fearful of death. After all, they are at a military academy, and such events do not intimidate them. However, encountering a potentially grave situation without warning is unsettling. With someone stepping forward to take charge, the atmosphere shifts, and they no longer exhibit the chaotic demeanor they had earlier. As the crowd thins, the previously obscured scene comes into view for Eugene. He was a strikingly handsome man, tall and robust, with the contours of his muscular physique suggesting a formidable prowess. He was not the type one would suspect of engaging in such outrageous acts. Yet, knowing a person's appearance does not equate to understanding their heart. Until the truth was unveiled, no conclusions could be drawn. However, the dazed expression of the girl earlier hinted at deeper complexities. Wait, that girl seemed somewhat familiar, but her identity eluded him. It shouldn't be so. As Eugene endeavored to recall where she had seen her, several hovering vehicles approached from the distance. Upon stopping, a group of instructors disembarked, and Eugene noted that most of the faculty from both departments had arrived, along with some high-ranking officials from the academy. They had no choice but to come. Nowadays, minors were of utmost importance, and while strict education was acceptable, a fatality constituted a serious incident. Their military academy had always ensured comprehensive safety measures. Even during high-risk outdoor training, accidents were rare. Yet, unexpectedly, a student had died within the academy. Rushing to the scene, they found the situation evidently under control, and everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Their greatest fear was that the students might create further chaos in their panic. But it appeared that the elite were indeed quick to respond. Hold on, there were still people present. Observing Eugene seated on a boy's shoulder, those who recognized her felt an involuntary twitch in their eyes. How had this little troublemaker gotten involved? Eugene, could you elaborate on the situation? Fred, naturally, could not remain uninvolved. Not only did he train the mecha department, but the command department also comprised his students. In light of the incident, he had to ascertain the facts. It happened this way. Eugene jumped down from Kuyang's shoulder and recounted the events in detail, subtly hinting that many students were still in the lounge. They couldn't keep them waiting indefinitely. Swiftly, campus security began to inquire about the students' accounts of the incident. Generally, their narratives aligned with Eugene's, the only discrepancy being the period during which he had been obscured. After gathering the information, there was no need for the students to linger, and they were dismissed. Eugene, curious, inquired about the identity of the deceased. He is a distant relative of the Lei family. Lei Du, Fred replied without hesitation. Lei Du? Eugene cast another glance at the lifeless body on the ground. A person who once had boundless potential, now meeting an unfortunate end in such a humiliating manner. What a pity. Back in her dormitory, Eugene felt increasingly unsettled, particularly because she couldn't shake the feeling that Yao Yi looked familiar. Just then, her communicator buzzed. It was Jialan calling, and she answered immediately. An incident has occurred at your academy, he stated emphatically, clearly aware of the unfolding events. How much time had passed? Your news travels fast, Eugene remarked casually, oblivious to the underlying implications of her words. After all, he was merely keeping a close watch on her. Eugene felt no displeasure at being monitored. If he were to disregard her, that would truly be cause for tears. Jialan had not intended to conceal anything. Upon realizing Eugene was unfazed, he quietly sighed in relief. Indeed, his little girl was special. What's the matter? Concerned that Eugene might be affected, Jialan promptly opened the communication to offer comfort, only to find her somewhat listless. Eugene replied in a dejected tone, I just feel that girl looks really familiar, but it's giving me a headache trying to recall where I've seen her. If you can't remember, then don't dwell on it. This matter doesn't concern you, Jialan advised. Eugene instinctively lifted her head, sensing there might be more beneath the surface. Jialan, with a knowing smile, remarked, some individuals are merely acting clever. Tell me. Eugene leaned closer to the screen, eagerly awaiting his revelation. Jialan, taken aback by her sudden proximity, felt his heart skip a beat. The Elder Council and the military have a strained relationship. Some are attempting to exploit the situation. The Elder Council? The military? Eugene's mind raced. Who belonged to the Elder Council and who to the military? Jialan regarded her with admiration, stating, Yao Yi is the daughter of General Fox, and Tyler Fox secured his place in the military academy through merit. He granted his recommendation to Yao Yi. For Yao Yi, she was effectively acknowledged as Tyler's fiancée. Thus, if Yao Yi was aligned with the military, then Lei Du belonged to the Elder Council? The noble families within the Elder Council were hardly united. The Lei family was known to oppose the military. Now that such a tragedy had occurred, even if he were a distant relative, he would not easily escape scrutiny. With a death involved, how could it simply be brushed aside? What advantage could possibly arise from this? Eugene still felt that regardless of their conflicts, dragging the academy into it was excessive. Coincidentally, Jialan shared her sentiments. Chapter 69. News regardless of their motives, they hold little relevance to us. Steer clear of entanglements. Some individuals employ ruthless tactics that you cannot contend with. Eugene was self-aware. She was still a novice, capable only of asserting herself among a group of freshmen, far from being a match for those seasoned schemers. Because it didn't concern her, and with her studies demanding her attention, Eugene chose not to follow the developments further. As for Tyler, apart from hastily returning the hoverboard afterward, he had not made another appearance. Just as she thought this incident had drifted far from her life, a single communication enraged her. Xiaojin, you must check the Star Network immediately. Qin Qing's urgent message jolted Eugene from her slumber. Noting her frantic demeanor, an ominous premonition stirred within her. Upon accessing her device, she was bombarded with an overwhelming array of sensational headlines. It was hardly surprising that the incident could not be concealed and had sparked public discourse. Coupled with the prestigious reputation of Ares Military Academy, it was not astonishing that it generated a flurry of explosive news. But what exactly were they saying? What did it mean that the military and the Elder Council were at odds, with the Ares Marshal allegedly intervening? What did it mean that the Ares Marshal, aware of his impending demise, was attempting a last-ditch effort, seeking to leverage the Lei family of the Elder Council to target the venerable Marshal Jing and for personal gain? What did it mean that the once great war god had fallen from grace, transforming from protector to executioner? What nonsense was this? Eugene's face contorted in fury. Xiaojin, are you all right? Qing, equally indignant, found herself enraged at the slander against the Ares Marshal, her idol. Yet, the idol was too distant from her. She was not an obsessive fan, and despite the vitriol, she couldn't resonate with Eugene's furious reaction. "Are you a fan of the Marshal?" Qin Qing asked cautiously, sensing her friend's unusual fervor. Although the Marshal was no ordinary celebrity, she struggled to reconcile Eugene's inherently aloof demeanor with that of frenzied fans. "Oh, last time I encountered Vivian on the Star Network, Eugene was perfectly fine until Vivian mentioned the Marshal, and then her anger was palpable clearly. Her friend was indeed an avid admirer of the Marshal. Xiao Jin. That Vivian is undoubtedly up to no good. The deceased Lei Du was one of her suitors. The moment he died, she immediately attached herself to Red of the Bryan family. To divert the topic, Qin Qing intended to shift attention. Vivian. Yes, it's Vivian. Darling, I love you. You've been a tremendous help. Eugene gushed exaggeratedly to Qin Qing, quickly severing the connection. She promptly dialed Jialan's number. What is going on? His demeanor remained consistently composed and elegant. What is going on? The Star Network is in uproar. Are you not aware? Spotting him smiling at her amidst the chaos, Eugene could hardly contain her frustration. Truly, the Emperor was not as anxious as the eunuch. Of course, I understand, but what does it matter? Eugene was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what does it matter? The temple did not attain its current standing solely through public opinion or online flattery. It possesses the accumulated merits of generations of its lineage, a military forged through trials of life and death, an SS-level prowess, and the prestige garnered from years of guarding the front lines. Even if the media were to vilify him as a traitor to humanity, it would not shake his foundation unless he were to self-sabotage. The chaotic revelry on StarNet was mostly orchestrated by hired internet trolls. No matter how vivid their narratives, the populace merely indulged in gossip. Hardly anyone truly believed it. Eugene was unnecessarily worried. "I am quite pleased," said Jialan, with a hint of ambiguity in his tone. Upon seeing the depth of his smile, Eugene felt her cheeks warm. Whatever. She hastily ended the communication. She patted her flushed cheeks, suddenly yearning to return. "The host is shy. You must be feeling smug, having been playfully teased. What an opportunity. If you can't have the embrace of Vivian, at least have a handsome man in your arms. That is the mark of a true winner in life." Almost forgetting the matter, Eugene promptly activated her holographic device to search for Ret Brayan. What is the host doing? Trying to compare men? No need for comparisons. Our evaluation confirms that the Marshal is the most outstanding. Get lost. Eugene retorted irritably. "Iwa, the host is becoming increasingly fierce. Whatever happened to the adorable one from back then? Wah. This group of whiners. Do you remember the dramatic scene I witnessed a few days ago while experimenting with my native plant?" Eugene gazed at the photos flashing on her device. Indeed, it was him. Of course, we remember. What a winner in life. How could we forget? One of those two men was Ret Brayan. I finally recalled where I had seen Yaoi. She was the girl who ran away with her face covered. So, the man who chased after her must be the deceased Lei Du. Eugene snapped her fingers. That's him. What on earth transpired here? In just a few days, one went mad, one died, and the remaining two ended up together? Some of the details involved upper-class secrets, and the most straightforward approach was to inquire with Jialan. Without hesitation, Eugene redialed the communication. Her earlier shyness completely vanished. The call connected swiftly. Jialan remained seated at his desk, his posture unchanged, as if he had anticipated her swift return. In response to Eugene's inquiries, he simply stated, "General Fox belongs to Marshal Jingen's faction." This revelation caused a complete rift between the military and the Lei family. By releasing false information suggesting that I instigated the conflict, internal disputes within the military could be ignited, benefiting many families. He spoke lightly of it, for after so many years, countless events had transpired. This was merely an insignificant one among many. Reflecting on what Eugene had observed, it was easy to deduce the sequence of events. Although Tyler and Yao Yi were acknowledged as engaged couples, they shared no genuine affection. Yao Yi's heart belonged to Lei Du, yet Lei Du did not reciprocate. As he was enamored with Vivian, deeply so, Brayan, under the guise of a rival, manipulated events through Vivian to subtly influence Lei Du. Vivian, throughout, would perceive it merely as two men vying for her affection, never suspecting a thing. Although the method by which they orchestrated Lei Du and Yao Yi's encounter in such a secluded location, only to be caught in the act, remained unclear, it undoubtedly had connections to that Brayan fellow. Chapter 70. The quarrel. Eugene was left utterly astonished. This tactic was both crude and ruthless. Crude? It is simply too juvenile. Yijin quickly corrected herself. The entire ordeal resembled a child's play. Jialan could easily uncover the truth, and it was likely others could too. So, what advantage did he perceive? Did he think such an immature ploy could deceive those seasoned strategists? What audacity! This Rhett Bran must be mentally challenged, she mused. And naturally, she posed the question. He is the sole heir of the Bran family, a child born late to old Bran, who dotes on him beyond measure. Furthermore, he is renowned as a genius, having awakened his family's unique beast transformation ability at the age of 21. He is now 26 and a fifth-year student at Ares Military Academy. Perhaps he believes his scheme is flawless? Yet, old Bran would inevitably have to clean up after this only son. However, from this perspective, the Bran family's malice towards Jialan was becoming increasingly apparent. How could Vivian possibly find him appealing? Her judgment must be questionable. Seeing Yijin's incredulous, wide-eyed expression, Jialan chuckled softly. I have met Rhett Bran. He carries himself like a true scion of a noble family. Equally low in intellect, I tremble in fear. Indeed, one must possess intelligence to embrace both sides. So, was Vivian merely used? Is this not a tale of brainless romance, but rather one of darkness? Regardless of the direction, it is evidently devoid of intellect. Yijin, clutching the holographic device, had calmed her emotions and was finally able to scrutinize the sensationalist headlines. Awakening to a deluge of criticism against the marshal, do they not consider us to be fools? The arguments were quite logical, suggesting substantial funding from the shadowy puppeteers. We, as commoners, certainly do not partake in the upper-class games. Instead, we shall focus on admiring the marshal, who remains as dashing as ever. The comments on StarNet were filled with laughter. Clearly, no one believed the outlandish articles. Naturally, some envious remarks intermingled. A bunch of mindless sycophants. Is the marshal on the verge of ascension? If only he could break through to SS level. Such sentiments prevailed. Even those indifferent to Jialan would not deny his current status and capabilities. Any excessively negative remarks were undoubtedly from paid trolls, who would soon find themselves facing backlash. Bang! In a fit of rage, Bran hurled the nutrient liquid in his hand, no longer able to maintain his facade of elegance. Fixating on the praises flooding StarNet, his expression soured, resembling a dismal color palette. Useless. Where did your money go? Is this the outcome? The sycophants trailing Rhett Bran remained silent. Accustomed to the young master of the Bran family's unpredictable temper and his dual personas in public and private. Find more people to write additional content. If the credit is insufficient, add more. I refuse to believe that he, Jialan Ares, has such a stellar reputation that he can withstand this level of defamation. The moment Rhett set eyes on Jialan, disgust consumed him. He had always been self-assured, priding himself on his outstanding talents, yet he consistently heard others proclaim that he was inferior to Jialan Ares. In what way am I inferior? Merely because he was born a century earlier? Each time he heard someone claim he was less capable than Jialan, less handsome, less competent. Everywhere he turned, he was confronted with this. Then, it drove him to the brink of madness. Had Yijin been privy to his thoughts, she would have undoubtedly burst into laughter. The two were entirely incomparable. To pit someone of an entirely different caliber as a rival and claim he was overly self-assured or confident. What an inflated self-perception. His subordinates dared not counter, only accepting their orders. Just as Rhett contemplated adding fuel to the fire, his communication device chimed. Upon opening the video call, a cold, serious middle-aged man appeared, his eyes shadowed with deep lines and a brooding gaze. The previously enraged Rhett immediately composed himself. What is the purpose of your call? Look at what you've done. Brian gazed at his youngest son, an overwhelming sense of disappointment flooding his heart. He had indulged the boy excessively, resulting in a lofty demeanor devoid of practical skills. Aside from feigning the airs of a noble scion in public, his conduct and temperament bore little resemblance to that of the Brian lineage. How could he possibly entrust the family affairs to such a child? I haven't done anything wrong. Rhett, facing his father's exasperated expression, felt his anger swell. Aren't you the one dealing with Galanaris? I'm helping you. You always say I'm useless, yet now I have proved my worth. Brian, nearly at a loss for words upon witnessing his son's misguided confidence, retorted, helping me? How dare you claim to assist me? You've brought shame to the entire Federation. If it weren't for my remaining prestige, not just the elite, but the whole Federation would mock me for having a good son. Rhett, startled by his father's sudden fury, recalled that although his father was stern with others, he had never spoken to him in such a manner. His own son couldn't even measure up to Hua Yin of the Hua family, yet he foolishly dreamed of competing with Galen Eris. Even Dai Brian, as a father, felt a flush of embarrassment. Do you truly consider Galen to be one of those flashy little stars? Your approach is utterly beneath the dignity of the Brian heir. What have you been learning? You are forbidden from associating with those petty stars in the future. I was too lenient with you before. It has led you to acquire such trivial knowledge. Rhett's eyes reddened with indignation. I am trivial? Even you look down upon me. Do you think your actions can escape scrutiny? The Lei family or the Yao family? Do you not require my assistance to clean up your mess? And now, the Nas family is involved too. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Dai Brian took a deep breath, attempting to quell his agitation. From now on, keep your distance from Vivian Nas. That girl is peculiar, and the Nas family's attitude towards her is ambiguous. Do not presume to be clever. I want T. Rhett, who had previously regarded Vivian as disposable, now desired to have her firmly in his grasp. After all, she had once claimed that her greatest admiration was for Galen Eris, and now his father was obstructing his approach to her. Observing his son, who refused to heed any advice, Dai Brian finally relinquished the hope of further discourse. It seemed that this son was irredeemably lost. He would need to contemplate the possibility of cultivating a new heir, one who bore his bloodline. Vivian remained blissfully unaware of the quarrel between Rhett Brian and his father, lost in a daydream of encountering a noble young man who tenderly cared for her. Once merely an ordinary girl with grand dreams, she had longed to meet a Prince Charming. Yet, dreams often remain just that. Not even the slightest handsome boy had ever glanced at her, a girl as common as any passerby. However, the fantastical had unfolded before her. Not only had she transcended into another realm, but she had also acquired remarkable abilities that altered her destiny. Look at her now. Who could easily overlook her? She was the protagonist, deserving of only the most formidable men. Taylor was but a stepping stone on her path to greatness. His demise was inconsequential. She had already mourned his loss, so why were there still so many who deemed her heartless? He had merely been a suitor, one she never accepted. Why should she not pursue her happiness? Her current boyfriend, Rhett, embodied the gentle and devoted second lead, unwaveringly loyal to the heroine. She had yet to encounter Marshal Galen Eris, the only man she deemed her destined partner. Contemplating Galen, Vivian recalled the brash woman she had encountered on Starnet. Merely a disposable character. Once she met Galen and healed his afflictions, their mutual affection would blossom, and who would dare speak to her in such a manner then? Fortunately, Eugene was oblivious to Vivian's thoughts. Otherwise, it would surely infuriate her. After a refreshing shift in perspective, Eugene ceased to dwell on the matter. Since it did not concern her and posed no threat to her partner, she merely sighed and moved on. Recently, aside from preparing for her first pre-holiday examination, the most delightful news was the long-awaited opening of the Eternal Store. In the dead of night, perhaps due to the recent excitement or the accumulation of efforts, the exasperating progress bar finally reached its conclusion. Awakened by the notification chime, Eugene was initially unaware of the significance of this event. With 9527's prompt, she accessed the long-hidden interface. The store interface, designed for ease of understanding, resembled that of an online game, categorizing various goods. There were potions, recipes, exotic plants, exotic beasts, minerals, and even technology, though the last category remained completely locked. The potion category featured a range of concoctions, ordered by rarity, with the first item being the basic ability supplement, followed by a small button to select the type of ability. The recipes varied widely. Some were already present in this star system, perhaps with slightly different components but similar effects, while most were novel and unseen. The materials required for these recipes could likely only be found in the subsequent lists of exotic plants, beasts, and minerals. To prevent civilizational conflicts, the technology category remained entirely locked, perhaps subject to specific conditions for unlocking, conditions that were beyond Eugene's current reach. The interface was densely populated with various goods, each represented by a small grid, most appearing in a grayed-out state indicating they were locked. The only items illuminated were the most fundamental consumables like the ability supplements, while the gene evolution agent she yearned for was, as expected, locked. Do not fret, host. The energy required to open the store is immense, and once opened, the prices will be assuredly reasonable. Reasonable? Eugene mused, glancing at the items. Aside from the beginner's package containing the basic potion, nothing else seemed affordable. She couldn't even afford the intermediate ability supplement. The effects of the basic one had become negligible for her, and without the means to acquire the intermediate, relying solely on quantity would not sustain her for long. 9527 fell silent again. It wasn't responsible for the pricing and had no authority to make changes. Eugene understood that the customer service was limited in its capabilities. No matter how much she complained, it would be futile. Gritting her teeth, she silently vowed that once she acquired the recipes and developed alternatives, she would discard them one by one. Seeing the unattainable yet visible items, Eugene decided to close the interface, out of sight, out of mind. Soon, the 3-day examination consumed all her attention, leaving no room for worry. The multitude of subjects was dizzying, and determined to redeem herself, Eugene dove in, emerging from the ordeal utterly exhausted. Galen observed Eugene's current state, wishing to advise her not to be so hard on herself, yet unsure of how to articulate it. Logically, he should be pleased that the cub he raised was ambitious. When had he begun to resemble an overly indulgent parent? What are your plans for the upcoming holiday? In response to Galen's inquiry, Eugene contemplated her next steps. Deep down, she longed to fly directly to Tsangming Star. No matter how frequent their communication was via the light brain, it could never replace the real presence. Yet, the holiday was a mere 3 days. Indeed, only 3 days, far too brief for a round trip. I wish to go back, though she knew it was impossible. It did not hinder her from seeking a bit of indulgence. Galen readily complied, comforting her. This is just a short break. When the long holiday arrives at the end of the term, I will come to fetch you. All right, but aside from competing in mecha ranking matches, what else can I do during the holiday? Since there is nothing else to do, could you assist me with a task? Eugene looked at Galen, intrigued. What task? Help. She was eager to oblige, but what could possibly require her assistance? In the central zone of the Star Network, an auction is underway, and there is something I desire within it. The mention of an auction in the central zone leaves Eugene somewhat perplexed. My body can no longer permit me to access the Star Network, and this matter is too crucial to entrust to others, as I feel uneasy about it. The last sentence is spoken in a low, magnetic tone, leaving Eugene dazed, akin to a chick pecking at grain, as she readily agrees. However, when she regains her composure, she feels somewhat speechless. When did such a serious person start to speak in this manner? She cannot believe that a Grand Marshal truly cannot find a trustworthy confidant. If that were the case, he would not have reached this point. It is merely a matter of seeking something to alleviate his boredom. Just say it outright. Using the allure of a handsome man is quite absurd. Fuming, Eugene hangs up the communication and prepares to search for answers online. The central zone of the Star Network is renowned, and a simple search yields a plethora of explanations. Among them, the most authoritative explanation states that it shields all forms of disguise. Those who enter the central zone will revert to their true appearances and will not accept any requests for modifications to their identity information. Akin to a realm of authenticity within the Star Network. Due to distance constraints, certain serious events must be held within the Star Network, such as federal meetings, Supreme Court trials, and the Star Alliance auctions. Chapter 72. Star Alliance Auction House. Eugene's destination this time is the Star Alliance Auction House. As the largest and most reputable auction company in the Federation, each auction it hosts garners significant attention throughout the Federation. However, due to the vastness of interstellar territories and the large population, conducting auctions online is the optimal choice. This Star Alliance auction is as lively as ever. Even before it begins, the auction hall is already bustling with people. Of course, these individuals are not here to participate in the auction. Nearly all items for auction start at prices in the millions of credit points, and only those with the qualifications and financial means can directly enter the VIP room. What is currently taking place is merely a warm-up before the official auction, showcasing items that, while not valuable enough for the auction, are rare enough to be displayed in the hall. Each item is marked with a reserve price, and those interested can make a prepayment to indicate their intended bid. An hour before the official start of the auction, transactions will occur with the highest bidder, akin to a sealed bid. However, this price cannot be arbitrary. Anyone who places a bid will automatically have credit points deducted. Only those who ultimately confirm that their bid is not the highest will have their points refunded. Otherwise, regardless of genuine intent or perceived value, once payment is made, there is no room for retraction. Other auction houses may have preliminary sealed bids as a warm-up, but in comparison to others, the Star Alliance clearly possesses substantial wealth. Each item featured here, if placed in other auction houses, would be worthy of direct auctioning. It is only here that such precious items can be carelessly placed in sealed bids, solidifying its status as the undisputed premier auction house in the Federation. The more valuable the items in the sealed bid warm up, the greater the anticipation for the upcoming auction. Is Jialan seeking the original source of the mother, or? Eugene muses aloud while wandering through the sealed bid area. The mother ore is a crucial material for constructing mother-class aircraft carriers, of which, to date, only the Federation's main star possesses one. The necessity to refrain from deployment unless in dire circumstances underscores the significance of a mother ship. Naturally, Jialan has no intention of betraying the Federation or secretly building a mothership. Setting aside technical challenges, gathering materials alone is a monumental task. The sole existing mothership was constructed with the collective effort of the entire Federation when resources were less depleted. Even if one could miraculously construct another, the maintenance costs would be enough to sustain an entire army, not to mention the suspicion and animosity such an endeavor would attract, branding them as public enemies of the Federation. He is not foolish enough to undertake such a thankless task. However, since the mother ore is a primary material for constructing motherships, it clearly has its unique value. Even without building a mothership, it could be used to rearm his Ares. Moreover, this time, it is the original source of the mother ore. The resources of mother ore are already scarce, and their quality varies, but the original ore is an exception. The so-called original ore is the first generation extracted from the initial mines, representing the highest quality. Indeed, due to the rarity of original ore, countless individuals will undoubtedly compete for it. Although the Grand Marshal possesses some wealth, he cannot compete financially with those aristocratic families that have accumulated resources over millennia. No matter how capable the Grand Marshal is militarily, commerce is not his forte. Even the Ares lineage has not particularly focused on business operations. While their finances are sufficient, even abundant for maintaining troops, they pale in comparison to families solely dedicated to amassing wealth, who ultimately do not regard money in the same way. The Grand Marshal has indicated that you may try your hand, without concern for the final outcome. He has already shared his personal credit password with you and conveyed that it is a rare holiday, so enjoy yourself. Accompanying Yi Jin is a man of ordinary appearance, tall enough that she would not notice him in a crowd. She had not seen him by Jialan's side before, but she assumes he must be a trusted aide of the Grand Marshal, so she does not refuse when Jialan instructs him to accompany her. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Ming's expressionless face conceals immense shock. When he received this assignment, he could hardly believe his ears. It was only after contacting Yak and learning about Yi Jin's remarkable achievements that he realized the Grand Marshal was truly blossoming anew. He had thought the Grand Marshal would remain a lifelong bachelor. He never expected him to act so swiftly, employing a financial offensive. How surprising! Yi Jin remains oblivious to Zhang Ming's astonishment. She merely remarks with a hint of amusement, "Why doesn't he say these things himself? Why must you convey them? Is he not afraid I will exhaust his credit limit?" The Grand Marshal's limit is infinite. It cannot be exhausted. Zhang Ming silently bypasses Yi Jin's previous question, as he cannot admit that the Grand Marshal is too embarrassed to speak directly. Yi Jin pays no mind to his evasiveness, as she had never intended to extract any information. Enthusiastically, she strolls through the sealed bid area. Arriving too early for the official auction would only result in boredom in the VIP room, so she prefers to explore. The items she had only seen in images online are now tangible, allowing her to deepen her memory of them. The entire sealed bid venue is divided into categories, with several large sections, and she can only initially view what piques her interest. Otherwise, she would not finish in time. "Xiao Jin, over here." Qin Qing had already spotted Yi Jin, but hesitated to approach her as she was engaged in conversation. Now that she sees Yi Jin moving in her direction, she greets her. "Qin Qing." Yi Jin is delighted to encounter a familiar face. Qin Qing glances at the person beside Yi Jin, noting that the area does not permit alterations to appearances, so this individual must appear ordinary in the real world. However, she does not underestimate him. His upright posture, the glint of intelligence in his eyes, and his ability to silently follow Yi Jin reveal that he is not as simple as he seems. Such an extraordinary individual trailing her friend compels her to reconsider Yi Jin's identity. "Let us head to the other side." Qin Qing pulls Yi Jin, wishing to lead her to another area. "The other side?" "Yes." The sealed bid area has tiers. The items here are of lower quality, meant for ordinary citizens who are usually reluctant to spend money for a bit of fun. The truly valuable items are on the other side. Similarly, the wealthy and powerful congregate there. Zhang Ming is also unfamiliar with this, as he had previously accompanied the Grand Marshal directly to the VIP room through a special passage. The Grand Marshal had no time to wander, lest it incite chaos. Chapter 73. thoughts of each as Qing chatters animatedly about the latest gossip. She leads Eugene toward the so-called other side. She often speaks the most about Vivian's gossip, clearly still haunted by past events. Recently, she has been quite the center of attention. Qing curled her lips in disdain. Xiaojin, you don't pay attention to these things, so you wouldn't know. Now she has become the public enemy of most girls in our command department. Is it because of Lei, or because of Riet Blaine? Do you like him too? Oh, you know about this? Qing recalled that she hadn't mentioned this love triangle. Such a big deal has happened. Of course, I need to inquire about it. Mentioning the love triangle made Qing grimace. It wasn't because of the incident itself. After all, having finally been admitted to the best academy, who wasn't racing against time to study? This was the capital for establishing oneself in the Federation. Who has the time to waste on chaotic affairs with men? Our disdain for her stems entirely from the countless troubles she has caused since entering the command department, nearly tarnishing our reputation. Boys may be reluctant to quarrel with a girl, but we girls have no such reservations. Eugene silently marveled at the power of the protagonist's halo. With so many troubles knocking at her door, even if the fault wasn't hers, people would inevitably grow impatient. After all, why must it always be you creating a ruckus? Eugene obediently kept quiet and found herself wandering into a passage behind the dark, emerging into a spacious area. It was still reminiscent of a grand plaza, but evidently of a much higher caliber. The difference was akin to comparing a lower-tier version to a premium one. In contrast to the bustling noise outside, this place was far quieter. Groups of 3 or 5 huddled together, occasionally whispering as they pointed at the exhibition stands, giving the impression of a gathering of social elites. Oh, this is a gathering of the elite. Eugene observed the attendees, all exuding elegance and refinement, smiling graciously as if they were all old friends, with only the absence of a glass of red wine in hand. Qing discreetly leaned closer to Eugene and whispered, "If it weren't for the fact that the offerings here are indeed several notches above what's outside, I would prefer to squeeze through the crowd out there." She was thoroughly annoyed by the pretentious atmosphere, and due to her family's rise to wealth, there were always those who carried themselves with an air of superiority when speaking to her. "Please, this is the Federation, not the Empire. Why act all noble around me? Is their wealth greater than mine?" They looked down on her while simultaneously flattering her because they covet her family's fortune. I find it exhausting for them, especially those fallen aristocrats who possess nothing but their family history yet consider themselves noble. All right. Eugene squeezed Qing's hand. Let us explore on our own. I don't need to socialize. I'm not accustomed to the ways of high society. The people inside chatted while keeping an eye on the entrance. Biensai was among them. The entry qualifications here were quite strict, with numerous requirements, yet there were always those who would go to great lengths to sneak in, simply because one could encounter individuals otherwise deemed unapproachable. After much effort, Biensai had secured entry qualifications, and upon stepping in, he felt his eyes could hardly keep up. Directly before him stood the Minister of Finance, whom he usually only saw on the political channels of Starnet, seemingly engaged in conversation with another high-ranking official. To his left, clusters of individuals strolled together. From their attire and demeanor, it was evident they were likely the offspring of prominent families. Even to his right, those conversing in the lounge exuded the air of individuals long accustomed to high positions. Biensai was a new money figure who had only risen to prominence in recent years, having made a fortune from his family's mining ventures. In the eyes of ordinary folks, he was a legitimate wealthy man, yet here, he felt inferior and lacked the courage to approach anyone. He could only appear casually strolling while eavesdropping on their conversations, entirely uninterested in the exhibits. It seems Marshal Aries isn't here this year. Suddenly, 2 individuals passed by him, casually chatting while perusing the exhibits. The mention of Marshal Aries caught Biensai's attention. His body seems unable to make it to Starnet. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately focused intently on their conversation. If he hasn't come, he should send subordinates, right? Of course. I don't believe he wouldn't be interested in the auction items here. I just wonder who he would send? Who cares? As long as he doesn't come personally, it's not worth worrying about. The two soon shifted topics, and Biensai, feeling somewhat disappointed, moved along. He couldn't linger in one spot for too long, lest he be discovered eavesdropping. After wandering a while longer, he overheard several bits of information that, while not secrets to the upper echelons, were inaccessible to him. He felt quite satisfied. The value of this information alone justified his arduous effort to gain entry. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed more people entering, instantly invigorated. Upon focusing, he saw two young girls followed by an unremarkable-looking man, seemingly a bodyguard. The two girls appeared to be engaged in conversation, occasionally glancing at the exhibition hall, and soon began to meander. Who were they? Before long, he discovered the answer. A girl, dressed like a doll, attempted to approach them but was halted by a proud-looking girl. And Tao, why would you bother with the daughter of that nouveau riche energy tycoon? Aren't you ashamed? How can you talk like that? The girl named Tao frowned, seemingly disapproving. TCH, you're too soft-hearted. Be more cautious. The status gap is so vast. Who knows if her family is trying to use you to get close to your grandfather? All right, enough. Some things are better left unsaid. It would be embarrassing to voice them. Another girl, leisurely fiddling with her nails, remarked nonchalantly. Huh, embarrassing? What is there to be embarrassed about? Look at her petty demeanor. The girl beside her likely is too wealthy either, just clinging to the nouveau riche for favors. And Tao frowned, deciding to distance herself from them in the future. The nouveau riche energy tycoon? That is the Qin family. Bien Sai's spirits lifted. He might not dare approach others, but he could still manage a few words with the Qin family, who were also new money. Just as he prepared to walk towards the Qin girl, a middle-aged man who had been chatting stood up and walked toward them. Soon, those who had been conversing with him followed suit. Their target wasn't the Qin daughter he initially believed, but rather another girl perceived as a psychic seeking favor. Chapter 74. Identity not only others, but even Eugene assumed they were there for Qin, considering she wasn't a well-known figure. It wasn't until the frontmost middle-aged man smiled and greeted her that she realized. They're looking for me? Classmate Yi, are you also attending the Star Alliance auction? Of course, coming here was for the auction. Although she thought this inwardly, Eugene was not foolish enough to voice it openly. One doesn't strike a smiling face. Though confused, she still smiled sweetly, asking, and you are? Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am the vice principal of Ares Military Academy. Ares Military Academy? Understood. This is all Gulan's doing. Upon realizing their purpose for being there, Eugene became calm. Greetings, principal. She returned a sweet, soft smile, completely unrecognizable from the assertive stance she had taken against Joanna before. Qin cast a strange glance at Eugene, wondering why the vice principal was being so warm. The people behind also approached, and the leading vice principal, smiling like a benevolent Buddha, said, "These are the board members of the military academy. It's rare to have a holiday, so we're taking a good look around." He was quite tactful. Having reached his current position, he knew exactly what to do and how to conduct himself. He understood that a simple greeting as the principal would suffice. Excessive formality in front of a young girl might yield counterproductive results. Although the individuals trailing behind him received only a vague introduction, none expressed dissatisfaction. Their demeanor was amiable, suggesting they were easy to approach. However, Bien Sai, who had just been intimidated by their serious aura, thought otherwise. These individuals were not so easy to deal with. The commotion here was notably louder than in other places, drawing the curious gazes of many towards this direction. The board members of the First Military Academy were not ordinary individuals. If they lacked sufficient capability, they certainly had ample backing. Thus, they were all well aware of each other's identities, and those who were unaware could easily inquire. What piqued their curiosity was the identity of this girl. Bien Sai halted his steps. It was prudent to maintain distance until he clarified the young lady's status, lest he commit a social faux pas and offend someone of significance. Having risen from nothing to his current standing, he had learned the virtue of caution well. Once Eugene and Qin moved further away, anyone familiar with the board members gathered to inquire about the specifics. Old Gao, I didn't expect you to have an interest in the auction. The Star Alliance auction house is so renowned. How could I miss the opportunity to join the festivities? Amidst the crowd, a tall, stout man adjusted his cuff, aware of his friend's intentions, as they were all shrewd individuals. As for the girl's identity, I truly cannot disclose anything until I receive confirmation. Despite having privately reported their respective factions, they maintained a level of decorum in public. I don't need to know too much, just a hint would suffice. I wouldn't want to inadvertently err. Who doesn't he know who? Those individuals are known for their insistence on tangible benefits. It's merely a matter of mutual interest. Their interactions were transactional, and there was no discontent among them. A hint would be greatly appreciated, brother. With that, Old Gao decided to seize the moment, leaning in closer. Did you see the man behind her? I did. Was there anything amiss? Observe his gait and demeanor. He emanates the essence of a military man. The military? And what of it? How can you not grasp the implications? Who else in the military commands such respect from all of us? The questioner surveyed the board members, including the vice principal, and suddenly realized that only two individuals in the military could elicit such a shift in attitude. Which two? He asked, a hint of apprehension creeping into his tone. The one who couldn't attend. Couldn't attend? The aged General Jing-un, while past his prime, simply chose not to attend, rather than being unable. Those who were truly unavailable were. Ah, sure. The questioner nodded, his understanding dawning, though tinged with disbelief. There was no need for deceit between them. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Despite their previous declarations that no one should concern themselves unless the marshal himself appeared, once it was confirmed that the marshal had sent someone, no one dared to take it lightly. Similar conversations unfolded in various corners of the exhibition hall. Some grasped the situation, while others remained oblivious. Yet no one would bother to explain to the latter. Soon, the news that Marshal Airy's representative was a mere young girl circulated quietly throughout the hall. When Eugene shifted her gaze from the array of treasures, she distinctly felt the scrutiny surrounding her. She had anticipated this. It was merely the beginning. Once she fully acquired the gallon, the attention would only intensify. Thus, she prepared to change direction and continue her exploration. Zhang Ming, steadfastly trailing behind her, remained unfazed. As it was not his reputation at stake. However, Qin felt a tad awkward. She discreetly tugged at Eugene's sleeve. You must tell me honestly, which family do you belong to? I need to know whose powerful leg I'm leaning on. Didn't you already know? I know? Qin's expression was one of confusion. I'm just a devoted fan of my own family. Devoted fan? She suddenly recalled Eugene's explosive demeanor from earlier. Gasping, her eyes widened. Ah, Marshal Airy's. Indeed. Noticing Eugene's barely concealed smile, Qin glanced around and pressed further. What is your relationship with him? My future husband. Eugene stated unabashedly. Cough. Cough, cough. Qin nearly choked on her own saliva, tears brimming in her eyes. Unable to bear the intensity, Eugene led her to a resting area, where acquaintances greeted her warmly, as if she had suddenly gained a multitude of friends. Eugene felt her face ache from smiling as they finally reached the resting area. After handing Qin a cup of water, she slumped onto the sofa, reluctant to rise. What do you think? Socializing can be quite a hassle, can it? Qin, possessing a remarkably strong mental fortitude, quickly adjusted to her friend's newfound identity and teased. It must be exhausting. Eugene appreciated Qin's nature, which is why they became friends. Thus, she was not surprised by her adaptability. It is indeed a hassle and tiring. Yet, oddly enough, I feel a sense of pride. What a paradox of pain and joy. Observing Eugene's unabashed demeanor, Qin questioned her choice of friends yet again. Chapter 75. Entering the venue, Eugene held no particular obsession with revisiting the dark auction, especially since her funds were non-existent. As the historically poorest transmigrator, she had yet to experience any financial gain. Her golden opportunity was insufficient even for her own expenses. Having utilized Gallon's credit points, her initial 1,000 credit points had only purchased a broken wooden sculpture and a seed. The past 2 months had yielded under 3,000 credit points, barely enough to afford a single strand of fur here. Indeed, it was impossible to make a purchase. The cheapest otherworldly beast fur available was from the horned sheep, a B-grade beast known for its exceptional fire resistance. However, purchasing just one strand was not feasible, as the organizers would not permit such singular transactions. Monsieur, the marshal has instructed that you may select any item you desire without concern for the credit points. Zhang Ming, noticing Eugene's keen interest in the items yet her reluctance to buy, whispered a reminder. Eugene shot him an exasperated look. I plan to cast a long line to catch a big fish. How could I allow myself to be tempted by such trivial gains? In truth, Eugene was worried that if she made any purchases now, she might lack sufficient resources for the upcoming auction. Although Gallon imposed no strict requirements and held no expectations for her to acquire anything, it was rare for her future husband to make a request, and she intended to indulge him. If she didn't make an effort, how could she justify her previous flirtation with the handsome men? Zhang Ming was rendered speechless. It was his first time hearing someone so openly refer to the marshal as a big fish in front of him. Recognizing the need for discretion, he ceased his commentary, deciding that as a single man, he should refrain from speaking further. Qin, unable to remain still, bid Eugene farewell and wandered off. The auction was her father's affair, and she intended to use her pocket money to acquire more training resources. It was rare to find such precious and typically unattainable otherworldly beasts and plants available, and although the volatile energy posed a risk, that was a concern for advanced practitioners. As a novice, she was not yet at a stage to contemplate such matters. The Federation was no longer entirely helpless against volatile energy. After years of significant financial investment, they had managed to implement basic suppression measures. As long as one did not breach the A-grade threshold and reached S-grade, the effects of volatile energy could be minimized. Many talented practitioners remained stuck at A-grade, not due to an inability to advance, but due to their fear of the consequences. Achieving a breakthrough would indeed lead to success, power, and status, but at the cost of one's health and lifespan. Observing the current state of those at the S tier, aside from the exceptionally talented kin of the Hell family, who else is not languishing in a medical pod, resembling a mere shell of their former selves? The stronger the power, the more severe the backlash from the violent energy. Indeed, the present situation in the interstellar realm is such. One does not cease to enhance oneself, but rather establishes a secure line of caution. Until absolutely necessary, no one would dare to cross that threshold. This is also why high-ranking supernatural beings hold such esteemed positions. After all, they are all warriors. Host, aren't you going to take another look? I still yearn to see those extraordinary beings that only appear in television novels. Not going to watch anymore. Even if I did, I couldn't afford it. All that remains are dismembered parts. I heard there will be field training, and next time, I'll take you to see the living ones. Isn't the meaning of life just to look and not buy? Exactly. The joy of shopping is something the host should truly experience. Please don't lead the host astray, or you'll be in trouble with the marshal. After all, no one would know it was our idea. What if we capsized? So what if we capsize? Shopping is inherently delightful. Are you implying that you look down on women shopping? I didn't. As the barrage of comments grew increasingly chaotic, the topic had long strayed. Eugene had no interest in mediating. She knew that once a new topic emerged, this group would reconcile faster than anyone else. Bored to the point of fidgeting with her fingers, she pondered how Gulan could have been so dull as to head straight to the VIP room. Midway, Qin Qing sent a message stating she had been taken away by her father and could not wander about. Qin Qing's father had just discovered that his daughter was involved with martial Aries, but understanding the importance of moderation, he allowed the younger generation to engage freely in their relationships. Since the marshal was absent, it was evident that Yi Jin must have some task at hand. So Qin's father decided to take his daughter away to avoid causing any disturbance. Noticing the time was nearly up, Yi Jin rose and made her way to the VIP room. Many who had been subtly observing her movements in the exhibition hall set aside their items and followed suit. The VIP room was not accessible to everyone, and numerous seats were available for the audience at the front of the auction house, which was where most attendees gravitated. What should I do? I'm feeling a bit anxious. I'm not even anxious yet, Yi Jin replied weakly. Previously brimming with confidence, she felt utterly unprepared. She had only ever witnessed auctions in novels, lacking any real experience. If it merely required a reckless expenditure of money, it wasn't just Gulan she would be concerned about. She herself would be hesitant. Her funds were not acquired through the wind, and if it came down to a financial showdown, she would not wish to compete with those noble families. In that case, she might as well purchase directly from the System S marketplace. It would take some time, but what could she do? After all, Yijin's ability to save money was insufficient, and her expenses were numerous. Surely, he wouldn't mind waiting a bit longer. Quietly devising a fallback plan in her mind, Yijin felt less apprehensive. Does anyone here know how to bid at an auction? Please teach me. In this moment, she relied heavily on the vast barrage of comments. Missy, if you don't mind, I have some tips to share with you. I've attended many auctions, so don't be afraid. Just listen to me. Do you there, judging by your ID, you must be that foolish duoshu, right? Host, don't listen to him. He just throws money around. Could you share your psychological bottom line? Among the barrage, there were indeed serious individuals. However, she herself had no idea of its worth. There was a precedent with the mother source but the original had long since vanished. Now that it had suddenly reappeared, it was challenging to determine a price. Just observe the auction house's pricing. You can roughly estimate their psychological price point. However, Miss Yi, please be prepared. If someone like that foolish duoshu appears, you might have to forego it to avoid being taken advantage of. Of course, I am not so wealthy as to have money burning a hole in my pocket. Chapter 76. The VIP room. The VIP room certainly lived up to its name, and the decor opened Yijin's eyes as a true novice. Initially, she assumed that in a futuristic technological world, everything would be cold and metallic in silver-gray tones. However, reality proved that those who know how to enjoy life will always find a way. Upon entering, she was greeted by an overwhelming expanse of pristine white. A long, white plush carpet covered the entire floor, appearing exceedingly soft and warm. In the center of this plush carpet lay a sofa that exuded comfort, accompanied by a low round stool. The sofa was adorned with thick cushions, and sitting on it felt akin to sinking into a soft cloud. Besides the sofa and round stool, there was a coffee table laden with various snacks. To her astonishment, there was even a matching rocking chair, making Yijin yearn to leap into it. It was a setup that was undeniably conducive to drowsiness. Contemplating that this VIP room belonged exclusively to Gulan, Yijin felt a peculiar expression cross her face. Who would have thought he possessed such a delicate sensibility? Zhang Ming suddenly jolted, his mind sharper than ever, and instinctively clarified. This space is tailored by the Starnet, adapting its decor according to the user. The Marshal S room previously maintained a cool, study-like ambience, but since it's being utilized by Miss Yi, the style has been altered. Yijin nodded in understanding. So that was how it worked. She had initially thought. Suppressing her minor disappointment for not uncovering Gu Lan's great secret, Yijin couldn't help but exclaim, truly extravagant. Even the Starnet requires funds for customization. The more exquisite and lifelike, the higher the cost. Moreover, this is a central area known for its tangible authenticity, crafting a luxurious and comfortable environment tailored to each individual, even if limited to the VIP room, is a display of significant financial prowess. Is this meant to lull me into slumber to miss the auction? Does she truly appear so naive? I'm so sleepy. Suddenly feel like taking a nap. Same here. I just want to dive into that sofa and roll around. I wish to have one just like it. Give up. That carpet alone is a weight we cannot bear. Though Yijin murmured, she was not averse to enjoying a comfortable reprieve during the auction. However, it somewhat dulled her competitive spirit. How was she to observe the auction stage? Glancing around, she found nothing related to screens. Press here. Zhang Ming efficiently instructed Yijin, and as he spoke, he pressed a sensor switch on the wall beside the door. The entire wall opposite the sofa transformed into transparent glass, revealing the auction stage in clear view. Sitting on the sofa, enveloped by the plush fabric, she felt as if she were in a regal embrace. The auction stage within arm's reach and the audience seats beneath her. No wonder everyone clamors to rise in status. You should sit too. Yijin noticed Zhang Ming still standing rigidly and beckoned him. She was not a feudal lord requiring constant servitude. Zhang Ming's gaze flickered, uncertain where to sit. With a blank expression, he avoided the rocking chair and circled around Yijin's sofa, finding only the round stool available to him, unless he wished to sit on the floor. Yijin watched as Zhang Ming moved the round stool, sitting upright with an air of formality, swallowing his words that implied he was being trampled. The audience seats before the auction stage gradually filled, and a figure of enchanting grace emerged onto the stage. Wow, a bewitching goddess. Swallowing saliva. JPG host, quick, look. This is what a woman truly is. Yijin pretended not to see the barrage of comments and turned to inquire about the individual who had previously intended to guide her on bidding techniques. What should I do? Missy, based on my years of experience, different auction houses often operate in distinct manners, and each auctioneer possesses their own set of hosting habits. Therefore, when participating in an auction, buyers should quickly familiarize themselves with the rhythm of the auction house and the auctioneer, adjusting their bidding practices in a timely manner to keep pace with the auctioneer's speed, lest they miss out on items they could have otherwise won. Due to the length of the conversation, the comments were sent in two parts. How can I discern these? Miss Yi, you need not worry about judgment. This is not something that can be learned in a short time. It requires the accumulation of experience. Leave the judgment to us. Ha ha ha. The host is being mocked. Professional matters are best left to professionals. Yijin didn't feel disheartened. She had never been skilled in this area, yet we are still a team. Miss Yi, considering our understanding of the situation, if you are unaware of the specific price of the item you desire, and the market price is difficult to estimate, you may adopt a strategy of following your competitors. In other words, each time you raise your bid, you should do so by only one bidding increment above your rival. She was aware of this tactic. The sounds of bidding are ubiquitous in novels and dramas depicting auctions. However, as for the bidding increments, perhaps it would be best to leave that to the professionals. She could merely focus on placing her bids. Glancing at Jalan's credit point record, She was momentarily dazzled by the string of zeros. Surely, this amount would suffice for several bids, right? Did Jialan exhaust all his resources for her? This needed clarification. Otherwise, she would feel immense guilt if he were to suffer financial ruin due to her carelessness. This is merely the marshal's liquidity for this quarter. Once spent, the next quarter will bring in revenues, so you need not worry. Zhang Ming replied with a somewhat expressionless demeanor. The marshal's assets cannot compare to those of families with millennia of accumulation, but that is merely liquid capital. In terms of real estate, no one in the entire Federation can rival a marshal who singularly owns an A-class planet and an invincible-class warship. To claim he is poor is only due to his liquid capital being consumed by military supplies and the maintenance of his warships and planets. The marshal's credit limit is boundless, not because he holds the title of Federation Marshal, but because, regardless of his management skills, as long as that A-class planet exists, he has no fear of defaulting on debts. This is the fundamental reason for the envy of those noble families. Are you perhaps misunderstanding the marshal? Zhang Ming pondered with a somewhat wooden expression. Just a quarter's worth of assets? Yijin suddenly clutched her chest, nearly fainting as she realized her previous cautious spending habits were a grave miscalculation. A true treasure indeed. Poverty has left me fragmented. Poverty has rendered me unrecognizable. I suddenly feel incredibly impoverished. So this so-called poverty amounts to insufficient liquidity for this quarter? This is the epitome of my financial constraints. I initially thought I would embody the archetype of a fresh and unadorned poor protagonist, yet I have become a domineering CEO. Yijin suddenly realized that she truly did not require assistance from Earth. Chapter 77. The auction commences. While she mused this, Yijin had not genuinely resolved to recklessly squander her funds. That would indeed be foolish. Wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Moreover, with Jialan's current liquidity being limited, any future influx of funds would not alleviate the present predicament, so prudence was necessary. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, it was an unparalleled pleasure. Dear guests, the Star Alliance auction house is about to commence. Please take your seats. A soothing, melodic voice resonated, exuding a calming power. This auctioneer seems rather laid back. With such a leisurely pace, are they not concerned about an awkward silence? What is there to rush? The event has yet to begin. One's temperament will be evident once the bidding starts. Stop talking and just enjoy the show. I am your auctioneer, Amber. Amber's lips parted slightly, her eyes sparkling like shimmering water, adorned in a red-brown robe cinched at the waist. Though the design was conservative and her figure was entirely enveloped, it nonetheless exuded an enchanting allure. Truly, beauty lies within. Wrapped so tightly, I feel compelled to commit a crime. Wake up. Can you even compete with her? Those in the stars are not even comparable to Earthlings, regardless of age. As the chime of a bell echoed, the resonating sound lingered as Amber declared, "The auction begins." Yijin's spirit surged. It had finally commenced. She was nearly dozing off. Straightening her posture, she directed her gaze towards the auction stage. Before the auction commenced, Amber would first elucidate the rules of the Star Alliance, emphasizing the principle of irrevocable commitment once a bid is placed, encouraging everyone to adhere to their creditworthiness. As for the consequences of failing to uphold credit, there was no need for elaboration. Everyone was aware. This was not a trivial auction house. Tarnishing one's credit here would result in being blacklisted by most relevant institutions within the Federation. After all, if one dared to deceive the Star Alliance, they could not withstand the repercussions of such an act. Please present the first item for auction. As her voice fell, the entire auction stage dimmed, and a beam of light illuminated a peculiar square object before the audience. It rotated slowly, ensuring that all could observe it from every angle. The Star Alliance, being affluent and confident, had no qualms about allowing thorough examination of each item. The frenetic pace of other auctions, designed to dazzle and mislead, was never seen here. Yijin examined the dark box but could not discern what it was. This is the first-generation Mecha Energy Box, Amber's voice timely announced. It has been provided by a certain collector and has been authenticated as a genuine first-generation source box. As for the identity of the provider, that was not for her to disclose. The starting bid is 100,000 credit points. As a student of the mecha discipline, Yijin felt a moment of shame for not recognizing the first-generation energy box. Though she lacked knowledge of antique appraisal, she could see that this energy box had been meticulously maintained, its integrity remarkably high. However, Yijin was a practical person. She had little interest in items that were merely for display. Yet, her disinterest did not extend to others, particularly avid collectors. The first-generation Mecha Energy Box had become exceedingly rare in the market, representing significant value both for collection and research. Whispers circulated among the attendees, affirming the Star Alliance's prowess. As even the first item was of such rarity, bids began to emerge. 100,000 and 1,000, 100,000 and 5,000, 200,000. The rapid escalation of bids left Eugene astounded. Such fervor? In reality, the bidders were merely small fry among the attendees. They were acutely aware that, given their financial capacity, they could only contend for the initial items. Later offerings would be beyond their reach. Do I need to bid like them? Eugene remained captivated, feeling an urge to participate. Missy, I advise against it, a voice cautioned. These individuals are merely purchasing prestige. Their bids are not necessarily made with the intention of acquiring the items. If you genuinely wish to compete, when you identify an item of interest, it is best to engage in a protracted battle without exceeding your psychological price point, gradually assessing the number of competitors and their valuations without revealing your own strength. Blind bidding could lead to missteps. Very well. Eugene resolved to test her hand shortly. 500,000 for the first time. 500,000 for the second time. 500,000 for the third time. Congratulations to this gentleman. A well-dressed gentleman rose from the audience, waving his hands left and right. Goodness! An item with a starting price of 100,000 was suddenly bid up to 500,000. How outrageous! Eugene silently covered her barely 3,000 credit points. Next came the second item. Several consecutive items failed to pique Eugene's interest, and her initial enthusiasm began to wane until something caught her eye. This time, a remarkably exquisite spatial node was presented, but it was not merely a spatial node. It was a mech spatial node. Eugene had longed to possess her own mech, nurturing a bond with it over time, a dream cherished by every mech warrior. However, the price of a mech could be terrifyingly high. Most citizens of the Federation used standardized public mechs or opted to rent from others. Although Eugene could not afford to buy a mech and would not casually purchase one at an auction, it was permissible to fantasize about a mech spatial node. Alas, it was not inexpensive either. This was the latest creation of Master Lanlu, with a starting bid of 1 million. 1 million? Despite her mental preparation, the price still shocked her. Missy, if you're interested, you may bid directly. Master Lanlu is an esteemed creator of mech spatial nodes in the Federation, and her works are worth this price, Zhang Ming remarked, noticing Eugene's hopeful yet hesitant demeanor. He had come to accompany Eugene in her shopping, and now, seeing her without a purchase made him feel somewhat guilty. Eugene was indeed hesitant. She could easily buy from the System Mall, where the items were high quality yet affordable, devoid of the sting of spending real money. It was akin to someone who, after experiencing shopping on Taobao, perceives physical stores as exorbitantly priced and cannot help but seek cheaper alternatives online. Yet, reflecting upon it, since the mall's opening, had she become increasingly reliant on it? This was not Taobao. If she truly bought something, she would be unable to explain its origin. Perhaps it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Resolutely, Eugene directed her gaze toward the bidding arena. Chapter 78. Targeting the mech spatial node of Master Lanlu proved to be quite popular. Eugene's momentary distraction caused the price to surge from 1 million to 1,500,000. Feeling anxious, Eugene wondered if she could place a bid now. In such large auction houses, the starting price is generally quite close to the market value. Acting preemptively is the best strategy, raising the paddle decisively at the moment the auctioneer announces the starting price to seize it and push other bidders to the next price tier. Regrettably, you have missed the opportunity to secure the starting bid. However, given the fervor surrounding this item, the likelihood of acquiring it at the starting price seemed slim. Indeed, they were all affluent individuals. Eugene felt a sense of despair. As someone who constantly fretted over survival and education, shouting bids in the millions was simply beyond her capabilities. Why not you place the bid, and I'll call out the price? Zhang Ming kindly suggested, noticing Eugene's prolonged silence. Thanks, but I'll handle it myself. Eugene weakly waved her hand. She needed to adapt. You are a novice, and given the apparent intensity of this item, it would be prudent to strictly adhere to the bidding increments, the system advised. Bidding increments? Eugene turned to Zhang Ming, asking, what is the increment? She had completely zoned out just moments ago. The increment is 100,000. How exorbitant. This was painful. The current price had already exceeded the starting price by a considerable margin. Eugene understood that she should proceed cautiously, adhering strictly to the bidding increments to conceal her strength and intentions from other bidders. thereby misleading them and mitigating the risk of overbidding at the final transaction. The wealthy individuals ultimately aimed for the last few coveted items and would not squander excessive funds on earlier less desirable goods. Once the price surpassed their expectations, they would decisively withdraw. Even those with ample resources would instinctively conserve their capital in such settings. The true battle would commence in the end. Resignedly, Eugene sighed and reached for the bidding device. 1,800,000. In that fleeting moment, the price surged by another 300,000. Eugene's delicate voice resonated through the speaker, abruptly silencing the previously fervent bidding atmosphere. Eugene was perplexed. Had she inadvertently done something peculiar? In truth, those familiar with the Stellar Union auction knew that this VIP room belonged to Marshall Aries. Coupled with earlier whispers, some attendees had received hints that a young lady was representing the Marshal this time. However, it was difficult to reconcile the notion of a Marshal with a young girl. Most were skeptical. Suddenly hearing a clear female voice emanating from the Marshal's VIP room, both believers and doubters began to ponder their own realities. Before long, the bidding resumed, albeit with noticeably less fervor than before. After all, it was not a necessity. Those who could enter the venue were unlikely to miss a mech spatial node. Perhaps the celebrity effect was somewhat beneficial, but it was not worth competing with the Marshal over a mere spatial node. Thus, after Eugene displayed her interest, many bidders were pleased to offer her a favor. Of course, this courtesy was limited to minor items. When it came to rare treasures, favors held no weight. First, Eugene was oblivious to the implications, but soon, she grasped the situation. Nevertheless, she did not refuse the opportunity to spend less. Not far away, in the VIP room, Vivian bit her lip in frustration. "Vivian, what is wrong?" asked the girl beside her, sporting glasses and heavy bangs, noticing Vivian's unusual demeanor. "Are you sure that is Marshall Aries' VIP room?" "Indeed. I heard that girl seems to be someone close to the Marshal." Another girl with wine-red waves lounging on the couch chimed in, casting a knowing glance. Vivian, incensed, tossed her cup aside, standing up and moving toward the bidding device, declaring, 2 million. "Have you lost your mind?" The girl who had been reclining suddenly sat up, incredulously staring at Vivian. The girl with bangs lightly tugged at her sleeve, asserting, "She is merely feeling unwell. What is there to feel unwell about? After all, the Marshal is not yours." The girl with wine-red hair retorted bluntly, "Humph," as if she truly believes she holds significance. With disdainful thoughts, she mused, flitting from one man to another, surrounded by so many, and she dares to covet the Marshal? Eugene had not anticipated an abrupt interruption. Though she was not seeking to gain any unfair advantage, the specificity of this bid was glaring. Had she offended someone? Others began to murmur, casting glances toward the direction of the sudden outburst. While bidding was permissible, the furious tone and the significant leap in price were unmistakably targeted. Who could be so foolish? Everyone present were seasoned players. Even if they harbored some thoughts, none would display them so openly. Such blatant targeting, whose junior was this? It would be wise to advise their own youth to steer clear. Intelligence, after all, is contagious. The girl with wine-red hair felt her face flush as she observed the murmurs surrounding her. Her family had close ties with the Nas family, hence her presence near Vivian, but she truly wished to avoid engaging with her. Setting aside other matters, the impulsive and easily angered nature, coupled with the feeling that the world conspired against her, was simply unbearable. Through the screen, witnessing others point and whisper, she felt her composure wane, even though she knew they could not see her. What should she do if someone was targeting her? Eugene paid no heed to the murmurs of those around her. Since there were bids, she would simply raise her offer. However, she was not a fool, and she would not exceed her psychological price. If one truly desired something and was determined to obtain it, a high bidding strategy could be employed. This involved placing a bid significantly higher than the previous increments as the auction neared its conclusion, thereby disrupting the competitors' premeditated strategies and instilling psychological pressure upon them. It sounded rather grand, but what should she bid? One should bid according to their psychological price. Eugene had previously researched this master Lanlu online and discovered that her spatial nodes typically hovered around the vicinity of 500,000. This was already a considerable price for an ordinary spatial node. However, this was a mechaspatial node, and the internal space, energy slot configurations, and the quantum control center were far beyond the million mark. 2,500,000. After contemplating, Eugene settled on a price she found acceptable. Chapter 79. Acquired Vivian was still intent on continuing the bidding when the girl with wine-red hair abruptly shut down the bidding device. "If you're confused, don't drag me into it," Frustrated, she cast aside any semblance of decorum. She had only heard that Vivian was somewhat scatterbrained, but she had not anticipated such a lack of common sense. This tacit understanding in minor matters was a norm among the upper echelons. Trivial items were typically exchanged with mutual concessions to maintain a facade of peace. Thus, when it came to something that could not be relinquished, one could seize it without concern for being deemed petty, only to be praised for their aristocratic demeanor. The girl's identity aside, her ability to access the Marshal's VIP room was not to be underestimated. This was Yi-Jin's first visit to the Star Alliance auction house, and everyone privy to some information had reached a consensus. There would inevitably be concessions during the auction. Her choice of the mecha spatial node elicited a collective sigh of relief. Had she bid on something of extreme rarity, many would have felt a pang of loss. Competing was one thing, but conceding to a default rule would be unbearable. Now, countless individuals were likely cursing Vivian for her interference. Had Yi-Jin opted for something else due to Vivian's meddling, they would have unwittingly offended a host of nobles in other VIP rooms. Even someone like her, who typically disregarded decorum, recognized that this was not a moment for them to intervene, yet they had overlooked Vivian's variable. Xiaopa pondered and decided to discuss the matter with his parents upon returning, suggesting a more cautious approach to further collaboration with the Nas family. If Vivian had remained the inconsequential waste she once was, lacking influence at home, it would have been one thing. However, she was now not only competent but, for reasons unbeknownst to him, had inexplicably risen in status within the Nas family, even possessing the power to influence certain decisions, an authority not even granted to the family head's own son. With such impulsive personalities in the decision-making ranks of the Nas family, Xiaopa furrowed his brow, deciding it best to maintain a safe distance in the future. When Yi-Jin announced the price of 2,500,000, her heart raced. Yet, for reasons unknown, the previous bidder fell silent, and others hesitated to follow suit. Consequently, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Amidst the stillness, Amber maintained her composure and struck the auction hammer decisively. She appeared unfazed by the surrounding ambience, continuing the next auction with a smile. The item Yi-Jin won was soon delivered. Although it was merely a virtual replica scanned from the Star Network rather than a physical object, all necessary procedures were duly followed. Yi-Jin received the spatial node, toyed with it briefly, and then dispatched it via Interstellar Express. Naturally, she would alter the delivery address. She was oblivious to the reason behind her effortless acquisition of the desired item, yet she could discern the irregularities during the auction. The situation had not been so overt until Vivian's disruption made it conspicuous. What was happening? Was there an unspoken rule she was unaware of? Zhang Ming, having accompanied the marshal to the auction house several times, elucidated the intricacies to her. Yi-Jin nodded in understanding, choosing not to dwell on it further, and redirected her inquiries to the next steps for the barrage of comments. Regardless of the outcome, one must at least attempt it. The barrage dutifully provided detailed information. For high-priced items in the latter half, ordinary tactics will not suffice. You must learn to seize the starting bid. In large auctions, the starting bid set by the auctioneer serves as the base price, and the increment set by the auction house is generally substantial. In such scenarios, a significant increment may deter other bidders, allowing you to secure the item at the starting price. However, for bidders who were all financially well off, this tactic held little value. If you truly struggle with bidding, consider targeting round numbers. Typically, bidder psychological price points are often anchored to whole numbers, such as your 250. Host, hurry and clarify. Did you intentionally suppress others' bids with that 250? Yi-Jin blinked. That figure had merely been a subconscious choice, devoid of any intent to insult. After all, no one in the cosmos understood the significance of 250. Yi-Jin dismissed the notion. Thus, she remained unaware that in a certain VIP room, someone was tightly clenching their fist. If you are feeling bold, consider jumping the bid. Jumping the bid? Many buyers at auctions prefer to make substantial jumps in their offers to showcase their prowess and determination. However, such jumps often exceed the price points of other bidders significantly. The implication was clear. Proceed with caution and do not get carried away. Your opponents are seasoned veterans. They rarely rush to bid. After the auctioneer announces the starting price, they will allow other bidders to fully express themselves before striking when the competition's pace slows. This often creates a sense of dominance, dissuading hesitant bidders from continuing to raise their offers. The informative speaker did their utmost to explain in a manner comprehensible to Yi-Jin, the novice. She understood the words. Yet what would transpire in reality remained unpredictable. Having just secured an item, Yi-Jin was unlikely to bid again soon. She watched the escalating competition with keen interest, her heart racing as each successive bid was announced. For the first time, she experienced the sensation of money flowing like water. It felt as though she was not spending currency, but rather a series of meaningless digits. Sitting before the screen, she was mesmerized as item after item was auctioned off, genuinely feeling that her horizons had expanded. Just as she was absorbed in the spectacle, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Everything here was simulated, including the doors, but knocking? Wasn't there a designated call button? How much force would it take to knock on such a sturdy door? Was someone simply being foolish? Eugene, perplexed, approached the door. But Zhang Meng halted her, signaling her to step back while he advanced to the door, pressing the sensor to open it. Eugene obediently retreated to a safe distance, unwilling to cause any disruption at this moment. By now, she had sensed that something unusual was afoot. Chapter 80. Unexpected as the door swung open, Eugene barely had time to react before a figure swiftly darted inside, moving so quickly that even the seasoned Zhang Meng could not intercept them. Eugene instinctively positioned herself behind Zhang Meng, fully aware that in such moments, preserving her own safety was paramount. Zhang Meng's gaze sharpened as he reached out to seize the unexpected intruder. The audacious individual, seemingly possessing speed-related abilities, deftly evaded capture while making a beeline for Eugene. Given that they were in the heart of the Star Network, the security was exceedingly stringent. Every entrant had to undergo meticulous identity registration, their every move monitored by the network's intelligent surveillance. Additionally, this was a VIP room of the Star Alliance auction house, where security measures were even more rigorous. Although Zhang Meng had been on high alert, he never anticipated that someone would dare to act here, leaving him momentarily stunned. Despite his quick reflexes, the intruder's speed was exasperating, akin to a slippery eel, making him nearly impossible to catch. Just as he was about to reach Eugene, a sudden flurry of black seed-like particles appeared in the air, floating delicately like dandelion fluff. The intruder, caught off guard, plunged headlong into the airborne debris. Before he could retreat, the seemingly soft particles adhered to him like sharks sensing blood, clinging tightly to his skin. Realizing the peril he was in, he glanced at Eugene, resolutely deciding to capture her first, believing that once he had her as leverage, whatever was afflicting him would be inconsequential. However, to his astonishment, he found that his legs felt as if they were no longer under his control. No, it wasn't just his legs. His entire body had become immobilized. He could distinctly feel the strange black particles burrowing into his flesh. Fear dawned upon him, and a plea for mercy flickered in his eyes. Eugene did not expect her life plant to unleash its power so suddenly. Within the confines of the Star Network, abilities were often stifled, favoring those with strong mental prowess. Observing that Zhang Meng had resolved the situation with Eugene, he cast a glance towards the door and shut it once more. "Who are you?" he demanded, his brow furrowed, clearly holding back his fury. This was a significant oversight on his part. Had Eugene not possessed means of self-defense, she might have already been taken hostage. Now, Eugene had the opportunity to scrutinize the audacious individual who dared to act under the watchful eye of the Star Network. Unsurprisingly, she beheld a face devoid of any distinguishing features. In the vastness of the cosmos, achieving a truly ordinary appearance was no simple feat. With genetic enhancements, most individuals bore no significant flaws, with distinctions merely lying between average attractiveness and exceptional beauty. Apart from those who neglected their physique, resulting in the occasional portly figure, Eugene had seldom encountered anyone truly unattractive. To see two such nondescript individuals in succession piqued her curiosity. "Do you all undergo the same cosmetic procedures? You all look so ordinary. It's quite conspicuous among a crowd of high beauties." "This is the military's modification serum," Zhang Ming replied, a hint of annoyance evident. The military possessed a serum capable of altering one's appearance within a short span, undetectable even by the Star Network. The sole drawback was the inability to control the final outcome, leading to results that appeared as if they had come off an assembly line. He was tasked with executing covert missions, his true identity a closely guarded secret, hence he often resorted to the modification serum when in public. Such a thing exists? Eugene examined their faces once more, utterly unable to discern their falseness. Despite its evident flaws, the serum was a military-grade substance, strictly prohibited from leaking into the public domain. Zhang Meng's expression grew grave. Matters involving the military were not to be taken lightly. Noticing the intruder's unusually pale complexion, he pondered whether he had sustained injuries. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that he was likely not a premeditated intruder, perhaps having been injured and inadvertently stumbling into this place. The earlier knocking might not have been a knock at all, but rather a collision with the door. Perhaps even multiple doors, with only Yi Jin's door being opened. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to enter, possibly intending to use Yi Jin as a hostage. Otherwise, he was courting death by brazenly intruding into the territory of Marshal Ares under the Star Network's watch. After Zhang Ming had restrained the intruder with specialized ropes, Yi Jin waved her hand, dissipating the dandelion-like particles that had ensnared him. This was her newly discovered ability. It appeared that the dandelion possessed a parasitic trait, capable of immobilizing prey instantaneously while embedding itself within. As for what could be done post-parasitism, Yi Jin was uncertain. She lacked the strength to fully comprehend it yet. "Miss Yi, your life plant is truly remarkable," Zhang Ming sincerely praised. What seemed delicate and fragile was, in reality, a lethal force, much like Yi Jin herself. "I told you, anyone who can be in the presence of the marshal and earn his favor must be extraordinary." Yi Jin paid little heed to the intruder, her interest in military-grade substances waning. She would inquire with Jialan for answers later. The intruder remained silent, initially due to the dandelion, but now from a desire to keep quiet. No one pressed him, and the two of them mutually disregarded his presence. In the midst of Yi Jin's unexpected incident, an auction had already concluded. The item in question appeared to be of immense value, attracting numerous bidders who engaged in fierce competition. Although many had been drawn to the commotion surrounding Yi Jin, the audience's attention remained undeterred. They applauded the eventual victor. It may seem that he expended considerable effort, but in reality, it often costs less than engaging in a prolonged bidding war with competitors. "Did you notice his final tactic?" someone inquired. "What?" Yi Jin had not been paying attention to the screen and was oblivious to the events unfolding. He negotiated with the auctioneer. Many newcomers, like yourself, bid in a straightforward manner, adhering strictly to the auctioneer's increments. However, seasoned bidders understand that sometimes buyers can negotiate with the auctioneer. Chapter 81. The barrage of theoretical knowledge on the screen made Yi Jin's head spin. Such is the nature of people. When confronted with topics of no interest, they might glance over them, only to forget the details moments later. Observing Yi Jin's wide, spinning eyes, those earnestly sharing knowledge in the comments fell silent. "We'll handle it from here. You just need to place the bids," they concluded. Having given up entirely, Yi Jin eagerly awaited this moment, sinking blissfully into the sofa while munching on snacks. The Star Alliance had truly put effort into this aspect. With countless planets in the cosmos, an abundance of delicacies awaited her. The array of treats before her promised to satisfy her cravings. The intruder, initially resolved to remain silent, found it increasingly uncomfortable as he realized that no one seemed inclined to engage him in conversation. "Who exactly are you?" he asked, a hint of absurdity in his tone, for they had yet to inquire about his identity. Yi Jin rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. "Aren't you going to ask me anything while you have me restrained? Why waste time asking when you likely won't answer?" Zhang Ming retorted. "You should be more concerned about your own predicament." As he sensed his strength waning due to his injuries, he realized that he could not afford to linger in this state. Life was not entirely devoid of danger in the Star Network. The distinction lay in whether one's life was deemed valuable. Coincidentally, his life was quite valuable. Due to a moment of negligence and lowered vigilance, he fell victim to a cunning scheme on the Star Network. Had it not been for his inherent instinct for self-preservation, which prompted him to immediately utilize his privileges and activate a special channel upon sensing something amiss, he might have met his demise today. However, this special channel was merely a last resort for survival. Once used, it could not be activated again. Bound by a peculiar chain, he found himself utterly incapable of logging off, remaining oblivious to the circumstances unfolding in the real world. Anxious and restless, he could not help but speak again. "You." "Silence. If you keep babbling, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart." Yi Jin was thoroughly exasperated. The incessant buzzing in her ears was profoundly affecting her mood. Did she appear so easy to talk to? The intruder was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed that the one in charge here was a delicate young lady, and he had thought to make an earnest effort. Had it been someone else, he was certain he would not have uttered another word. Suddenly, he recalled the fear he had felt moments ago, overwhelmed by the flurry of flying debris. The girl's words were viciously at odds with her gentle appearance. She bore no resemblance to a refined heiress. Nevertheless, despite his inner musings, he dared not voice them. Yi Jin paid no mind to his convoluted thoughts. She was neither a pampered young lady, nor did she feel the need to feign nobility. With her ears finally at peace, She redirected her attention to the auction stage. After an opulent item, intricately carved from rare energy ore, was sold for a hefty price, an unremarkable pile of stones was revealed. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previously lively auction, characterized by a casual and entertaining ambience, transformed into a fierce battleground. Eugene focused intently on the legendary raw ore, struggling to reconcile its unremarkable appearance with its purported immense value. She had initially imagined it would be a vibrantly glowing stone. Would this quantity suffice? Considering the size of the airy ship and glancing at the pile of stones, she felt it might not even be enough to craft a hatch. It was an essential material, yet merely an auxiliary one, requiring only a moderate addition to suffice. Zhang Ming found the situation amusing yet exasperating. If Eugene intended to use the mother or to construct a warship, not only was there uncertainty about whether it could even be launched, the existing or reserves were simply insufficient. Realizing her ignorance, Eugene felt no shame. Not knowing was merely a part of learning, and no one would mock her for asking. Just as she was contemplating, an utterly ill-timed laughter erupted. Before Eugene could react, Zhang Ming stood up, seemingly intent on teaching the offender a lesson. You cannot administer vigilante justice. Adam cursed his own inability to keep silent. Why had he chosen to provoke the situation? Rest assured, I am well acquainted with methods to inflict maximum pain while leaving no trace. There is no cause for concern. Zhang Ming cracked his knuckles. Having long wished to confront him, Eugene noticed the unmistakable look of fear on his face and scoffed lightly, thinking, forget it. Before Adam could express relief at Eugene's apparent leniency, she added, once you finish asking your questions, feel free to act. What if he ended up injuring someone so seemingly fragile? Adam's expression froze, and he remained silent, too intimidated to speak further. Didn't he you all claim this, or was quite precious? Why is it being presented so early? Typically, auction houses promote their items beforehand to attract wealthy bidders. Yet the Star Alliance reversed this trend, opting for secrecy about their auction items. While the Star Alliance auction house maintained an air of mystery, they did disclose the total number of items up for bidding. Certain influential individuals could even glean additional information through other means. Eugene was puzzled. With 5 items remaining before the auction concluded, why was this one presented now? Had she misjudged the value of the mother, or? No. It was improbable that everyone surrounding her had erred. The only explanation was that this auction contained even more precious items. More precious? Eugene straightened in her seat. What could possibly surpass the value of this ore, and not just one piece, but 5? Zhang Ming was equally taken aback. The Star Alliance auction house had maintained such secrecy that even the marshal had received no prior notice. Observing the audience whispering amongst themselves, it became evident that while many had originally aimed to acquire the ore, with the base price announced, no one was willing to bid. This indicated that not only the marshal but likely the majority of those present were uninformed. The atmosphere fell into a hush, while the auctioneer, Amber, displayed no urgency, standing with a smile, patiently awaiting bids. What an opportunity, host. Seize the moment while others hesitate and make a bid. Without needing prompting, Eugene understood what to do. Although the auction house's tactics had caught everyone off guard, it presented an opportunity for her. She had little interest in anything more precious. Her original goal was this or, and she was determined to obtain it. Hesitation was not in her nature. 55 million. Her voice, light and clear, shattered the silence. Chapter 82. Had she truly succeeded? Unlike at the outset, when they had allowed her a chance, following the disruption of the quiet, a flurry of bids began to emerge. 60 million. 65 million. 90 million. The initial low base price likely stemmed from an understanding that competition would be fierce. Setting a lower price ignited intense bidding. In mere moments, the price approached 100 million. The purchasing power of the credit points here was formidable. Previously, Eugene had managed to live comfortably on a government stipend of just 1,000 credit points a month. Thus, a price nearing 100 million was indeed substantial. Eugene felt utterly out of her depth as the numbers danced before her eyes. Poverty restricts my imagination. Suddenly envious of the wealthy. Do they even realize how much they are bidding? I suddenly can't eat. Given that Eugene streamed almost daily, her audience was well aware of the purchasing power of credit points, even calculating the exchange rates between interstellar credit points and various Earth currencies. This stark comparison made the impact overwhelmingly dizzying. For instance, if someone threw 100 million coins in a game, it might elicit little reaction, but tossing several hundred million renminbi would immediately bring everyone to their knees. What was she to do? Hadn't an opportunity presented itself? Yet she had not even the chance to speak, let alone place a bid. Just as she formulated a number in her mind, it was swiftly eclipsed by an even larger bid from someone else. Was this the rhythm of wealth that left one unable to spend? Miss Yi, if it becomes too overwhelming, you can always withdraw. Zhang Ming, sensing her uncertainty, kindly suggested. In reality, the marshal did not urgently require the ore. Such a coveted item was of little use to him. His warship had never relied on the sturdiness of its hull for combat. If they were reduced to fighting on the basis of ship defense, he would no longer be the Ares of the galaxy. He merely sought an excuse to draw upon his savings, allowing Yi Jin to join in the excitement. However, Zhang Ming felt his marshal might inadvertently be causing trouble, as the task at hand had kept Yi Jin preoccupied, preventing her from enjoying herself as intended. This simply wouldn't he do. At this point, Yi Jin was not about to concede defeat. 100 million. Seizing the moment, she called out decisively. Perhaps it was the strength in her voice, or perhaps the allure of the potential items behind the auction, but the fervor in the room dulled compared to the initial frenzy. Each bidder had a finite amount of liquid capital. Reallocating funds at this stage would be too convoluted. As the wealthier one was, the more considerations they had, and the higher the auction items became as the event progressed. Once a transaction is completed at the auction house, immediate payment is required. No credit is permitted. This led Yi Jin to consider conserving some of her credit points for future auction items, resulting in bids that fell short of her initial expectations. She was aware that one should not be overly greedy. Once a choice is made, there is no need to dwell on what comes next. Nonetheless, even as the bidding slowed, the allure of the raw ore remained potent, with prices steadily climbing at a deliberate yet resolute pace. As the figure approached 200 million, Yi Jin found herself hesitating. One last attempt. Steeling herself, she exclaimed, 200 million. As the words left her lips, it felt as though her heart were bleeding, and she internally mocked herself. I truly lack the fortune of the affluent. Years of ingrained values were not easily altered. It is no wonder that noble families emphasize compatibility and social standing. Just imagine if one casually purchased a trivial item while surrounded by someone who deemed it exorbitant, constantly criticizing your values and exhibiting a frugal demeanor. It would be more than just embarrassing. After all, even Cinderella had noble lineage. Yi Jin sighed in frustration, realizing that her aspirations to marry into wealth were hindered by insufficient capital and a lack of confidence. Post-auction, should she consider ways to bolster her finances? While lost in thought, she suddenly perceived something amiss. Had no one else placed bids? She cast a doubtful glance at Zhang Ming. Yes, Miss Yi, you have successfully completed the task. Zhang Ming, typically serious, could not suppress a smile, not merely because she had secured the desired raw ore, but also due to her joy at seeing her aspirations fulfilled. Surely, it was not the marshal's intent to see the young lady so despondent over this matter. This was unexpected. In Yi Jin's mind, such an item should command at least 1 billion. How could it be secured for merely 200 million? Surely the auction house must be at a loss. According to their initial projections, a low starting price would create the illusion that others might also contend for it, fostering fierce competition and prompting bids. This was not underhanded. Rather, it was a minor tactic employed by the auctioneer. Yet, to conclude at such a low price? Do you comprehend the situation? As she inquired while processing the payment, she thought it foolish not to seize a bargain. Regardless of the reason, she resolved to secure the item first. Perhaps it was due to recently leaked information? Zhang Ming casually mentioned, displaying little concern. What information? When was it revealed? In truth, many had begun to sense something amiss when they discovered that the raw source ore was scheduled to be auctioned sixth from the end. Those of lesser standing could only speculate, but the venue was rife with the wealthy and influential. Upon recognizing the anomaly, they would undoubtedly investigate. Perhaps as the auction neared its conclusion, the auctioneer's confidentiality became less stringent, leading to the discovery of certain information. For instance, among the subsequent items, there was one capable of neutralizing raging energy. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, who had the inclination to compete for raw ore now. When thoughts were consumed by that enigmatic auction item, families were coordinating funds, hosting video conferences to gather investments, and seeking allies. Each was preoccupied with their own affairs. Naturally, no one remained focused on the ownership of the raw ore. Amber received the news and thus was unperturbed by the item's low price, confident that she would ultimately recoup her investment. To be frank, had the item not been so precious, she might have considered purchasing it herself. This news also reached Jialan, who found it somewhat peculiar, leading him to merely share the information without intent to spend money on it. Zhang Ming firmly believed in the marshal, and although he worried for the marshal's health, he did not think that the long-standing issues of the Federation could be resolved by a mere trinket. So he paid little heed, casually mentioning it to Yi Jin. An item capable of resolving raging energy. Yi Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a thing existed? Even the system could only forcibly cleanse itself through genetic evolution agents, expelling harmful substances to eliminate raging energy. How could something actually neutralize it? Even with her unique wood-type abilities, she could only mitigate minor disturbances, and anything beyond that was beyond her capability. 9527. Does the marketplace offer anything that can entirely eliminate raging energy? Raging energy is a form of energy that, while beneficial to and becomes harmful only when it exceeds the human body's adaptive limits. Due to its incompatibility with human physiology, it is eradicated by genetic evolution agents. No other methods of elimination have yet been discovered. Now this is intriguing. Host, could this be the work of your rival? Rival? The one named Vivian. Don't overthink it. If she possessed such capability suddenly, Yi Jin recalled that Qin Qing had mentioned Vivian's inexplicable elevation within the Naz family. If it were solely due to her awakening, that reasoning seemed insufficient, as many within the Naz family awakened earlier and possessed superior talents. You truly are insidious, leading me to follow your train of thought. Every unusual occurrence prompts suspicion towards her. Perhaps her rise was simply due to her multitude of abilities. On the surface, she appeared to have water-type abilities, but her previous feat of shattering Qin Qing's light brain screen demonstrated her incredible strength. Multi-ability practitioners can certainly stir up trouble. Indeed, perhaps that item was conjured from one of her abilities. All right, let us refrain from wild speculation. We might unjustly accuse her. History proves that when trouble arises, look to the protagonist. It's infallible. Who says she must be the protagonist? I could claim to be the protagonist too. Isn't that because we know this matter has no relation to you? The only bug here, aside from you, is Vivian. Yi Jin found the logic of the comments perplexing yet oddly convincing. Upon reflection, she could not shake the feeling that Vivian was inherently suspicious. No, stop dwelling on it. If she continued, she might indeed be infected by that line of thought. She prided herself on her evidence-based reasoning and never indulged in baseless conjectures about others. Someone conveniently forgot that they often acted on intuition. Meanwhile, Yi Jin's continued bidding incited varied speculations. The marshal, indeed, had deep pockets. This was the perspective of those in the audience who were unfamiliar with the marshal, whose impressions were solely based on military news. Could the information be false? Or was there something amiss with the item? This was the view of those aware of the marshal's financial constraints, yet unwilling to conserve funds. In their eyes, Marshal Aries' health had reached a critical juncture. If the item were genuine, he would surely invest in it. Allowing a mere girl to engage in such frivolity seemed a clear indication of disregard. As these thoughts crossed their minds, their actions grew hesitant, finally returning to rationality after the initial excitement of receiving the news. Indeed, the young lady was unreliable. The marshal may have lost his senses, sending an underage individual to participate. What if they missed something crucial, with no time for regret? This reflected a sense of bitterness. They felt that Jialan had erred. After all, if such a significant item were jeopardized by that woman, the consequences would surely be dire. When the time came, they would present him with what he had overlooked, and he would undoubtedly recognize their worth. Vivian remains entrenched in her Mary Sue protagonist mindset. Naturally, such thoughts do not impede Yi Jin, who is now exceptionally curious and eager to behold this legendary artifact. Perhaps aware of the customer's impatience, the auction house reveals the object of desire without further delay. It is a small jade porcelain vial, pristine and lustrous, as delicate as mutton fat, appearing smooth and rounded, undeniably appealing in its presentation. However, no matter how exquisite it looks, it remains a product devoid of any identification or certification. Moreover, given its diminutive size, can its contents even fill a single mouthful? Due to the significance of this item, the auction house understands that they must clarify the conditions up front. This vial is entrusted to our auction house by a mysterious client, with a total of 5 vials available. To ensure efficacy, we have procured the seller's consent to trial 1 vial. Should it prove effective, payment will be made based on the highest bid in the subsequent auction. Thus, 4 out of the next 5 lots will be this very item. As for the client's level of mystery, there is no need to disclose that publicly. The auction house has stood firm within the Federation for many years, and some matters can indeed be investigated. Regardless of the object, when information circulates, vulnerabilities inevitably arise. While the average person may remain unaware, the Star Alliance auction house, if sufficiently motivated, would certainly uncover any clues. Furthermore, given the nature of such an item, they are willing to exert considerable effort to uncover its origins, regardless of the cost. Enough of the preamble. The pressing question is, what are its effects? Someone, unable to contain their impatience, directly inquires. What more is there to say about the effects? It has been brought to auction. The Star Alliance would not jeopardize its reputation. Eugene is nearly astonished, not due to the item's utility, but rather by the audacity of someone willing to auction it openly, assuming its usefulness. Do they invite destruction upon themselves? Having fully recognized the dire state of the interstellar community and the severity of genetic collapse, Eugene dares not expose any elements of the system without a credible source or explanation. Apart from administering a small portion to Chalon, she has refrained from revealing anything until a reasonable justification is established. Does the individual presenting this item believe their lineage is formidable enough, or that their actions are sufficiently discreet? They openly present it for auction, seemingly underestimating the potential repercussions, mobilizing the entire Federation's might to investigate. Even Chalon may not be able to withstand the scrutiny. If any among you were to reveal a method for longevity and substantiate its authenticity, how would you react? Do not accuse me of harboring dark thoughts. They would become the world's enemy. After all, no human can entirely resist such temptation. Were it not for the distance separating us from the broadcaster, we would struggle to maintain our composure as they soar above us. Human jealousy is indeed a fearsome force. Chapter 84. The Golden Finger? If the individual presenting such an item cannot resolve the issue of its origin, chaos will ensue. Eugene cannot fathom the audacity involved. An S-class powerhouse from our auction house has recently experienced significant improvement in their health. Due to confidentiality, detailed health data cannot be disclosed, but the outcome will undoubtedly meet expectations. Amber speaks with unwavering confidence. Had there been any uncertainty, the Star Alliance would not risk its credibility. As for whether others might forego purchasing due to insufficient details, there is no need for concern. Many would prefer to err on the side of acquisition rather than miss an opportunity. Had the auctioneers not strongly insisted on putting it up for sale, the auction house would have preferred to acquire all of it. However, fishing for bigger gains requires patience. Offending the seller at this juncture would be unwise. Moreover, based on certain intel, seeking greater benefits cannot be achieved solely through the Star Alliance auction house. Originally, had a covert collaboration been possible, they would have willingly kept the secret. Now that the seller has chosen a reckless path, they are inclined to take a more direct approach. Though it is regrettable to miss out on exclusive gains, being the only ones privy to the information is clearly insufficient for claiming a larger share of the pie. Only with a larger cake can everyone receive a greater portion, and they are adept at weighing the pros and cons. Upon receiving the auction notice, the head of the Nas family nearly fainted. Eugene's speculation was accurate. This item indeed pertains to Vivian. Furthermore, Vivian has leveraged this false claim of possessing a mutated water ability to secure her foothold within the Nas family, attaining privileges that exceed her status. The Nas family initially intended to utilize this extraordinary water to bolster their power, planning to profit from it once they were sufficiently strong to disregard others. However, Vivian's sudden brilliance has nearly disrupted all of their plans. Fool. This imbecile. Does she wish for the Nas family to vanish entirely from the Federation? Lam Nas, the head of the family, felt an overwhelming surge of anger, realizing that they still lack the capability to withstand scrutiny from the Federation's elite. Perhaps there are already those who have caught wind of it. With this thought, Lam could no longer remain seated. He must secure an escape route for his family, lest they inadvertently invite annihilation. Innocent individuals may bear no blame, but possessing a treasure invites peril. In such times, the only recourse is to seek allies. The secret cannot be preserved, but he can choose between sharing it with a select few families or making it known across the Federation. His family alone cannot withstand this storm, but united with others, they may yet stand a fighting chance. Quickly, contact Dai from the Bryan family and inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss. The Nas family is embroiled in turmoil, while the auction house experiences its own undercurrents. Those with any semblance of power have set into motion their efforts to investigate the source and expedite the acquisition of the item. The Star Alliance holds a reputable standing, but people are inclined to trust only what they can see. Possessing the item allows for thorough examination before any conclusions can be drawn. After all, the stakes are incredibly high. It is akin to the sudden emergence of an elixir of immortality on Earth, even if someone ingests it and confirms its authenticity. The threat to one's own life demands utmost caution. With only 4 vials available and far more than 4 powerful families present, the atmosphere in the room becomes peculiarly tense. While the audience is eager to acquire the vials, they know this matter is beyond their reach, hoping instead that the Federation's elite can swiftly uncover the source, yielding some benefit to them as well. In a private lounge, Xiaopa gazes in astonishment, fully unprepared for such a turn of events. Vivian, are you not going to inform your family? Noticing Vivian's inaction, fixated on the proceedings, Xiaopa furrows her brow, deciding to offer a gentle reminder. This moment, nearly everyone with connections is exerting themselves to the utmost. Vivian's calm demeanor seems oddly out of place. She is not one to conceal her emotions. Why is she so composed now, perhaps even harboring a sense of smugness? Wait, Xiaopa does not believe her eyes are deceiving her. Growing up in a prominent family, she possesses a modicum of social awareness. Seeing Vivian so seemingly expectant, with excitement and pride gleaming in her eyes, a sudden suspicion crosses her mind. Holding on to this doubt, Xiaopa seizes the opportunity to scrutinize Vivian's expression through the semi-transparent screen, her suspicion deepening. Despite her disbelief, Xiaopa hesitates not to relay her discovery to her father. Father, this item is likely connected to Vivian Nas, or even the Nas family behind her. Even if it is unrelated, she must know something. The head of the Qiao family receives his daughter's message, taking it seriously rather than dismissing it as a jest, contemplating the potential implications with earnest reflection. Recently, the Nas family has been experiencing a series of seemingly irrational occurrences. Despite their efforts to maintain secrecy, the Qiao family, as longtime associates of the Nas family, has managed to gather some tidbits of information. Previously, he had been perplexed. Lam was not a fool. On the contrary, he was more pragmatic than anyone else. What could have prompted such a shift? If the truth were indeed as suspected, everything would make sense. He promptly ordered a change in direction, initiating an investigation from the Nas family side, and soon enough, news of Lam urgently meeting with Deb Rain reached him. Vivian, still at the auction house, remained blissfully unaware that her secrets were on the verge of being uncovered. She watched with glee as the bidding in the auction hall intensified, her heart filled only with the thrill of potential wealth. Though she was the daughter of the Nas family, with no lack of material comforts and surrounded by the finest luxuries, she still found herself discontented. Perhaps it was due to her previous life, where she lived an ordinary existence and longed for the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. Now, having finally tasted luxury, she felt an insatiable yearning within her. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but descending from opulence to simplicity is fraught with difficulty. Having finally joined the ranks of the elite, she found herself constrained by the family's teachings, unable to indulge freely, always sensing a void. The true aristocracy and the nouveau riche are distinctly different, and she was attempting to navigate the rigid family rules with the mindset of a newly wealthy person, which felt utterly incongruous. After all, she had not been raised in a noble lineage, but had arrived midway through her journey. Even though her status had changed due to her unique abilities, certain rules still needed to be adhered to. In light of these circumstances, it was only natural for Vivian to seek alternative avenues for financial gain. However, she remained entirely ignorant of the interstellar world, and the quickest, most convenient way she could think of to acquire wealth was through her unique advantage. Chapter 85. Competing? In reality, Vivian had not contemplated deeply. In her mind, how could any time-traveling woman not ascend to the pinnacle of life through her unique gifts? With such excellent resources at her disposal, not utilizing them would be a disservice to her journey. Besides, she was merely exchanging some currency. The starting bid was set at 10 million, with increments no less than 1 million. The auction house was cautious not to set the starting price too high, as the actual efficacy of the items remained uncertain among the bidders. If the price were set too high, some might withdraw from the competition, though the outcome would still be the same. Paying one lump sum of 100 versus paying 10 increments of 10 each creates a psychological difference. As soon as Amber's voice faded, the auctioneer's calls filled the air. Even those who had only intended to observe couldn't resist joining in. There might be hope after all. Watching others fervently compete for her auctioned item filled Vivian with a sense of unexplainable pride. She touched the invisible jade bracelet on her wrist, the feeling of superiority almost causing her to break into a smile. She was at least mindful that she was not alone in this space and made an effort to restrain her emotions. However, she was not adept at controlling her facial expressions, and was unaware that the corners of her mouth had already turned upwards, further affirming Qiao's suspicions. Vivian was brimming with expectations for the future, entirely oblivious to the impending storm she would soon face. Do you really not want this item? There are only 4 pieces, and competition will only grow fiercer as time passes. Now is the time to act. Yi Jin glanced at the fervent bidding outside. Within a short span, the price soared to nearly 100 million, the competition more intense than for raw ore. Yi Jin clicked her tongue in astonishment at the madness outside and inquired of the figure on the screen, "Do we really not need it?" "No need," replied Jialan nonchalantly. "There are only 4 pieces, and our family is small. We cannot afford it." Seeing him in a teasing mood, Yi Jin understood he had no intention of purchasing. "Don't they doubt the efficacy?" She continued. "This auction house has produced no tangible evidence, yet the bidding is so frenzied. Aren't they afraid of being swindled?" "Not at all," Jialan explained. Understanding the trustworthiness of this auction house was its strongest assurance. "Then why don't you believe?" "Marshal, are you really not going to give it a try?" Zhang Ming interjected. Though he trusted the marshal, he still held a glimmer of hope that it could indeed be effective. "I trust my instincts, however. I still need to find a way to obtain a sample for experimentation. Is there really a need to bid?" Zhang Ming had already resolved that if the marshal needed it, he would rally funds immediately. "Do you genuinely believe there are only 4 pieces?" Jialan countered, raising an eyebrow at his subordinate's question. "Impossible. Indeed. It's obvious that if there were truly only 4, the forces behind it would never part with them. Furthermore, the Star Alliance auction house is no fool. If stocks were limited, they would certainly find ways to block the auction, either purchasing or seizing them privately. The Star Alliance auction house has always been one to act only when assured of success, and their ability to put it up for auction indicates they have confirmed there are indeed plenty available. There is no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle here." Yi Jin concurred, nodding. "We could simply trace it back to the source." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "We could seize it." Jialan chuckled softly, offering no comment on her suggestion, but responded cryptically, "When did we become robbers?" Yi Jin blinked, testing the waters. "Just now? I am the marshal, Miss Yi." Accusing the marshal is a serious offense. Seeing Jialan's suddenly serious demeanor, Yi Jin rolled her eyes. She had come to understand that this fellow was full of cunning, presenting himself as the epitome of seriousness and reliability. Yet, who could resist his charm? "So, shall we, our esteemed marshal, seize it or not?" "Seize it," he answered decisively, albeit with the need for a justifiable cause. He was a soldier, but never merely a soldier. As a marshal, he had to consider far more. Given his current status, he often resembled a politician. His goal was to maximize benefits at minimal cost. With the sudden emergence of a mysterious drug that allegedly promises to become humanity's new hope, it was the military's duty to investigate for the sake of all humankind. Yi Jin spoke in a grandiose tone. "Your reasoning is quite far-fetched." Jialan chuckled, bemused. "What does it matter if it's far-fetched? As long as it's useful, this drug would not remain a secret for long." It seemed the people here had no intention of concealing it, and soon it would be the talk of the Star Network. At that point, almost the entire Federation's attention would be drawn, and Jialan could certainly benefit from being amidst it all. "You are quite the schemer," Jialan remarked lightly, his tone neither reprimanding nor harsh, but rather affectionate. Yi Jin felt no sympathy for those who possessed this item but would soon face a formidable wave of public scrutiny. If they dared to present it boldly at auction, they must be prepared to shoulder the consequences. Given her position, when it came time to divide the cake, one should seize the opportunity regardless of its utility. Better to take it first and assess later. Only worried someone might get wind of it and seek allies first. Yi Jin frowned. If the possessor is weak, they may struggle to withstand the so-called public opinion and choose to share the item, but if they have already secured allies, it may render the effort futile. "Not worried, but certain," Jialan asserted confidently. As long as the other party was not foolish, they would undoubtedly take such precautions. After all, the cake is only so large. The outcome differs whether it is divided by 2 or 10. The distinction lies in whether that individual can rally sufficient powerful allies. Zhang Ming, pay attention to the recent movements of the prominent families and narrow down the search targets. "Yes, Marshal." Zhang Ming immediately stood up, acknowledging the command. "Perhaps you should keep an eye on Vivian," Yi Jin interjected unexpectedly. "Vivian?" Jialan furrowed her brow in contemplation. "That girl from the command department? How do you know?" Yi Jin suddenly became alert, wondering if he had already encountered that little enchantress. "Didn't you mention her to me?" If Jialan were present, she would have been tempted to poke Yi Jin's forehead. Eugene blushed, recalling that she had indeed spoken of her in front of him. Zhang Ming silently took on the role of a background figure, dutifully being an unobtrusive presence. The person who had originally been lying on the ground had long since fainted, thus avoiding the danger of being overwhelmed by the dog food. Chapter 86. Fierce competition in the brief exchange. The price had already surged to a staggering height. Due to the intense bidding atmosphere, Eugene's sea-level mental acuity struggled to keep pace with the rapid succession of numbers. She could only hear the incessantly emerging figures, unable to discern who was speaking. For a moment, she was taken aback. Amidst such a cacophony, how could the auctioneer distinguish the highest bid? In truth, Eugene's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Amber stood unfazed, a composed smile adorning her face, exuding an air of poise and elegance, showing no signs of being intimidated by the heated scene. Truly, she was someone worthy of the Star Alliance's employment. Her composure was remarkable. However, how long would this contention endure? After a round of bids, the competing aristocrats realized that the chaotic pricing was untenable. They had no idea of each other's limits, yet none were willing to relent. Fortunately, you didn't participate. Otherwise, no amount of money would suffice to cover your losses. This is merely the first item. As we proceed, the stakes will grow increasingly fierce. Marshal, we have received news that the patriarch of the Naz family, Lord Lam, has secretly met with Debrayan. Zhang Ming reported immediately upon receiving the information. As expected, Eugene felt no surprise. This was entirely within her expectations. Anchor, trust me, I am not mistaken. I knew something would go awry. This rule has never failed. Anchor, look at me. Let me enlighten you on the essential golden fingers for traversing realms. Better safe than sorry. Hearing their guesses confirmed, the viewers reveled in their self-satisfaction. That said, aside from the previous serious comments regarding the auction, her live stream chat seemed filled with a plethora of idle chatter. Don't you think you've been lying around for too long? Can't you offer any constructive suggestions? She was uninterested in their trivial theories. Art stems from life. What if I'm right? I'll lie here as I please, using my own internet connection. You cannot infringe upon my right to lie dormant. It seemed that serious individuals would not emerge anytime soon. Eugene callously diverted her gaze, disregarding the idle chatter. Jialan, observing the news, frowned slightly. It appeared that the difficulty of seizing the moment had escalated. What is wrong? Eugene inquired with concern. The Debrayan family is not one to underestimate. Debrayan himself is formidable, despite his son being rather foolish. This matter requires careful planning. It must be said that the patriarch of the Naz family made an astute decision in seeking a powerful ally. However, Debrayan is not known for his reliability. Whether this partnership will be fruitful or invite disaster remains uncertain. The first auction item fetched a staggering 530 million, invigorating the atmosphere within the auction house. The desire to secure the next items would only intensify. Once desire was ignited, coupled with the atmosphere of the event, it was foreseeable that the subsequent 3 items would reach prices far exceeding their intrinsic value. Of course, Amber, the auctioneer, played a significant role. Without her ability to cultivate the atmosphere, even the most sought-after item would still face skepticism. Her subtle guidance led to a continuous rise in prices, underscoring the irreplaceable value of a skilled auctioneer. Amber truly is a talent. Her understanding of human psychology is remarkable, Eugene remarked with admiration. Indeed. Amber is a coveted gem among auction houses, Jialan acknowledged. She has always admired capable individuals. For a woman to navigate the elite-dominated auction house with such grace, while deftly understanding the minds of many old foxes, is a skill that is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Zhang Ming, breaking his silence, added his praise. Eugene cast him a peculiar glance. So, what shall we do next? She queried. Should we continue watching others compete? Isn't it tedious? Jialan's gaze was profound, tinged with a hint of amusement and affection. Well, perhaps not. What a beauty's plight, a hero's grave. Anchor, hang in there. What is the point of flirting if you're not marrying? No way, I need to recuperate. I'm losing too much. Those eyes. I could admire them for a lifetime. Eugene glanced at the increasingly absurd comments, then at Jialan, whose fatigue was inadvertently revealed. You should rest. Since we have a target, it's not something to rush. We shouldn't exhaust ourselves before we can even exchange for the potion. Stealing a glance at the exchange list, she noted that there was still a significant energy deficit, but at least there was a glimmer of hope. Concerned for Jialan's health, Eugene felt an unusual urgency regarding these matters. It was a time bomb, unpredictable in its detonation, and she needed to hasten her pace. After some thought, Eugene resolved to emulate other streamers and solicit donations. After all, she had diligently streamed for so long, and her content was rather intriguing. She opened her mouth, wondering how to ask for contributions. Hey, folks, don't just spectate. If you have money, contribute. If you have strength, lend a hand. For reasons unbeknownst to her, those words popped into her head as if brainwashed. The lives and fortunes of your male deities rest in your hands. No, Anchor, don't do that. Maintain your goddess persona. Stop joking. When have you ever been a goddess, Anchor? Are you seriously leveraging my male deity against me? Fine. It's just a donation. Take it. The streamer is being cute. Why do you go straight to threats? Give me a smile, and I'll reward you. You shameless person. Eugene felt disheartened. Perhaps she should just focus on saving money. Observing the situation unfold, if something caught her eye, she could bid on it. Jalan's voice interrupted her thoughts. All right, you should rest for now. With that, she disconnected the video link. Eugene found little interest in the upcoming auction. It was merely a repetition of the monotonous process. Naturally, her lack of enthusiasm stemmed from her disinterest in the items. Others, however, were far too engrossed to be distracted. Before long, more guests began to fill the VIP lounge. This auction had garnered significant attention. Many who had initially shown little interest were now drawn in. After all, it was on the Star Network. They merely needed to set a coordinate. Wei Wei's heart raced. Although her living conditions were the finest, she had never witnessed such wealth. Contemplating that all of this could belong to her, she felt her excitement bubbling over. Just then, her holographic wrist communicator lit up, indicating an urgent call. Chapter 87. Return Wei Wai was startled by the urgent communication, and upon opening her holographic screen, she was immediately met with a torrent of furious reproach. Fool! Get back here immediately. Seeing her father's furious expression, Wei Wei's heart tightened, an unsettling premonition washing over her. What has happened? You still have the audacity to ask. Tell me, are you currently at the Star Alliance auction house? Wei Wai paused, taken aback. Yes. Very well. You're doing splendidly. Disconnect immediately and return to your family. Lam's face twisted in anguish as he promptly sought allies after the incident. Yet the cunning and insatiably greedy Brian family proved to be a formidable obstacle. Reluctantly, he had to concede countless benefits to persuade Brian to unite with him in resisting the mounting pressure. If given the choice, he would have preferred a different partner. But at this moment, only the Brian family possessed the tenuous strength to withstand the overwhelming pressure from the Federation. He aimed to alleviate the immediate crisis and buy some time. Had it not been for that fool's blunder in prematurely leaking secrets, leaving him unprepared and in a passive state, he would never have found himself in such a desperate situation. It should have been everyone beseeching the Nas family. Since Vivian's arrival in this world, aided by her unique abilities, she had, aside from her initial discomfort, never endured such humiliation. Having enjoyed a period of superiority, her lofty self-esteem had been cultivated, and now, provoked by the current turn of events, her temper flared. No, I still want to attend school. This was not a particularly fierce act of defiance. She harbored an innate fear of Lam. Even in her anger, she could only muster a harmless retort. Yet this was not the Earth where one could argue with parents at will. Here, the younger generation could not afford to speak harshly to their elders without consequence. The rebellious phase and minor disputes with the older generation were often overlooked, but this was different. She was not merely facing her father, but the patriarch of the Nas family. In the Federation, which espouses freedom and equality, such principles seldom apply to noble families. The authority of a family head is sacrosanct, especially when Lam was still engulfed in the fury of shattered dreams regarding the family's prospects. Minor errors, which would normally be inconsequential, now bore the weight of severe transgressions. What school? Whether you can even step out of the door again is uncertain. Vivian was taken aback, struggling to suppress her rising panic, realizing her tone was inappropriate. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her voice. Father, have I committed some error? She remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Observing his daughter's bewilderment, Lam opened his mouth but then reconsidered, opting not to disclose the reasons just yet. He knew Vivian was not particularly bright. However, he had not anticipated that a severe illness would strip her of even her basic intellect. Had it not been for her inability to transfer her abilities to another, he would not have to expend such effort. Had he foreseen her folly, he would have confined her from the start, ensuring she never stepped beyond the Nas family's threshold. Then none of this would have transpired. Lam had witnessed Vivian's lack of awareness. She was currently at the Ares Military Academy, and if any hint of their troubles slipped out, the Academy might refuse her release. He had to act swiftly before anyone realized the situation. Lamb calculated astutely. Others might learn that the issue was related to the Nas family, but they would never connect it to Vivian. After all, no one could fathom that her extraordinary abilities were the crux of the matter, nor could they imagine that someone with such unique powers would brazenly attend a military academy. Come back quickly. Something of utmost importance has arisen at home that requires everyone's presence. I have already arranged for your absence at the academy. Lamb softened his tone, concerned that if he revealed too much, Vivian might bolt, or he might inadvertently expose himself. Despite feeling perplexed by her father's inconsistent tone and harboring a vague sense of foreboding, she chose to disregard it. Instinctively touching her wrist, she felt reassured by her hidden cards. Her intuition urged her to flee without hesitation. Yet her confidence in her ability to conceal her secrets led her to dismiss the danger, ultimately unable to part with the Nas family's power and influence. She hesitated and logged off. Yejin languidly nestled into the plush sofa, observing the escalating bids outside with an unperturbed demeanor. The VIP room felt like a separate realm, and she poked the incapacitated intruder on the ground, boredom consuming her. Miss Yi, if you find yourself weary, you may leave at your discretion. Zhang Ming, noting the weakening intruder, considered that since Miss Yi wished to depart, he could escort the individual to report back. His subordinates had already pinpointed the intruder's location in reality through the star network. He needed to reunite with the mental entity within the network. Can we leave now? The final auction item has yet to appear. The preceding items had been so precious, and her curiosity about the last one was piqued. In truth, this Star Alliance auction house collaborated with the government, and the final item was predetermined: the usage rights of either an E-level or F-level resource planet for a specified time. Given the critical importance of planetary resources, private ownership was strictly prohibited unless under exceptional circumstances. Unlike the Empire, where nearly all planets had owners, those in the Federation remained public property. The wealthiest individuals could only claim temporary usage rights, and while this duration might seem excessively long, officially, all planets were under government jurisdiction. Lacking anything truly belonging to oneself often led to a sense of unease, which explained why the Ares family of Galen was under constant scrutiny. Songming Star was the sole planet that could be privately owned, a reward bestowed upon Rand Ares for his merits, and none dared to contest it. However, this did not preclude them from casting covetous glances at the Ares family once they were no longer in power. Due to Songming Star's geographical position, surrounded by other planets, the possibility of rebellion was non-existent, and as it ultimately posed no threat to the Federation, they turned a blind eye to such maneuvers. Thus, Yejin lost interest. The final auction item seemed irrelevant to her. It was merely the object of contention among the wealthy merchants. I shall log off now. Yejin bid farewell and exited the Star Network. Rubbing her temples, she realized that prolonged online engagement drained her mental energy. Chapter 88. Hostage. As soon as Vivian logged off the Star Network, she felt her pod being opened. Startled, she blinked her eyes open to find Ellie and her sister, and she exhaled in relief. What brings you here? Due to their sparse numbers and concerns for future family development, nearly every family discreetly selected and nurtured talent from various channels. Ellie and her sister were raised by the Nas family, groomed as subordinates. Since Vivian's enrollment in the academy, they had taken on the responsibility of caring for her, and their diligent commitment quickly earned her trust. Young miss, we are here on the Patriarch's orders to escort you home. The term escort was more akin to surveillance. Lamb would sooner trust Ellie, who had been raised and indoctrinated by the Nas family, than his own daughter. Did father mention what the matter is? Vivian felt an unsettling anxiety within and cautiously inquired. Ellie lowered her gaze, ambiguously stating, "It seems something has occurred with the master family. Since you are unaware, I cannot possibly know more." Vivian, trusting Ellie, did not suspect deceit, for Ellie was one of the few friends she had made since entering the academy. They were allies who would not lie to her. However, Ellie had grown up under the Nas family's sponsorship and training. Her loyalty would always lie with the family patriarch, not with Vivian. When Vivian and her father were aligned, Ellie would be the most earnest companion, but should a rift arise, she would become a strategic piece buried close to Vivian. After a brief tidying up, Ellie and her sister silently approached Vivian from behind as they made their way to the hovering vehicle, positioning themselves in a subtle but definite ambush. Fred, observing from a distance, was struck by the impression the young girl made on him. The recent thunder incident had dragged on for far too long, and a definitive conclusion had yet to be reached. While the Yao family was genuinely incensed, the Lei family's concern for this collateral branch was less than clear. Nevertheless, the incident had undeniably harmed two innocent young ones. Reflecting on the current state of the Federation, Fred sighed. Some yearned for children while others were driven to madness, resorting to violence against minors. It was a troubling sign of the times. Fred had come out for matters concerning the Star Alliance auction house. Those with even a modicum of insight had already received the news, and he trusted that the Alliance would not peddle counterfeit goods. However, the potential ramifications and side effects remained uncertain. Until precise data was obtained, such news was not to be disseminated. The volatile energy was an unshakable thorn in the hearts of all interstellar beings. Should public sentiment spiral out of control, it could very well lead to upheaval within the Federation and, worse still, attract the Empire's attention. The qualification of the item in question to provoke conflict between the Federation and the Empire remained an open question. Nas, if I recall correctly, ISNT at class time for the Command Department? As the flagship discipline of Ares Military Academy, the Command Department's holidays were infamously brief. Instructor Fred, I've already taken leave from the Academy. I need to return home, Vivian mumbled, somewhat intimidated by Fred's imposing presence. Fred frowned, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Very well, you may go. With that, he did not linger further, as he had a multitude of pressing matters awaiting him. Yes, goodbye, Instructor. Vivian turned and walked away with Ellie toward the hovercar docking area. Fred watched the three young girls depart, arm in arm, and a flicker of unease crept into his mind. Am I being overly suspicious? Shaking his head, he proceeded directly to the office building, where a military secret passage awaited him for some urgent arrangements. Upon reaching the entrance of the office building, Fred halted abruptly, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Who were the two girls flanking Vivian? Their positioning was not indicative of innocent camaraderie, but rather a calculated effort to prevent her from escaping. Previously, he had been lulled into complacency by their youth and gender. This was a grave oversight. After encountering the peculiarities of Eugene, he should have maintained vigilance toward young girls. With this thought, Fred swiftly turned around, accessing surveillance feeds while hastening back to the hovercar docking area. Despite Vivian's apparent vulnerability, she was still a student of Ares and thus deserved protection. What a lapse in judgment. Upon arriving at the vacant parking lot, Fred realized he was too late. Wait. As he reviewed the footage along the route, he discovered that the hovercar had employed the Nas family's name for a special expedited passage. Only the patriarch of the Nas family had the authority to grant access to such a route. If memory served, wasn't T. Lam Nas Vivian's father? Was it typical for a father to have his daughter forcibly returned? From her expression, she seemed entirely oblivious to her predicament. As a military academy student, how could she lack even the most basic awareness of her surroundings? After recognizing that Vivian was not a victim of abduction, but rather entangled in familial strife, Fred's urgency dissipated. That was a private family matter, not his to meddle in. Yet, the news he had just received indicated that the Nas family was significantly involved in this incident. Why was Lam not addressing the family crisis, but rather hastily retrieving his daughter? The century-old reputation of Ares Military Academy would never stoop to harming a young one. As Fred pondered this, he continued toward the office building. Mid-stride, he paused. Ares Military Academy would not harm a child. But what if this matter was directly related to her? Everyone recognized the significance of this situation. Once a direct connection to Vivian was established, there would be no question. She could not be allowed to leave the academy until everything was clarified. The Nas family would lose their advantage should she remain beyond their control. The more he contemplated, the more suspicious it seemed. Fred promptly issued orders to closely monitor the Nas family's eldest daughter and to gather all pertinent information regarding her. After some consideration, he dialed the communication line to Marshal Gallinaries. Marshal, I have something of great importance to discuss with you meanwhile. Eugene slumbered soundly in her dormitory, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. A single auction had consumed her holiday, and the following day required her to rise early for class. It was only upon awakening the next day and returning to class that she realized the world had shifted overnight. As Eugene settled into her seat, she had yet to open her electronic textbook when Kuyang leaned in. Class monitor, have you heard? The Star Alliance has unveiled something extraordinary. Observing Kuyang's fierce countenance, she was struck by the absurdity of his eager, gossip-seeking expression. Eugene turned her gaze away, fully aware of the so-called extraordinary item. Was there truly no one managing public opinion? Even those on Earth recognize the importance of guiding discourse. In this digital age, information control should be paramount. If pressure was necessary to acquire that item, it should remain within the upper echelons of control. After all, the higher one's status, the more acutely one understood what to say and what to withhold, making matters easier to manage. Now, with nothing but vague rumors circulating, the specifics unknown and no source identified, was it truly appropriate for the entire Federation to be abuzz with this news? How did you find out? Eugene inquired. It's all over the internet. Kuyang replied just as Albert and his brother, Ebert, joined the conversation. Are you all discussing the holy water? Holy water? Eugene's expression morphed into one of incredulity. What sort of juvenile name was that? Understanding her reaction, Albert chimed in. You think it's ridiculous too, right? I mean, how can anything be so miraculous as to awaken abilities, remedy genetic failures, and elevate one to the legendary SSS rank? Even children wouldn't buy that. Albert had plenty of qualms to voice, leaving Eugene utterly dumbfounded. How could she, who had been personally involved, be unaware of its astonishing capabilities? It was precisely because it was so remarkable that someone on StarNet had likened it to the holy water from games, leading to its eventual moniker. Ebert's casual use of the term indicated his skepticism. Eugene listened thoughtfully to their discussions. It seemed the absence of public opinion management was merely a matter of choosing a different approach. Despite the stringent criteria for entry into the Star Alliance auction house, the number of attendees was significant, and their status was invariably affluent, making it impossible to silence everyone. Such news was beyond control. One could argue that the moment it emerged, it leaked in various forms. At the very least, an immediate suppression was unfeasible. Even if they later chose discretion, the information would spread like wildfire. The Star Alliance auction house was indeed the premier auction house of the Federation, yet due to entry qualifications, it was essentially a game for the elite, shrouded in a veil for the common populace. Those who could enter trusted its credibility, but for those less familiar, the happenings within were mere fodder for casual conversation, akin to the occasional gossip about the wealthy, of little consequence. The recent news has been utterly shocking. Should one choose to impose a blanket ban, it would only serve to backfire. Initially, no one believed it, but the government's excessive concern, coupled with its refusal to allow any news to circulate, only serves to highlight the absurdity of the situation. Those controlling public opinion have instead chosen to magnify the issue, making it so pronounced that even those who typically disregard gossip about the stellar network cannot help but overhear it from time to time. Furthermore, they dispatch individuals to stir the pot, disseminating a mixture of truths and fabrications, resulting in a cacophony of opinions across the stellar network. As the chatter proliferates, it ironically becomes a source of ridicule, leading to a general disbelief. The only individuals who might still believe it are either those lacking in discernment or those well acquainted with the inner workings of the Stellar Alliance, and thus wise enough to remain silent. Eugene, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose to remain reticent, as she has always been one to recognize the times. In such critical moments, one must be cautious to avoid verbal missteps. She could not afford to hinder Jialan. As for the holy water, its veracity remained uncertain. Albert scoffed, dismissing it as an utterly ludicrous claim, incredulous that the Stellar Alliance would stoop so low as to sell such a product, and astonished that any fool would actually purchase it. The premier auction house had fallen from grace, no longer seeking high-quality items, but rather indulging in the lowbrow promotional tactics of lesser establishments. Nearby, a fellow student, having caught wind of Eugene's conversation, could not resist interjecting with a tone laced with disdain. In truth, he likely had never even obtained a ticket to the Stellar Alliance. Yet this did not prevent him from adopting a condescending stance. The barrage of disparaging comments on the screen was predictable, for in a vast forest, one can expect all manner of birds. Initially taken aback, they soon realized there was no real danger, which heralded the emergence of keyboard warriors. The audience in the live stream, already a mixed bag, was merely displaying what had long been suppressed. Eugene paid little heed to it, instead offering a friendly smile to the student. His intentions were not malicious, perhaps merely tinged with jealousy, and a sour remark was hardly worth escalating. In the mecha department, it is common for individuals to prefer action over words, and engaging in petty squabbles would only exhaust oneself. Upon hearing an unpalatable comment, one could simply retaliate physically. How refreshingly straightforward. The student's remarks, however, incited irritation among others, leading to an unexpected blow to the back of his head. He was momentarily stunned, suddenly aware of the many fools surrounding him, and, rubbing his injured scalp, fell silent. Before Kayong could continue his conversation, class commenced, and everyone returned to their seats. This was a practical mecha training class, but the instructor was not the familiar Fred. Addressing the class's puzzled gazes, the unfamiliar instructor explained, "Your Fred is currently unavailable, and I shall be taking over for the time being. Now, stand up, proceed to the mecha storage." As Eugene was overwhelmed by the weight of the demanding coursework, the Nas family was in disarray. The situation had escalated beyond mere unrest. It was chaos. Vivian could hardly believe her ears. What did her father mean by saying she should simply stay home? What did it mean to produce a sufficient quantity of water using her abilities? How much was deemed sufficient? Why was she not allowed to leave? Before Vivian could voice her inquiries, Lamb erupted in anger. "How can you even ask that? If it weren't for your foolish actions, I wouldn't have to make such a decision." The thought of the exorbitant demands made by the ancient lion of the Bryan family made him seethe with frustration. The opportunity for the Nas family to soar had slipped away, leaving him seething with resentment. "Take the young lady back to her room. Ollie, keep an eye on her. She is not to step outside without my permission." Vivian instinctively turned, glaring at Ollie with disdain and disbelief. She had once thought Ollie to be her friend, someone who should support her. "Don't touch me." Vivian jerked away from Ollie's grasp and stormed off. Ollie exchanged a glance with Lamb, receiving a silent signal to follow Vivian. The delicate pink curtains fluttered in the breeze, and a lavish, comfortable princess-style bed beckoned sleep. Yet, the occupant of the bed felt otherwise. Vivian lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling until dawn broke. Having been confined to her room for days, she had managed to piece together the unfolding events, only to be met with greater dread. No one understood better than she the magnitude of the secret she harbored. Fearing exposure and the revelation of even more unspeakable truths, she found it impossible to sleep, her mind in a constant state of tension. Fortunately, the water they sought was not something she had to conjure with her powers. Otherwise, given her current state, she would be incapable of fulfilling her father's daunting task. Clutching an invisible jade bracelet on her wrist, she gripped it as if it were her last lifeline. This could not continue. Vivian had never been more lucid. She had awoken from her unrealistic dreams to confront the harshness of reality. She had to escape. This thought consumed her. For now, they only required the spiritual spring. But should their greed grow, seeking to uncover the reason behind her ability to produce it, she doubted her ability to keep silent. Observing Ali's unwavering presence behind her, Vivian subconsciously tightened her grip on her sleeve rather than the bracelet. It was a rare moment of clarity for Vivian, realizing that she must abandon the habit of clutching her bracelet whenever anxious. She could not afford any risks now. One more squeeze could reveal too much. Gazing at the reinforced barriers outside her window, which made her room feel like a prison, she needed to devise a plan. Predictably, the Nas family received numerous overt and covert hints following the circumstances, especially from those who ultimately procured the 4 samples. Once it was confirmed that they were indeed effective, the pressure escalated. Witnessing this, others quickly grasped the situation, resulting in intensified actions. The Bryan family, a powerful clan with significant influence in the Senate, employed tactics beyond the reach of others. Upon receiving the Nas family's plea for assistance, they swiftly leveraged their connections, suppressing what they could and fracturing what they could not. In essence, the most arduous aspect of this crisis was the collective pressure exerted by all parties involved. Once that alliance was broken, the rest would fall into place. After all, neither law nor morality dictates that valuable resources must be shared. Refusing to share is entirely defensible, provided one possesses the strength to withstand the pressure and retain possession. This was their secret skill, and they intended to keep it confidential. Without the capability to withstand scrutiny, one should remain silent. Even the most righteous arguments advocating for the greater good, urging them to turn over resources for the benefit of all, would hold no weight against the reality of power dynamics. Who granted you such audacity? It is as if one could demand a pharmaceutical company to relinquish their formula, even in the name of the state. Though the rhetoric may sound grandiloquent, there exists no legal stipulation mandating the surrender of such ancestral secrets. Ultimately, power prevails. The Nas family, once on the brink of collapse under a united front, found themselves compelled to yield. Yet the dynamics shifted dramatically with Bryan's unexpected intervention. It would be an exaggeration to assert that Bryan wielded immense power. However, he possessed a remarkable ability to manipulate human desires. Everyone yearns for a greater share, and as long as Bryan capitalizes on this greed, division is inevitable. After all, the benefits will not come at his expense. He is quite adept at the art of beneficence at others' cost. Should this situation escalate, they are devoid of justification. The public would merely perceive them as insatiable. Meanwhile, Vivian, confined within her room and oblivious to the turmoil outside, remains under constant surveillance. Even her access to the Star Network is monitored. Due to her minor status, her guardian, Ram, has the authority to restrict her use of the Star Network entirely. She finds herself powerless to convey any message externally, and even if she could, whom could she trust? The blow dealt by Ellie has left her harboring doubts about all her acquaintances. Fortunately, during her time at the auction house, she acquired numerous items, placing them within her jade bracelet, a decision that spared her from detection. The universal currency here consists of credit points, all of which are under Ram's scrutiny, rendering her unable to utilize them. Upon her escape, she may have to rely on selling her hidden treasures. The pressing question now is, how will she manage to escape? Before Vivian could ponder for long, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Nass household. Rit. Upon seeing Rit, Vivian sensed her opportunity had come. With tearful eyes, she gazed at him, not expecting a rescue, but merely hoping to be taken out of the Nass family's grasp. Her trump card would astonish them. Rit Bryan initially regarded Vivian as inconsequential, yet after learning certain revelations from his father, he resolved to cultivate their relationship. As Rit approached Vivian in the guise of her boyfriend, Ram found himself powerless to intervene. Given that the Nass family still relied on the Bryan family's support, Ram could only feebly attempt to obstruct their outing. He was well aware of Vivian's capabilities, thus he allowed them to leave, only instructing a group masquerading as protectors to keep a watchful eye on her. What? She's gone missing? Eugene looked at Jia Lan in astonishment, impressed by her prowess. Jia Lan, having witnessed the commotion, was equally surprised by the outcome. Chapter 91. A successful escape amidst the bustling starship port. A squad of soldiers clad in security uniforms suddenly surrounded the area. What is going on? Indeed. What has occurred? I am in a hurry to return. The crowd murmured in discontent, clearly frustrated by the blockade, preventing their boarding of the starship. As this is an A-class planet, who knows if there are influential figures among the throng? The security captain was reluctant to offend anyone, yet the Nass family's report could not be overlooked. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. It seems a crucial fugitive has escaped, and to prevent her from leaving this planet, we must secure the port. We hope for your understanding in this matter. With a nod, the officers immediately moved to seal off the boarding area. Every individual must present their holographic identity for release. Though discontented with this action, the security forces possessed the authority to apprehend, leaving the crowd with no recourse. Regardless of their grievances, they were simply swept away. Fairness? An A-class planet values power over fairness. They were skeptical of the fugitive narrative. Who knows if it was merely a matter of offending powerful families? However, as long as it did not concern them, no one dared to speak out. In the vastness of the cosmos, aside from a few who cared for their young and themselves, most exhibited a chilling indifference, choosing to remain uninvolved. Complaints were murmured, yet when required, all presented their credentials, preferring to avoid trouble. Among the crowd, a girl with a hood obscuring much of her face clenched her teeth, assessing the strength of the guards at the boarding gate. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to blend into the boarding crowd. Vivian understood that as time progressed, scrutiny would only intensify. Most aware of the situation, did not anticipate her swift arrival at the port. She needed to catch everyone off guard. Once the searchers could not locate her on the planet, the port's monitoring would inevitably become more stringent. Not everyone possesses the luxury of Jia Lan, who commands a host of A-class prodigies. In the interstellar realm, A-class individuals are the true elite, while most minor leaders and managers are merely B-class, let alone the ordinary soldiers. The guards predominantly fall within the C-class range, whereas Vivian's everyday display of power only approached that of a C-class water elementalist. Yet she was more than just a water elementalist. Through her unique abilities and techniques, she possessed mental strength rivaling that of a C-class psychic. This was her advantage in evading the gaze of her watchers. As her thoughts spiraled, the line before her grew increasingly shorter, amplifying her anxiety. However, retreating now would be too conspicuous, and any movement would draw unwanted attention. Struggling against her nervousness, she ignored the perspiration pooling in her palms. When it was her turn, and a guard turned his gaze towards her, she knew it was time. Vivian swiftly unleashed her psychic abilities, momentarily disorienting the guard, causing him to inadvertently skip over her and move on to the next individual. This was a fortunate misjudgment on his part, and seizing the moment, Vivian slipped into the starship. A wave of fear washed over her, The pursuers did not suspect her audacity to board the vessel. They were merely a disorganized mob. The true enforcers were conducting a global search, and should the private guards of the Nass family react, even her skills would be rendered futile. In the face of overwhelming might, all her resistance would appear laughable. Seated within the ship's cabin, watching the starship ascend into the cosmos, Vivian finally experienced a sense of liberation, akin to escaping the clutches of despair. Yet, an overwhelming confusion followed. Gazing into the vast starry expanse, she pondered her destination. In the master of the Nass family's study, have you found her? Ram paced anxiously behind the desk. Not yet. Useless. The Bryan family must have received news of Vivian's disappearance by now. Yet, even if it was due to Rit Bryan, considering the extent of Dai's indulgence towards his son, he would likely not take responsibility. Currently, Vivian serves as a bargaining chip in his alliance with the Bryan family. Without her, the potential for the Bryan family to breach their contract remains uncertain. Should that occur, the Nass family would be unable to withstand the predatory gaze of the outside world. Even if he were to reveal the true circumstances, no one would believe him. They would view it as a mere excuse to deflect blame onto a child, his own daughter. In such a case, both public opinion and morality would not be on his side. Reflecting on this, Ram could not help but feel regret for not securing evidence earlier. Now, with Vivian missing, he found himself ensnared in an inextricable predicament. All this was Vivian's fault. He had raised her, providing her with the best, and now she turned traitor, jeopardizing her own family. This cannot stand. He must devise a strategy to irrevocably bind the Bryan family to their alliance. The Nass family cannot perish on his watch. Father, what should we do now? Rhett found himself in a state of alarm. Typically fearless and unconcerned even about taking lives, he now felt a twinge of anxiety. It was not a sudden awakening of conscience. Rather, he understood that while his father often indulged him, nothing could rival the interests of the Bryan family. As long as family interests remained intact, he could wreak havoc outside, and his father would cover for him. After all, he was the only son. However, the moment family matters were at stake, his father would become unrecognizable. Observing his father's unusually calm demeanor, Rhett felt an even deeper sense of dread. How many times have I told you to stay home? If you're foolish, don't go out and embarrass yourself. Rhett, who had always been proud and lofty, had returned from his leave with the intention of uncovering something that could elevate him further, only to find himself in a predicament. His father's words made his face twitch with humiliation, yet he dared not quarrel as he usually would. Witnessing his son's pitiful state, Dai was thoroughly disillusioned. He had exerted considerable effort in this incident, never expecting to be hindered by his own son. The thought of replacing the heir resurfaced in his mind, a notion he had previously hesitated over given the years of care and affection bestowed upon Rhett. However, it now seemed that without decisive action, the Bryan family could very well perish under his watch, something he resolutely refused to allow. You may leave now. He waved his hand, and once Rhett exited, Dai activated the communicator. How is Mrs. Cheen? A rigid-faced maid responded from the other end. The lady's condition is dire. To protect this pregnancy, she has purged all her abilities. Inform her that if the child is born, she will be hailed as a great benefactor. Understood. Chapter 92. School Anniversary, Part 1. The challenges of interstellar pregnancy are formidable. Aside from the initial accumulation of radiation, the greatest obstacle lies in the chaotic energies within. Just envisioning the womb, a space that should be the epitome of tranquility, filled instead with tumultuous energies akin to a tumultuous washing machine. One can only ponder the vitality required for a fetus to survive. The higher the level of ability, the greater the chaotic energy, rendering conception increasingly difficult. Even in the rare instance that a pregnancy occurs, the child's survival is not guaranteed. There have been suggestions for external gestation, yet for reasons unknown, embryos cannot thrive in artificial wombs. Those that do manage to survive are frail and require constant medical care. The human internal environment has become excessively complex, with various energies colliding in ways that cannot be artificially replicated. Thus, as the number of individuals unable to awaken their abilities rises, there have been considerations to seek ordinary individuals devoid of abilities for procreation. However, when both parents are capable, the assurance of their offspring awakening remains elusive, particularly if one is an ordinary person. The foundation of those esteemed families lies in their inherent abilities, with the principle of strength reigning supreme throughout the vast cosmos. High-level ability users seek to pass on their legacy, but should they produce an offspring incapable of awakening, it would be more prudent not to conceive at all. The The philosophy of prioritizing strength has become deeply ingrained over millennia of warfare, ensuring the formidable combat prowess of interstellar beings. Yet it has also birthed grotesque and extreme ideologies, such as the belief that ordinary individuals are mere drains on resources, or that non-awakening offspring are a family-esque disgrace. Were it not for the current environment where the number of awakeners is dwindling and ordinary individuals are increasingly prevalent, society would be less tolerant towards them. In this relatively peaceful federation, opportunities for non-combat roles are on the rise, making it likely that such extreme ideologies could become mainstream. Yet, even now, who can say whether their future kin will also be unable to awaken? No one wishes to witness discrimination within their own family. Nonetheless, despite this, such extreme beliefs linger in the minds of many, especially among those who consider themselves noble families. Red's favored status stems not only from being the sole heir, but also from being an awakened one. The revelation that Mrs. Chin, whom Dai had raised outside, was pregnant came as a tremendous surprise, for she too possessed abilities, albeit weak ones, but indeed awakened. Hence, the likelihood that her unborn child would awaken was exceptionally high. Mrs. Chin was resolute. Aware that her abilities were limited, she recognized that her greatest support would be the child she bore. To safeguard this precious pregnancy, she had chosen to purge all her abilities. The chaotic energy could not be eliminated, as it could not be separated from her own abilities. Yet, if one were to be ruthless and forego distinctions, a complete purge could yield results. This method of ability washing was proposed by a renowned medical expert and had shown clinical success, but it could only be applied to low-level ability users like Mrs. Chin. Higher-level users found it impossible, as the higher the energy, the more agonizing the cleansing process, and even post-cleansing, the loss of lifespan could not be reversed. Furthermore, a body sustained by abilities would rapidly deteriorate and age, rendering the endeavor futile. Having abilities, even if life were a bit painful, allowed for a few more days of existence, maintaining a youthful appearance and a dignified death. For low-level ability users, this method was even more redundant. Their levels were already low, and chaotic energy did not impede their normal lives. Moreover, as ability users, they were reluctant to descend into the ranks of ordinary individuals unless absolutely necessary. Only someone like Mrs. Chin, whose unborn child had a genuine claim to a throne, would be willing to pay such a steep price. The sudden announcement of the Ares Military Academy's anniversary caught Eugene off guard, or rather, it was somewhat unexpected for her. As someone not originally from the interstellar realm, the disparity in knowledge was immense. Concepts that were common sense for interstellar individuals were utterly incomprehensible to her. Despite possessing a vast mental capacity, knowledge would not simply flood into her mind. Everything required learning. Initially, her differences from ordinary interstellar individuals were not pronounced, even to the point of being considered a genius. However, she found herself in the most esteemed academy, studying a prestigious discipline. The mecha department, contrary to popular belief, required intellect. Otherwise, why would the admission standards be set so high? On the contrary, the academic rigor of the mecha department was profound. For those who had undergone standard interstellar education and were deemed prodigies, the learning curve was steep, and for Eugene, it was even more so. She felt akin to a semi-literate individual with no prior education suddenly enrolled in Harvard. Merely gaining admission was miraculous, and keeping pace with the academic tempo felt like an insurmountable challenge. The holiday was never a simple respite. Her exam results prior to the break had severely dampened her spirits. Aspiring to marry a wealthy and handsome individual, she had once again faltered in her academic pursuits, and were it not for her exceptional practical scores catapulting her overall grade into the middle tier, she would have been utterly humiliated. As the de facto top student, her grades were not the highest. Could she truly maintain this position merely by virtue of being the only girl? Her pride could not withstand such scrutiny. Immersed in her studies, Eugene felt on the verge of intellectual collapse. Her only moments of relaxation came during practical classes, where she could vent her frustrations over the incomprehensible texts. Consequently, her classmates in the mecha department had begun to avoid her, fearing the oppressive atmosphere she exuded. Thus, since the start of the semester, Eugene had developed an aura that instilled fear, becoming an unspeakable presence in the mecha department. Logically speaking, for an event as significant as the school anniversary, Eugene, as the class president, should have taken the initiative to organize it. However, no one dared approach her. Even Kuyong, her closest classmate, found himself wanting to steer clear of her. Fortunately, their class had not intended to rely on her input. Previously, Her appointment as class monitor stemmed merely from the boys' chivalrous regard for the sole girl in their midst. Although this decision ultimately led to unforeseen complications, the reality diverged from their initial expectations. Nonetheless, this did not hinder their ability to conduct class affairs in an organized manner without the guidance of a monitor. Eugene, as the delicate flower of the class, needed only to review the final arrangements. It was only during this final review that she belatedly realized the school anniversary celebration was imminent. Chapter 93. The School Anniversary, Part 2. The history of the Ares Military Academy is notably extensive, and as such, its anniversary celebrations retain certain venerable traditions. Unlike some newly established institutions that exhibit a modern, sci-fi flair, characterized by chaotic displays of mechs and supernatural abilities, Ares Military Academy, founded with a focus on nurturing military personnel, adopts a more serene celebratory style. Eugene, wincing at the garish details of other schools' anniversary events found online, was struck by their surreal, magical realism, an experience akin to a hallucinatory spectacle that lingered long after. For goodness sake, this is a school anniversary, not a massive drug-fueled gathering. In contrast, Ares Military Academy embodies a fresh and refined aesthetic, distinctly divergent from the ostentatiousness outside its walls. Perhaps in a bid to cultivate students' abilities and enhance their organizational and communication skills through a century-old tradition, the entire anniversary celebration is managed solely by students, without any interference from faculty. The process follows a well-established protocol, with each department responsible for a segment of the event, further allocating tasks to individual classes, thus creating a comprehensive and grand occasion. The scale of the event fosters a vibrant campus culture, inspiring and invigorating the enthusiasm of all faculty, students, and staff. To deepen students' understanding and appreciation of their institution, fostering a sense of honor and pride, the Academy has invested significantly, approving expenses with remarkable ease. The promotional slogans on the Academy's official website are grandiose, evoking envy among other institutions. You're already the premier military academy? Must you indulge in such pompous rhetoric as if mocking us? Regardless of the opinions harbored by others, the students on campus brimmed with excitement. The monotony of academic life was enlivened by the prospect of an intriguing event, and what could be more exhilarating than a centennial celebration? Eugene glanced at the barrage of comments, selectively addressing a few inquiries. Don't overthink it. If any major events arise, I'll just be floating along. What preparations can I possibly make? A ball? Yes, indeed. However, it's not our undertaking. That falls to the arts department. The mech department is filled with robust fellows who cannot even muster enough partners for a dance. Can you imagine a group of men attempting to dance together? The thought sends shivers down my spine. The audience in the live stream erupted with laughter over the absurdity of the imagery. I can't take it anymore. The visual is too vivid. I can't help but envision it, and I frighten myself. Actually, upon reflection, it's somewhat endearingly unconventional. Stop right there. Are you malfunctioning? A bunch of muscular men holding hands. I can't handle it. I need to retreat and cleanse my eyes. No, my mind. Please, cease the discussion. The viewers were in stitches before Eugene could even process the situation. The stark reality of her major was painfully evident. All she saw were towering figures with bulging muscles. Even those who had an affinity for masculine beauty found themselves desensitized. Initially captivated by handsome faces, they now felt indifferent, returning to their previous activities. To encapsulate the sentiment expressed in the comments, aesthetic fatigue had set in. Her heart was devoid of any stirrings, and she even felt inclined to chuckle. Given that the mech department was comprised of rugged individuals, they were ill-suited for a more refined atmosphere. Consequently, some were tasked with maintaining order during the anniversary celebration, while others constructed a fighting arena, resulting in an overwhelmingly coarse ambience. Upon receiving the project proposal from the mech department, the planning committee experienced a sharp pang of despair. Was this their idea of chaos? Every event they hosted seemed to take on a completely different flavor from the rest. Despite being highly capable students, they somehow managed to cultivate an air of foolishness. Did they think themselves savages? A fighting arena? Why not just take to the skies? During the anniversary festivities, the venue was teeming with people, including journalists from outside. If a genuine fight broke out, managing the aftermath would prove challenging. As if the freshmen weren't enough trouble, a group of upperclassmen was also stirring the pot. Clearly, they were too idle. The planning committee deliberated and decided to assign all personnel to maintain order. They could hardly rely on a bunch of testosterone-fueled, iron-willed men. For Eugene, now classified among the iron-willed, This meant she had little to worry about. She donned the security uniform and prepared to navigate the scene with unrestrained enthusiasm. Of course, her uniform was a specially tailored miniature version. After all, those capable of maintaining order were typically broad-shouldered and long-limbed. Even the girls among them were statuesque. Eugene, in her diminutive stature, struggled to find anything suitable to wear, as the manufacturer had initially questioned how such a size had even been requested. On the morning of the anniversary celebration, a continuous stream of hovercars began to arrive at the parking lot, reportedly bringing invited guests from various sectors. Eugene's plan to roam freely was thwarted, as each class had designated areas to oversee. As the class monitor, she was required to manage the coordination of her entire class, leaving her no opportunity to sneak away, especially given her conspicuous presence among a sea of uniformed gentlemen, akin to a lone crane in a flock of swans. What a terrifying contrast. Don't fret, host. Channel your towering aura. Am I the only one pondering how the host and the marshal will harmoniously coexist during this grand event? Behold, the emergence of the lewd demon. Eugene felt her cheeks flush. She hadn't yet reached adulthood. Perhaps there was still hope for further growth. Do you know what life's greatest illusion is? It's the belief that I can still grow taller. The host's proportions are quite appealing. If one overlooks her overall stature, she still possesses long legs. Is it disingenuous for her to claim she is still a minor? Surely she knows her own age. Never mind. Continuing to read would only serve to aggravate her. Eugene resolved to ignore the comments. With a composed and innocent expression, she meticulously inspected her designated area, attracting countless curious glances along the way. This diminutive captain of security evoked a sense of whimsical fantasy among those who beheld her, as if they had wandered into a fairy tale. Why are you staring? The directness of their gazes was overwhelming. Even Eugene's thick skin began to wane under the scrutiny, prompting her to glare back. Unfortunately, for those who had never experienced the force of Eugene's wrath, this mere glare lacked any formidable impact. Chapter 94. An unexpected visitor. After returning a scornful glance to those who stared in disbelief, Eugene adjusted her specially tailored uniform and continued her patrol with nonchalance. The man who had been on the receiving end of her glare sheepishly rubbed his slightly irritated nose, clearing his throat, his face flushed as he turned away. A classmate following closely behind Eugene offered a sympathetic glance to yet another victim misled by appearances, hesitant to voice their thoughts. The host has left behind a fierce legend. Underestimated, the host urged. Come on, use the iron fist of love to awaken them. Eugene shot a glare at the barrage of comments that thrived on chaos, rolling her eyes ungraciously and muttering, "Get lost." The classmates behind her instinctively stood at attention, bewildered by their perceived transgression. Realizing she had spoken without thinking, a cold sweat broke out on Eugene. She had become increasingly relaxed. Upon her arrival in this unfamiliar world, she had been vigilant, but as she grew accustomed to it, while silently admonishing herself to remain cautious, she turned her gaze toward a classmate who resembled a bullied dog, obediently compliant. I'll go check over there. You all continue your patrol. Eugene deftly changed the subject, gesturing toward a direction. Although she could not freely abandon her post as the squad leader, she had the authority to decide where to explore, as long as she remained within her responsibilities. With no guilt, she slipped away, meandering toward the direction she had indicated. The show must go on. As she approached, she realized her seemingly arbitrary choice led her to the hovercar parking lot. Looking up at the continuous descent of hovercars and observing the distinctly heightened security presence, Eugene wisely prepared to turn back, opting for caution over confrontation. In that fleeting moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar emblem. Just as she was about to turn her head, she swiftly pivoted back, her movements so rapid that it raised doubts among onlookers about whether she had injured her neck. Eugene paid no mind to such concerns. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, confirming her sighting, the emblem of a thorny flower entwined around a shield. Oh, the male deity. Her gaze fixated on the unexpectedly appearing hovercar, and she found herself losing control over her legs. Upon reaching the parking lot entrance, she was abruptly halted. It was a critical moment, with a mix of people present, as the parking lot served as the primary entry point to the Ares Military Academy. The administration had deployed security to prevent any mishaps. They were aware that many prominent figures would be attending, hence the heightened restrictions against unauthorized individuals. Eugene's sudden appearance caught their attention, particularly given her diminutive stature, prompting them to question whether they were engaging in a role-play scenario. However, despite their curiosity, The assembled guards remained dutifully focused on their posts, avoiding undue attention. Yet, that little girl seemed oblivious to the restrictions as she dashed toward the parking area. The parking lot is not open. A guard reached out to stop her, but Eugene remained unfazed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at the car. With her back to the parking lot, the guards were unaware of what had captivated her attention. Nonetheless, they bore no ill will towards her starstruck enthusiasm. After all, who wouldn't feel exhilarated in the presence of such distinguished figures? Even they, despite their professionalism, had initially been awestruck by the high-profile guests they had seen that day. "Little girl, you'd better leave before you inadvertently offend someone," one of the guards advised kindly. Yet, Eugene could hear nothing. Her focus entirely on the elegant and noble figure emerging from the vehicle, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Due to health reasons, although Marshal Jialon held a prestigious title, he was required to maintain a more reserved demeanor, appearing less like the battlefield god of death and more akin to a refined scion of an esteemed family. Nonetheless, his charm was enough to weaken anyone's knees. Eugene felt as if she might drool. "Host, wake up. Quickly, wipe that silly expression off your face. At this rate, aren't you afraid of scaring the man away? It's over." The host's infatuation is utterly embarrassing. As Jialon stepped out of the car, he noticed the young girl gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, unabashedly delighted, nearly drooling. In a mix of amusement and bewilderment, he felt an inexplicable surge of pride and satisfaction. Almost instinctively, he turned to his companion, Su-won, and asked, "Is my attire in disarray?" Su-won and his companion, Yak, who had taken advantage of a rare day off to accompany him, fell silent. Had their hearing failed them? Yak felt as if his foot had stumbled as he exited the vehicle, stealing a glance at Su-won. Observing Su-won's typically calm demeanor cracking into an almost comical expression, Yak felt a rush of equilibrium. Realizing he had posed a rather foolish question, Jialon simply continued walking, pretending nothing had happened. Su-won, in perfect understanding, acted as if he had heard nothing. Yak opened his mouth, ready to speak, only to be silenced by a glare from Su-won. The guards, sensing something amiss, turned their heads, mouths agape in shock. "Marshal." They were witnessing the Marshal, the illustrious Jialon, Marshal of Ares. Overwhelmed by disbelief, the grip on Eugene loosened unconsciously. Seizing the opportunity, she pushed past the guards and launched herself forward like a cannonball. The guards, startled, realized their hesitation had been a lapse in duty, and as they regretted their oversight, they found themselves frozen in place, watching the petite girl collide directly into the Marshal's embrace. Eugene clung to Jialon with all her might, resembling an octopus, utterly unremovable. Upon witnessing Eugene's sudden appearance, Su-won inexplicably understood the situation, instinctively pulling Yak back a step to diminish their visibility. Yak, overwhelmed, pondered if he had lost his mind. Su-won remained impassive, offering no acknowledgement. Yak, feeling ignored, could only mutter to himself, "What did I miss?" When they first encountered her, things had not escalated so swiftly. Despite his confusion, Yak's reflexes were sharp, and as Eugene launched herself toward the Marshal, who was welcoming her with open arms, he quickly snapped a photo. The capture was remarkably successful, encapsulating the intimacy and joy between them, including the unexpected tenderness reflected in the Marshal's expression. As Eugene clung to him like a piece of stubborn gum, Yak reluctantly lowered his wrist, unsure whether to intervene and rescue the Marshal's dignity. Chapter 95. A Guide? The parking lot remained bustling, filled with guests invited to the exhibition. As hovercars displaying the Ares family crest arrived, those preparing to exit instinctively slowed their pace, feigning casual conversation while stealing glances at the vehicle. Upon confirming that the illustrious Jialon Ares had personally arrived, they were engulfed in astonishment. Since the Marshal's health had been declining, he had withdrawn from public life, and rumors of his imminent demise had intensified. Thus, witnessing him appear so openly led to uncertainty regarding the validity of the rumors and admiration for the Ares Military Academy's ability to summon such a reclusive figure. While they closely observed Jialon and his entourage, Eugene's audacious actions became a sensational spectacle, nearly blinding those who turned to watch. Meanwhile, military officials rushing to greet them found themselves frozen in place, their minds blank, unsure whether to approach. The parking lot fell into an eerie silence. Oblivious to the commotion, Eugene clung to Jialon, utterly disregarding the opinions of others, her confidence as solid as a fortress. "Isn't it inappropriate for a girl to be too proactive? Don't listen to them. We must put in more effort and not lose face as earthlings." Jialan was not one to care much about others' opinions, but he helplessly supported Yi Jin to prevent her from falling. He nodded gently at the approaching school official as a signal. This small action acted as a cue, reviving the previously stiff atmosphere, yet it was permeated with an odd ambience. The glances that occasionally darted in their direction were deftly blocked by Yi Jin. How many rules were there in the love manual? Never mind the count. If she had her sights set on someone, she would pursue it. Reluctant to leave Jialan's embrace after such a long time apart, she savored the familiar sensation of being close to him. Ahem. Jialan coughed lightly, indicating that Yi Jin should tone it down a bit. Such behavior in public was rather inappropriate. He instinctively overlooked the fact that his first reaction wasn't to push her away, but to worry about the shy young lady in his arms feeling embarrassed. It must be said that some people truly have a blind spot at times. The thick-skinned Yi Jin sheepishly withdrew her hand from where it had been playfully resting on Jialan's waist, instead wrapping her arms around his neck. Jialan adjusted his position, cradling her as one would a child. Yi Jin felt a surge of pride. Being shorter had its advantages, allowing her to easily steal kisses and cuddles. Following the marshal, two aides who witnessed the entire scene felt as if their eyes were witnessing a travesty. How could I possibly explain this when I return? Ike sought help from the ever-intelligent Su-Wen. Initially, he had prepared a narrative about the domineering marshal and his delicate wife, but now, what were the chances of a female rogue successfully ascending the ranks? Su-Wen had painstakingly maintained his calm and rational persona, and at this moment, he couldn't possibly address Ike's nonsensical question. It was indeed an honor for our academy that the marshal attended the centennial celebration. The person in charge from Ares Military Academy felt somewhat superfluous, but had no choice but to approach with a steely resolve. This was my alma mater. How could I decline the school-s invitation? Jialan's voice was deep and magnetic, his tone unhurried. Though he spoke courteously, the imposing aura cultivated through years of authority left the official too intimidated to breathe freely. Of course, one had to ignore the love-struck Yi Jin in his arms. Completely absorbed in watching Jialan's throat as he spoke, Yi Jin was oblivious to their formalities. Host, your eyes might pop out. Swallow your drool. We can't embarrass ourselves on a global scale, with billions of viewers worldwide. Are you sure you wish to continue your infatuation? Only then did Yi Jin realize that it wasn't merely the crowd present, but the entirety of Earth watching from behind the live stream. Quickly composing herself, she overheard that the school was arranging for escorts and guides. Without a moment's hesitation, she self-nominated. What about me? The official, striving to ignore the fact that there was an extra person in the marshal's embrace, was momentarily taken aback by Yi Jin's interruption. Once he regained his composure and understood her meaning, he discreetly glanced at the marshal, then without further hesitation, declared, Yi Jin, the marshal's upcoming tour will be entrusted to you. I hope you perform admirably. His gaze was earnest, treating her as if she were any ordinary student, yet, due to her position in Jialan's arms, he dared not pat her shoulder in encouragement. As for the previously arranged guide, why not substitute with someone else? Having finally replaced the original guide, Vivian, who was eagerly anticipating a chance encounter with Marshal Ares, was completely unaware that her opportunity had vanished. It must be said that she possessed some intelligence. She recognized that the most perilous places were often the safest. Thus, unexpectedly, she returned to the military academy amidst the celebrations, where the influx of visitors made it unlikely for anyone to scrutinize backgrounds closely. As long as there was no apparent threat, Vivian managed to re-enter the school using her student credentials, and since no one at home was privy to the events that transpired, her classmates were none the wiser. While she was in a daze, unsure of her next move, she unexpectedly learned that Marshal Ares would be attending. Clearly, Vivian saw Jialan Ares as her last lifeline. She had to secure his favor before the school and her family caught on. As for whether Jialan Ares was a good person, or if he would assist her selflessly, she didn't ponder much. Even though her recent experiences had made her a tad more discerning, her lack of intelligence was a flaw that couldn't be remedied overnight. After taking on the reception duties that Jialan had inadvertently left her with, Yi Jin eagerly pulled him away, completely unaware that her actions had disrupted someone else's plans. However, when it came time to lead the way, she suddenly realized that since the semester began, she had been either attending classes or en route to them, and she truly did not know much about her own school. Chapter 96, School Anniversary, Part 2, What's Wrong? Jialan waited leisurely for Yi Jin to show the way. Yi Jin shot him an indignant glare, fully aware that she was a diligent student, always striving for excellence, yet he dared to question her. Aren't you supposed to be my guide? With an undertone of suppressed amusement, Jialan suddenly recognized his own penchant for mischief. Is this truly the marshal himself? Ike muttered in the background like a running commentary, while Su swiftly sealed his lips using his abilities. Did he genuinely believe the marshal couldn't hear him? At this moment, it was best to remain a silent background presence. Drawing too much attention might result in a reprimand. Ultimately, Jialan, not wanting to tease too much, refrained from further banter and instead took the lead, guiding Yi Jin through familiar territory. This was the intelligence ball competition hosted by the command department. After all these years, it was still the same event. The number of programs didn't matter. What was important was their utility. Yi Jin pouted, lamenting that their mecha department couldn't even come up with a program and was relegated to maintaining order instead. Amidst the bustling crowd, cheers erupted in waves, creating a cacophony akin to an earthly festival. Go, go. The shouts and cheers echoed into the skies. It seemed that at such moments, everyone shed the airs of high achievers and genuinely expressed their emotions like carefree youths. Perhaps sensing Yi Jin's inner thoughts, Jialan reached out and tousled her hair. Class leader? A group of tall students clad in security uniforms approached, their impressive frames making the specially designed attire look remarkably dashing. They exchanged puzzled glances between Yi Jin and the tall, imposing figure beside her, their eyes instantly filled with admiration. To dare ruffle the hair of the mecha department's reigning champion without facing repercussions was quite the feat. Given that Ares Military Academy was established to honor Rand Ares, Jialan Ares was practically a well-known figure here. While some outsiders might not recognize Jialan, within this academy, his face was the ultimate pass. To avoid causing a stir, he had donned a silver-gray mask from the outset. This mask held little practical significance aside from its elegance. Yi Jin could hardly discern its value within Jialan's spatial storage. Nevertheless, in the vibrant atmosphere of the school anniversary, it felt entirely fitting. What brings you here? This isn't within your class's jurisdiction, Yi Jin remarked. Her position as class leader being a special exemption for skipping class due to her unique duties. Not just us, classes 3, 5, and 6 are all here. All of them? What happened? Yi Jin raised an eyebrow, inquiring. It is nothing of great significance. Merely a student from the mecha manufacturing department had mocked the art department, referring to their classes as bride classes. One of the larger students scratched his head and added that the art students had retorted by calling the mecha manufacturing students a bunch of weak, pretty boys. The school administration, concerned that a confrontation might escalate, dispatched additional personnel to maintain order. The art and mecha manufacturing departments were situated not far from the command department, which explained their proximity. After understanding the situation, Yi Jin waved at them, urging them to proceed quickly. I have other tasks. I leave the rest to you. While these students were curious about the identity of those accompanying Yi Jin, they ultimately refrained from asking anything. Given the extraordinary circumstances, the presence of any individual on campus was hardly surprising. Once the two groups passed each other, one of Yi Jin's companions turned with a hint of suspicion, feeling that the person seemed somewhat familiar. All right, let's go, another urged, responding to their companion's voice. The first student set aside their doubts and hurried to their new assigned location. Still, they couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity. Even a masked figure could not conceal an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting an identity of considerable distinction. Perhaps they would discover who it was by tomorrow. Throughout the encounter, the two individuals trailing behind Jialan dutifully played the role of inconspicuous backdrops, to the extent that Yi Jin's companions hardly noticed their presence. Yi Jin had no interest in joining the fray. It was a rare occasion to stroll alongside her idol, and she could hardly be distracted by other matters. And you all, do not disturb my romantic pursuits. Host, you can't forget us just because you have a man. I want to see the school celebration, not consume dog food. Ares Marshall's mask replica, only 998, guaranteed to be a perfect match by now. How long has it been? And replicas are already out. What is the point of a mask replica? Haven't you noticed there are many real-life Ares Marshalls in the entertainment industry now? Don't talk to me about those knockoffs. They're an eyesore. They look oddly out of place. A mysterious awkwardness ensues. Indeed, they're really going all out for the hype. Back then, when they wanted donations, they called us sweethearts. And now that they're in a relationship, they leave us out. Host, do you still want donations? Of course. Isn't it about seeing the school celebration? I'll make it worth your while. Yi Jin promptly shifted the livestream's perspective, allowing her viewers to fully enjoy the festivities. Without hesitation, she placed Jialan and herself in the corner of the livestream, disinterested in publicly showcasing her romantic involvement. Today was entirely a celebration for the students, and it would be tomorrow that the teachers would preside over the events. Thus, Eugene and her companions mingled amidst the crowd for the entire day, their experiences fading from memory, overshadowed by the delightful company of the man beside her. Night fell swiftly, and it seemed to Eugene that the day had passed in an instant. The centennial celebration held profound meaning for Ares Military Academy, marking a celebration that occurs once every 100 years. Under the night sky, Jia Lan's voice stood out amidst the clamor, gentle yet resonant. I am 132 years old this year. A century ago, I was 32, having recently graduated from the military academy and taken command of the Ares Legion. Although I was not yet a marshal, I was indeed qualified to be invited for a visit. This explained why he seemed more familiar with the events than she was. Eugene blinked and walked in step beside him, glancing up at Jia Lan. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, she subtly slipped her hand into his. Jia Lan lowered his gaze, seemingly smiling, and though he averted his eyes, his hand did not withdraw. Rather, he instinctively tightened his grip. Neither spoke, yet the air was devoid of any awkwardness. Amidst the lively surroundings, they created a small haven of warmth and tranquility. Chapter 97. The interrupted celebration. Since Jia Lan needed to attend the celebration ceremony tomorrow, Eugene was reluctant to keep him out for too long. His current state of health required him to rest. Jia Lan, feeling somewhat like a fragile doll, accepted this without protest and prepared to leave. But just as he took a step, a tremendous rumble from afar halted them. Almost instinctively, before Eugene could process the situation, Jia Lan swiftly pulled her into his embrace, retreating rapidly. Just as they vacated their original position, a shard of metal plummeted from above, striking the ground before Eugene and creating a small crater. Staring at the pit, Eugene felt her limbs turn cold with fear. Had it struck her on the head? Never before had she felt death so close. Regardless of her prowess in combat, she could not match the acute crisis awareness honed by Jia Lan and his comrades on the battlefield. Many others shared her predicament. Students who were well-versed in theory but lacked practical experience found themselves caught off guard by the falling debris. In an instant, several were injured, the previously festive atmosphere replaced by chaos and panic. Fortunately, as they were all elite students, most quickly regained their composure post-incident, demonstrating the high caliber of the First Military Academy. They organized evacuations, rendered aid, and contacted their instructors, restoring order after the initial confusion. Eugene observed her surroundings, noting the number of casualties resulting merely from the blast shockwave. What about the explosion site? It dawned on her that she had unwittingly wandered back to the command department's area. Wait, the command department? Eugene suddenly recalled that the classmates she had encountered earlier mentioned they were dispatched to maintain order between the art and mecha manufacturing departments, whose location was not far from here. With this realization, Eugene felt her apprehension dissipate, and she dashed towards the explosion site. Jia Lan and the others followed closely. As a marshal, he could not ignore the unexpected explosion. As Eugene approached, the damage to the surrounding structures became increasingly evident. The more she ran, the more anxious she grew. Ares Military Academy was affluent, and its buildings were constructed from super alloys. If such materials could be devastated to this extent, what about the people? Quickly evacuate, do not rush recklessly. Just as she was nearing the scene, she was intercepted by a group of upperclassmen. To prevent further injury from possible explosions, first-year students should not crowd the area, particularly addressing the girls. One tall, slender youth with striking features spoke with an edge in his tone. Feng Tong, a high ponytail-haired girl, admonished him. Little girl, don't take offense. He is just agitated by the explosion. It's fine. Eugene had no time to spare. She needed to ascertain the safety of her classmates, especially the large boys from the mecha department. Yet, as she prepared to step forward again, the young woman blocked her path once more. Eugene furrowed her brow. You are Eugene, right? Upon seeing Eugene's skeptical gaze, Sha explained, I was responsible for your entrance exam. I used to be in the mecha department, but I transferred due to the unbearable atmosphere. So she was a senior. Eugene relaxed her suspicions. I must go in. I need to check on my classmates. No. Rescue efforts require professionals. The area is sealed off to prevent secondary injuries. Sha was patient with her, but maintained a serious stance on safety. Why are you explaining so much? Just get her out of here. Feng Tong interjected explosively. Silence. Just as tensions escalated, Jia Lan arrived. Having surveyed the surrounding situation and analyzed the explosion's impact and damage, he concluded that this explosion was likely not intended to cause harm. Given its magnitude, The ultimate aim might merely have been to provide cover for something else. May I enter? The students' conduct was not at fault. In fact, they handled the situation remarkably well, which resulted in a calm demeanor from Jialan. Shasha glanced at the peculiar man wearing a mask, uncertain whether to allow him entry. His extraordinary presence, despite his affable tone, instilled an instinctive reluctance to oppose him. She was acutely aware that many influential figures resided within the school, yet those individuals, being so fearful, ought to have been safeguarded. Patiently awaiting news. Was it incomprehensible to grant anyone access? Feng Tong's voice resonated once more, this time causing not only Yi Jin to frown but also Jialan. This was not merely a case of a bad temper. It was an all-out attack, inciting animosity everywhere. Shasha felt a throbbing headache. Feng Tong, relying on his illustrious family background and striking appearance, disregarded everyone. But could he truly compare to the past? Against fellow students, he might have been unchallenged. Yet this individual was no ordinary classmate from an ivory tower. His incessant provocations would surely lead to trouble. Despite her melancholy, Shasha found herself compelled to mediate. Sir, for your safety, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot permit you to enter the premises. As the back and forth dragged on, Yi Jin could no longer endure the delay. The rescue team had yet to arrive, and every moment of hesitation within posed an increased danger to those trapped inside. With this thought in mind, she turned to Jialan, who did not disappoint her expectations. His only action was to remove the mask from his face. As the silver-gray mask fell away, it revealed a stunning visage that left everyone present in utter shock. The piercing, cold depths of his eyes, unmistakable to any military academy student, rendered the scene eerily silent. Now, may I enter? The individual blocking Jialan's path trembled, instinctively parting to the sides, seemingly rendered speechless. Yuan? Yuan. Marshal, please, you may enter. Yi Jin seamlessly followed Jialan, slipping past without anyone daring to intervene. As they ventured further away, Feng Tong clutched his head, for the first time revealing a look of utter despair. What have I just done? Serves me right. Shasha rolled her eyes, still shaken, murmuring, I never expected the marshal would also be here. Realizing she had interacted with the marshal up close, her eyebrows nearly shot up, and her previously tense expression melted, revealing the face of an ardent fan. The celebration had been abruptly interrupted, and they stood vigil here, unable to rescue anyone or leave their posts, resorting to idle chatter to pass the time. Chapter 98. Disappearance. Why must calamities strike at the most inappropriate times, particularly during the school celebration, when the crowds are at their peak? Who knows how many were injured? Shasha's fleeting joy was once more shrouded in gloom. Although injuries were already serious, the fear lingered. All right, a tall, stern man finally spoke up. With the marshal present, we shall focus on our duties. He appeared to command great respect among the students, and upon his utterance, silence enveloped the crowd once more. Inside, Yi Jin felt urgency mounting. The further they moved toward the center, the more devastating the destruction became. While she silently reproached the school for their sluggish response, she searched for classmates who might be trapped. Jialan instructed Yi Jin to stay close behind him and avoid wandering off, as the potential for further danger remained unknown. And he feared they might not react in time if something were to occur. Yi Jin understood. Her ignorance of interstellar weaponry left her ill-equipped, and even terrestrial armaments were foreign to her. This is a particle bomb. After surveying the scene for a moment, Jialan declared, I will search for survivors. Suwen tugged at Yak, producing a detection device, and they began to search for students. Although the particle bomb possessed immense power, it was designed for large-scale detonation, causing widespread damage while dispersing its destructive force. Seeing Yi Jin's distress, Jialan reassured her, based on the situation, the bomb was likely placed on the rooftop of the teaching building. At this time, most people are outside celebrating, leaving the building nearly empty. An explosion on the roof would result in the most severe damage to structures equal to or taller than the teaching building. Those below might escape unharmed, but the tremendous shockwave, falling debris, and the sudden blast could pose serious threats to those present. Jialan seemed to sense something. He lifted a metal panel beneath his feet, revealing several students trapped and unconscious below, victims of the collapse or the blast. The upperclassmen outside had considered rescue, but this was not merely a case of rubble. It was an explosion site. Lacking professional equipment, they feared that their efforts might prove futile, potentially endangering themselves further. Many possessed their own mechs, yet the chaos of the terrain rendered it perilous to navigate. One could never know if a mere stone concealed a living person. At the very least, deploying mechs was ill-suited for rescue. In areas farther from the epicenter, they had salvaged as many as they could, but the core remained beyond their reach. Eugene, oblivious to the particle bomb's devastating potential, was unafraid, unaware of the perils of entering the site post-explosion. Jialon, however, had traversed far more dangerous terrains than this as a soldier, thus he regarded the situation with a sense of calm. Upon witnessing Jialon successfully extricate a student, Eugene's eyes sparkled with determination. Just as she was about to assist, Jialon halted her. The dust lingering in the air post-explosion posed significant risks, and carelessly lifting the panels could ignite a secondary explosion. Recognizing the gravity of her classmate's safety, Eugene refrained from overstepping. When Jialon stopped her, she chose not to create further chaos, suddenly recalling her unique botanical abilities. In truth, her first-year focus on theoretical studies had nearly caused her to forget her loyal companion. With that thought, she released her powers, causing tiny black dandelions to materialize in the air, swirling with the wind, expanding according to her intent. It was Jialon's first encounter with the legendary SSS-class mutated plant, and he reached out to gently touch the astonishingly soft, floating flora. It was truly unfathomable that such seemingly innocuous plants possessed SS-level power. As the dandelions dispersed, Eugene's mental energy flowed alongside, infiltrating the chaotic pile of rubble beneath their feet. If she could not move the debris, perhaps she could locate individuals instead. Targeting her search would yield swifter results. In truth, although Jialon possessed S-class mental strength, he found himself limited in action save for his formidable physical prowess. Previously, he had relied solely on battlefield experience to locate survivors, making Eugene's assistance invaluable. Soon, through their cooperative efforts, they uncovered numerous trapped students. Not all were unconscious. Those who were awake lent their strength to help carry their unconscious peers from the perilous scene. Though they had glimpsed their idol, this was clearly not the time for admiration. Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation and quietly departed, ensuring that their presence did not complicate matters further, which was the greatest assistance they could offer to their idol. The medical team arrived belatedly, swiftly joining the rescue efforts. Being a professional team, they brought an array of detection instruments, significantly increasing efficiency. Eugene felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at their tardiness, but without understanding the context, she refrained from casting blame. She would not misdirect her frustration at those uninformed of the circumstances. With the arrival of the medical team, Eugene and his colleagues relinquished their responsibilities, primarily due to concerns regarding Marshal Aries' health, as he was an esteemed guest invited by the Academy. Shortly thereafter, someone courteously invited them to a more comfortable location. It was the same individual who had initially overseen the situation. He appeared flustered as he surveyed the chaotic scene, compelled to explain the delay of the medical team. The Academy was not solely facing issues here, but had also encountered serious problems in the reception area. Here, a particle bomb had merely been placed, while the reception room had been targeted with a gas bomb. This was a highly dangerous weapon prohibited by the Federation. The reception area, a nearly enclosed environment, had been a resting place for numerous dignitaries visiting from outside the campus. Had it not been for the security department's swift response in activating the ventilation system, it was uncertain how many would still be standing. It had been ages since such a significant incident had occurred. The Ares Military Academy, revered as a sanctuary of learning and holding a prestigious status within the Federation, had been dealt a harsh blow, striking those complacent individuals who had grown overly self-satisfied and neglected their vigilance. The campus requires thorough reorganization, the overseer mused internally. Just as he grappled with how to explain this debacle, news from the medical team arrived. Someone was missing. What? Not only the overseer, but also Eugene stood up in shock upon hearing this revelation.